Since that day, humans started awakening special powers, becoming what everyone calls players, while other players got rich overnight by hunting monsters down. Our main character is also a player, but his situation is extremely weird. Every day, he grinds at a construction site for spare change. His name is Choi Hyun-Sung, and 3 years ago, his father got sick, forcing him to drop out and work. At this rate, Choi Hyun-Sung figured he would just remain ordinary forever. But out of nowhere, he awakens an incredibly rare power. There is just one massive problem. He checks his stats and realizes he is only level 1, while almost every other newly awakened player starts at level 10. Talk about bad luck. This means his starting stats are completely garbage compared to everyone else. Shaking off the disappointment, Choi Hyun-Sung decides to check out the dimensional item shop. He ends up buying a strength-boosting pill and a brand new skill book. But the moment the transaction goes through, the system hits him with a brutal 20% service fee. Talk about highway robbery. The next day, he heads to the association to get his official license. But the receptionist looks at him and says he is way too old to be an awakened rookie. Confused, Choi Hyun-Sung catches his reflection in the mirror and freaks out. His face has aged into a middle-aged uncle. Here is the crazy part. The actual currency for this shop is the player's own lifespan. Desperate, he lists some of his junk for sale, and thankfully, his youthful face instantly returns to normal. Even though the greedy system still robs him of a 20% commission, he has absolutely no idea that his random junk was actually bought by buyers living in completely different dimensions. Meanwhile, in an alternate realm, a beautiful young lady sits in a peaceful lake pavilion. Spread out on her table are the exact modern items she just bought from our main character. Among them is a smartphone, but since she has never seen technology before, she has absolutely no clue how to use it. But after tapping around for a bit, she quickly figures out how to take a classic mirror selfie. Over at a dark castle, a high-ranking demon queen also bought some of his listings simply because they looked incredibly exotic. She stares intently at a handheld gaming console, absolutely mind-blown that it runs without any magic. After a little button mashing, she gets completely hooked and starts playing all day without a single care. And every time she loses a level, she rages and throws tantrums just like a typical gamer. But the next morning, Choi Hyun-Sung suddenly wakes up to a harsh customer complaint. The system warns him that too many bad reviews will tank his rating, and worst-case scenario, suspend his account entirely. Let us check this out together. Despite the complaints, his entire stock of items is actually completely sold out. He thought nobody would buy them. Seizing the opportunity, he decides to raise his prices for a quick profit. But before he can even celebrate, more buyer complaints come rolling in. Out of 20 items sold, a whopping 14 of them have received negative reviews. Consequently, his shop gets banned for 3 full days. He digs into the reports and finds one customer complaining that her brand new smartphone broke after only 6 hours. But the phone isn't broken at all, it just ran out of battery, and she has no idea how to charge it. To put it simply, every single complaint boils down to basic user error. If he cannot resolve these issues within 1 week, his trading account will face a brutal 3-month ban. Looking closely at these ridiculous complaints, Choi Hyun-Sung realizes his buyers are not from Earth. They must be living in a primitive dimension with zero modern technology. If that is the case, selling everyday human tech to these realms could be an absolute goldmine. His master plan is to buy cheap electronics online on Earth, and then flip them at massive markups to these clueless outworlders. The only catch is that his pockets are completely empty right now. His dream of easy money is temporarily crushed. With his trading account locked, he has no choice but to head back to the construction site and haul bricks. Seriously, has there ever been an awakened player with this much terrible luck? 3 days fly by, and his ban is finally lifted. Absolutely thrilled, he can now jump back into the dimensional auction system and start listing items again. Just as he is getting hyped to stack up some cash, another wave of complaints hits his inbox. He just reopened, and his customers are already causing a nightmare. This time, literally all 20 of his previously sold items get reported. Consequently, the system slaps him with another painful 4-day ban. The reason is exactly the same as before: clueless buyers, blaming him for their own tech illiteracy. So during this second ban, Choi Hyun-Sung is forced right back to the construction site, sweating to earn basic survival money. In his spare time, he carefully analyzes the issue with each order. He writes down detailed instructions for the confused buyers, and even ships out batteries to those whose electronics had simply run out of power. By day 5, he successfully resolves 6 orders. Stick with me to see if his business survives this mess. Alright, today you and I are watching our main character finally complete his official player registration after failing last time. To get your official player license, you must complete a 3-week boot camp at the training center, famously known as the Player Academy. If you fail to pass the final evaluation, you do not get your official identification card. But passion alone does not guarantee survival in these deadly dungeons. Out of all the trainees here, Hyun-Soo is easily the top performer, earning massive praise from the evaluators. Of course, some jealous losers in the crowd just think Hyun-Soo is trying way too hard to look cool. As for those insecure haters, he just brushes them off with a casual smile, refusing to waste his energy. 3 weeks fly by, the academy training wraps up, and Hyun-Soo finally secures his official identification card from the Korean Player Association. His only focus is to quickly make cash and cure his sick father. That very afternoon, Hyun-Soo goes gear shopping to prepare for his first dungeon run. But everything here is incredibly expensive. Just renting basic armor and a mid-tier sword costs him 700,000 won, plus the dungeon entry fee is another 200,000 won an hour. Hyun-Soo chooses the Horned Rabbit dungeon as his starting point, which is a mid-tier dungeon ranging from level 1 to 5, making it perfect for beginners like him. Watch closely, Hyun-Soo decides to hunt these horned rabbits completely solo. The dungeon administrator thinks this rookie is being incredibly reckless. Normally, players rarely enter alone because hunting in groups is much safer, as even a minor mistake here can cost your life or leave you crippled forever. Finding a reliable party minimizes danger and boosts efficiency, so why is this kid wandering into the dungeon completely by himself? Maybe a brutal near-death experience is exactly what he needs to wake up. But before long, Hyun-Soo steps inside the Horned Rabbit dungeon. Inside, a group of players is already busy fighting a massive horned rabbit. They look like total rookies who still lack combat coordination and team synergy, while the horned rabbit, despite its low level, is fighting back with pure, wild aggression. It takes that struggling group almost 10 entire minutes just to bring the beast down. Knowing his raw stats are more than enough for a solo run, Hyun-Soo activates his stealth skill to scout ahead. Meanwhile, elite members of the SU Guild are also hunting nearby. The short-haired girl is named Soo-hee, and the long-haired one is Ju, accompanied by another male and female teammate who are extremely confident in their combat abilities. Soo-hee has a quest to hunt down the Horned Rabbit King, and she thinks it is going to be incredibly easy, viewing the boss as just another basic, everyday monster. Along the way, the party spots Hyun-Soo walking all by himself, and Ju assumes he must have gotten separated from his team. But Soo-hee is highly skeptical, especially when she notices that Hyun-Soo does not have a single scratch on him. On top of that, his armor is clearly rented gear, which immediately lets her piece together that this guy is a brand new player. Meanwhile, Hyun-Soo comes up with an easy way to hunt the rabbits without getting spotted, which is utilizing his stealth skill to backstab them from behind. Typically, players can secure massive experience points and rare loot by hunting high-level monsters. However, if you slay a monster that is over 20 times lower than your current level, you will not gain any experience points at all. Even the drop rate for monsters turning into valuable mana stones gets heavily reduced. I know what you are thinking, he is a beast, but even after wiping out the rabbits for 5 mana stones, he is still stuck at level 1. He simply shrugs it off, assuming he just needs a bit more experience points to finally level up. Yet, 5 hours later, after hunting down a massive horde of rabbits, his level is still inexplicably stuck at level 1. Even after slaying 300 rabbits, all he gets is a useless Horned Rabbit Hunter title, while his level refuses to budge. Hyun-Soo has no idea that his absurdly efficient hunting method has caught Soo-hee's eye, especially since he is killing them in a single blow. If he had only done it once or twice, she could easily chalk it up to pure luck. But that is not the case because he somehow manages to one-shot every single beast, even when completely surrounded by a pack, making her absolutely desperate to find out what broken skill he is hiding. Seeing her chance, Soo-hee and Ju decide to step forward and spark up a conversation. Pretending to be dungeon security officers, they casually ask Hyun-Soo what level he is, if he does not mind sharing. To avoid any unnecessary drama about being stuck at level 1, he declines, prompting Soo-hee to reveal they are from the prestigious CU Guild. It is a massive top-tier guild backed by the CU Group, a corporate giant so massive that it is practically a household name in Korea. She offers to recruit him on the spot if he shows his status window, but Hyun-Soo knows they would immediately get suspicious of a level 1 rookie possessing such god-tier stats and crazy high-tier skills. Hyun-Soo politely declines the invitation, telling them he has absolutely no interest in joining any guild or party. Still, Soo-hee decides to slip him her business card anyway. If you change your mind, call this number. Next, Hyun-Soo takes a cab to Blood Lake Dungeon, and we cannot wait to see what happens. Alright, we are diving into a deep lair filled with beasts possessing fur as red as blood. Hyun-Sung uses his classic, trusty tactic of stealth and backstabbing to hunt down his prey. Hyun-Sung hunts down countless blood foxes inside this creepy dungeon. Just like before, after slaying 300 foxes, he only receives the Blood Fox Hunter title. Meanwhile, his overall level remains stuck at level 1. Even though his level does not change, his raw strength fortunately keeps rising. By the end of today's hunt, Hyun-Sung successfully collects a massive haul of valuable energy stones. To leave the dungeon, players must report their results and hand over their loot to the administrator. Please place all of the items you acquired, including the mana stones, into the basket on your right. Hyun-Sung collected a massive pile of stones and even a rare skill book. The total value of all these magic crystals comes to 840,000 won. The management center will contact him once that rare skill book is finally sold. In less than a day, Hyun-Sung makes nearly 1 million won. He thinks about renting a room nearby because commuting back and forth takes way too much of his time. Over the next few days, he slays 5,000 blood foxes. This earns him the angelic tier Blood Fox Slayer title, making him the first player to ever reach this tier. Now pay attention, because his stats are completely sky high, yet his actual level is still level 1. It makes zero sense. 10 days later, he hunts down 10,000 blood foxes, unlocking the prestigious, legendary tier Blood Fox Slayer title. His massive reward? A permanent 40-point boost to every single one of his stats. At this point, Hyun-Sung does not even need to use his stealth skill to easily wipe out these monsters anymore. That night, he gets a notification that his items sold. The next morning, Hyun-Sung heads directly to the reception desk to collect his massive pile of cash. But he finds out the center took a massive 42% cut to pay taxes. These greedy capitalist bloodsuckers are way worse than any monster he fought. In low-level dungeons, he can make 10 million gold in 10 days, which translates to a massive 100 million gold in just 1 month. If he keeps this up, he can buy those advanced cultivation pills much sooner than expected. In the past, Hyun-Sung's family struggled financially, forcing his parents to work exhausting hours just to earn enough money for him and his sister to study. But everything is about to change now that he is finally awakened as a player. His mother works at an electronics factory, pulling exhausting shifts late into the night. Tonight, Hyun-Sung waits outside the factory gates to surprise her and walk her home. He notices how tired she looks, her face lined with deep wrinkles and her body worn thin from endless labor. She tells him she cannot head home yet because she has another part-time shift waiting at a restaurant. She slips some cash into his hand, telling him to eat first and promising to cook a delicious meal tomorrow morning. He asks why they cannot eat together since she has not had dinner either. She says she can eat at the restaurant, but he insists on tagging along to help. She tells him he must be exhausted and rejects it, but he smiles and says he actually came to tell her something important. I know what you're thinking, finally. He tells her he awakened as a player, meaning she can finally quit both the factory and the restaurant. She instantly worries about the extreme danger of his new job, but he tells her not to stress. He promises he always prioritizes his safety, begging her to quit, but she hesitates, saying she cannot just leave. She points out that players do not always make stable money, and starting out requires a massive amount of upfront cash. He jokes about winning the lottery and shows her his balance. Her eyes widen in pure shock. What? 1 billion won? He explains he sold a rare item from his hunt. With this money, they do not need to worry about Dad's medical bills or debts. Hearing this, she gets incredibly emotional, realizing her boy has grown into a man who can support the family. Thank you, son. Even so, she finishes her shift at the restaurant, proudly bringing Hyun-Sung along to introduce him to all of her coworkers as her son. While there, Hyun-Sung rolled up his sleeves to wash dishes and help out with random kitchen chores. Her coworkers are incredibly jealous of her sweet, dutiful son, thanking Hyun-Sung for pitching in to make their evening shift much easier. Thanks to his help, everyone gets to leave early tonight. Afterward, Hyun-Sung and his mother finally head back home together. At home, he breaks the news to his older sister, telling her about his awakening and the massive fortune he just secured. He explains that from now on, he will handle everything. He reassures her that no one needs to work themselves to the bone anymore, leaving his sister deeply moved by his maturity. Still, his mother cannot help but worry about him. She tells him to focus on staying safe rather than just chasing cash, promising that the family will always stand behind him, no matter what he decides to do next. Over the following days, Hyun-Sung grows completely bored of hunting weak monsters like horned rabbits and blood foxes. He decides to enter a new dungeon filled with blood-sucking bats ranging from level 10 to 15. These pests attack in massive swarms, making them a nightmare for beginners. Without a guild or high-level carries, hunting here is practically suicide. Everyone knows that. And trust me, we are about to see if Hyun-Sung can survive the swarm hanging from the ceiling. Alright, let's watch how Hyun-Sung kicks things off by activating his shield and using his blood to bait the bats. Sensing the blood, the cave bats instantly go absolutely wild and swarm him in a frenzy. Unfazed, Hyun-Sung quickly channels his fireball skill, launching it straight into the oncoming horde. In an instant, a massive explosion erupts, blowing dozens of bats into tiny pieces. Thanks to his protective shield, he walks away completely unscathed from the blast. Honestly, this fireball skill of his is getting ridiculously overpowered. Hyun-Sung continues using this method to farm the cave. Once his kill count hits 300, he unlocks a rare title, the Vampire Bat Hunter. On top of that, he receives an incredible bonus reward, a vampire sword that drains his enemy's blood to constantly restore his own health and mana. Even though it is just a single weapon, its value easily rivals 2 skills combined. Farming a massive number of low-level monsters is the key to dropping rare gear. A week later, Hyun-Sung has gathered a mountain of mana stones from hunting those vampire bats. He even manages to secure a rare vampire cape as well. Today, Hyun-Sung decides to take a break from dungeon farming, but when he tells his mother that he wants to buy a house, she gets incredibly anxious. "Are you sure about this, son? Spending such a huge amount of money all at once is risky, and you still have so much to handle. Don't worry, Mom, I won't get us into any trouble." Shortly after, Hyun-Sung buys a luxury apartment in the heart of the city, spanning over 100 square meters. The place comes fully furnished with top-of-the-line interior decor. All they need to do is move right in. To celebrate their new home, Hyun-Sung's mother whips up a simple yet absolutely delicious home-cooked meal. The very next day, while hunting in a dungeon, Hyun-Sung unexpectedly runs into Seo-hee again. She introduces herself as the vice captain of the SU Guild's first strike team, politely asking for a moment of his time. But let's rewind to 1 week ago. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" demands Guildmaster Seo Myung-jun. Judging by the sheer volume of mana stones he sold, at least 10,000 were farmed completely solo. Could he possibly possess some kind of hidden, unique skill? Now pay attention here, they suspect he has an insane skill that bypasses the level 20 limit, and they must hide this at all costs. I will send someone to make a deal with him. If anyone else finds out about his existence, report to me immediately. Understood, boss. Have you leaked this to any other guilds? None of our members know, and even Ryu is kept completely in the dark. As Hyun-Sung asks Seo-hee how she knows his name and managed to track him down here, a mysterious man suddenly steps into view. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Choi Hyun-Sung. If you don't mind, could we take this conversation somewhere a bit more private?" Hyun-Sung couldn't care less about him, coldly stating that he has absolutely zero interest in talking, but the man warns him to reconsider unless he wants to face regret. He introduces himself as Go In-ung, recruiting leader of the prestigious SU Guild. "Why do you want to meet me?" "To recruit you, of course. We are easily among the top 3 largest guilds in the country. I have no intention of joining the SU Guild. But just out of curiosity, what would my salary even be? We will officially evaluate your level, stats, and skills once you formally join our ranks. However, we can guarantee a minimum signing bonus of 10 billion won, with a yearly salary of 1 billion. Hyun-Sung knows this pay is insanely high for a rookie, especially since he hasn't even shown them his skills yet. Could they be after his massive stockpile of mana stones? I know what you're thinking, something is seriously off about this recruiter. And Hyun-Sung isn't buying his sketchy deal for a second. When the recruiter demands to inspect his status window, Hyun-Sung draws the line and rejects their offer flat out. The next day, Hyun-Sung tests his limits in a new dungeon, where the monsters are red-maned dogs ranging from level 15 to 20. Deep within the dungeon, a high-level 71 player is out hunting monsters alongside his teammate. Out of nowhere, they are ambushed by a colossal 3-headed beast that completely devours his partner. Moving with terrifying speed, it rips the player's arm off before he can even react. Only now does the battered survivor realize that this 3-headed monster is an absolute death trap. He tries to escape the dungeon, but it's already too late. Meanwhile, in another area, Hyun-Sung is busy fighting off a pack of red-maned dogs. Using his trusty vampire sword, he easily slaughters them while constantly regenerating his health and mana through its lifesteal effect. In addition to his destructive fireball, Hyun-Sung has unlocked a brand new spell called Magic Arrow, allowing him to snipe targets from afar with pinpoint accuracy. After slaying 300 dogs, he successfully secures the title of Red-Maned Dog Hunter. Thanks to the lifesteal passive of his vampire sword, Hyun-Sung gets a constant mana buff, keeping him totally energized during the hunt. Venturing deeper into the dungeon, Hyun-Sung spots a group of other players working together to fight off the red-maned dogs. Their teamwork is incredibly flawless, and the dog pack stands absolutely zero chance against them. But out of nowhere, they are brutally slaughtered by a massive claw descending from the sky. Witnessing such a bloody, gruesome slaughter for the first time, Hyun-Sung feels completely sick to his stomach, and we leave it here facing down a colossal, terrifying 3-headed beast. Stay tuned to see what happens next. Let's dive in. This monster is glaring at Hyun-Sung with pure rage. Panicking, Hyun-Sung triggers his stealth skill to slip away. But for some reason, invisibility is completely useless against this 3-headed beast. In a flash, the monster slashes forward, shredding the chest armor right off his body. If he had not dodged in time, he would be dead. Hyun-Sung instantly summons a fireball to blast the beast, but the flame only blinds the creature temporarily without leaving a scratch. Recognizing how tanky this monster is, Hyun-Sung decides to retreat, but the 3-headed hound relentlessly chases right behind him. The beast is incredibly fast, instantly catching up and striking him hard in the back. Fortunately, Hyun-Sung is wearing a vampire cloak that absorbs the blow, saving him from injury. Desperate, he quickly opens the player's store and purchases an insanely expensive stat-boosting pill. After consuming the pill, all of his attributes skyrocket. This time, Hyun-Sung's fireball actually manages to damage the beast, immediately scorching half the face of one of its heads. However, the three-headed dog possesses an insanely overpowered body regeneration skill. His fireball can only hurt the creature, but it is not enough to kill it. Watch closely here. They continue this deadly chase while Hyun-Sung frantically searches the shop for something to defeat the beast. He spots a rare item called the Fire Spear, which features a powerful magic-piercing flame ability. It is incredibly expensive, but with death right on his heels, he has to buy it. Hyun-Sung immediately summons the spear and hurls it, blowing one head completely apart. Thanks to the spear's powerful magic countering property, that blown-up head is unable to regenerate. Quickly, Hyun-Sung takes out the second head, but just as the beast is down to its last head, his mana drops to 4%, rendering the spear useless. He never expected such a high-tier weapon to drain this much mana. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a group of players stumbles upon the bodies of those slaughtered by the beast. Looking at the giant footprints on the ground, they realize they are dealing with an incredibly dangerous, high-level threat. Some argue they should retreat immediately, while others insist on staying behind to warn other players. Split between these two choices, the group begins to argue amongst themselves. But returning to the battle between Hyun-Sung and the beast, the Fire Spear's magic countering effect has worn off, and the beast starts regenerating. Hyun-Sung must finish it off before those two heads can fully grow back. But the monster is highly intelligent, keeping its distance because it knows his spear is dangerous and avoiding a direct head-on clash. It is stalling for time to let its body regenerate, and those two severed heads are almost fully healed. You and I both know it is do or die. Hyun-Sung must unleash his ultimate move, because if this fails, he is completely done for. Fortunately, after putting absolutely everything he has into the fight, Hyun-Sung manages to destroy the beast's very last head. System notification. You have successfully hunted a high-grade rare monster, Greydon. You have earned the title, Greydon Hunter. As the three-headed beast crumbles into dust, Hyun-Sung discovers a dropped book. It is a unique, rare-grade Tome of Immortality, a passive recovery skill that heals every single wound. As long as his head remains intact, he is completely unkillable. This simply means that as long as Hyun-Sung protects his head, he is virtually immortal. He has never seen such an overpowered skill book in the store. Even though it is only ranked rare, its power easily rivals legendary or epic tier items. Even better, it is a one-of-a-kind world drop. Hyun-Sung instantly learns this passive skill from the Tome of Immortality. Instantly, every single injury on his body closes up. The passive skill consumes his stamina to rapidly regenerate any physical damage. With the hunt officially over, all of Hyun-Sung's attributes receive a massive, permanent boost. Turns out, getting chased by a rabid three-headed dog all day was totally worth it. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the player alliance finally shows up. They received urgent reports of a high-level boss ruthlessly slaughtering a massive number of players. Their leader, Shinjuna, immediately orders everyone to evacuate. The casualty count is rising rapidly, and she wants all players out of the dungeon before more die. Is there really no clue pointing to what kind of high-level monster did this? Nothing but red-maned hounds. Wait, I just spotted a player nearby. Which way are they coming from? How many of them are there? Just a single player, traveling completely by himself. And that lone wolf is none other than our boy, Hyun-Sung. The group quickly tracks him down inside the dungeon. They ask if he is all right, noting that he looks incredibly shaken up. Did you run into it? A high-level boss that definitely does not belong in this red-maned hound dungeon. Hyun-Sung quickly realizes it is much safer to keep his successful hunt a complete secret. He claims he only caught a brief glimpse of it, prompting Shinjuna to frantically ask where it went. Realizing she is being a bit too pushy, Shinjuna hands him a premium healing potion. Hyun-Sung immediately recognizes it as an incredibly rare and expensive high-grade elixir. It speeds up recovery. But as he hints at what he saw, you and I are left waiting for what comes next. Alright, let's dive into this, where a hunter spots a massive, three-headed, pitch-black beast. Honestly, nobody has ever seen a monster this terrifying. This thing was easily the size of an entire house, and it charged right in that direction. After Hyun-Sung points them in the right direction, the group thanks him and quickly rushes off. They move so incredibly fast that Hyun-Sung can barely track them, proving they are top-tier, high-level players. Luckily, he already took down that three-headed beast. Otherwise, before the Alliance arrived, the body count would have been way higher. Deep inside the dungeon, the Alliance members stand before a mysterious gate, wondering if stepping through will finally take them home. That seems likely, but things could actually get much worse. Once a beast like that gets a taste of blood, there is no telling when it will strike again. We need to report this to the association first. But wait, did that guy we just ran into make it out safely? I bet he lost his party members and barely managed to escape with his life. But in reality, our main character is absolutely thrilled after scoring an incredibly expensive potion. So yeah, let them keep worrying. Their leader is heading off. wanting to check on that lone player because leaving him behind just does not sit right with her. He was all alone and might be in serious trouble, so her team agrees to wait while she goes back. How nice of them. But when Yuna goes back to check on Hyun-Sung, she finds he has already cleared out. She just hopes he made it home safely. The next morning, Hyun-Sung is chilling on the couch, enjoying a lazy day off. He made a ton of cash yesterday, so he is officially on strike. His mom asks why he is home so early and what is wrong with his face. Internally, he panics because he used way too many stat points yesterday. He plays it off, saying he just pushed himself a bit too hard. His loving mother immediately heads to the kitchen to whip up a nice meal. While cooking, she suddenly sees a shocking news broadcast on television about a massive wave of hunter casualties inside a local dungeon. She immediately worries that is why he came home early, but he reassures her that he did not even see the monster. She warns him that it is too dangerous and he is risking his life for the family. But he smiles, telling her he actually enjoys the thrill. Hunting monsters and leveling up is his passion. Meanwhile, after that brutal three-headed beast massacre, the red-maned wolf dungeon is officially shut down. 2 security officers were slaughtered here, completely unable to fight back. A master tracker examines the scene, noting clear signs of the beast entering, but absolutely zero evidence that it ever made an exit. This expert is Kim Dong-soo. Could the monster still be hiding inside, even though they already searched every single corner of this place? Even he is completely stumped. For now, the only option is to carefully track the residual trail of the beast. Cerberus ambushed several low-level players right here before moving across the cave. But then, Dong-soo notices something incredibly bizarre about the crime scene. Now, pay attention here. While Cerberus slaughtered almost everyone, one lone survivor actually fought back, trading devastating magic strikes with the monster. This was not a massive raid team fighting for their lives. It was just one single, insanely powerful individual. He can still feel the lingering heat from powerful fire magic, indicating this mysterious hunter possesses an incredibly high agility stat. Only a legendary magic swordsman could pull this off. Cerberus was severely wounded right here, leaving behind massive pools of blood. He deduces that it is either a rare magic swordsman class or possibly a high-speed mage with insane movement capabilities. It looks like a highly advanced magic spell was cast right here, and you and I both know what that means. The beast was completely destroyed, dissolving into mana stones and rare loot. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Magic swordsman is one of the hardest classes to master, with only a few in existence. Did someone seriously solo this entire dungeon? Based on the raw destruction, this mysterious hunter must be at least level 24. Nobody enters a dangerous zone like this without a full guild party behind them, so something highly unusual is definitely going on. Besides, if they had the strength to solo Cerberus, why on earth would they waste their time farming such a low-level dungeon? Can we find any clues pointing to whoever killed Cerberus? Let me see if I can dig something up. Unfortunately, the hunter's tracks completely vanish right after the battle. It looks like they are going to have a brutal time trying to uncover this player's identity. After all, a dark, chaotic dungeon is hardly the ideal place to track a ghost. Yuna is desperate to find the mystery hunter from that day, fully convinced they are an elite player with unfathomable combat power. If a powerhouse like that is running around, they need to recruit him into the association immediately. The official Hunter Association is run by the government, while private guilds act independently. Back in the brutal early days, the association held absolute power. They commanded an army of high-ranking hunters, boasting some of the absolute best talent in the world. Lately, though, their influence has been rapidly fading. Meanwhile, private guilds are growing stronger, siphoning away elite hunters and shifting the balance of power. And trust me, you and I are going to see how corrupt this association gets when useless politicians take over the top ranks of Korea's hunter branch. Alright, you and I are about to see how greedy associations control players, throwing them tiny advance payments disguised as patriotic support. On the other hand, independent guilds operate in a completely different way. They hook players with massive upfront cash sponsored by megacorporations and big businesses. Thanks to these shifts, the association keeps growing. Meanwhile, Hyun-Sung is taking a quick break inside a hotel near the dungeon. He has way too many mana stones right now, and needs to hide them to avoid unwanted attention. He cannot trust a single player he meets at the dungeon gate, and he even has to dodge the prying eyes of the staff. Why exactly do they inspect every player's personal items? To check for hidden monsters or weird seeds? The real reason is to prevent players from evading taxes. So Hyun-Sung realizes he must find a clever way to conceal his massive hoard. While browsing the shop, he stumbles upon a rare active skill book. It allows players to summon a pocket dimension, though it cannot store any living creatures. Even though the skill is extremely expensive, Hyun-Sung desperately needs it and buys it. After mastering the book, he can now tear open the dimension with his hands. Peeking inside, he discovers that the hidden space is way larger than he ever imagined. It is easily the size of his old study room. When night falls, Hyun-Sung heads back into the dungeon to hunt. But pay attention here. Because the moment the dungeon manager sees the name Choi Hyun-Sung, he suddenly demands a fingerprint scan. Thinking it is just routine, he does not hesitate. Once inside, Hyun-Sung slays more red-maned dogs, pushing his total kill count to 1,000. He unlocks a special achievement title, the Red-Maned Dog Hunter, along with a massive pile of mana stones. He sweeps all the stones straight into his pocket dimension, keeping only a few outside to trick the dungeon guards. Meanwhile, inside a towering skyscraper, a group is meeting. Has some rookie really caught the attention of Ma Ji-hoon? Indeed. But he keeps a very low profile, making data collection tough. Still, I believe he is exactly who we need. That is coming from the SU Guild's Team 2 captain. So, tell me what you found. The SU Guild Master, Dong Seung-woo, is stunned. He entered a level 15 to 20 dungeon in just 2 months, and he hunts completely solo? That is correct. But that is not even the most important part. I suspect this player named Choi Hyun-Sung has completely shattered the level 20 limit. I cannot be certain, but the chances are high. And I heard Team 1 tried to recruit him with a massive offer. How much did he demand? 100 billion won, roughly $83 million. With that 100 billion won, we could sign almost any top-tier player instantly. Team 1 wanted to inspect his status window before finalizing the contract, but Hyun-Sung flat-out rejected them. Ma Ji-hoon has always been way too hesitant like that. Because of those stupid mistakes, they have missed out on countless talented rookies in the past. This time, our Team 2 will not make the same mistake. Approach Hyun-Sung directly and hand him 1 billion won the second he signs. Are we really going to pay that much? Either way, we will easily make it back once he puts pen to paper. And let's be honest, once this goes through, the guild leader seat is basically mine. A few days later, Hyun-Sung is still grinding away, hunting monsters inside the dungeon. Thanks to his pocket dimension, he completely bypasses the dungeon guards, leaving them with absolutely no clue how many stones he actually gathered. While fighting monsters, they usually drop mana stones, but once in a while, they drop skill books too. Among his loot, Hyun-Sung finds one that looks pretty interesting. A normal grade swift recovery skill, a passive ability that boosts his healing speed. This skill book is extremely popular among players and ordinary citizens alike, mostly because it is so easy to learn. But the moment Hyun-Sung tries to absorb the skill, the system alerts him that it failed. He has never heard of such a crazy glitch before. It turns out Hyun-Sung cannot learn the swift recovery book because his Book of Immortality completely devoured it to level up its own skill. But as for how much of a boost it actually got, he has to test it to find out. So, Hyun-Sung uses a blade to slice his own finger. Within seconds, the cut heals completely and vanishes without leaving a single scar. Still, he feels the healing speed of his Book of Immortality barely even budged. This means his Book of Immortality needs to devour a mountain of skill books to level up. And they are not cheap, costing around 30 million won each. Right after leaving the dungeon, Hyun-Sung suddenly gets a phone call from an unknown number. He picks up to ask who is on the line. Hello Mr. Choi Hyun-Sung. I am Si-Woong, the captain of the SU Guild's Team 2. I already told you not to call me unless you agree to my demands. Are you talking about paying the 100 billion won? We accept. Let's meet and sign. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Yeah, I am dead serious. When it comes to a deal with cash, you and I both know nobody is playing around. I am actually hunting right now, so it is a bit inconvenient. Could you send over the contract first? Of course, I will send it right away, they reply. I will contact you once I have reviewed it, then. The moment Hyun-Sung hangs up, the contract from the CU Guild lands in his inbox. He immediately takes the agreement to a lawyer's office to get it professionally reviewed. The lawyer notes it is actually a solid contract with great perks, but warns that a few sketchy clauses could easily be abused if the other side acts in bad faith. For example, if you bring disgrace to the guild, the contract can be terminated immediately based purely on the leader's biased judgment. That is totally absurd. Plus, they can cancel it if they decide your skills are lacking another completely one-sided condition. I do not know the exact down payment amount, but the penalty fee is massive. If you violate any terms or unilaterally terminate the agreement, you will have to pay back 10 times the advanced amount. In my professional opinion, if you request the penalty to equal the advance payment and demand they remove those absurd clauses, you will not lose a thing and can go ahead and sign it. Just then, Team 1 calls back. Hyun-Sung steps outside to answer. Stick with me, because this is where the real power play begins. Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun-Sung. Regarding the payment, do you agree to 50 billion won? That is still not nearly enough, he replies flatly. My price is 100 billion won, not 50. I understand that, but please try to be realistic here, the representative pleads. Even for a giant like the SU Guild, agreeing to that kind of money is just too risky. 50 billion was already a massive stretch that I had to fight hard for. Hyun-Sung replies, I will think it over. But can I look at the contract first? Of course, I will send it over immediately. Once it arrives, Hyun-Sung hands this new contract back to his lawyer for inspection. Was this drafted by the exact same guild that sent the last contract? Yes, Hyun-Sung answers. How did you know? Because the core structure is identical, only the payout is different. While it has slightly fewer harmful clauses, it is still pretty much the same predatory trap. Why would the exact same guild send out two completely different contract offers like this? It looks like there is a fierce power struggle inside the guild trying to recruit you. Sending a completely different contract proves that their internal faction war is incredibly serious. The lawyer suggests that Hyun-Sung stall for as long as possible to maximize his leverage in this situation. Hyun-Sung heads straight home and digs up all the dirt on the CU guild. According to the details he uncovers online, Guild President Ma Jin-hyun and Vice President Jung Sung-gu absolutely despise each other. Hyun-Sung decides to exploit this bad blood to squeeze them dry. First, he calls Team 2, demanding they raise the offer to 300 billion. Of course, Team 2 rejects this insane demand. But once they hear Team 1 is also trying to recruit him, they are suddenly willing to pay anything. Team 2 is now ready to unconditionally match whatever Hyun-Sung wants, completely outbidding Team 1. Next, Hyun-Sung calls Team 1 and pulls the exact same trick. You and I are going to love this. He actually records both calls and sends them to each other. Having set the trap, he chucks his phone in the trash and completely vanishes. An entire month passes since Hyun-Sung sent those recordings. The internal conflict is blown up, completely splitting the guild into two warring factions led by the president and vice president. The guild desperately searches through dungeon entry logs to locate Hyun-Sung, but no matter how hard they try, they cannot track him. As both factions start stepping on each other's toes, internal information sharing completely breaks down. And the mastermind, who started this whole mess? Hyun-Sung is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, our overpowered main character is busy grinding mobs in some obscure, remote dungeon that almost nobody even knows exists. The mobs here are extremely annoying to fight, and the drop rate is absolute garbage. They are basically toadmen that hunt in large packs. But Hyun-Sung's insane stats are light years ahead of these toadmen, making them absolutely zero match for him. With just a few quick sword slashes and basic fireballs, he easily wipes them all out. While sorting his loot, Hyun-Sung suddenly receives a harsh complaint from a buyer who recently bought a massive batch of his batteries. Now, the guy is blackmailing him for a 50% discount, threatening to report him otherwise. Is this jerk really trying to sabotage his business? He wonders, should I put this guy in his place? Meanwhile, on a completely different planet, the buyer who bought out all of Hyun-Sung's batteries is spamming absurd complaints. His name is Crow. Crow is an awakened player who quickly rose to become one of the strongest rankers on his home planet. However, obtaining those ultra-exclusive skills costs a ridiculous amount of points, and no matter how hard he grinds to collect them, it is never quite enough. Crow had been watching Hyun-Sung's dimensional shop for a long time, convinced that our hero was just a player who spent all his points collecting rare goods on his home planet. So, he bought up all of Hyun-Sung's batteries and a few other cool items. His plan is to spam fake complaints until Hyun-Sung's shop gets suspended for 3 months, leaving us dying to know how Hyun-Sung will retaliate. 3 months later, trust me, this greedy jerk would keep using this dirty trade trick to force Hyun-Sung to sell cheap, since new players are absolutely terrified of getting banned. That way, Crow would buy Hyun-Sung's items for dirt cheap and resell them to others at high prices, eventually replacing our main character as the sole monopolist of all these products. But Crow has no idea that ordinary batteries on Earth are actually incredibly cheap. Every single day, Hyun-Sung can trade countless batteries, while Crow plans to use his entire savings to buy out all of Hyun-Sung's inventory. But since our main character's supply is endless, Crow is forced to give up after completely running out of cash. A medieval merchant trying to outsmart a modern earthling? Hyun-Sung basically laughs in his face. Since sales of his products keep skyrocketing, he now starts thinking about selling second-hand electronics as well. Meanwhile, a demon lady browsing his shop discovers he just listed a brand new home console, a 32-inch TV, and some incredibly hot video games. She immediately decides to buy them all to replace her small handheld console. Back on Earth. Pay attention here, because Hyun-Sung suddenly gets a call from his mom. Hyun-Sung, do you know someone named Seol Dae-ung from the SU Guild? He says he is the leader of their support team too. He is actually at our house right now, standing right outside. Should I hand him the phone? No need, Mom, I will call him myself. And Mom, do not open the door for him under any circumstance. I will explain later. This is Choi Hyun-Sung. Hello Hyun-Sung, I can finally get in touch with you. What the hell are you doing? Why did you approach my mother? You are overreacting a bit here, so please calm down first. We care about your father's health, and this is too big of a decision for you alone. I only came to tell your mother the truth. I am the contract holder, not my mother. Do you not think you should discuss such an important decision with your family? You sent me a trash contract like that, and you still dare to say those things? What is wrong with it? What are you so concerned about? Are you seriously asking me that? I already consulted a lawyer and found a whole list of problems with your clauses. Those are just standard terms in case you did not know. If you possess the talent we want, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. It would be so much better if the contract did not require me to show my status window, but he knows the SU Guild would never agree to that. If that is all you have to say, I am hanging up now. I am also changing my phone number right after this call, so trying to call me back will be completely useless. If you dare threaten my mother again, I will make you regret it. Meanwhile, the manager is fuming over how anyone could be so rude to him. Leader, did you track his exact location? I found it. What is our move? Tell the Guha Guild to start taking action. Do not worry, they will not kill him. Choi Hyun-Sung, I will push you right into a crisis, and in the end, you will be begging for our help. Now, I know what you are thinking, but Hyun-Sung ignores the threat and goes right back to dungeon grinding. After slaying a total of 1,000 Toadmen, he unlocks the exclusive title of Toadman Destroyer. By the time Hyun-Sung leaves the dungeon, night has already fallen, completely unaware of a shady group watching his every move. Is that him? Yes, boss. Then let's make our move. Keep it clean. But instead of heading home, Hyun-Sung heads straight into a goblin dungeon. He immediately activates his stealth skill to easily slip past the gate guards, then rains down magic arrows and fireballs from a distance, completely catching the goblins off guard. While gathering his loot, Hyun-Sung senses he is being watched and demands them to show themselves. A group steps out, barking, "Who the hell are you? Who said you could mess with our hunting ground? You think you can just run wild here? I paid the entry fee just like everyone else. If you guys can hunt here, why can't I? We hunt here every single day, which makes this our exclusive territory, idiot. Since you hunted on our turf, you better hand over those magic stones. Actually, forget the stones, just leave all your gear behind." Hyun-Sung cannot believe he actually ran into the kind of cringe bullies he only read about online. He calmly warns them that they are making a massive mistake, but they just scoff and look at him with pure contempt. It seems you do not understand how things work. Inside a dungeon, modern weapons like guns, bombs, and other electronic devices are completely useless. If any violent conflict happens between players inside these deep, isolated dungeons, even if someone ends up dead, it is officially blamed on the monsters. Naturally, some thugs love taking advantage of that rule. They will steal your gear and valuable items, or even worse, silence you forever to leave zero witnesses behind. Since you still do not get it, let us show you. With that, they draw their weapons and rush him. But Hyun-Sung is no longer a defenseless newbie. His combat skills and hard-earned dungeon experience allow him to completely outclass his opponents. One by one, they get absolutely crushed. Now, the long-haired leader is stepping up, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. I think I should get rid of you as soon as possible, but first, shouldn't I at least take one of your arms? During their clash, Hyun-Sung realizes this leader is insanely strong, on a completely different level compared to those other thugs. Both the leader's speed and raw power are superior to Hyun-Sung's, and we're about to see why. Without a shield to block those devastating attacks, things would have turned extremely dangerous for him. How on earth did he even get targeted by these guys? But first, he needs to get out of here. While they are distracted, Hyun-Sung throws a fire spear, triggering a massive explosion to escape. The leader, whose hair gets completely singed by the flames, is left absolutely furious. "You damn pest, how dare you do this to me?" Blinded by rage, he fiercely chases after Hyun-Sung, swinging his sword with lethal intent, putting our hero in extreme danger. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a girl appears. Watch closely, because she takes down the bandit leader in one shot. Hyun-Sung never expected her to be this powerful. What on earth just happened? "Hello, Mr. Choi. I apologize for the trouble during our last meeting." Her face looks incredibly familiar to Hyun-Sung. He feels like he has definitely seen her somewhere before. It quickly clicks, she is the exact same girl who questioned him about the three-headed Cerberus in the dungeon. She even gave him a rare-grade recovery potion. Hyun-Sung bows his head and thanks her for saving him from the bandits, expressing his deep gratitude. "Actually, I should be the one apologizing. The truth is, I have been watching you from the start. I followed you since your mission began. These scoundrels all have serious prior criminal records. So, I guess you and your team were tracking them this whole time to gather solid evidence of their illegal acts?" "Not at all. I just wanted to see how capable you really are. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Yuna, the Chief Inspector of the Hunter Association. I didn't come to follow those thugs. I came to monitor you in this goblin dungeon." "What do you mean?" "Let's exit this place first, trust me. This mystery is just starting." "Understood. But you mentioned they have priors. Does that mean they have pulled off stunts like this before?" "Exactly. Although I don't have concrete proof yet, similar incidents have occurred in several other dungeons. They are the prime suspects in several disappearances. Officially, those players are just missing, but in reality, we are highly certain they were murdered. I never thought they were targeting my life from the very start." "Why do you think they are doing this?" From now on, we must uncover the motive. After that, Yuna walks over to the fallen leader and pokes him with her spear. Feeling the pain, he immediately wakes up, unable to play dead anymore. You should have opened your eyes while I was still being nice. Why did you drag Mr. Choi Hyun-Sung into this mess? What the hell are you even talking about? I was only trying to protect my teammate from someone who was being unreasonably violent. Is it really okay for a Hunter Association official to beat up a high-level player like this? You even dared to attack me while I was unconscious. I will report this to the media and the police. How do you even know I am with the association? I thought you were supposed to be unconscious. Are you stupid? Don't you know where you are right now? This is a dungeon. No matter what I do to you in here, there won't be any evidence left behind. Don't tell me you think Mr. Choi Hyun-Sung, whom you attacked, would report my actions? If you don't want this dungeon to become a grave for you and your men, shut up and follow us. I will only spare your life as long as you remain useful to me. Are you actually threatening me? An association official threatening an ordinary hunter like this is totally insane. You arrogant bastard, it seems you still don't grasp the situation. Mr. Choi Hyun-Sung, could you leave us alone for a brief moment? Oh, sure, take all the time you need. When you step out, please make sure nobody escapes from this place. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Oh, sister, I was just joking. I made a wrong move, please let me redo it. What on earth are they actually targeting? Could the mastermind pulling their strings really be the SU Guild? I seriously need to become stronger. Inside a dungeon, even the Hunter Association cannot be fully trusted. I really thought I could handle anything once I became a hunter. A few minutes later, Yuna finishes interrogating the bandit leader. I found out these bastards took money from their guild. They planned to eliminate you and pretend they knew nothing about it. Fortunately, I caught them before they could make a move and secured undeniable evidence of their crimes. Now we can use this to take down the SU Guild. That very night, the criminal gang was handed over to the police. They will finally be held legally accountable for the terrible crimes they have committed. The next morning, Hyun-Sung is invited to Yuna's office. Excuse me, but why did you want to meet? Because of the Cerberus case. Then how did you know I was in that goblin dungeon? I checked the portal records. Isn't that illegal? You're going to want to see what happens next. Of course not. Let's dive right back in. The Hunter Association has every right to monitor things and intervene. However, only authorized high-level members are actually allowed to access them. This was just an unofficial investigation, so I secretly followed you into the dungeon to evaluate your combat skills. I sincerely apologize for not stepping in immediately when things went completely sideways. So you basically wanted to test my absolute limits? Exactly. After witnessing your skills, I knew you were the one who killed Zeus. But wait, is hunting a Cerberus and hiding it really considered a crime? Of course not. The Hunter Association actually reached out because we want to reward you handsomely. Plus, we have a special offer for you. Let me guess, a recruitment offer? But I have zero interest in joining any organization. I figured you'd say that, but at least hear out our terms first. As for your signing bonus, we will match the SU Guild's offer of 100 billion won. You will also gain massive perks operating directly under the association, and naturally, all weapon rental fees will be completely waived for you. Let me guess. One of those conditions is making my status window public? No, not at all. We just need you to pass a very simple test. Watch closely, because to activate this skill, she first has to ask for his consent. Please agree to the truth contract. The truth contract skill is now active. Now, just sit back, relax, and answer my questions truthfully. Did you really just awaken 3 months ago? Yes, I did. Do you know a way to bypass the 20-level rule? No. I know you are around level 140, so why hunt in low-tier dungeons? Is it true that you possess a unique skill? You must answer this question. Do you have a specific reason for farming these weak, low-level monsters? Yes. Can you transfer your unique skill to other players? No. Did you use your unique skill to bypass the 20-level limit? Yes. Excellent. We are all done here. Do we really have to go through this interrogation again? No, I don't think so. I have no more questions because you spoke absolute truth. So, you really do have a unique skill. Wait, don't tell me you have a unique skill of your own too? Of course I do. But there's no way I can tell you what it is. So I'm not the only one with a unique skill? Hey, don't look so disappointed. A unique skill can only ever be held by a single person. Besides, every single player who has unlocked a unique skill has already climbed straight to the top of the leaderboards. Wait, I know what you're thinking. Does that mean Shin Ah is also a top-tier hunter? He thought she was just an administrator. Certain details about players who actively dodge the media are kept strictly classified. Even as a high-level ranker, you can't possibly know everything. In particular, any intelligence regarding players who possess unique skills is heavily guarded under national security laws. Is it really okay for you to tell me all of this? Well, since we'll be in the same boat soon, it's fine. Hold on, I never actually agreed to join your association. Ah, then that's going to be a bit problematic. The moment you admitted to having a unique skill, you lost any other choice. What do you mean by that? Hey, no need to look so serious. This level of recruitment isn't just for some ordinary regional branch. We are talking about an exclusive, national-level contract with the Hunter Association. These premium benefits are never offered in contracts below the national rank. The mandatory obligations are minimal, but your pay for emergency mobilizations will be many times higher than the average rate. You won't just receive massive emergency dispatch bonuses, but your full rights to mana stones and item sales are completely guaranteed. But there's one problematic clause here. Isn't a lifetime contract basically just a fancy word for a slave contract? Surely not every player under the association has to sign a contract with ridiculous terms like these, right? Of course not. If we offered these terms to everyone, we would go completely bankrupt. We are laying out these incredible conditions specifically because of your unique skill, Hyun-Sung. Even when you farm low-tier monsters, your skills continue to grow and valuable mana stones still drop, which means you can continuously level up without any limits. This is our shot at recruiting a hunter destined to become the strongest in the world. Only an idiot would try to save pennies now. In that case, is it alright if we tweak the contract a bit? Let me guess, is this about the contract duration? Do you know how many people in this entire world possess a unique skill? I don't know the exact number, but the government estimates it's fewer than 80. And before you showed up, Choi Hyun-Sung, I was the only unique skill holder in all of South Korea. I get that a lifetime contract feels heavy, but we absolutely cannot afford to lose a rare gem like you to anyone else. We simply can't let elite players like you end up in the hands of rival guilds. And that's why this contract is for life. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he negotiates his way out of this one. You and I are jumping right into a wild negotiation where our main character demands a one-year contract instead of a lifetime deal, insisting they lower the deposit. For someone who is only level 40, 10 billion is a bit too much. Let's make it a 2-year contract, which equals a 20 billion won deposit. After those 2 years, if absolutely nothing goes wrong between us until the contract expires, the Hunters Association will be my absolute top priority for the next renewal. But if you reject this deal right now, I will not sign with the association at all. Are you planning to seek shelter with another country instead? It is just that I do not know much about the association, and I absolutely hate being bound by a lifetime contract. But look, these terms give you way more benefits than duties. Hundreds of billions paid up front, huh? Of course, it is hard to even imagine such a massive fortune. But I cannot let myself be blinded by this crazy money and trade away my entire future. What I need right now is just a safe place to stay. Since I cannot make this decision alone, I must report to my superiors. Can you wait a moment? Of course you can. Take your time. We agree to your terms, but there will be a few conditions. If you receive any scout invitations from other country guilds or associations, the absolute condition is that you must let the Korean Hunters Association know first, no matter what. The contract is officially signed. It is a pleasure working with you. Likewise. First, you need to upgrade your gear. All your current equipment is just rented, right? Wow, this place really has every single item and weapon imaginable. If I become an official member of the association, can I actually rent all of this high-tier equipment? The rules say your rental rank is locked to your player level. But of course, you are an absolute exception to that rule. I will explain how the association operates once your gear is repaired. For now, let us check which specific team Choi Hyun-Sung has been assigned to. You have been assigned to the inspection team. Their job is to handle dungeon accidents and resolve heavy disputes between players. I could easily handle a low-rank dungeon, but if it is a mid-rank dungeon, I really do not think I can do it. With your current rank, Choi Hyun-Sung, I will personally handle your deployments, so do not worry. Just tell me where you are hunting every single time. I will register your missions at the nearest branch office. Also, here is a special corporate card to cover your housing rent. Is it really okay to do this? Well, of course it is not. If anyone else in the association finds out about this, they will be absolutely furious, so please keep this a secret. Thank you. I will do my best. We need you happy, so you sign another contract with us in 2 years. Well, looks like my job here is finally done. The car insurance is all taken care of. Feel free to drive this like it is your own. All right. See you later then. Thinking about it over and over, 2 years is just way too short. You seem deeply disappointed it is not a lifetime deal. Of course I am disappointed. Now pay attention, he wanted to secure him at all costs, but she accuses him of exploitation, which he quickly denies. I am the president of the Korean Hunters Association. Even in your case, did we ever pay you a measly salary just because you were on a lifetime contract? Is that not exactly what you did at first? If I had stayed silent, you would not have offered a single upgrade to my contract. I really should have signed a short-term contract, just like Choi Hyun-Sung did. Your case was the very first one we ever discovered. If it were not for you, we would have remained completely clueless about unique skills. In that case, you definitely should have treated me a lot better. We ended up promising Choi Hyun-Sung so many great things in this contract based entirely on your personal feedback. If you had not interfered in this matter, we would have easily locked him into a lifetime contract for 100 billion won. If you did that, the information would have leaked, and other global forces would have targeted him. You threatened to report it to other associations. Wait, when did I ever say that? I only said there was a high chance I might do it. Honestly, without your interference, we would have secured Choi Hyun-Sung to a lifetime contract at all costs. You are such a hypocrite. Did I do this for my own benefit? This is all for the sake of our country. Think about this, he is rich. He transfers 1 billion to his mom and keeps 18 billion for himself. With this huge sum, he does not need to worry about his dad's hospital bills or living expenses for the next 10 years. For now, I can only buy one of each recovery book, because I need to feed my undead summon and see how much it eats to grow. Wow, it sells so well. The game consoles and notebooks seem to be the top sellers. Even cosmetics and perfumes are selling out fast. I did not expect watches to sell this well either. This is the ultimate way to show filial piety. He visits a second-hand appliance store. Welcome to our shop. How is the stock of camping batteries? Everything is fully prepared, and all the batteries are completely charged up. Great. Can you prepare this exact amount for me next time as well? Fully charged, of course. Yes, absolutely. Dear customer, please rest assured. The overall price has been heavily discounted since you paid us directly. If you need more, contact us. He uses everything except 3 points, and trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Let's dive in. Even the lowest tier elixirs here cost around 5 million points, while higher grade ones start at 10 million. Maxing out my stats to 200 requires nearly 5 billion points. The remaining 5 billion goes into the Book of Immortality. Oh, hello Hyun-Sung, this is Shin Jun-ah calling. I finally gathered the evidence and filed a report with the police regarding the executive director of the CU Guild. They have all been arrested. Even though the guild has some ties with the prosecutors, there is absolutely no coming back for them this time. The prosecutors were surprisingly cooperative. Could it be because of factional conflict within their ranks? Exactly. Guild leader Ma Dae-hyun did not interfere. In fact, he handed over the data himself, as if wanting me to take them down quickly. What about Jung Sung-woo? The official arrest list has not been announced yet, but he will not be running free for much longer. His charges for murder and robbery have already been confirmed. Turn on the television to see the coverage for yourself. In a murder case involving a major guild, the assistant guild leader Jung Sung-woo has officially been expelled from the XX Guild. He is currently in custody, detained by the police and the Hunter Association. As you can see, his arrest was absolutely inevitable. Even Jung Sung-woo's own faction turned their backs on him. Talk about reaping what you sow. Thank you for handling this. Do not worry about it. I should apologize for not wrapping this up sooner. Let me treat you to dinner next time to show my gratitude. I almost forgot that I still need to find skill books. This is the very last one. Now watch this, because everything changes here. He spends all his contract money on skill books, and the unique rare passive skill, the Book of Immortality, finally evolves to unique epic tier. Wow, it finally leveled up. Now, death is impossible unless both your heart and head are destroyed at the exact same time. All injuries will fully regenerate, and this skill can continue to grow. If reaching epic tier costs this much, how insane will legendary tier be? The next day, Hyun-Sung reports to the inspection division to start his new job. Today is your first day on the job, right? It is great to meet you. I am Seo Tae-jun. Hello. I am Choi Hyun-Sung. Just wait right here, and someone will come by to show you the ropes. If you plan on entering a dungeon under level 100, you can pair up with Seola. Her name is Lee Seola. She is 25, and she is hovering around level 100 just like you. Introduce yourself, Seola. Come on, don't be so rude to our guest. He looks younger than me, so I will just speak casually. Sorry if I offended you. Yep, this girl definitely does not seem to like me at all. I am sorry. She usually is not like this. No worries, but I am actually not younger than you, Seola. Actually, you should probably call me older brother. I am 27 years old. Ah, is that so? You really look incredibly young for your age. I get that a lot. I am sorry, brother Hyun-Sung. No, it is totally fine. Well, if you get called out, you can go with her. I wanted to pair you with someone else, but she is the only active player under level 100 right now. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Since she is under level 100, his actual stats already easily surpass a level 200 player. Going solo would not even be an issue. Anyway, here is your desk. When you have no active assignments, feel free to relax, read books, or do whatever. Man, I think I slept way too much. It is probably around 4 p.m. now. It doesn't look like much from the outside, but they clearly invested heavily here. Maybe I should just sign up for the night shift and sleep here? We are moving out. Please follow me. We received reports of an over-leveled monster appearing in the dungeon, but are only the two of us handling this mission? Just the two of us is plenty. A level 70 to 80 werewolf has spawned inside the level 60 horned turtle dungeon. No casualties have been reported yet, but that is only for now. We usually get reports from dungeons around level 50. Players who land their first job after hitting level 50 normally end up working as security guards for these low-tier zones. However, dungeons above level 50 usually do not have any guards stationed at all. The issue is that players have grown far too accustomed to being protected. So when something unexpected happens and security is absent, they completely lose the ability to handle the threat. Why do you look so happy? Well, we get paid extra whenever we are called out. We have to do the mission anyway, so earning a little extra is always better. Shortly after, Hyun-Sung and Seola arrive at the Horned Turtle dungeon. Seola begins activating her special skill. She can transform into a beast and inherit the terrifying predatory traits of wild predators. Wait, did you turn into a cat girl? It is not a cat, it is a snow leopard. Oh, really? Sorry about that, I thought you were just a kitty. If you are too slow, I am leaving you behind. Wow, she is incredibly fast, running on all fours like that. A snow leopard's sense of smell is extremely sharp. It does not take long before Seola pinpoints the exact location of the werewolf. Unbelievably, with just a single strike, she easily takes out the werewolf. Her attack speed is so insane that Hyun-Sung cannot even track her movements. Seola tells Hyun-Sung that the hunt is far from over because she can smell that there is more than just one werewolf lurking around. It seems the beast that just died called its pack. Stick with me to find out if this happens often. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy world where a dungeon's name and tier can suddenly evolve. Let's deal with these monsters first. Over on his side, Hyun-Sung had easily finished off the werewolves, but Soo-young was left facing the werewolf king. She was no match for the beast and got bitten right on the neck. By the time Hyun-Sung rushed over, Soo-young was bleeding heavily. He quickly activated his recovery skill to stop her bleeding. Suddenly, the werewolf king lunged from behind to ambush Hyun-Sung, but the young man swung his sword and sliced off its claws. You could have taken the lead from the start, but you waited for me to join. You just called your minions to buy time, didn't you? I will take you all down one by one. With that, Hyun-Sung unleashed all of his active skills at once. Magical arrows pierced through every single wolf except for the werewolf king, which was too fast. Nice dodge. You really are much stronger than your lackeys. Let's see if you can dodge this rare skill, then. Now pay attention here. He blocks the fleeing beast with an ice wall and crushes it. Let's see what kind of epic loot we get. What on earth is this? A rare grade werewolf king's heart, which allows the user to transform into the beast for 60 minutes. While transformed, his strength, agility, and stamina stats will boost by 30%. But once the effect ends, those stats drop permanently by 10%. What a bummer. First, he needs to get Soo-young back. I heard she got bitten by the boss. Is she going to be okay? All her external injuries are completely healed, but just to be safe, we should probably take her to a hospital for a checkup. Thank you. If you hadn't been there, Hyun-Sung, it would have been a total disaster. Hey, I'm part of this team too, so it's only natural. By the next day, Soo-young had fully recovered. Thank you for saving my life, Hyun-Sung. Don't mention it. We are teammates after all. Actually, I thought you were some rich heir at first, since barely anyone hunts with rare grade gear. The truth is, I was just doing manual labor right up until my awakening. So it sounds like your finances weren't great either. My dad isn't doing well, which is why he has to live in the hospital. My family has to work endless jobs just to cover his massive medical bills. But actually, our higher-ups issued an unofficial order to take extra good care of you. Wait, really? No wonder I mistook you for a wealthy heir. I know what you're thinking, he is totally being mistaken for a spoiled rich kid. But it's actually Captain Yuna pulling the strings behind the scenes. Wait, you actually know Captain Shin Yuna? Yeah, she's the one who recruited me here. Then you must be the most promising rookie we have. If the captain herself brought you in... Anyway, I should submit these documents before calling it a night. Hyun-Sung, I am incredibly sorry. I acted so rudely to you because of my own stupid misunderstanding. I completely misjudged you because of another privileged hunter we were sent out with in the past. Did something happen back then? The pampered son of a high-ranking executive played the hero and put our entire team in absolute, extreme danger. Yet he got off tangent-free, while the rest of us took all the blame. Hyun-Sung hesitates slightly before starting a new conversation. I hope this isn't too awkward for you, but I have a question regarding your signature skill, Soo-young. Contrary to his concern, she just smiles warmly, explaining that she is completely used to these kinds of personal inquiries. Without any hesitation, she proudly reveals that she can transform into a premium VIP tier cat. Soo-young explains that it is an active skill, allowing her to transform into a snow leopard, which massively boosts her strength, agility, and overall endurance. As she excitedly shares, Hyun-Sung silently analyzes her build, noting that with such well-rounded abilities, she could easily serve as a solid sub-tank and a main damage dealer. However, her fatal flaw lies in her incredibly low mana and mental stats, making her highly vulnerable to magic attacks. Seeing her naively spill her entire skill set, Hyung-Sung can't help but feel she really shouldn't be sharing such vital secrets so freely. A week later, Hyung-Sung's life is passing by with a rare sense of peace. Lounging in bed, he tells himself that everything is fully under control and absolutely nothing has gone wrong. Even though his very first day was packed with dramatic monster clashes, everything since then has been incredibly quiet. His hunter reputation might have taken a slight hit, but his side business selling batteries and electronics is absolutely booming. Backed by a steady stream of passive income, Hyung-Sung starts planning to buy a hero-tier skill very soon. Feeling a bit bored, he stretches and decides to head out for a quick hunt to kill time and gather more points. But the moment he steps outside, a man in a sharp suit blocks his path. "Excuse me, sir. Could I please see your official hunter identification card?" Hyung-Sung quickly nods and begins searching through his pockets. Hyung-Sung casually pulls out his card and hands it over. The second the suited man spots the card, his face turns pale as cold sweat drips down. "Wait, the association's inspection bureau?" Watch him bow down in sheer terror, and trust me, this gets even better next time. Alright. You and I are diving into a wild story where a routine hunting trip quickly turns into a complete living nightmare. Deep inside a pitch-black cave, Hyung-Sung finds himself completely surrounded by a pack of horned monsters. Without wasting a single second, he raises his hand and triggers his Flamestorm skill. A massive, roaring blast of fire erupts from his palm, creating a fiery vortex that completely vaporizes every monster in sight. Standing amidst the pile of ash, Hyung-Sung looks at his shield and nods in absolute satisfaction. This premium gear is no joke, it feels incredible to use. Combining this skill with his rare-grade shield works unbelievably well. While its effectiveness might be a bit questionable in mid-tier zones, down here in these low-level dungeons, it's basically a straight-up cheat code. But right as he's calculating his next move, someone launches a brutal sneak attack from behind. As he stumbles back, completely dazed by the sudden blow, a mysterious hooded figure steps out of the shadows with a smug grin. Clutching his bleeding wound, Hyung-Sung spins around and demands to know who this psycho is, and why he's being targeted out of nowhere. The stranger keeps that creepy, mysterious smile. "What, you don't even recognize my face? Well, I guess that makes sense." Slowly drawing his blood-stained blade, he sneers. "Curious about who I am? Don't worry. It's always better to know who killed you, right?" Hyung-Sung watches tensely as the killer slowly steps into the light. Now pay attention here, as the man pulls off his hood to reveal his face. "I'm Hyung-Sung Woo, former vice leader of SEU Guild." Clutching his bleeding shoulder, a shocked Hyung-Sung gasps. "Why target me?" Hyung-Sung Woo simply shrugs. "Think of it as me letting off some steam. Of all the bastards who ruined my life and brought me to this point, you're the only one I can easily get my revenge on." Furious, Hyung-Sung yells back, "If you touch me, the law is going to hunt you down and destroy you." Jung-Sung Woo steps closer, his sharp blade glinting in the dark. "Scream all you want. Out here, absolutely nobody is coming to save you." He coldly reveals that he already set up soundproofing and illusion items around the area beforehand just to lock down this exact trap. Pointing proudly at the cheap armor he's wearing, he smugly asks, "Well, do I look anything like a high-level ranker to you?" With a sickening smirk, he laughs about how he looks like a total rookie, as if he hasn't even hit level 50 yet. Cold sweat drips down Hyung-Sung's face as the terrifying truth behind this clever disguise finally sinks in. Hyung-Sung Woo casually admits to forging his ID a major felony, but he couldn't care less since he's fleeing the country today anyway. Flashing a fake passport, he plans to start over abroad under a new name. He then casually drops a chilling confession. "I wanted to slaughter your entire family for fun." I know what you're thinking, this guy is insane, wanting Hyung-Sung to feel the agony of losing his most precious things. But he sighs in mock disappointment, noting how heavily guarded Hyung-Sung's family is with their round-the-clock elite security detail. Hyung-Sung roars in absolute fury. "You absolute lunatic," but the killer just chuckles. He explains that bypassing the guards would be easy, but it'd make escaping the country way too complicated. So, he chose to target Hyung-Sung the very second he stepped inside this dungeon. Once he disposes of the body cleanly, he can easily cover up the disappearance for a few days, plenty of time to escape. Staring at Hyung-Sung's rapidly closing shoulder wound, Hyung-Sung Woo gasps in surprise. "Oh? Your recovery speed is impressive. It looks like you've managed to pick up quite a decent passive skill." Hyung-Sung flinches as his secret plan is totally exposed. The killer laughs, admitting he knew all along that the kid was only chatting to stall for precious healing time. Mocking him, Jung-Sung Woo sneers. "But did you honestly think that healing up a tiny wound would give you a fighting chance against me?" Wielding his bloody blade, he barks out, "Now die," sending Hyung-Sung flying backward as he groans in sheer agony while the killer watches from a distance. With that smug grin permanently plastered on his face, he remarks, "Impressive. I really didn't expect you to block that direct strike." Smirking coldly, he declares that to make absolutely sure his opponent wouldn't be able to recover and heal those wounds again, He originally planned to chop Hyun-Sung's left arm completely off. Backed into a tight corner and surrounded by an ominous dark aura, Hyun-Sung drops to his knees and instantly activates a bizarre, legendary item shaped like a beating heart. Seeing this dramatic shift, Jung Sung-woo is genuinely taken aback. Whoa, you actually had a high-tier transformation item hidden away? Instantly, a colossus begins to manifest, its sheer, overwhelming pressure making the smug assassin look absolutely microscopic in comparison. Staring right up at the giant, growling wolf head, Jung Sung-woo casually muses, "I bet your stats just went through the roof, didn't they?" He's literally checking stats mid-fight. Stomping its massive foot, the beast lunges forward toward its opponent at a blinding, terrifying speed. Gathering raw, crackling energy into its palm, the beast conjures a massive blazing fireball and hurls it directly at him. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, completely leveling a massive section of the dungeon as thick smoke and dust fill the air. But Jung Sung-woo easily dodges, closes the gap, and somehow teleports right onto the beast's back. Brandishing his bloody sword with a psycho smile, he sneers. "Did you really think you could escape?" His eyes flash with lethal intent as the blade locks in. "You and I can only wait to see what's next. Alright. You and I are starting with Jung Sung-woo slashing the beast's back in pain before flipping backward. Choi Hyun-Sung, now a raging wolf, roars as wild flames explode right from the palms of his hands. The roaring beast unleashes a massive fireball, throwing it directly at his opponent. But Jung Sung-woo stays completely calm, blocking the blazing fire with his sword, unfazed by the beast's power. The monster lunges in a wild frenzy, but Jung Sung-woo effortlessly deflects those lethal claws with his blade. Smirking with pure confidence, he casually claims this battle is fully under his control. He does not care if the kid turns into a wolf or a giant dragon. As the giant wolf begins showing clear signs of exhaustion and stress, Jung Sung-woo suddenly unleashes a barrage of rapid sword strikes, driving his helpless opponent back with overwhelming force. The beast groans in agony, crashing hard into a cliff and leaving a deep crater. Watching from afar, Jung Sung-woo mocks him with a sarcastic compliment. That was actually impressive. Slowly walking closer, he asks him if he even knows what his nickname is. While the beast is dazed, watch closely as bright blue electricity starts to cover his body and sword. His eyes turn colder than ever as he proudly declares himself to be the lightning blade. An immense surge of electricity erupts right from his hands, striking the beast with devastating force. The wolf screeches in absolute agony as the lightning completely overpowers him. As the smoke clears, Jung Sung-woo casually rests his sword on his shoulder, staring down his defeated opponent with mock pity. What a waste. He sighs, looking down at the beast and saying, "If you had just listened, I would have used you well." Staring at the powerful creature fading away, he mutters that with strength like this, spending hundreds of billions of won would be totally worth it. Jung Sung-woo unleashes another massive electrical strike, making the beast howl in pain before collapsing. He slowly approaches, squats down beside him, and demands in a scheming voice, "Spit out the cheat code already." He smiles, suggesting that if not, just revealing the secret to getting this strong so fast would be fine too. Despite his severe injuries, the beast growls in sheer anger, telling him to shut up. Sung-woo immediately points his blade at the wolf's eye. "Talk, and I will let you live." But his offer is met with nothing but pure contempt. "Do you really think I would believe you?" Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he casually admits even he finds it hard to believe. "But I can at least give you a peaceful death. That is a promise you can trust." His eyes turn freezing cold, suddenly driving his sword deep as the beast screams in agonizing pain. Repeatedly stabbing the poor beast, the scene becomes a bloody nightmare. Jung Sung-woo casually lectures him, saying high regeneration just means he can torture him longer. The victim still feels every single bit of pain, and honestly, a cold-blooded rookie torturer like him feels absolutely zero pressure while doing this. This agonizing pain makes Choi Hyun-Sung start to waver, wondering if he should reveal his unique skill just to keep himself alive. But he quickly remembers the bastard in front of him is pure trash. His motives for coming here go way beyond simple revenge. Gathering his remaining strength, the beast roars with absolute resolve. "Just kill me, because I will never tell you a single thing." Grabbing the beast's head, he coldly realizes his prisoner would rather die than do anything that benefits him. Jung Sung-woo coldly declares, "I still need time to clean up your corpse, so as you requested, I will end you cleanly right here." He swings his glowing blade down with a heavy strike, finishing off the motionless beast. Believing it is all over, he casually turns to leave, muttering about needing to collect the remaining pieces. Suddenly, a pitch-black, monstrous hand pierces straight through Jung Sung-woo's chest from behind. He gasps in absolute shock. "What?" Staring at the blood-drenched hand embedded deep in his chest, he cannot believe his eyes. What is happening? Jung Sung-woo collapses to the cold ground, completely powerless after receiving that fatal surprise attack. Meanwhile, the beast rises once again, its monstrous breath radiating pure terror. Jung Sung-woo lies dying in a pool of blood, his glaring eyes filled with hatred for his opponent. Wait, this was not part of his plan. He slowly fades away as the monster's silhouette stands tall in the distance. Jung Sung-woo finally takes his last breath with a gaping hole in his chest as Choi Hyun-Sung slowly shifts back into human form. He collapses to the floor, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. He survived against all odds. He is still in shock, realizing his body can move despite having his neck slashed while in his beast form. Touching his neck wound, Hyun-Sung quietly contemplates his next move. How on earth is he going to dispose of Jung Sung-woo's body? He knows this secret must never get out. Reporting this to the association? Trust me, that's way too risky. Now, you and I both know that if people find out a low-level player like Hyun-Sung took down a high-ranker like Jung Sung-woo, they'll start questioning his real power. Walking closer to the corpse, he tells himself there is absolutely no reason to expose his secret. Hyun-Sung raises his hand, activating his fireball skill. A blazing sphere of flame erupts in his palm, ready to incinerate any trace left behind at the scene. Amidst the utter devastation, Jung Sung-woo's armor and sword are reduced to nothing but shattered fragments scattered across the cold ground. The villain's body slowly crumbles to dust, leaving behind a heavy, terrifying silence. As Choi Hyun-Sung stands silently amid the wreckage, he suddenly notices a strange, glowing blue light radiating from the pile of ashes. He gasps in shock as a glittering skill card appears out of thin air, leaving him completely baffled. Wait, doesn't this only happen when defeating monsters? But yes, this is a genuine loot drop from his defeated enemy. Stepping closer, Hyun-Sung picks up the skill book titled Breath of Lightning. Suddenly, a detailed system screen blinks to life. This is a hero-grade active skill book that forms a massive electrical shield around its user, while simultaneously boosting every single attack with lightning power and paralyzing enemies, all with absolutely zero cooldown time. Staring at this absolute jackpot, Hyun-Sung lets out a highly satisfied smile. We're about to see him make the easiest choice ever. When the system asks if he wants to learn Breath of Lightning, he accepts without a second thought. Hey, it's free, it's overpowered, so why on earth would he refuse? The moment his finger taps the screen, a brilliant flash of blue electricity instantly erupts, wrapping around his entire body. Hyun-Sung confidently shouts, "Breath of Lightning!" Eager to test this brand new power, he immediately activates another ability, Magic Arrow. A highly charged, crackling sphere of raw magical energy materializes right in the palm of his hand. The second he releases it, it triggers an earth-shattering explosion, completely obliterating the surrounding area in a blinding flash of blue light. Hyun-Sung stares in awe at his hands, which are still crackling with leftover sparks, and gasps. Now isn't that just beautiful? He realizes his skill tier has reached a whole new level. Curious to see just how much he has actually grown, he quickly opens up his status window to check. There, Choi Hyun-Sung's name is displayed as a mere level 1, but his stats for strength, agility, and mana have all broken past 200, alongside a brand new title, The First Rebel. The system logs his solo victory over a player 100 levels higher, basically congratulating this level 1 rookie for sending a level 200 veteran packing. As a reward, his first Rebel title gets upgraded to an even higher tier. Hyun-Sung is incredibly surprised to see that the system actually applies these scaling reward rules to players as well. Staring at the lightning wrapping around his hand, he wonders if he could easily defeat Jung Sung-woo if they fought right now. Memories of that bastard's twisted, sadistic smile as he cornered him on the brink of death flash back into his mind. Back then, he had coldly sneered, "Let me end your misery, kid. It won't hurt a bit." Gritting his teeth, Hyun-Sung vows to become even stronger. But as his eyes light up within the electric aura, he suddenly realizes there is one fatal, massive drawback. While using his Breath of Lightning, he must strictly limit his use of long-range magic skills. The heavy mana consumption means he has to plan his moves very carefully. 1 month later, in the bustling district of Sinchon, we find Hyun-Sung relaxing inside his quiet apartment. Resting his chin, he ponders. Open directly in front of him is the shop interface, showcasing 2 incredibly tempting hero-grade passive skills, Wild Instinct and Bloodsucking. He hesitantly wonders which of these 2 he should purchase. Although he desperately wants both to boost his strength, reality is never that simple. I know what you're thinking, being broke while looking fancy is too real. Hyun-Sung breaks into a cold sweat, his face visibly tense, realizing his points are nowhere near enough. Wait, 600 billion points in total? Heavy steps echoing on the floor, he decides to put the matter aside. He'll sleep on it and decide tomorrow. Grabbing the remote, he turns off the television and flops onto his bed, tiredly staring at his phone. He tells himself he needs to rest, since this is his only day off in the entire week anyway. Hyun-Sung stretches out on his large bed, enjoying a rare moment of pure relaxation next to a bag of snacks. On the television screen, a handsome male lead is confessing his love, saying, "I like you, let's start dating." Immediately after, a dramatic battle scene cuts in with clashing swords. The male lead screams, "Get out of the way, I have to go save them now." Choi Hyun-Sung lies there hugging his pillow, closely watching the dramatic climax as another character tries to stop the hero. "You can't do that, Guildmaster. If you go in there, everyone will die." Hyun-Sung reaches for a potato chip, thinking to himself that this is indeed the smash hit drama celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Great Change. He notices that the production crew must have spent a fortune, equipping the actors with nothing but rare-grade gear for filming. Watching the past reenacted on screen, Hyun-Sung sighs softly, remembering the hardships he had to personally endure on that fateful day. And that's where we leave it, with the world holding its breath on this anniversary, wondering if another terrifying crisis is about to strike. You won't want to miss what comes next. But just like the 10-year anniversary before this, you and I see absolutely nothing unusual happening. Instead, it is just a few reporters spreading fake news about Dungeon's vanishing, which gets the whole internet buzzing with rumors. Back in his room, a cheesy drama is playing. The actress sobs, making our main character Hyun-Sung cringe hard. He rubs his temples at the cringe dialogue, shuts off the TV, and flops onto his bed, lost in deep thought. With a sigh, Hyun-Sung tosses and turns on his bed, still stressing over which awesome skill to buy with his hard-earned shot points. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire room with a heavy thud. He springs up instantly alert, asking what is happening. A massive explosion instantly follows, paired with a woman screaming in absolute terror from right outside his window. Hyun-Sung dashes out of bed, his mind racing as he wonders if a massive earthquake just hit the city. Peering outside, thick dust and heavy concrete debris from the neighboring buildings start raining down onto the streets. Amidst the panicked crowd fleeing down the streets, a terrified scream echoes out, warning everyone of a monster bearing its deadly, sharp fangs as people shriek in absolute, hopeless despair. Two massive beasts, wielding giant wooden clubs, stomp down the avenue, instantly turning this bustling commercial district into a chaotic war zone. Choi Hyun-Sung grits his teeth in rage, muttering a curse. He shatters the glass window, leaping straight down from the high-rise with his hands blazing in bright combat fire. Down on the asphalt below, a helpless girl screams in utter terror. Just as a brutal orc grabs her, watch closely. Hyun-Sung drops in like an absolute god, swinging his razor-sharp blade to slay the beast and rescue her. Terrified bystanders shriek and scatter in all directions, leaving a scene of pure chaos. Hyun-Sung's gaze suddenly turns ice cold. Channeling his energy, he activates his firestorm skill. A massive pillar of fire erupts, incinerating everything on the road and leaving nothing but smoldering ruins in its wake. Surveying the destruction, he clicks his tongue. Fighting is easy, but accidentally roasting his own customers is a real worry. The frenzied orcs continue to charge, capturing innocent civilians who are desperately trying to run for their lives. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth, his expression tense. What should he do? Just as a young couple is about to be slaughtered, a warrior in a red cloak leaps in, swinging his blade for a clutch save. Further away, other player parties and squad of mages join the fray to push back this sudden monster invasion. The red-cloaked warrior yells over to Hyun-Sung, saying he'll leave the easy targets and wants him to handle the tough ones. Hyun-Sung quickly shouts back his thanks, receiving a determined reply. No problem. Right at that moment, loud air sirens begin to wail across the entire city skyline. Huge billboards on the streets flash an emergency broadcast, announcing that martial law has officially been declared. Heavy military forces armed with powerful rifles immediately roll in to take control of the situation. Now, you and I need to watch this part. A high-ranking official on national television delivers a massive announcement to all active players. Starting this very moment, an emergency player mobilization order is officially active, leaving Choi Hyun-Sung listening in absolute silence. He grips his weapon tightly, staring with fierce determination at the skyscraper where the monsters are pouring out. Amidst the sirens echoing through the ruined city, Choi Hyun-Sung quickly picks up his phone, answering, "Yes, Hyun-Sung speaking." An urgent voice on the other end identifies herself as Shin Juna, demanding to know his location. He stands outside the Red Venom dungeon gate near Sinchon Station with a blazing hand, calmly reporting that an active portal suddenly opened up, sending a wave of bloodthirsty orcs into the streets. When she asks about the situation and the threat level of the enemies, Hyun-Sung reports they are just low-tier beasts, and he is working with other hunters to clear them. Realizing his skill, Shin Juna gives him a direct command. "I am appointing you as the temporary commander. Once you clear this area, lead the active players to the southern sector." She explains that a massive portal just opened there, and they are desperately short of hunters to contain it. Slashing down another orc with his blade, Hyun-Sung quickly says he understands. But then, Shin Juna delivers some unexpected good news. His family is safe and evacuated to an underground shelter, so he can go all out on the streets. Hearing this news completely lifts the heavy burden from his shoulders, letting him focus purely on the fight. Hyun-Sung smiles with deep relief, thanking her for checking on them. But looking at the growing scale of this complex invasion, He realizes he needs more power and cannot hesitate for a second longer. He tells himself that there is no more time to waste. He opens the system shop and drops nearly 30 billion points to buy a heroic-grade passive skill book called Blood-Sucking. This incredibly broken skill converts his magic power into the darkness attribute, boosting his attack power while restoring his health and mana by literally absorbing the blood of his fallen enemies. The moment the system confirms the purchase, an unbelievable surge of raw power begins coursing through his entire body. Hyun-Sung smirks. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him clean this place up and head south. Alright, you and I are about to watch Choi Hyun-Sung snap his fingers and activate his firewall skill. A massive pillar of fire erupts in the middle of the street, incinerating the monsters as they scream in agony. Standing before the blazing sea of fire, Hyun-Sung calmly surveys the cleared battlefield, getting ready to make his next move. Now, let's get this started. He picks up a megaphone and makes a loud, clear announcement. I am from the Player Association. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Everyone, gather up and listen to your leader's orders to start farming. In the middle of the chaotic streets, the other hunters stop their communications to focus on his call. Watching the crowd gather, Hyun-Sung mutters to himself that leading this bunch into battle is going to be a massive headache. He quickly starts assigning specific duties to the group of hunters. We will leave a small number of people behind here. The rest of you immediately set out for the Namyong area. Since the Sinchon area is basically cleared, he only asks those staying behind to keep a very close eye on the dimensional portal entrance. Right then, an orange-haired hunter raises his hand to ask a question. I have a question. How many dimensional portals have actually appeared so far? Hyun-Sung answers him frankly. Here is the harsh truth. Our entire country is turning into one giant dungeon. Hearing this, the surrounding hunters cannot help but feel completely panicked and anxious. Meanwhile, you and I need to watch this part closely, because near Namyong, the situation is getting incredibly bad as buildings crumble under the dark night sky. Vicious monsters pour out to attack innocent civilians, filling the entire area with screams of absolute terror. Innocent citizens are brutally injured one after another by the beastly claws, completely unable to fight back. The monster roars savagely and charges right forward. Amidst the ruins, an old hunter wielding a massive axe is struggling in a desperate fight for his life. Despite his severe injuries and exhausted breathing, he still forces his tired body to unleash one decisive strike against the enemy. The old warrior pants heavily, wheezing as he looks at the tragic scene and curses under his breath. Damn it. In the distance, the lizard men are still gripping their weapons, ready to slaughter anyone left alive. Two female hunters standing nearby tremble in fear, and one of them sighs in total despair, wondering when reinforcements will finally arrive. Waiting for backup is like waiting for a miracle. But suddenly, a massive wave of fire sweeps across the area. The monsters scream in agony as the raging flames completely incinerate them. A hand is raised with ultimate confidence. Casting the firewall skill as a reassuring voice asks, Are you two all right? Choi Hyun-Sung and his group of hunters have arrived just in time, and he confidently declares, We are here to back you up. Seeing his grand arrival, the exhausted players immediately cheer with absolute joy that their backup is finally here, while the orange-haired hunter looks around to analyze the battlefield. This situation is incredibly severe, and since there are no dungeons nearby, the number of players fighting here is extremely small. Looking down at the lizardmen gathering below them, Hyun-Sung gives a cold command. Let's get to work. Receiving a nod from his team, Now, let's pause for a second as blazing energy wraps around them, and Hyun-Sung looks at the roaring monsters charging, wondering, wait, is that supposed to be the boss? Turns out, it is just a guard. A massive blue-gray monster holding a spear and a heavy shield slowly begins to make its way toward him. Sensing the threat, Hyun-Sung whispers to himself, I need to wrap this up quickly. He instantly summons a burning current of energy in his hand, shaping it into a glowing blade of light. The two clash head-on, creating a violent impact as Hyun-Sung's glowing blade strikes the heavy shield. Using the recoil, he swiftly maneuvers behind the beast to find a fatal opening. Landing on a nearby rocky ledge, he calmly mutters, It really is not that strong. Giving his enemy no time to react, he dives down with terrifying speed. And in a mere blink of an eye, the lizardman's head is severed. Hyun-Sung stands tall beside the freshly defeated corpse, but suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the air. Ah! The sound puts him on high alert immediately as he turns to his two teammates and asks, What is going on? Staring at the endless waves of monsters pouring in, he realizes that fighting this many standard minions is going to tire him out. Standing before a massive army of savage lizardmen drawing their battle lines, he does not hesitate to unleash his wide-range skill, Firestorm. Colossal pillars of flame erupt, sweeping away everything in their path and turning the monsters to ash as they scream in agony. Noticing a few enemies still standing, Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, thinking their fire resistance is actually pretty high. Right behind them, a mysterious purple portal pulses with dark energy, actively preparing to launch its next offensive. He suddenly pauses as he spots a strange spear flying straight at him. Taking advantage of the sudden distraction, the nearby monsters instantly lunge forward, grabbing hold of his body with wild, aggressive roars. Cornered by the beasts, he grinds his teeth and snaps, "They are going to ruin my brand new shirt." Before he can break free, Hyun-Sung looks up in shock to see multiple glowing spears of light locking right onto him. And that is where we leave it, with a blinding explosion completely swallowing him in a flash of white energy. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Choi Hyun-Sung grit his teeth against a massive pressure that threatens to crush him the moment he regains his balance. What on earth is that? Right in front of him stands the massive Lizardman King, boasting deep blue skin and giant rippling muscles. The towering boss monster looms like an absolute mountain, clutching a menacing giant trident in its hand. Staring into its cold, sharp eyes and razor-like teeth, Hyun-Sung immediately realizes that this beast has to be the Lizardman King. His shield clatters to the ground after a heavy impact, but he does not back down. Unsheathing his black sword with absolute determination, Choi Hyun-Sung braces himself as brilliant white spears of light begin raining down upon him from the sky. The Lizardman King stands tall under the dark night sky, shrouded in lethal energy ready to burst. In a flash, a glowing trident of light rips through the air, hurtling straight toward Hyun-Sung at terrifying speed. He rolls backward to dodge, but the violent shockwave still knocks him off his feet, sending him crashing on. Seizing the moment, two Lizardman minions immediately rush in to finish him off. He roars, activating his flame shield as a burst of fiery energy erupts, creating a blazing barrier to block the enemy's crushing pressure. Glaring with cold eyes, Hyun-Sung leaps high into the air, summoning a massive fireball in his hands, and hurls it straight at the boss's head. Facing this direct, brutal attack, the Lizardman King tilts his head back and lets out an earth-shattering roar. Choi Hyun-Sung gasps in shock. A breath attack from this close? As a massive wave of energy sweeps by, leaving a trail of absolute destruction on the ground. Realizing the sheer danger, he grits his teeth with resolve. Well, this is going to cost some serious energy, but I am going all out. Instantly, he activates his ultimate skill, Breath of Lightning. Now, pay attention here. Blue electricity wraps his entire body, and his eyes flash with deadly lightning, ready to strike back. Down below, the entire Lizardman army charges forward with savage, bloodthirsty screams. Watching the other players struggle desperately against the enemy claws, Hyun-Sung tells himself he has to hold the line. He realizes that besides himself, no other player is strong enough to handle even these basic monsters right now. If they aren't stopped here, everyone will be wiped out. Yet, instead of fearing, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. In fact, he is glad that the monsters are focusing entirely on him rather than hunting down the weaker players. With electricity crackling along his sharp blade, Hyun-Sung moves like a lightning bolt, dodging heavy sword strikes raining down from all sides. Okay, I know what you are thinking, and yeah, a massive electric explosion erupts next, wiping out the surrounding horde instantly. Amidst the blinding flashes of lightning, Hyun-Sung watches his enemies get torn apart with a completely calm, cold gaze. The monsters scream in agony as the overwhelming electrical current paralyzes them, stripping away any hope of resistance. Giving them no time to recover, he delivers a devastating slash, finishing off every nearby enemy with absolute lightning power. An hour later, the chaotic battlefield falls into an eerie silence. Drenched in sweat, the other players collapse from sheer exhaustion after the grueling battle. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-Sung calmly walks through the carnage, observing the fallen monsters. Pointing his gaze at the final enemy, he coldly declares, "Now, you are the only one left." Shrouded once again in bright blue electricity, Hyun-Sung says firmly, "Let us end this quickly." The beast roars madly and charges, but Hyun-Sung glides past like a flash, landing a fatal strike that leaves his opponent severely wounded. Gripping his heavily charged sword, he confidently notes that a one-on-one duel will be over in no time. Moving at blistering speed, Hyun-Sung closes the distance, dodging the Lizardman King's desperate counterattack by a mere hair. A powerful slash catches the Lizard King completely off guard, painting a grim scene as the beast immediately crashes onto the ground. Standing amid the smoking ruins, Hyun-Sung pants heavily, completely drained after pouring all his energy into that final blow. Slumping down in the middle of the ruined streets, he looks around and silently evaluates that the situation isn't too bad. Even though he is exhausted, he still hopes for a decent reward, wishing for a high-quality drop this time. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from thin air, making him gasp with excitement as a brand new broken skill is about to be unlocked. A mysterious skill book manifests right before his eyes, floating amidst sparkling particles of light. Hyun-Sung picks it up and realizes it is a rare item. The system confirms it is the Frost Breath of the White Lizardman King skill book, allowing the user to consume mana to unleash a powerful freezing blast. Without any hesitation, he locks his gaze onto the book and decides to learn it. Having acquired the new skill, he rests alongside the other survivors in the ruined neighborhood. Hyun-Sung feels a visible recovery, as taking a quick break helps restore his stamina and mana levels back to full. Suddenly, sharp bursts of dark energy shoot from afar, and trust me, you and I are about to find out what strange threat is looming right above his head. Stick with me here, as this smoking machine gun barrel tells a brutal story. Soldiers clad in rugged combat gear quickly report over their tactical radios that the enemy is neutralized. The entire Namyang sector has been completely cleared. His face relaxes with a subtle smile. Wow. Choi Hyun-Sung stands completely silent, staring out at the smoking ruins of the destroyed buildings. As fighter jets roar directly across the sky, he whispers to himself that the mission is finally a success. 3 days later, the world plunges into dark times. Due to the impact of the Second Great Change, the entire global economy has ground to a sudden halt. Things once taken completely for granted, like electricity and oil, natural gas, daily food, and clean water, suddenly become incredibly scarce. In South Korea, the government orders immediate evacuation from small towns into megacities to set up defense lines. This critical move aims to minimize the defensive perimeter and keep civilian casualties as low as possible. However, this desperate strategy quickly backfires, leaving the vital logistics and distribution networks completely paralyzed. With severe shortages of both food and clean drinking water, industrial manufacturing grinds to a halt. Setting up defenses is great, but people are still starving out there. Standing in a quiet park, Hyun-Sung checks his system interface and realizes customers bought everything up. He does not have a single power bank left to sell. Staring at the holographic screen, anxiety washes over his face. With no restock available, his business has reached a dead end. His eyes narrow. Pay attention here, because without a new supply, earning points to grow stronger is going to be incredibly difficult. Suddenly, the loudspeakers on the street poles begin to blare out an announcement. Urging him to take action and keep moving, Hyun-Sung strides forward with absolute determination. He sets a firm goal for himself to survive this second great change as quickly and efficiently as possible. Vibrant blue electricity crackles and wraps around his entire body, signaling the start of an incredibly dangerous new journey ahead. A military helicopter swoops over the burning, smoky city. Inside the cockpit, a loud and clear announcement echoes through the comms. Now at the scene, Choi Hyun-Sung stands quietly by the window, observing the sheer chaos unfolding below them. From above, a massive vortex of blue energy burns right in the intersection, surrounded by armed monsters ready to strike. Inside the chopper cabin, fully equipped warriors prepare themselves for the brutal battle ahead. Hyun-Sung turns to confirm one final time, asking his teammates if everyone fully understands their assigned sectors. The other players shout in unison with determination. Of course we do. Soon, the helicopter descends rapidly, its landing gear slamming down hard amidst thick clouds of dust. Standing at the open cabin door, Hyun-Sung looks down at the war zone and gives instructions. I am handing over command to the squad leaders. Hearing their firm and immediate agreement, he lets out a highly confident smirk. All right, let us pause here as his gaze turns ice cold, locking onto the monsters below. You guys take the stairs later, I prefer diving right in. Instantly, Hyun-Sung leaps from the chopper, free-falling through the bright, sunny sky. The wind howls violently in his ears as he plummets toward the ground at terrifying speed. The moment he hits the ground, he yells, "Firewall!" A massive pillar of fire erupts, completely incinerating the busy street as the orcs scream in absolute agony. Consumed by the raging, relentless flames, their savage faces twist into pure, unadulterated horror at his overwhelming and destructive power. Orcs are thrown violently through the air by the shockwave of the fiery explosion. Hyun-Sung moves like a flash of lightning, unleashing powerful consecutive slashes with his razor-sharp blade. Behind him, other hunters quickly join the fray, working in perfect sync to push back the monster tide. The remaining groups of players also rapidly maneuver into positions to encircle the retreating beasts. Standing amidst a battlefield littered with dead foes, Choi Hyun-Sung calmly sheathes his sword. He looks around the area and mutters, "Trash is cleared, time to get paid." But wait a minute. An ear-splitting shriek echoes through the air as the colossal foot of a strange creature stomps onto the asphalt. A fierce troll with glowing red eyes roars menacingly through the thick dust. Yet, instead of charging forward to attack, the beasts suddenly turn around and flee for their lives. Choi Hyun-Sung gasps in total confusion. He narrows his eyes at the retreating backs of those running trolls, sensing something is deeply wrong. What is this? The monster's face is frozen in pure terror, sweat pouring down its skin as if it is desperately running from something far worse than death itself. Standing in the street, Hyun-Sung watches the retreating beasts and mutters, "What is going on?" He cannot help but wonder why these bloodthirsty trolls chose to run the second they were attacked. Are these savage trolls actually running away right after getting hit? Despite his questions, he quickly decides, and trust me, you can bet he's not letting them escape. Hyun-Sung immediately activates his skill, Breath of Lightning, as blinding blue currents envelop his body in the blink of an eye. Alright, You and I are diving right back into the madness as Hyun-Sung casually summons a blazing fire spear, claiming that this fight is getting way too easy. He stomps his foot hard against the pavement and blitzes forward at a terrifying speed. Closing in on his target, Hyun-Sung unleashes a devastating blow that triggers an earth-shattering explosion right on the giant troll's back. He glides across the chaotic battlefield, powerful electricity crackling intensely at his very fingertips. A blazing fire spear erupts from his hand, piercing through the enemy and erupting into a massive pillar of flames that swallows everything around them. As the smoke and embers slowly fade into the blue sky, Hyun-Sung calmly raises his hand and begins to count his defeated targets. That makes 15 down. Any more takers? He looks around the absolute devastation, wondering if that was finally the last of them. Right in front of him, the charred lower half of a monster is still smoking from his lightning attack. Choi Hyun-Sung stares ahead with a sharp, calculating gaze, but suddenly freezes in utter confusion as a deep, menacing growl echoes through the air. Out of nowhere, a massive, scaly, dark blue arm tipped with razor-sharp claws suddenly bursts into view. He stares in absolute shock at the massive beast, wondering why it's even here, as glowing yellow eyes lock onto him with pure murderous intent. Pay close attention, this beast is easily level 350, maybe even over level 400. Throwing its head back, the beast unleashes an earth-shattering roar that shakes the surrounding space. Standing as a towering, muscular nightmare in the middle of the city, ready to wreck absolutely everything. Cold sweat pours down Hyun-Sung's face as his eyes widen in pure shock. This is currently the highest-tier monster in existence, a legendary hero-rank threat known as the Blue Drake. Standing before this towering, colossal nightmare, Hyun-Sung's figure looks incredibly small and completely isolated, while over at the main emergency operations center, an operator frantically types away with an anxious expression, praying that the threat doesn't escalate any further than this. She notes that out of roughly 100,000 active players in South Korea, only about 5,000 have actually completed their 4th job advancement, while the rest of the staff tensely watch the wall of monitoring screens. They realize that while military firepower can easily handle the low to mid-tier monster spawns, a much bigger crisis is starting to unfold. As the spatial gates slowly decrease, you and I both know what that means. High-tier monsters are spawning faster, leaving the elite players dangerously overwhelmed. Suddenly, a piercing warning siren echoes through the room as a panicked worker screams out an emergency broadcast. A new spatial gate just opened in the Jiseon district, prompting the manager to immediately ask what they are facing. The staff member frantically replies that they are confirming it, just as images of winged creatures flying through the sky flash onto the main screens. He screams that a whole flock of wyverns has escaped. The manager clutches her head in utter exhaustion, wondering why only hero-rank monsters are appearing, while another staff member quickly raises an urgent question. Isn't the Jiseon area under the Doctor Guild's jurisdiction? Right after receiving a nod of confirmation, he reports that the Doctor Guild is urgently pleading for immediate reinforcements on the scene. Since their main combat force consists mostly of close-range tanks and physical warriors, they are struggling heavily to deal with the flock of wyverns soaring high in the sky. The command center staff can do nothing but watch anxiously as the situation spirals completely out of control. Back inside the operations center, the female captain urgently asks if there are any other guilds nearby they can deploy to Jiseon. An analyst quickly reports that the Dua Guild is currently standby in Gongsan with their elite mages. Without a second's hesitation, she grips her weapon tightly and orders the Dua Guild to deploy immediately. Right at that moment, another warning siren blares as a new gate suddenly ruptures in Dunsan-dong, Daejeon, unleashing a swarm of bloodthirsty harpies into the area. To make matters worse, massive ogres are beginning to crawl out of the orc gates in Busan, and another panicked employee rushes straight over to the captain's side. "Captain, we have an emergency report that a blue drake just emerged from the troll gate in Osan City, Gyeonggi." Her face turns pale instantly as she realizes that is the exact zone where Choi Hyun-Sung is currently carrying out his mission. The staff member confirms that Hyun-Sung was indeed the first to report the blue drake, and he is repeatedly spamming requests for urgent backup. The captain's eyes turn deadly serious and intensely focused as she glares at the bleak report in her hand. Standing right in the center of command, she makes a sudden, brutal choice, declaring that this mission is a total disaster and everyone needs to fall back immediately. She orders her staff to broadcast a general retreat message to every single player currently on the field. Once the team confirms the broadcast, she silently watches the maps with an intensely worried expression on her face. Meanwhile, Hyun-Sung is running for his absolute life, gasping for breath while desperately wondering when his backup is finally going to show up. But trust me, you and I are about to watch his heart sink as a cold, heartless announcement rings out from his radio. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a disaster zone in Owen City, where Hyun-Sung desperately shouts, "What?" Just then, a massive building is suddenly tossed high into the air like it is a mere toy. Amidst the chaotic streets, an emergency evacuation order blares out, urging all players to flee the scene as fast as possible. Hyun-Sung runs for his life, screaming furiously into his radio. But no, retreating is definitely not going to be that easy. Right behind him, a massive skyscraper collapses, triggering a devastating explosion of blinding dust. A low growl echoes, revealing the terrifying face of the blue drake, its yellow eyes burning with pure rage. Hyun-Sung drops to the asphalt, grinning slightly with intense determination despite the deadly situation he is facing. A heavy stomp from the blue dragon's massive foot crashes right next to him, shattering the street into a million pieces as he dives inside a nearby building. Hyun-Sung stands frozen, peering through the glass window. Right in front of him, a massive wall of dark blue skin completely blocks out the entire sky. He clicks his tongue, joking that being too handsome is a curse since even monsters chase him, but his breath catches as he notices something off. Now pay attention to this window. The giant head of the blue drake suddenly appears, staring straight inside with murderous eyes. Hyun-Sung can only let out a helpless laugh. Damn it, having this colossal beast right outside the glass means a fight is absolutely unavoidable. Up in the sky, massive chunks of buildings keep raining down endlessly. A whole building collapses to the ground with terrifying force, crushing a yellow taxi and turning the street into a desolate wasteland. The blue drake roars menacingly, and Choi Hyun-Sung immediately counters by unleashing his firestorm skill. An earth-shattering fiery explosion engulfs his opponent. Standing in the thick dust, he grits his teeth, determined to strike again. Raging flames completely swallow the blue dragon, but it still stands tall. Hyun-Sung quickly rolls backward to escape the collapsing high-rise. Sweat pours down his tense face as he gulps nervously. The moment he hits the street, the blue drake corners him from behind, making him gasp. It is way too close. Just as he tries to charge his magic, giant ice spikes erupt from the ground, shattering nearby structures. Hyun-Sung stares in utter disbelief at the scene before him. A heavy blow crashes down, forcing him to dodge at the very last second. Dropping to the street, he watches the beast chase him relentlessly and wonders, why is it always chasing him? But you and I know there is only one option left here. He has to fight back. Instantly, he activates his lightning breath skill. Bright blue electricity wraps around his body. As the blue drake roars, Hyun-Sung tightly grips his short sword and boldly declares they should test their luck. Seizing the moment, he dashes forward like a lightning bolt, catching the blue drake off guard. But a strange phenomenon suddenly stops him cold. What on earth is this? Before he can react, a massive impact blows Hyun-Sung far back. He groans in sheer pain as he is launched high into the air. Hanging in freefall, his eyes widen in complete shock. A powerful tail whip from the blue dragon sends him flying at terrifying speed. Blindsided by the heavy attack, Choi Hyun-Sung grits his teeth and curses. Damn it! The cold, sharp eyes of the blue drake track his every single movement amidst the wreckage. Debris rains down on the street after that brutal impact. Hyun-Sung realizes his opponent's defense is way too solid. Its scales are insanely hard. He stands stunned before the colossal, towering body of the beast. Realizing the eyes are the only possible weak spot, Hyun-Sung's gaze suddenly flashes with absolute, sharp determination. Building up momentum, he dashes like lightning toward the giant blue dragon in the intersection, closing the distance and leaping onto the creature to find an opening. He aims directly at his target, fully locked on with extreme focus. With all his might, he swings his weapon, slashing the beast's underbelly amidst a brilliant, crackling aura of pure electricity. His face shows absolute, intense concentration as he pulls off this highly risky close combat strike, while the blue drake sweeps its massive tail, forcing Hyun-Sung to quickly leap back. He lands firmly on his feet, sparks of static electricity crackling all over his body. Staring at the tiny scratch on the thick skin, Hyun-Sung gasps in disbelief, wondering how these scales are thicker than his ex's face. The beast growls threateningly, causing him to break out in a nervous sweat from the sheer pressure. Instantly, it swings its massive arm in a devastating slap aimed straight at him, but Hyun-Sung nimbly leaps high into the air to dodge, completely amazed by its speed. It is incredibly fast. Mid-air, he suddenly freezes in absolute shock. A violent surge of electrical energy suddenly erupts from the monster. Blinded by the flashing light and crushing pressure, Hyun-Sung closes his eyes and braces for impact. The giant blue dragon still stands tall in the street. As explosions tear up the ground, Choi Hyun-Sung collapses on the rooftop, facing death itself. You and I will have to wait and see what happens next. Stick with me here, as the massive shadow of a blue drake looms overhead, leaving our hero gritting his teeth in bitterness. Damn it! Without a second of hesitation, the monster opens its bloody maw wide and swallows him whole into the pitch-black abyss. Waking up in a cramped space reeking of blood, Hyun-Sung realizes he is literally trapped right inside the monster's throat. Struggling on the brink of death, the image of his sick father in a hospital bed and his family waiting at home flashes through his mind. He tells himself he cannot die like this. If he perishes here, what will happen to his family? Using the last of his strength, he clings on, gripping his weapon tightly. Feeling himself sliding deeper toward the stomach, he resolves that even a dragon's belly will not be his final resting place. Hyun-Sung summons all his remaining strength, driving his blade into the soft flesh to anchor himself. But right in the depths of despair, he suddenly freezes in utter shock. What on earth is this? Drenched in the blue dragon's blood, he notices something incredibly bizarre happening. This dragon blood is actually superior to hero-grade potions. His wounds are miraculously closing up right before his eyes. Now watch closely, because hope flares in his eyes as he spots a chance to turn the tables. Ignoring the sheer disgust, Hyun-Sung starts tearing and stabbing wildly into the soft inner flesh. Meanwhile, back at the command center, a heavy silence falls over the staff upon receiving the devastating news. The manager asks in complete disbelief, demanding to confirm if Choi Hyun-Sung is really dead. The employee standing before her responds with a heavy, somber face, admitting they can only assume the worst. Furious, she demands to know how on earth this could have happened when she had explicitly ordered every single player to immediately evacuate the scene. Another staff member holding a tablet explains that because Hyun-Sung was handling the critical task of sealing the gate, he was the closest one to the Blue Drake. Even though he tried to move immediately after the evacuation order, the sudden ambush by a hero-grade monster simply did not leave him with enough time to escape. The manager lowers her head, gritting her teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it! She then anxiously inquires whether his family has already been notified of the tragedy. The staff reports that, although the association has not sent an official death notice yet, the casualty list is already spreading fast online, meaning his relatives have unfortunately likely figured it out by now. Letting out a helpless sigh, she presses her hand to her forehead, overwhelmed by exhaustion and crushing regret. But right now, let's pause here, because deep inside that beast, a fierce struggle is still raging. After a wild exchange, our hero is thrown back, tumbling through the cramped, slimy stomach. Slumping down completely exhausted in his shredded clothes, he looks around. Hyun-Sung stares at his body in shock, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he notices a massive change. He springs to his feet, pure excitement written all over his face. Yes, Hyun-Sung cheers internally as he sees his status bar finally beginning to stabilize. This is basically a walking potion. He can take on this entire dragon bloodline. Looking at the flowing blood, he realizes this is an infinite resource for survival. With blood literally dripping everywhere, he doesn't hesitate for a single second, repeatedly stabbing the flesh to trigger his epic absorption skill. Feeling his power steadily returning, a satisfied smirk creeps onto his face. Perfect. Suddenly, a violent tremor hits, causing the entire slimy cavern around him to shake fiercely. Hyun-Sung mutters in total shock, joking that the dragon must have a serious stomachache. His body is thrown violently against the slippery walls as the beast thrashes wildly. He grits his teeth, cursing loudly. Damn it! In this desperate moment, Hyun-Sung summons his strength, driving his weapon deep into the flesh to stop from flying around. Hanging suspended high inside the giant beast, he pants heavily in deep exhaustion, wondering what in the absolute world is going on out there. Though his eyes show extreme fatigue, he remains highly alert as the heavy tremors continue to shake the area. At the exact same time outside, the blue drake goes completely wild, shattering the concrete under its massive feet. Staring at the horrific scene, Lee Sui stands completely frozen in terror. What is this? The hunter beside her can only watch in absolute shock. Indeed. Lee Sui gazes blankly at the blue drake acting so strangely, wondering if the blue dragon is having a sudden stomachache. The giant monster unleashes an earth-shattering roar and thrashes around frantically, causing nearby high-rise buildings to collapse into thick clouds of blinding dust. Do-young gasps in disbelief. Wow, witnessing the battlefield transform into absolute ruins. Meanwhile, deep inside the monster, Choi Hyun-Sung is navigating his way through the dark, fleshy walls. He whispers in absolute excitement, saying he found it. Spotting his crucial target, he stares at the tangled pathways before him, confident that the main blood vessel is right here. Instantly, Hyun-Sung activates his signature fire sword skill, swinging his blazing blade to slice open the inner walls. The excruciating pain makes the blue drake scream in pure agony. The beast roars as Hyun-Sung holds tight. Trust me, he has got this. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Hyun-Sung realizes his wounds are healing instantly from all the surrounding blood. With a confident smirk, he continues to channel massive power into his weapon, creating brilliant rings of energy to prepare for his absolute final strike. He splashes through pools of crimson fluid, stepping forward. Right in front of Hyun-Sung lies a massive, pulsing mass of flesh, throbbing violently with every single heartbeat. Standing before the monster's giant heart, he doesn't hesitate for even a second before plunging his sword straight into the center of its life source. He rips right through the soft tissue of the massive organ. But suddenly, all movement stops, leaving him completely stunned as he gasps out in confusion. What is this? Instantly, A barrage of system windows pop up as notification alerts begin ringing out rapidly. His passive skill, the Book of Immortality, has officially leveled up, reaching the legendary hero rank. At the same time, his active skill, Breath of Lightning, receives a massive upgrade to hero rank as even more system alerts appear, confirming Breath of Lightning has evolved into a unique hero rank, officially renamed Breath of the Lightning Dragon. Hyun-Sung stands completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Now that sounds badass. From here on out, call me the Lightning Dragon. Now pay attention to this, he's flooded with unbelievable achievements for single-handedly slaying Jitos the Blue Drake, a hero rank boss over 300 levels above him. Looking around at the utter destruction, he mutters to himself, I knew from the start that beast was no joke. Hyun-Sung looks around the quiet space, quietly asking himself, is it really over? Just as the system announces his rare-grade vampiric sword has been fully and successfully restored. Hyun-Sung gasps in complete shock. Wait, already? The blade is upgraded to a unique hero rank, reborn as the Dragonblood sword. Gripping the incredibly menacing new weapon, a smirk creeps onto his face. Oh ho! Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as he spots a glowing blue magic book hovering silently right in the middle of the air. Hyun-Sung steps closer, reaching out to grab the hero rank skill book named Scales of the Lightning Dragon. This is a passive skill book that grants massive boosts to physical defense, skill resistance, and absolute immunity to lightning attacks. He nods in absolute satisfaction. Pretty good. With defense like this, who can even touch me? Facing the system prompt asking if he wants to learn this new skill, Hyun-Sung grins confidently and declares, of course I'm going to learn it. The book immediately erupts in a blinding light, dissolving right into his body. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo across the gravel-strewn asphalt road. A girl stares at the absolute devastation in shock, whispering, what on earth happened here? Right before their eyes lies the colossal, lifeless corpse of the Blue Drake. Her fellow hunter is just as baffled, mentioning that only moments ago, the giant beast was thrashing around in an absolute, mad frenzy all by itself. But then, its movements slowly ground to a halt, before it suddenly collapsed and drew its final, silent breath. The hunter scratches his chin, wondering out loud if the beast somehow caught a deadly disease. As if a hero-rank dragon is just some weak farm chicken, the girl immediately dismisses it, having never heard of a legendary drake dying from a simple illness. But here's the thing, he suddenly squints at the wreckage and shouts that someone's there, leaving the girl completely baffled. Wait, what? Right in the exact spot where the Blue Drake collapsed, a lone silhouette slowly emerges through the thick, swirling dust, leaving both hunters completely frozen in utter disbelief. High in the sky, a military helicopter cuts through the heavy clouds. Inside the cabin, a group of tired hunters is busy checking and adjusting their gear. One hunter sighs in relief, shouting, the grind is finally over. Let's head home and sleep, boys. His teammate nearby completely agrees, admitting they've never experienced such an incredibly hectic, breakneck pace in their entire lives. Clenching her weapon tightly, Shin Yuna silently assures herself that Hyun-Sung isn't the type of guy to die so easily. At a tense emergency meeting, Shin Yuna yells in pure fury, demanding why on earth they are claiming a breach of contract penalty against Choi Hyun-Sung. She stands up, practically radiating anger right in front of the high-ranking officials. The bespectacled man sitting opposite her remains completely indifferent. Calm down, Captain Shin Yuna. He coldly spits out those heartless words, reminding her that the man is already dead anyway. Yuna grinds her teeth in absolute rage upon hearing such cold-blooded words. The corrupt official goes on to explain that with the severe damages they are facing, cutting down on extra expenses is a completely necessary move. He squints at her, condescendingly asking, shouldn't we be minimizing our financial losses as much as we possibly can? Yuna glares back with pure disgust, her voice dripping with venom as she asks if he's trying to scam her friend. Are you begging for a beating instead of lunch? Facing her terrifying wrath, the official turns pale, stammering that she's taking things too far. But the overwhelming bloodlust radiating from Yuna makes the official tremble violently, cold sweat dripping down his face in sheer terror. She glares at them, demanding to know if this is how they truly handle business, and if they'd treat her with the exact same cruelty if she were the one who died. Fearing for his life under her terrifying threat, the official quickly bows his head, desperately begging her to calm down and promising to withdraw the decision right away. Back in reality, you and I can see Yuna still can't accept that an incredibly powerful player like Hyun-Sung could actually perish against that blue dragon. Hold on, you and I are jumping right into a massive crisis here. A trembling employee wearing a headset stutters out the news that the Blue Drake has been slain. Everyone nearby is completely paralyzed with shock, while a blonde hunter gasps, asking if some top-tier ranker party was the one who pulled it off. But everyone else agrees that right now, there is absolutely no team capable of defeating that beast. The staff member then drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the player swallowed by the Blue Drake is actually still alive. He ripped the monster apart from the inside to kill it, and they confirm his name is Choi Hyun-Sung, a member of the association. Hearing that name, she lets out a subtle smirk, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Meanwhile, in a bustling district, Choi Hyun-Sung is washing the grime off his tired body. Looking down at himself, he sighs heavily at just how incredibly pathetic and messy he looks right now. As Choi Hyun-Sung stretches, he realizes that every single injury on his body has completely vanished without a trace. A male hunter nearby walks over, handing him a blue cloak and telling him to put it on. Seriously, pay attention here, or this recap would have gone completely NSFW. Hyun-Sung gratefully takes it, thanking him. After wrapping himself in the cloak, he hesitates before asking if he can borrow a phone for just a quick second. He explains that he desperately needs to call his family, prompting a female hunter nearby to quickly pull out her device and hand it over. She tells him to take his time, and Hyun-Sung takes the phone, walking over to a quiet, secluded corner to dial the number. As soon as the call connects, he softly speaks into the receiver, "Hello?" While the two hunters watch quietly from a distance, Hyun-Sung speaks with a trembling, choked-up voice. "Mom, it is your son, Hyun-Sung." On the other end, his mother gasps in absolute shock, asking if it is really him, her beloved son, Choi Hyun-Sung. He calmly reassures her, "Yes, Mom, it is really your son." Hyun-Sung quickly explains that there must have been some massive misunderstanding because he is completely fine and healthy, even though his name somehow ended up on the official list of casualties. He asks how his sister and dad are doing, but the only response he receives is the sound of his mother weeping uncontrollably. Hyun-Sung awkwardly comforts her, saying he is totally fine and healthy, after literally bathing in dragon blood. His mother still cannot believe it, asking him one more time just to make absolutely sure her son is truly safe and sound. Hyun-Sung nods, reassuring her that yes, it is true, and that he has been eating and sleeping incredibly well this whole time. Hearing this, his mother weeps, saying he has gone through so much, and she is endlessly grateful that her son is still alive. But get ready, because his mother is about to drop a bombshell that leaves him completely frozen in shock. She reveals that yesterday, representatives from the Player Association actually paid a visit to their house. She explains that they did not just pay out the massive casualty compensation, but the leader of the group actually dropped straight to his knees, crying and begging their family for forgiveness. Choi Hyun-Sung's mother says through her tears, "It was not a mistake, so you do not have to hide anything from me anymore." In the background, his sister sits with her head down, shaking and covering her face with emotion. His mother comforts him, telling him to just come home since money does not matter anymore, thanking him for making it back alive. Hyun-Sung stands frozen in the quiet night street, slowly hanging up the phone with a deeply pensive look after that emotional call. Shrugging on his blue cloak, he silently walks away through the scattered ruins. Finding a quiet corner to rest, he sits down and lets out a deep sigh of relief. Right away, he pulls out his new sword to inspect it, eager to see how his old blood-sucking blade has evolved. A system screen pops up, showing the Dragon Blood Sword, a unique hero-grade weapon. Staring at the soulbound status, he wonders what a bound item means. A top-tier weapon gets locked by the system, simple as that. But he is immediately drawn to the third option, which allows the sword to grow stronger by consuming dragon blood. Hyun-Sung smiles in satisfaction, realizing he will never have to worry about finding another weapon again. Next, he opens up the skill window for Lightning Dragon's Breath, another unique hero-grade power. Noticing there is only one additional effect, he clicks his tongue, disappointed that it only got a single new option. But he quickly reassures himself, knowing it can still level up anyway, before checking the achievements he earned from that brutal life-or-death struggle. His level limit breaker title has officially been upgraded from rare all the way to hero grade. It boosts all of his stats by 20 points, making him nod in satisfaction at the massive power-up. Another alert shows that his title for defeating the Blue Drake Jetto solo awards him 4 extra mana points. But suddenly, a bizarre new title pops up, leaving him completely baffled. What on earth is this? Naked Warrior, a title for a fighter lacking clothes. Hyun-Sung can only laugh at the system's strange sense of humor. Well, he will just treat it as an extra bonus, but as he stares blankly into space, the sheer irony of his situation finally hits him. Well, we will have to wait and see if he ever gets his pants back. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the story as Hyun-Sung sits here, staring at Lee Soo-young, dying to go home. Suddenly, he senses an incredibly fast-moving presence rushing his way. Staring in utter disbelief, Hyun-Sung watches a figure running like crazy, straight toward him through the deserted city streets. Recognizing her, he gasps in shock. "Shin Jun-ah!" The girl collides into him, locking him in a tight, tearful embrace. "If you died, I would have made this whole association of experts pay." Jun-ah buries her face in his shoulder, sobbing. What an incredibly lucky escape. Frozen in sheer embarrassment, Hyun-Sung can only stare at her with an awkward blush. Suddenly, Jun-ah realizes something is deeply wrong. She backs away, stammering, "Wait, where are your clothes?" Her face turns completely beet red when she notices he is only wearing a makeshift cloak to cover himself. Hyun-Sung nervously scratches his head, breaking into a cold sweat. With a wry smile, he starts explaining his pathetic situation, admitting that his clothes were completely melted by the creature's strong stomach acid. A soldier approaches and hands a red uniform to Choi Hyun-Sung, saying, "You should wear this for now." Hyun-Sung accepts it politely. "Ah, yes, thank you." Nearby, Shin Juna watches him with a deeply flustered look. "Now pay attention here," she blushes, avoiding his gaze, when she suddenly senses something off and gasps. A towering green-haired man clad in heavy silver armor approaches them with a bright grin, saying, "Well, what a deeply touching reunion." He then turns to Juna, wearing a massive, playful grin on his face. "Hey, Juna, I have to say, I'm actually quite shocked." Unmoved by his cheerfulness, she looks back coldly. "Surprised about what?" The green-haired hunter teasingly replies, "So, your type is younger guys who slay dragons, Juna." He points a finger directly at Hyun-Sung, who is standing there completely clueless, and continues, "Is this guy the secret boyfriend you have been hiding from everyone this whole time?" Hearing this, Hyun-Sung breaks into a cold sweat, completely panicked by the misunderstanding. Juna immediately snaps back with a stern look, telling him not to take his jokes too far. Seeing how serious she is, the green-haired hunter raises his hands in defeat, saying, "All right, I got it." Juna maintains her sharp guard and asks, "But wait, why are you here?" The hunter explains that since the operation was officially cancelled, everyone was sent home to rest, which he claims he already explained earlier. Suddenly, the sharp sound of metal boots clicking echoes clearly down the street. Lee Soo-young appears in her purple cloak, chiming in. "How could I possibly go home after witnessing a spectacle like that?" She steps closer, her eyes glittering with curiosity, adding that she only came to satisfy her own interest. Soo-young locks her eyes onto Hyun-Sung and shamelessly blurt out, "Oh my gosh, this guy is absolutely my type." She glides right up to him, boldly stretching out her hand to touch Hyun-Sung while saying, "Hey handsome, I'm your future girlfriend. You and I both know Juna isn't having any of it." She instantly grabs Soo-young's wrist, furiously snapping that the guy literally just escaped the jaws of death. "Please stop playing around." Soo-young maintains her calm, effortless smile and shoots back. "Who says I'm joking?" She locks eyes with Juna, asking with a sharp, suggestive smirk. "But why are you getting so incredibly furious, Miss Juna?" Before she can even finish her sentence, Juna interrupts her and firmly declares that Hyun-Sung desperately needs to rest right now. Looking at him with deep concern, she adds, "We also need to get you to a hospital to make sure you're okay." Shin Juna's expression turns deadly serious as she glares at the surrounding crowd and speaks coldly. "I know you all gathered here out of pure curiosity about how Hyun-Sung defeated the Blue Drake, but this behavior is extremely disrespectful." Turning to Hyun-Sung with genuine care, she suggests they head to the hospital immediately. He nods weakly. "I understand." Juna then turns around and makes a loud announcement to the other high-level players. "I'm commandeering the helicopter you guys arrived in so we can fly Hyun-Sung to the emergency room." Without leaving any room for arguments, she grabs his hand and decisively drags him away. Watching their retreating figures, Lee Soo-young can only click her tongue in bitter frustration. "Fine, you win this round," she mutters to her teammates. "But next time, I'm going to hunt him down for real." Standing in the back, the green-haired hunter silently watches the two walk away, deep in thought. "But I'm dying to know, how on earth did he take down a blue drake all by himself?" His companion agrees, noting that anyone Juna protects like that is definitely no ordinary player. He wears a knowing smile and murmurs to himself, "Well, I guess I can just ask him about it later." Although this second great cataclysm brought heavy devastation to South Korea, the country's total damage was thankfully much lighter compared to other nations. Choi Hyun-Sung wanders through the quiet streets, witnessing with his own eyes how his country is steadily healing. Now that the major crisis has been successfully stopped, ruined infrastructure and collapsed, buildings are rapidly being repaired and rebuilt. Deep inside advanced research labs, top scientific experts are already hard at work, analyzing the freshly harvested monster corpses and rare magic stones to develop powerful, groundbreaking new technologies. Even with the residual social chaos, things are slowly recovering, and trust me, you and I are in for an even wilder ride next. Alright, you and I are diving into the story of Choi Hyun-Sung, who is disguised in a sharp suit, mask, and shades at a massive warehouse. Looking at the towering stacks of crates, he quietly mutters that they have a serious amount of stock here. The manager, beaming with joy, happily reports how lucky they were to escape any damage after the massive incident. He enthusiastically explains that as soon as the power grid was back online, they immediately got to work. Their absolute top priority was fully charging every single backup battery in the entire warehouse. Examining the gear closely through his sunglasses, Choi Hyun-Sung does not hesitate for a second before making a decisive call. "I will buy everything here." The manager is left completely shocked and absolutely thrilled. He quickly bows deeply to thank his massive client. Standing before the system interface in the bustling city, Hyun-Sung is already scheming his next big business move. Realizing that high-capacity camping batteries from Company 20 are still extremely scarce, he decides to jack up the price to nearly 60 million points each. The moment he hits list, a loud chime rings out, and a successful sale notification pops up instantly, leaving him completely stunned. You and I know that price is total robbery, yet they still fight to buy it. Disbelieving his own eyes, Hyun-Sung pushes the price even higher, but the result remains the same. The items are sold out the instant they hit the shelves, bringing a sly, wicked smirk to his face. Now I can raise the prices even more aggressively. A few days later, Hyun-Sung visits the distributor to hoard more stock, placing another massive order. The manager breaks into a cold sweat, explaining nervously that they only ordered his usual amount, so they are completely out of extra stock. Hyun-Sung remains completely cold and detached in his black suit and mask, demandingly telling them to order more stock right away. The manager quickly reassures him that the factory is running smoothly, so production will not face any delays, promising to contact other branches to gather the items for him. He is single-handedly controlling the entire supply chain. As Hyun-Sung prepares to leave, the man begs him to leave a phone number so he can call the second the stock arrives. But to keep his identity hidden, he flatly rejects the offer, saying he will just return tomorrow instead. Walking down the street, Hyun-Sung calculates how great it would be to deal directly with the factory, recalling the time before the second great cataclysm, when his attempts to contact them were brutally rejected because they refused to work with individual buyers. Even though he promised to buy massive quantities, the partners firmly insisted they would only accept official orders from registered corporations or licensed business entities. Standing amid the bustling crowd, you and I can see his gears turning. Should he register a business and buy a whole warehouse? But then a far bolder idea sparks in his mind, making his eyes grow sharp with determination. No, why not just open an entire electronics store? A few days later, a colossal Highmart building stands right before Choi Hyun-Sung. Congratulatory flower stands are neatly arranged near the entrance, marking a highly promising new beginning. Looking at the buzzing crowd, he quietly remarks that it is incredibly packed for a regular weekday. Suddenly, a woman with long brown hair calls out to him with a warm smile. Hey Hyun-Sung. Seeing his sister, he thinks to himself that he definitely made the right choice, putting her in charge of the business. You just focus on slaying dragons and making money. She then updates him on the stock, mentioning she just sent several battery packs to the warehouse. They should have arrived by now. Hyun-Sung waves goodbye, telling her he will go head over and check them immediately. When she asks if they need to order anything else, he replies a bit awkwardly that it depends on the timing. Seeing him about to leave, she playfully grabs his arm, suggesting they have lunch together since their mother is arriving soon, and Hyun-Sung happily agrees. My treat today, so bring out the most expensive items on the menu for mom and sis. The manager cheerfully agrees. Alone in his private warehouse, Hyun-Sung stares at his system interface. Looking at the sales logs, he sighs softly, realizing the run is coming to an end. The demand on the virtual marketplace has drastically slowed down, and the sales rate has now almost ground to a complete halt. Yet he quickly regains his composure. It makes sense, considering how insanely fast the inventory was selling out all week long. Selling those electronics has earned him an absolutely massive pile of accumulated points, more than enough to fund his bigger plans. Flopping onto the sofa, he wonders what's the point of having all this cash. Obviously, to upgrade himself. Hyun-Sung immediately dives into the catalog of high-tier items and premium skills. He carefully weighs what he should buy next, taking stock of his current abilities. Right now, he already has a total of 5 hero rank skills in his arsenal. Inspecting the details of his sole active hero skill, he notices a clear limitation in his build. When it comes to active combat skills, he only has Thunder Dragon Breath. He is stuck with just one single offensive skill, a damage over time ability. But stick with me, we are about to find out how he transforms himself into an absolute beast. Let's dive back in as he remembers his brutal monster battles. He realizes he desperately needs an active skill that he can trigger freely at any given moment. Or at the very least, he needs a spatial teleportation skill to escape from those extremely dangerous situations. Sitting alone in the warehouse, Hyun-Sung glues his eyes to the system screen to find the ultimate choice. He decides to buy both skills, checking out without even looking at the price like a true boss. After all, compared to those expensive passive abilities, active skills usually have a much more reasonable price tag. His fingers slide quickly down the item list, ranging from elven warrior swords to dwarf race warhammers. Hyun-Sung pauses when he sees the prices for teleportation skills are not cheap, some costing nearly 700 million points. He clicks his tongue, remembering that even back then, anything related to alternate dimensions was always incredibly expensive. He realizes that only when a skill reaches the hero grade does it have the ability to teleport living beings, although it comes with many strict conditions. Being able to read reviews from previous buyers makes Hyun-Sung feel like the system is extremely convenient. Now pay attention here, because after some careful thought, he stops at a hero-grade skill book called Blink. This skill allows the user to teleport instantly to any location within their line of sight. Even though the mana cost scales with distance and he cannot teleport to areas with unstable mana flows, Hyun-Sung tells himself that you get what you pay for, so he just swipes his card. Even though the price tag is a massive 40 billion points, he does not hesitate for a second. A system notification rings out, asking him to confirm the purchase of the hero-grade skill book while warning that this item is non-refundable. The moment he clicks agree, a mysterious blue light suddenly erupts and wraps entirely around his body. Hyun-Sung stands up, feeling the new power blending into his body. Walking through the quiet warehouse, he decides to test it out right away. He decides to test his newly acquired skill immediately, softly whispering the command, Blink. Instantly, his body teleports to another spot in the blink of an eye. Hyun-Sung looks completely thrilled, murmuring that it works perfectly. He reminds himself to save the long-distance teleportation testing for another time, then casually continues walking. Returning to his room, he keeps scrolling through the system panel to find more power. Although he looks over a series of fire, wind, ice, and lightning skills, he still cannot find anything he truly likes. Just when he plans to quit, but look closely, his eyes spark when he spots a hero-grade skill book named Black Thunder. This is an extremely powerful dark attribute offensive skill that drains both physical stamina and mana to deliver devastating blows. Even though the price tag is close to 30 billion points, Hyun-Sung still finds himself incredibly interested. It seems pretty good, right? After reading the reviews saying it is 3 times stronger than normal but easily causes exhaustion, he feels confident that his massive stamina pool can easily make up for any mana weakness. Without a single second of hesitation, he makes the call to buy it, like a true wealthy player. As soon as the system confirms the transaction is successful, Hyun-Sung immediately tries to absorb the new skill, but a sudden failure message pops up, making him gasp, just as I thought. However, a huge surprise occurs when his unique hero-grade Thunder Dragon Breath skill suddenly absorbs the Black Thunder and upgrades powerfully. Hyun-Sung breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that despite being dark attribute, it fuses perfectly with his current powers. Now, the protective shield that used to activate automatically and drain way too much mana can be adjusted at his own will. He takes a decisive step forward, whispering to himself, "Should I head to a dungeon and test this out?" Venturing deep into a dark forest, a swarm of demon bats starts flapping wildly across the night sky, baring their razor-sharp fangs and roaring fiercely. He raises his hand forward to activate the skill. Glowing magic circles appear right above the heads of the monsters waiting to attack him. The purple energy burning intensely in Hyun-Sung's cold eyes makes the monsters scream out in pure agony. Standing amidst the rising dust and purple electricity crackling all around, he smirks with satisfaction, muttering that it is not bad at all. He tells himself this new power is truly worth the massive amount of points he spent. Blowing all his savings on this was totally worth it. Spending money really makes life feel so much better. 5 hours pass, leaving only dying embers and monster corpses scattered across the ground. A system notification suddenly pops up on his screen, recording an absolutely unbelievable hero-grade achievement. Hyun-Sung single-handedly wiped out 5,000 high-level demon bats, earning the title of Demon Bat Butcher. With sweat dripping down his exhausted face, he pants heavily, deciding to call it a day. Hyun-Sung quietly leaves the dark dungeon as the bright city lights of the buildings begin to glow in the night. "You're still not home yet, sis?" She looks at her brother's dusty appearance and asks if he just got back from hunting. After Hyun-Sung gives a brief reply, she smiles warmly, saying he worked hard and the batteries are already packed in the warehouse. "Go check them." He replies, "Thanks, sis, and we are done here." Alright, let's dive into this wild scene. 30 minutes later, Hyun-Sung finds his sister waiting. "Are you working unpaid overtime or waiting for my paycheck?" He flashes a bright smile and suggests, "Let's head home together, sis." But in contrast to Hyun-Sung's excitement, his sister's face suddenly turns dead serious. "Sit down for a moment. I have something really important to tell you." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, he asks hesitantly, "Did you wait for me just to say this?" After nodding in confirmation, Hyun-Jung's tension fills the room. "What is it that's so serious, sis?" She looks straight into his eyes and slowly begins to speak. "It is about what happened during the time you were officially declared dead." Choi Hyun-Sung sits across from his sister over a steaming cup of coffee. In a low voice, she recounts the darkest days their family had ever faced. "Mom fainted the moment she heard you passed away, and after waking up, she cried for days on end." Hyun-Sung bows his head with guilt, but his sister emphasizes that the real nightmare only began after that. Piled on the table is a highly stressful stack of documents bills for damaged rental equipment and severe contract violation fines. Staring at those absurd numbers, "Pay attention to how evil this gets," he gasps. "I went to hunt dragons, not file for bankruptcy. Even though I filed dozens of complaints, The cold response we got was always that everything was legally fine. Those vultures coldly pressured our family. Their only response to us was to sign a waiver and renounce our inheritance rights. Even when seeking professional help, the situation remained a complete dead end. I consulted lawyers, but they said there was no way out but to give up the inheritance. The cruelty didn't even stop there. They immediately demanded we return the rented house in your name. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth and clenches his fists, hearing about their bottomless greed. They even targeted the living expenses you sent home, shamelessly calling it illegal gift assets and demanding to recover every cent. They even filed a legal request to reclaim your mandatory estate. His eyes burn with absolute fury, but his sister quickly calms him down. Of course, everything was settled after that. Hyun-Sung looks completely bewildered as he hears this. Someone named Shin Juna came down in person and got on her knees to apologize, claiming it was all a clerical error. Yet, his sister couldn't shake her doubts. But I really don't think it was just a simple, random mistake. Although their mother forbade her from saying a word, seeing her brother back on his feet made her decide to spill everything. I think you deserve to know the truth about what happened. Hyun-Sung looks at her with deep gratitude, thanking her for telling him. Now check this out. He glares with icy eyes at the massive Hunter Association building towering into the sky. Things are about to burn. Stepping up to the front desk of the association, Choi Hyun-Sung speaks up. I have an appointment with Captain Shin Jun-ah. The receptionist looks slightly surprised. Oh, you're quite early. Captain Shin Jun-ah hasn't actually returned to the office yet. Hyun-Sung smiles subtly and explains. I checked ahead to be sure. And she told me to just wait inside her office. The receptionist's attitude instantly flips. Oh, is that so? Let me show you the way then. Walking him in, she politely asks, would you prefer tea or coffee, sir, so I can keep pampering you? Standing in the luxury office, Hyun-Sung bluntly declines. No need, thank you. The moment she leaves and the heavy door clicks shut, Hyun-Sung's face immediately darkens with intense, murderous intent. Standing alone in the middle of the room, he mutters, let's begin. Hyun-Sung's eyes suddenly flash with a mysterious blue glow as he activates his skill, psychometry. Focusing deeply, he commands the system to search for his own data file. In an instant, glowing magic circles and holographic system screens materialize and float all around him. Hyun-Sung reaches out, touching the data stream to uncover the buried truth. Inside the memory, a cold official announces that the target was confirmed dead on scene. Junah's face appears, looking completely exhausted and deeply sorrowful. Hyun-Sung dives deeper into the memories. He sees Junah furiously interrogating someone over the phone, demanding to know what is going on. Why are you treating Choi Hyun-Sung's grieving family like this? The voice on the other end of the line calmly replies with total indifference. I told you, it's the protocol, he coldly asserts. I'm simply performing my duties according to standard regulations. Typical excuse from corrupt bureaucrats. Shin Junah grits her teeth in sheer outrage. She snaps into the receiver, demanding that the other party immediately retract that heartless order. Yet, the man on the other end casually replies that this is his job and she has no right to interfere. She yells back, is this how you treat a hunter who sacrificed his life for this country? He continues to coldly hide behind his protocols as a pathetic excuse. Overcome with rage, Junah slams her hand on the desk and roars, if I die, will you treat me like this too? If this order isn't cancelled, I'm quitting the association. The official on the phone smirks deviously, letting out a sinister chuckle as he threatens her with breach of contract. But you and I both know she won't back down, fiercely questioning if such a slave contract would ever stand internationally. Right off the bat, we're introduced to a wrinkled old man on the other end of the line, snarling, do you really think you can go against me? I am the law, I am the sky. He sighs, calling her overly emotional before coldly hanging up. Staring at the phone screen after that tense call with Minister Lee Han-gu, Junah just sits frozen at her desk with a completely exhausted look. Witnessing the entire exchange through his psychic skill, Choi Hyun-Sung grashes his teeth in absolute fury, muttering, what complete trash. Watching Junah from behind, he feels deeply grateful that she stood up to protect his family. She is truly someone deserving of his thanks. Now that he knows exactly who is pulling the strings, Hyun-Sung pulls out his phone to look up Lee Han-gu, the Minister of Dimension Gate Management. His eyes turn razor-sharp, overflowing with pure killing intent as he glares at the old man's profile. He growls to himself, old man, you're dead meat. Just then, footsteps echo as Junah enters, asking apologetically, did I keep you waiting long? Instantly hiding his murderous aura, he flashes a bright, friendly smile and tells her that he only just arrived. Junah wonders what could have possibly brought him here so suddenly without any warning beforehand. Hyun-Sung's eyes suddenly turn incredibly serious. Standing up, he looks her dead in the eye and bluntly declares, I think we should cancel this contract. This sudden bombshell leaves Junah completely stunned, cold sweat dripping down her face as she tries to comprehend what's going on. But watch this, because Hyun-Sung looks right at her and drops the truth, saying he already knows what Minister Lee Han-gu is planning. Hearing this, a flustered Juna bows her head. On behalf of him, I sincerely apologize to you. However, Hyun-Sung quickly waves his hands to dismiss it. No, you don't need to apologize at all, Miss Juna. After all, everything got sorted out in the end thanks to you. He gives her a warm smile, leaving Juna completely taken aback. Hyun-Sung continues, telling her that in fact, he should be the one thanking her. Seeing his anger soften, Juna desperately pleads, "Please don't be mad. I will go back and teach my superiors a lesson." Hyun-Sung nods in agreement, stating that is obviously what needs to be done. However, I do have one alternative condition. Clasping her hands anxiously against her chest, Juna tells him to go ahead and speak. Without missing a beat, Hyun-Sung clearly and firmly declares, "I want to personally meet Minister Lee Han-gu and receive an apology directly from his mouth," leaving Juna completely stunned. What? Meanwhile, inside the minister's office, a loud slam echoes through the room as Lee Han-gu roars out in pure, unbridled rage. That arrogant little brat. Does he think having some exclusive skill makes him so special that he can look down on me like this? He frantically barks at his subordinates. What did I even do wrong? Am I right? This old man clearly has no self-awareness whatsoever. One of his henchmen quickly kisses up, saying he's just too young to understand how the world works. The other lackey quickly chimes in. The minister was simply performing his legal duties. We must file an official protest immediately to set things straight. Lee Han-gu loosens his tie, gritting his teeth as he snarls. Damn it, that's exactly right. I was only trying to do my job according to the law. So why on earth should I have to apologize to some wet-behind-the-ears punk? He slams his hand on the desk again in frustration. After all, I didn't even do anything to him. The nearby lackey continues to flatter him. Exactly, sir. You were so incredibly generous, yet he is ungrateful and acting up. We seriously need to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Lee Han-gu smirks deviously, agreeing that they should, but wonders exactly how they can teach the kid a proper lesson. I know what you're thinking, but as the subordinates hesitate, his panic sets in because the VIPs have already caught wind of this mess. As dead silence fills the room, he snaps in anger, calling them useless trash for standing around complaining without any actual solutions. The two henchmen can only bow their heads in terror, stammering apologies to the furious minister. Suddenly, Lee Han-gu orders them to tell that punk to shut up and get over here. Seeing his confused staff, he roars, "Do you expect me to lower myself and go to his house to apologize? I am extremely busy, so if he wants an apology, tell him to drag his own body here." The lackey scrambles to deliver the order. Left alone, Lee Han-gu sits back, his eyes burning with intense hatred as he clenches his fists tightly. I will absolutely never humiliate myself by going to meet that arrogant little brat. Standing outside the government building, Choi Hyun-Sung mutters to himself about being summoned only to be kept waiting like this. Pacing through the empty hallway, he realizes he arrived later than planned, but tells himself it's not a bad thing at all. Glancing around, he mentally notes that this place is nothing but a corrupt den, where massive guilds and dungeon managers secretly conspire together. Noticing that all the staff here are just ordinary humans, Hyun-Sung smirks, thinking this actually works out better. Just then, footsteps click against the floor. A female secretary wearing a sharp black suit approaches him and gestures, "Please follow me." She briefly informs him that the minister is waiting. Hyun-Sung stretches and gets up, replying in a completely relaxed tone, "I understand." Silently following the secretary into the grand office, he gets ready for a direct, head-on confrontation with the chief of management himself. And that's where we leave it, with Minister Lee Han-gu sneering condescendingly. "So you're the battery boy, you look totally average. You and I are about to watch this old minister look Hyun-Sung up and down like he is some little kid, while sighing with prejudice about modern youth, but Hyun-Sung isn't about to let this old man walk all over him." Hyun-Sung coldly cuts him off, demanding to see his official apology right now. At the exact same time, he silently activates his high-level psychometry skill to look right through the old man's real, dirty intentions. Lee Han-gu clears his throat, squeezing out a completely fake and reluctant apology. "Fine, I apologize for that," he mutters, instantly making excuses about how he had no choice as a public servant, claiming a high-ranking minister can never let personal feelings interfere with official duty. Using his special skill, Hyun-Sung sees through this old rat, realizing he is actively colluding with everyone involved in the conspiracy. He curses silently what a filthy hypocrite. Meanwhile, Lee Han-gu keeps acting all dignified, hiding his corruption behind the law. He is just a greedy thief. Hyun-Sung raises an eyebrow, mocking him. "According to the law, you say? Now watch closely, because Hyun-Sung is about to expose every single lie, directly questioning the absurd demands of compensation for their so-called damaged equipment. Even though those damages obviously happened during an official guild mission, that instantly hits a major raw nerve. Lee Han-gu's face warps in fury as he roars. "What?" But Choi Hyun-Sung just presses harder, bringing up the association's ridiculous breach of contract fine. He points out that he was officially declared dead on a dangerous mission the minister himself assigned him to. I was officially declared dead in action, while carrying out my end of the contract. I supposedly died doing exactly what your side ordered, so how does any of this make sense? Hyun-Sung snaps right at him. What on earth is inside your head to make such incredibly stupid claims? You really are a brainless fool, aren't you? Lee Han-gu slams the table and leaps up, his face twisted in pure rage as he roars. Do you know who I am, you insolent punk? Hyun-Sung just sits there, completely unbothered, replying, Wasn't it you who started throwing a temper tantrum first, Mr. Minister? He mutters with pure contempt. How can a high official be so incredibly ignorant? That comment completely snaps the old man's sanity. His eyes bulge as he screams, You bastard, what did you just say to me? The minister starts furiously bragging about his status and his past as a powerful congressman, throwing a typical boomer tantrum and calling Hyun-Sung a clueless little brat who doesn't know his place. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, Hyun-Sung just cleans his ears to mock the guy. The old man curses him internally, calling him uneducated trash who got lucky with an awakening and dared to insult his high status. But the moment Hyun-Sung locks eyes with him, radiating a freezing, murderous aura, the old man completely freezes in terror. Hyun-Sung calmly drops a chilling threat, letting him know that if he keeps acting up, he'll gladly send him to meet the Blue Drake. Staring at the raw killer intent of a man who literally crawled out of hell, Lee Han-gu breaks into a cold sweat, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Hyun-Sung slowly steps closer, leaning right into the terrified minister's pale face to deliver a chilling warning. From now on, try acting like an educated human being, and please use your brain before you open your mouth. He mocks him by tapping his forehead, reminding him that the brain isn't just for show as his head rings like a bell. Right in front of the trembling guards, Hyun-Sung holds up his phone with a cold, smug smirk. Oh, by the way, I recorded every single word of your abusive insults just now. I will definitely be filing a massive official complaint, along with a criminal lawsuit for severe defamation. So, I'll see you in court. Choi Hyun-Sung coldly drops those final words and casually turns to walk away. Behind his back, the minister's helpless, furious screams echo loudly all the way down the long hallway. Hyun-Sung smiles to himself, realizing this psychological provoke skill is way more useful than he originally thought. For regular people, this taunting skill is basically an absolute cheat code, easily forcing them to lose their minds and lash out blindly like total fools. A few days later, a massive media storm explodes online. News articles exposing Minister Lee Han-gu's illegal slush funds and corrupt deals flood the internet. His leaked embezzlement ledgers spread like wildfire across the internet, sparking an absolute wave of public fury. At first, it was just solo players protesting, but soon, small and medium guilds join in, taking over the streets and launching massive strikes to demand justice. While the entire world goes into absolute chaos, Choi Hyun-Sung is just chilling peacefully in his own apartment. He carefully studies the status screen for his hero-grade psychometry skill he used earlier. It is an incredibly broken skill that lets him read past memories from objects, projecting them as actual audio-visual holograms. Hyun-Sung grins with this built-in 4K spy camera. No one can hide their dirty secrets. Just then, his phone vibrates with a call from Yuna. Slightly surprised, he picks up and greets her. Yes, Miss Yuna. When she eagerly asks if they can meet up in person right now, he happily agrees. Anytime works. Trust me, our journey is just getting started. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. When Juna offers to drop by his place, Hyun-Sung jumps up in absolute panic. Wait, is he hiding his secret base or just his ugly pajamas? He frantically scrolls through his phone and quickly suggests a completely different meeting spot. Suggesting they meet at the small cafe near Sangdo Station instead, she agrees to arrive in 30 minutes. Hyun-Sung throws on his coat and rushes out the door. At the small cafe, she gets straight to the point. Did you cause the massive scandal involving Minister Lee Han-gu that just went down? Hyun-Sung takes a casual sip of his coffee and fires a question right back. Why would you think that? She confidently replies that only someone with his insane abilities could pull off such a shocking stunt. She also warns him that government officials are on high alert right now. Since all fingers are pointing at him, she advises him to keep a low profile and watch his step. Hyun-Sung thinks it over and asks, what if they prove it was me? What happens then? The cold woman bluntly warns him that he could face arrest for trespassing and grand theft. Hyun-Sung realizes that under the special laws designed for players, he would face much harsher penalties than an ordinary citizen. She emphasizes that if things go south, he must use the power of public opinion to sway the narrative in his favor. Hyun-Sung nods in agreement. I get it. But he flashes a sly grin and jokes, hey, I am innocent. I am just a guy who sells batteries passing by. Now, watch this carefully. This is where she drops a heavy warning. The elites in power will absolutely never allow players to gain real control, so he must tread lightly. Even so, she admits this incident served as a powerful wake-up call to the authorities, putting them on notice. She warns that Hyun-Sung has just made some dangerous enemies, and the government is going to keep a much closer eye on his every move from now on. Her advice is simple. Lay low, keep quiet, and stay far away from the spotlight. Hyun-Sung chuckles. Well, even if I have absolutely nothing to do with it, things are pretty chaotic right now, so keeping quiet is probably for the best. He adds that he has no desire to get caught up in baseless accusations. Satisfied with his sharp intuition, the woman wraps up their chat. You are right. It is best to avoid drawing any useless suspicion. They sit in silence across from each other, silently agreeing to play it safe as the storm of chaos begins to brew. Suddenly, a missile tears through the Pyongyang sky, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the city. Staring at the fiery devastation, terrified North Korean soldiers anxiously whisper to each other. Did we finally take it down? But the devastating truth offers zero hope. That massive missile was nothing but a toy to this gigantic, mutated earthworm. Emerging from the smoking ruins, an ancient beast covered in armor-like scales bears its terrifying razor-sharp fangs. The colossal monster, known as the Imugi, rises to its full, terrifying height. A nearby soldier freezes in shock as strange drops of fluid splash onto his face. You and I both saw that coming, right? He screams in agony as his body begins to melt horribly, while explosions tear the entire city apart. Even advanced fighter jets are torn from the smoke-filled sky, crashing down in flames. Looming over the ruined skyscrapers, the monstrous Imugi stands tall as the ultimate symbol of absolute destruction. Back in the present, the peaceful cafe vibe instantly vanishes. The woman's face turns pale as she stares at her phone and abruptly stands up in a rush. I have to leave right now, she says. Seeing the emergency mobilization alert for high-ranking players from the Korean Players Association on her screen, Hyun-Sung immediately jumps up too. I am coming with you. Is he tagging along to protect her, or just to steal some kills? With her nod, they hurry out of the cafe. Buckled inside the speeding car, the anxious woman alerts him that a level Geno TG1 warning has officially been declared. She quickly presses her phone to her ear, saying she needs to contact headquarters first. Meanwhile, the breaking news on Never News flashes in shocking red letters. Pyongyang has completely vanished. The North Korean government has collapsed. While steering, the woman hands her phone to Hyun-Sung, telling him to read the updates. He stares at the screen, absorbing the terrifying reality. Pyongyang is gone, the government destroyed. The unmeasurable threat, the colossal Imugi, is now believed to be moving directly south. Sweat trickles down his face as he calculates. If I sell batteries to this thing, it is easily worth trillions of points. Inside the Players Association headquarters, an official addresses the crowded hall. As you have already seen in the news, the reality of the situation is much worse. Pyongyang has been obliterated, and the entire leadership of North Korea has completely fallen. He explains that since all high-ranking North Korean players died trying to fight the Imugi, the local gates have burst wide open, triggering an unstoppable wave of monsters. Louis Yang and his colleagues listen in grim silence as the spokesman continues. While refugees and broken troops flee south, the monsters are right behind them, and you and I are about to see absolute chaos. A red-haired man confidently steps up. You and I are about to find out why. That concludes the situational briefing. Looking down at the elite hunters, he declares that he will explain why he urgently summoned all high-level players and rankers to this emergency meeting. Your mission is to prepare for the Imugi on the front lines and stop the monster horde pouring in from the north. A shocked Hyun-Sung mutters, the front lines. 10 days later in Paju, Gyeonggi province, a fierce orc horde launches a massive invasion. Fighting endlessly, a weary hunter wonders when he will finally get to go home. He complains in utter exhaustion, while his teammate sighs and replies that their current casualties are already far too high to count. Watching from a distance, Choi Hyun-Sung quietly gasps at how terrifying the other side of the battlefield is. Lee Soo-young has shapeshifted, unleashing her wild beast form to slaughter enemies alongside other warriors in the chaotic clash. Back at the warehouse, Hyun-Sung wonders how long he must stay here, joking that a wealthy battery dealer turned into a delivery boy. Thanks to his sister, he can easily restock his essential supplies, but he still feels incredibly embarrassed having to sneak around like this. Meanwhile, over at the Yalu River in Dandong, watch closely, because a brutal war is unfolding. Aggressive orcs swarm across the massive bridge amidst earth-shattering explosions that light up the sky. Heavy machine guns roar endlessly, shredding the monster horde and turning the area into a complete bloodbath until a colossal foot suddenly stomps down, violently shaking the entire space. Rising from the depths, a massive red dragon entity slowly emerges with an incredibly menacing gaze. Suddenly, a blazing fireball explodes directly against its body, making the beast roar in pure fury. Watching from afar, a silver-haired female warrior mutters with cold disdain that this is such a pain. Behind her, a group of mages and warriors stand ready, channeling their mana to prepare an all-out ultimate attack. A barrage of explosions rains down, forcing the massive dragon to scream in agony. Yet the silver-haired female warrior stands before the beast with a terrifying, absolute calm. Her eyes remain razor-sharp, locked onto the target in front of her without a single shred of hesitation. She leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating spear strike that tears right through the beast's iron scales, proving that even a dragon is no match for her weapon. Lee Soo-young calmly steps forward through the highly tense atmosphere, her eyes narrowing as a panicked soldier rushes over to report. She calmly asks what happened, causing the soldier to stammer in response. "Sir, they say the giant Imugi is rapidly heading straight our way." Hearing this terrible news, Soo-young merely raises an eyebrow. "Is that so? I know what you are thinking, but this unmeasurable monster is on a completely different level, an entity that flattened Pyongyang in the blink of an eye." She grips her weapon tightly as the soldier delivers another shocking update. Although the expert investigators failed to determine the exact level of this massive Imugi, they did succeed in classifying its tier. When Soo-young asks what class it is, the entire area falls dead silent at the shocking answer. Basically, if you cannot beat this thing, you go straight to the afterlife. Contrary to the sheer terror of those around her, Soo-young merely lets out a challenging smirk, while fighter jets scream across the sky amidst the deafening roar of anti-aircraft artillery firing. Soo-young quietly steps forward, silently calculating that if this raid succeeds, she will easily claim a legendary first-time achievement. These rare achievements always grant massive, permanent stat boosts, and she resolves to seize this golden opportunity at any cost. A total of 181 rankers and 3,000 high-level 4th advancement players are deployed to the border. This massive, elite army stands prepared to face the ancient colossal creature looming before them. The giant Imugi lets out an earth-shaking roar, signaling the start of a brutal life-or-death battle, as Soo-young loudly commands her troops to charge and slice up this overgrown eel. Instantly, the support mages coordinate to cast a series of powerful buffs to guarantee victory, boosting their speed and spirit to absolute limits as the war explodes, with an endless barrage of devastating magic attacks raining down directly upon the giant serpent's colossal body. The furious Imugi growls deeply before throwing back its head to release a deafening, ear-splitting shriek. The system immediately flashes a critical warning, as everyone is hit by a psychological fear effect that completely paralyzes them for 10 full seconds. One player gasps in complete despair, shouting, "What is happening?" Exploiting their total paralysis, the massive serpent swings its colossal tail, completely obliterating everything in its path. Other players can only grit their teeth and curse as they watch their comrades get blasted away and severely injured. The frenzied Imugi shrieks, gathering a highly volatile purple energy before unleashing a devastating breath attack that completely incinerates the entire battlefield. In another area, Choi Hyun-Sung stares down at his phone screen and mutters that it is absolutely horrifying. The breaking news report shows thousands of fallen soldiers and elite rankers. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Let's jump in. Most players lost their lives instantly to status effect attacks without even fighting back. Hyun-Sung realized he would have turned to dust without a mental firewall. He quickly opened the shop, ready to change his original plans. He initially wanted the wild instinct skill, but now, he absolutely had to swap it for mental resistance. Hyun-Sung refused to miss out on that historic first achievement. He kept scrolling until a hero-grade passive skill caught his eye. This was the absolute best option. A skill book called Unyielding Spirit that massively boosts defense against mental attacks. But with a price tag of nearly 30 billion points, Hyun-Sung hesitated. It only had 2 attributes despite being hero grade. But the user reviews were stellar. He checked them carefully before spending those 30 billion. The moment he clicked buy, a blinding pillar of light wrapped around him to finalize the skill transfer. Testing his new power, Hyun-Sung muttered that nothing felt different. He shrugged it off, registered for the exam, and confirmed his entry. With that settled, he headed out to prepare for the brutal extermination squad test. Down in the testing grounds surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the air grew incredibly heavy. Choi Hyun-Sung quietly stepped onto the field, instantly drawing stares from the crowd. Now, pay attention here. The waiting room was packed with way more applicants than he ever expected. He could tell most of these people were just looking for a free ride to leech off that first achievement. Yet, hiding within the masses, there were a select few who had come for entirely different reasons. Sitting on the bench, Hyun-Sung scanned the room, realizing the actual pass rate for this exam was going to be shockingly low. The moment the staff called out for Choi Hyun-Sung, he stepped forward. After confirming his identity, the female receptionist handed over his pass with a polite smile, directing him down the hall to face his official trial. Walking down the empty hallway, Hyun-Sung couldn't help but compare the dark room ahead to a classic movie interrogation room. Standing inside the hollow room opposite a massive two-way mirror, a voice crackled through the speaker. A cold, detached voice announced that the test was officially starting. Hyun-Sung locked in, centering his focus to face whatever trial lay ahead. Suddenly, system alerts flooded his vision. You have been hit by the Queen's majestic mental pressure skill. The system warned he would enter a state of total confusion for 10 seconds, but his newly purchased unyielding spirit passive instantly activated to protect him. Just like that, Hyun-Sung completely shrugged off the powerful mental assault without feeling a single thing. You saw that, right? He just stared blankly at the glass and asked if they had even started yet. A shocked voice from the speaker finally confirmed that he had passed. Choi Hyun-Sung gave a polite, quick nod. I will head out now, he said. The proctor politely replied, thanking him for his time. As his figure faded down the long hallway, the female examiner rested her chin in her hand, deep in thought. She muttered softly that Hyun-Sung was truly an incredibly mysterious man, then quickly regained her focus and ordered the staff to bring in the next applicant. Days later, near the heavily fortified border, heavy tank treads roared as they began rolling across the open earth. Following tense international discussions, the South Korean government officially ordered their military forces to march north. High above, squadron fighter jets successfully entered the target airspace, quickly reporting back to their command center. With orders to proceed, offshore warships immediately unleashed a devastating barrage of long-range missiles straight at the enemy. An earth-shattering explosion ripped directly into the giant dragon, forcing a scream of agony as it crashed heavily to the ground. Don't celebrate just yet. If it gets back up, it is trouble. Choi Hyun-Sung watched purple electricity crackling across his hand, noting that everything was proceeding smoothly so far. He silently admired the incredible synergy between the giant mechs and modern weaponry, realizing he would have struggled immensely if he had fought alone. 1 week later, in Beijing, a high-level meeting was called under an atmosphere of intense pressure. A top official firmly asserted that this giant serpent had to be handled by their own forces. Non-stop explosions tore apart the mountain ranges where the ancient beast was hiding, creating an absolutely horrific sight. Some suggested deploying Beijing's strongest giant mechs to finish the target, but others quickly shut it down, scoffing at using their entire army just to hunt an eel. What happens if another giant worm crawls into our home instead? They feared that with their defenses spread thin, another legendary monster like the Imugi might launch a surprise strike on the capital at any moment. Armed to the teeth, the elite squad stood on high alert, ready for any sudden and unpredictable developments. So what do you and I think about this? Will deploying local mechs to fight the legendary Imugi end in complete disaster? We are about to find out. The suited official casually shrugs and asks, hard work? Really? But trust me on this. He insists that gathering the top-tier regional elites instead of these mediocre players makes this crazy plan guaranteed to succeed. Too bad the brutal reality of the battlefield is much worse. The giant serpent Imugi roars menacingly, releasing a terrifying pressure where a single breath is enough to vaporize any hunter instantly. Pure chaos erupts as hunters are brutally blasted by the ancient monster's relentless strikes, triggering massive explosions that literally shake the entire landscape to its core. Amidst the total madness, healers desperately try to restore their fallen allies' life force with glowing green magic. The giant Imugi repeatedly whips its massive tail while unleashing deadly blasts of purple lightning from its colossal body. A brave shield warrior grits his teeth, bracing to protect his vulnerable teammates from the relentless onslaught. Spotting a split-second opening when the monster lets down its guard, a decisive shout echoes across the field. Right now, a massive barrage of magic attacks, from ice and fire to raw energy, rains down on the serpent's head as a stunned hunter gasps. Now, pay attention here, because the enraged beast screams a bone-chilling roar that literally rips through the dark night sky. Agonized screams echo everywhere. Exhausted survivors collapse, surrounded by the devastating and bloody scars of a truly brutal battlefield. A blue-haired hunter drops to his knees, gasping heavily for breath. He painfully assesses their remaining forces. Looking around at his fallen comrades, he bitterly realizes almost their entire squad has been completely wiped out. With only 10 spots left to advance to the finals, his gaze turns ice-cold as he passionately grits his teeth in determination. Initiating Plan B, heavy shields are abandoned on the dirt as the surviving hunters switch to an all-out, high-stakes offensive stance. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors charge up their blazing firepower, preparing for one final, decisive strike. The giant serpent Imugi screams in pain as a storm of energy arrows and explosive magic shells detonate against its armored scales. Through the thick smoke and fire, the blue-haired commander screams to alert his team about where the beast is heading. It is heading straight south, straight towards South Korea, basically delivering a legendary raid boss right to their front door. You and I both know this is bad, as emergency phone alerts flash headlines about Imugi invading mainland China while Choi Hyun-Sung sips coffee and stares at the screen. He sighs, regretting that the title might slip away to another country. All around him, other players look equally disappointed and deflated. But suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the entire area, making Choi Hyun-Sung's face turn pale with shock. The other players gasp in absolute shock, asking, "What is this? An earthquake?" While another hunter panics alongside them. "What's going on? An earthquake?" Suddenly, a blaring emergency broadcast cuts through the tense silence. The emoji is closing in on our base camp at extreme speed. The female commander immediately barks, "All Vanguard forces, prepare for battle." The soldiers on the ground are completely stunned, crying out, "What? Why is it suddenly turning back toward us?" But instead of worrying, some elite rankers actually grin with excitement, wondering if they can finally take down this legendary beast. Hell yeah. A confident smirk plays on Choi Hyun-Sung's lips as purple electricity begins crackling wildly around his fists. What a nice guest, bringing a legendary reward right to my bed. However, the commander glares back with deep worry. This is absolutely nothing to smile about. She then drops a devastating truth bomb. The Chinese rankers have utterly failed. Flashes of severely wounded players desperately dragging each other away fill the screen. She growls. Those fleeing Chinese players purposely lured the emoji, and now they are dragging the monster straight toward our camp. An earth-shattering explosion erupts right at the beast's feet, prompting an outraged hunter to scream. Are these people completely insane? Another warrior grits his teeth in pure rage, yelling, "Those bastards failed their solo raid, and now they make us clean up their mess? It is incredibly bitter to clean up their garbage." The other players cannot hide their sheer fury at this cowardly betrayal. No matter how you look at it, this is a crime. They are literally dumping a giant boss on another country. Another hunter curses those absolute scumbags as the crowd loses control. But the long-haired female commander loudly yells to keep everyone calm. Staring straight ahead, she firmly orders every single unit to assume their combat positions immediately. Choi Hyun-Sung and his comrades grip their weapons, locking their eyes on the approaching menace as the legendary hunt for the emoji officially begins. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, a scout runs for his life, shouting, "Incoming! The delivery is here, guys!" He yells out to warn his comrades. It is almost on top of us. Right on cue, the colossal emoji looms over them. It opens its massive jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, ready to devour the hunter standing right in front of it. The armored scales and icy glare of the massive serpent send a freezing shiver down the spine of anyone looking. As the massive emoji rises from the deep water, you and I are left waiting for an absolutely legendary showdown. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild raid where the system suddenly flashes alerts that the player is paralyzed for 10 seconds. But then, Choi Hyun-Sung's passive skill, Unyielding Spirit, automatically kicks in, allowing him to perfectly block the emoji's mental assault without breaking a sweat. Hyun-Sung calmly remarks that having 30 billion points really makes a difference, letting the beast roar all at once. Meanwhile, the shield-bearing warriors are struggling to hold the line against the crushing weight of the enemy's attacks. Seizing the moment, the other hunters leap into the air, unleashing sharp swords strikes directly at the giant serpent's massive body. A barrage of powerful magic spells explodes against the beast's scales, creating blinding flashes as a warning shout suddenly echoes across the battlefield. Watch out for the storm surrounding its body. The emoji shrieks in agony under the relentless onslaught of heavy firepower. Amid the chaos, Choi Hyun-Sung stands firm as purple lightning crackles in his palm, a confident smirk playing on his face. He whispers that the buff is incredible. Behind him, the pink-haired mage remains deeply focused, casting glowing support magic to continuously empower their entire army. Across the fiery battlefield, the melee fighters and tank class charge with terrifying speed, creating an incredible scene as if they are flying through the air. Watching his allies fight so bravely, Choi Hyun-Sung can only observe from afar, amazed at how the melee fighters and tanks are practically soaring across the battlefield. Now pay attention to this, he sighs in disappointment, because his ranged class prevents him from jumping directly into the front lines. Suddenly, a massive impact shakes the battlefield, causing the very ground to tremble violently. A heavily armored warrior is thrown backward, clutching his chest in agony as he groans in pain. The healers immediately rush to his side, casting recovery spells while anxiously asking if he is all right. Watching from a distance, Hyun-Sung realizes a direct confrontation is too much right now, deciding to wait for the beast to bleed so he can steal some stats. He devises a bold plan to bide his time, waiting to absorb the scattered blood on the ground to boost his own strength. Meanwhile, the colossal beast towers over them, radiating a truly terrifying level of pressure. Hyun-Sung is forced to admit its power level is on a completely different tier from past enemies, moving so fast that normal eyes can barely track it. He tells himself that the only way to close this massive gap is to grind achievements like crazy. Here's the crazy part. He opens his status window, showing he is still level 1 but holds 142 titles. His immediate goal is to accumulate 1 trillion points to boost his stats, saving himself from having to buy expensive elixirs. Meanwhile, legendary items like the Dragon Slayer remain completely locked. About 30 minutes later, the massive battle reaches its climax, with relentless attacks finally dealing heavy damage to the beast. Hyun-Sung starts feeling confident, thinking it is not as hard as expected, but danger strikes the second he relaxes. Standing beside his ally, he charges a crackling purple energy sphere to strike. but suddenly freezes as his instincts scream danger. The giant serpent's razor-sharp fangs suddenly appear up close, looking incredibly menacing. Sensing the immense danger, he screams for everyone to dodge before they get roasted alive. Immediately after, the Amugi lets out an earth-shattering roar. It opens its blood-red maw, condensing a terrifying amount of fiery energy. A breath of pure destruction erupts, obliterating everything in its path and blowing back the advancing warriors. Facing this devastating power, the female mage grits her teeth in extreme stress, quickly conjuring a glowing green magic circle in her hands to block the blast as she curses bitterly. Damn it! The massive torrent of energy crashes down, causing their hexagonal barrier to crack violently. One hunter yells out that only the first layer is broken, urgently begging his teammates to keep casting their defensive skills. Below, the mages concentrate deeply to activate magic circles on the ground, while the tanks raise their massive shields and push forward. A hunter taking cover behind a shield notices the shift and cheers that the attack has finally stopped. The monster rears back and roars, only to be struck head-on by a barrage of colorful magical beams. A violent explosion erupts directly across the colossal body of the ancient creature. Watching the scene unfold, Choi Hyun-Sung charges the purple electricity in his hand and casually remarks that it should be over soon. Through the thick rising dust, the monster's crimson eyes gleam with pure, murderous intent, as another earth-shattering roar shakes the entire surrounding area. A terrified hunter realizes the beast is going berserk, while Choi Hyun-Sung analyzes the sparks on his fingertips, noting it discarded its defense for raw power. If we don't end this fast, we're toast. Colossal footsteps stomp hard onto the ground, sending continuous shockwaves everywhere, as a brave blonde warrior roars passionately to rally and boost his allies' fighting spirit. However, the atmosphere suddenly turns bizarre as a blue-haired hunter stares in confusion at a newly appeared system notification. And trust me, you and I are about to see everyone freeze in absolute shock as they get the same bizarre system alert. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess where a hunter's face pales as his skill activation fails, making him gasp. It failed? A system error means a player's death sentence. A blonde female warrior swings her sword, only to freeze in utter shock. What? She quickly realizes something incredibly wrong is happening to her own body. Amidst the growing panic, a female hunter screams a desperate warning. Everyone, get out of the way! Choi Hyun-Sung flinches as he senses a massive wave of destructive energy erupting. An earth-shattering explosion of blinding white light suddenly blankets the entire battlefield, completely swallowing everything around them in an instant. Witnessing this horrific scene, another warrior roars out in pure rage. This absolute bastard. Charging forward, he realizes the enemy's cruel strategy. The monster is completely ignoring our frontline attacks and only targeting the support mages and healers. The overwhelming pressure blows the hunters backward, leaving them completely out of control. Through the ruins, Choi Hyun-Sung runs for his life with the giant Imugi hot on his heels, swearing under his breath. Damn it! Hanging by a thread, Hyun-Sung prepares to use his blink skill to teleport away. But watch closely, because a cold system notification suddenly pops up. You are hit by the Imugi's evil eye, leaving him to gasp. What is this? A barrage of red warnings flashes, revealing he has been put into a state of fear for 20 seconds. Instantly, his unyielding spirit passive skill activates, reducing the crowd control duration down to just 1 second. However, the absolute worst happens when his blink skill is forcefully cancelled, leaving Hyun-Sung in total shock. The Imugi throws its head back, roaring like thunder before whipping its massive tail straight toward him. The brutal impact sends Hyun-Sung flying, slamming him into the ground as he groans in pain. He struggles to push himself up, gripping the cold dirt amidst the utter chaos. Staring at the towering ancient beast, he nervously assesses the situation. It is absolutely massive yet lightning fast. How can luck even save me now? Kneeling in the rising dust, Hyun-Sung grinds his teeth in rage, muttering a quick curse. Refusing to give up on life, he swiftly reaches out and activates his virtual pocket dimension, reaching inside to grab his battle gear. He charges forward, armed with a razor-sharp sword and a sturdy shield, ready for a life-or-death showdown. Buried in the debris, Choi Hyun-Sung groans in pain as the beast thrashes everything in its path, triggering an explosion that shakes the whole mountain. Sprawled on the ground, Hyun-Sung groans wearily before pushing himself up with a sigh of relief. That was way too close. I almost ended up as hunter roles for this giant snake. Looking back, we can tell he is stunned to realize the beast has other mental skills besides fear. As he calculates his next move, a piercing shriek snaps him back to reality. In the distance, the Imugi is still relentlessly tearing through the other hunters, turning the battlefield into absolute chaos. Hyun-Sung clicks his tongue at the mess, but suddenly spots something unusual. Huh? Looking down at his empty hands, he realizes with horror that his most vital weapon is completely gone. Wait, where on earth did his signature sword fly off to? He frantically looks around, needing to retrieve it immediately. Suddenly, a system notification flashes. The unique hero tier Dragon Blood Sword has matured. Hyun-Sung stares in disbelief, wondering how this happened as the Imugi continues to fight off the heavy onslaught from the warriors. Staring closely at the monster's tail, he realizes his sword is buried deep within the thick scales. It must have gotten stuck there when he blocked that tail strike earlier. Watching the sword continuously absorb power and level up right inside his enemy, he decides there is no rush to recall it. With that, he begins moving to set up the next phase of his plan. The showdown with the massive Imugi serpent intensifies as a relentless hail of arrows, and magic continuously rains down on its titanic, armored body. Watching the battle unfold, a female warrior senses that the final outcome of this fight is already decided. Amidst the chaos, Choi Hyun-Sung freezes as another system notification suddenly pops up, leaving him totally dumbfounded. The alert confirms that his unique hero tier Blue Dragon Blood Sword has officially leveled up. Watching the screen flash repeatedly, he sighs. Other hunters would kill for these constant alerts, but they are just annoying to him. Hyun-Sung wonders if absorbing the blood of a legendary monster is what allowed his weapon to grow at such an insane speed. Right now, the blade is still wedged deep in the scales, greedily draining the beast's lifeblood, making the monster roar in agony as a squad of elite hunters moves in to corner it. The giant serpent roars, its crimson eyes flashing with pure rage as it thrashes wildly to shake off the attackers. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I do not want to miss what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to watch a crazy battle as relentless magic explosions rain down, swallowing the massive body of the giant Imugi. Heavy footsteps of the hunters echo across the battlefield as they press forward to finish this relentless raid. Hey everyone, the boss's health is almost gone. Spam all your ultimate skills now. Energy arrows and massive fireballs rain down, creating earth-shattering explosions right on the ancient beast's back. The giant Imugi is now completely exhausted. It groans in agonizing pain, breathing heavily amidst the shattered ruins. But suddenly, from deep beneath the water, the giant serpent rises up once again. Amidst all this absolute chaos, a tiny figure is desperately clinging to the head of the ancient creature. His razor-sharp sword plunges deep through the tough scales. Instantly, a system notification pops up, confirming he just unlocked a heroic tier achievement. The system congratulates Hyun-Sung for participating in his first legendary grade monster hunt, rewarding him with the title of the first contributor to slay a legendary beast. Deafening cheers echo across the entire battlefield. We won! The hunters jump up in pure joy, shouting at the top of their lungs that they finally took it down. Bright smiles light up their faces as they celebrate this hard-earned victory after a brutal life-and-death struggle. The massive body of the giant serpent slowly collapses to the ground amidst thick clouds of dust. The hunters stand frozen, their eyes wide with awe as they watch the final remains of the ancient beast crumble. Against the blue sky, a glowing red object suddenly separates from the monster's corpse and plummets at a terrifying speed. A razor-sharp sword slams hard into the earth, standing tall amidst the ruined battlefield as a symbol of absolute and unmatched power. Choi Hyun-Sung stands silently in the glowing sunset, his hand tightly gripping his newly awakened sword. Now pay attention, because the system alerts immediately start ringing with a wave of mind-blowing achievements. Glowing blue notification windows pop up one after another, recognizing him as the very first player to reach heroic tier achievements by unlocking legendary weapons and skills. Staring at these unbelievable rewards, Hyun-Sung can only gasp in total shock. Oh, he stares at the glowing blue dragon blood sword in his hand and mutters, how much did this thing change? This weapon is basically a cheat code. Hyun-Sung taps the glowing virtual screen to inspect the detailed status. The blue dragon blood sword has now reached a unique legendary grade, allowing him to absorb blood to restore his health and mana, while explosively boosting his overall attack power. Hyun-Sung nods. Sure enough, next is the legendary Dragon Blood Claw skill, an active skill packed with immense destructive power. He grins, realizing legendary tier is just built different. This battery seller is now the server boss. Hyun-Sung begins connecting the dots. It all makes sense now why 3 historic first achievements popped up at the exact same time. He silently analyzes the situation, realizing he had absolutely no idea that exclusive achievements for unique grade items even existed in this world. Then, he realizes an important truth. If that is true, then there must be other players out there holding unique grade skills or items. Shaking off the thought, Hyun-Sung stretches, feeling satisfied, and mutters that it is fine either way. He smiles to himself. With rewards like these, all his exhausting effort was worth it. But just as he's about to leave, the system bell rings again. I know, right? Wait, what? Another heroic tier notification screen flashes before his eyes, declaring him as the absolute highest contributor in this legendary monster raid. Hyun-Sung is completely stunned to see his name sitting at the very top of the contribution rankings, and his reward is 10 extra points to all his stats. He gasps in disbelief. Am I seriously in first place? His eyes fall on his sword, which is radiating a powerful, glowing red light. Hyun-Sung gently runs his fingers along the blade with deep gratitude. You're amazing at absorbing blood, little buddy. I'll treat you to a spa night tonight. But snapping back to reality, he wonders how the loot will be divided. He wonders how the group will distribute all the legendary loot. Looking at the other players gathering in the distance, he knows the standard custom is to convert raid contributions directly into cash payouts. But after thinking it over, Hyun-Sung decides to keep this massive achievement a secret. Exposing his massive contribution level right now would only put a dangerous target on his back, bringing unnecessary trouble he would rather avoid. His eyes harden with determination as he reminds himself that there is no need to be greedy. He quietly turns his back and walks away toward the distant horizon, leaving the confused players behind looking like a total badass straight out of a Hollywood action movie. Meanwhile, the entire world turns its attention toward South Korea as shocking news begins to break. Humanity has successfully conquered a legendary grade monster, the giant Imugi, for the very first time. However, every single detail regarding the participating players, the battle itself, the rare items, and the skill books are being kept as a total, absolute secret. The South Korean government is hiding everything, but trust me, you and I are going to find out what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy hype as offers for the legendary item keep pouring in. Some foreign rankers, hungry for power and desperate to claim the world's first achievements, even booked flights straight to South Korea without hesitation. A few days later, at the Hey-M warehouse, Choi Hyun-Sung sits on the sofa, lost in deep thought. Staring at his phone, he tells himself that buying this item is going to be incredibly tough. Even though his special force status lets him bid on items dropped by the Imugi, the reality of the situation is incredibly harsh. His screen shows a notification for a 300 million won bonus from the raid, but that amount is nothing compared to the actual market value. Hyun-Sung clicks his tongue because even the worst legendary grade item would easily have a starting price of hundreds of billions of won. He flops onto the couch, trying to shake off the regret. He tries to comfort himself, but honestly, he is desperate to join that auction. Just then, his phone buzzes repeatedly, and Hyun-Sung picks up. Hello? A familiar voice answers on the other end. This is Shin Ryuna, he quickly replies. Oh, hello, Ryuna? Hyun-Sung asks curiously. What made you call me? Ryuna teases him back. Why do you always have to jump straight to the point? She continues with a playful, teasing tone. Can't I just give you a call without needing a specific reason? Slightly flustered, Hyun-Sung replies. It's not that, but I'm absolutely sure you wouldn't just call without having something important to say. Ryuna sighs in utter defeat. Ha. I shouldn't have said anything. You are right. She gets serious again. All right. I can't beat you. Now, pay attention here, because I've got an insane deal you won't believe. Hyun-Sung focuses instantly. What is it? Shin Ryuna smiles over the phone, asking, Are you by any chance interested in legendary grade items? Choi Hyun-Sung flinches in shock. Sweating bullets, he replies with absolute honesty. Of course I am. What kind of player wouldn't care about a legendary grade item? Right away, she drops an incredibly tempting offer. I can actually help you buy one of those legendary items that just dropped. Realizing there's no such thing as a free lunch, Hyun-Sung asks cautiously. A free legendary item only exists in dreams. State your conditions. Ryuna casually stirs her coffee and confirms, of course. Hyun-Sung is lost in thought, trying to guess. What is it? Don't tell me it's a lifetime contract? Ryuna's eyes instantly grow sharp. She reveals that the government is putting all its resources into gathering items from the Imugi. She asks confidently, do you think any player can actually compete with the financial power of the government? Hyun-Sung vondas. But isn't the right to bid exclusive to the special force members? Ryuna smiles triumphantly. She explains that's the exact reason she reached out, since she and Hyun-Sung are the only players in the special task force directly affiliated with the association. Hyun-Sung asks skeptically, then why don't you just keep everything for yourself? Ryuna bursts out laughing over the phone. She admits she wanted to at first, but there's a skill that is completely incompatible with her own attributes. She insists it probably suits him way better than it does her. Standing inside the warehouse, Hyun-Sung makes a request, asking if he can check out the item before making his final decision. Ryuna replies casually, of course you can. However, walking in her high heels, she lets him know that it's not possible right at this moment. She explains they decided to reveal the item details to the special force members only a single day before the big auction officially kicks off. Ryuna reassures him fairly that he will get all the details at that exact time. Hyun-Sung frowns slightly and thoughtfully remarks that a single day is incredibly short. If the info gets leaked too early, other nations might try to lure some of their members away. Choi Hyun-Sung calmly replies, Did you just start investigating? I can already see they've finished turning everyone over. Hearing his confident claim, she says the government is currently investigating this matter. Standing in the warehouse, Hyun-Sung is decisive. I will look at the item first before making my decision. Let's do that. But you definitely won't regret it. Let's pause here. Just a few days later, at the headquarters, Hyun-Sung is completely stunned holding that new item sheet. Wow, he can't help but gasp, realizing that despite granting colossal power, it doesn't come with any severe penalties. This is the legendary grade active skill book, and it's called the Black Dragon's Punishment. This amazing skill actually converts mana into a dark attribute, massively boosting his overall attack power. While it slows down recovery speed, it uniquely allows him to summon black lightning at will without any cooldown. Hyun-Sung gulps, thinking to himself, using it freely whenever I want, and there is no cooldown at all? Still, he wonders if his hero-grade skill can absorb this legendary one. You and I are about to find out. Ryuna looks at him and asks, "Aren't you going to learn it?" Hyun-Sung hesitates to explain, saying, "I naturally possess holy attribute mana. Alright, stick with me here, his core skills are perfectly aligned to match this exact path." She sits on his desk casually and says, "Look, if you decline, Hyun-Sung, then we will simply give this skill book to one of the other long-range damage-dealing players. This girl is a master of mind games." With a knowing smile, she reveals that the government wants to recruit someone and plans to use this exact skill book as bait. We do not have much time left, so make up your mind quickly. Her sharp eyes stare straight at Hyun-Sung. Sweating under the immense pressure, Hyun-Sung grits his teeth and makes a counter-offer, saying, "I will do it if you agree to just one condition." When she asks what that condition is, he boldly declares, "If I pay back the exact deposit amount in the future, let me terminate this lifetime contract." He adds firmly, "If you cannot agree to that, I will walk away right now." She pauses to think before proposing a new deal. "Fine, let's do this instead. You will pay the deposit amount accumulated from today until the termination date, plus the standard legal interest rate on top of it." Hyun-Sung asks about that interest rate, and she tells him it is 5% per year. When he asks if it is simple interest, she looks at him sharply and clarifies, "Compound interest, of course. This is already a massive concession on my part. Compound interest will absolutely drain his wallet." After some quick calculations, Hyun-Sung nods and says, "I will do it." She smiles in pure satisfaction. "Excellent, then we have a deal." She picks up the signed documents and tells him she will go report this to her superiors. Hyun-Sung bows slightly, thanking her for taking care of him. She just giggles and replies, "Oh, it was nothing at all. I will take my leave now." Now, pay attention here as she walks away. He quickly pulls out his phone to make a brand new call. Standing on the elevated platform, the auctioneer scans the room and asks, "Are there any other bids on this item?" Meeting only heavy silence, he begins a 5-second countdown, giving these ultra-rich tycoons one last chance to claim the top spot. Choi Hyun-Sung and the other players hold their breath as thick tension completely fills the auction hall. "Congratulations!" the auctioneer announces loudly, officially bringing the bidding to a close. The Dark Dragon Spear officially goes to the player Shin Juna, with the screen displaying a record price of over 1100 billion won. Clapping along with the crowd, Choi Hyun-Sung quietly realizes this bidding war was way more intense than he expected. He understands this price goes far beyond any individual's wallet. There must be a giant conglomerate backing them up from the shadows. Just for a single skill book and a weapon, the total money spent reaches almost 2 trillion won. And now, we are finally moving on to the very last item of the day. Now, here is the moment you and I need to watch carefully as the staff wheels the most valuable item of the night onto the main stage. It is the legendary skill book, Punishment of the Black Dragon. The book is finally revealed, its ancient and exquisite engravings leaving everyone in the room shocked and completely breathless. In the quiet auction hall, Choi Hyun-Sung sits in a daze, holding the contract in his hands as he sighs helplessly. His eyes are filled with pure shock as he stares at the terrifying numbers displayed right in front of him. His personal debt has now skyrocketed into the trillions of won. With a compounding interest rate of 5% each year, he feels a creeping dread, wondering if he will be bound to the Hunter Association for his entire life. Meanwhile, Shin Juna stands frozen in the hallway, clutching her newly acquired spear with a completely bewildered expression. Staring ahead, she cannot believe her eyes, wondering how this is even possible. The thing that troubles her most is that the notification for the first-time achievement never showed up. Since the first-time achievement notification is completely missing, she immediately knows that something is deeply wrong here. Something feels incredibly off. Staring at the contribution board, she is horrified to see her name is only in second place, while the legendary title for the first hero rank achievement is nowhere to be found. The weirdest part is that among all the active members, absolutely nobody has stepped forward to claim the top spot. Shin Juna thinks back to her previous battles. Back when she first took down a hero rank monster, she easily secured the #1 rank and swept 5 rare tier first achievements. Even though she missed the gear and accessory titles back then, the rewards for weapons and skills were still incredibly valuable. Back then she was legendary, but now someone has stolen her spotlight entirely. Returning to reality, Shin Jun-ah looks deeply troubled. She assumed this time would be exactly the same, but then, She realizes a shocking truth. This is impossible, unless someone has been hunting legendary monsters all alone. Staring blankly at the board listing the hero rank rewards for taking down a legendary boss, she can only ask herself in disbelief, how on earth did this happen? For someone to claim 2 first-time achievements at the same time, this entire situation has gone way beyond any of her initial calculations. While discussing with an official, Shinjuna reveals that she had intentionally scheduled the Black Dragon's punishment skill as the final auction item to create a perfect opportunity. Clutching her spear tightly, she quietly curses herself for being so foolish. She deeply regrets not being honest with Hyun-Sung, and that is where we leave things today. You and I are jumping right in as Choi Hyun-Sung steps up to offer his congratulations. Congrats on spending $1 trillion just to buy yourself a second-place title, Juna. Now, I will be taking my leave first. The girl stands behind, watching his retreating back with deep thought before calling out to make sure. Did you already learn that skill? Hyun-Sung pauses, then nods in confirmation. Hearing this, Juna smiles with relief and bids him farewell. Safe travels then, but as Hyun-Sung turns around to walk away, a strange feeling suddenly washes over him. Wait, what is going on? Hurried high-heel footsteps echo from behind as Shin-Juna runs up, looking incredibly guilty and deeply flustered. I am so sorry. Seeing Hyun-Sung looking completely baffled, she starts explaining the fishy arrangement of the recent auction items. She confesses the shady truth behind how the items were allocated. The government actually prioritized my selected items so I could monopolize the first achievements. Because of that, your item got pushed all the way to the very bottom of the list. Hyun-Sung watches her in silence as his mind begins connecting all the dots. First achievement? Pay attention here, remembering those system notifications for the legendary weapons he already claimed. The real truth finally clicks. Ah, so that is what happened. The system did not mess up, the government did. He calmly reasons that it makes sense for the government to favor her, promoting someone who supposedly held all those world-first achievements to secure their global position. After all, he silently chuckles. They probably still believe she actually holds those titles. Seeing her head hanging low in deep guilt, Hyun-Sung just casually shrugs it off. Well, things like that are bound to happen, he says with a relaxed smile, scratching his head to comfort her. I completely understand where you and the government are coming from, he states firmly. So please, there is absolutely no need to feel guilty or apologize to me. His generous words catch Shin-Juna completely off guard. Her eyes widen as she looks at him, deeply touched, her cheeks flushing red at the incredible kindness of this handsome man. Choi Hyun-Sung nods politely, bid her farewell, and makes his exit. As he quietly walks out, Juna is left standing all alone in the silent room, utterly dazed. She marvels in silence. How can someone so powerful care so little about fame? He is just incredible. The crushing guilt of letting her superiors suppress such a righteous player continues to eat away at her conscience. Staring at the empty doorway, Shin-Juna makes a silent, fierce vow. From this moment on, she will never let anything like this happen again. Back at his place, Hyun-Sung sheds his jacket while pondering everything the young woman had just confessed to him. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Juna really is a genuinely honest person, feeling so guilty about stealing his achievements that she actually chased him down just to apologize. Hyun-Sung cannot help but feel a bizarre mix of amusement and slight guilt. He chuckles to himself, knowing she could have easily kept quiet and let the whole thing slide. A sheepish grin crosses his face as he realizes the irony. He is the one who secretly snatched all the legendary rewards from the Amugi snake, while she is losing sleep over his feelings. Hyun-Sung sits cross-legged on his bed. He opens his inventory space and pulls out the legendary skill book, which glows with a brilliant golden light. Staring at the priceless treasure, he wonders if he should learn it right now. His eyes gleam with curiosity as he begins to speculate how his skills will interact with each other. Will it fuse directly with his current powers, or will it remain as an entirely separate skill? The moment he clicks to learn the Black Dragon's punishment skill, a sudden system warning flashes, alerting him that the direct acquisition has failed. Hyun-Sung is completely stunned as a strange phenomenon begins to unfold. His unique heroic skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, and the legendary skill, Black Dragon's Punishment, are suddenly fusing together. In a flash, an entirely new ultimate power is born. Say hello to the legendary unique skill, Black Thunder Dragon's Breath. Hyun-Sung is speechless as he realizes this process is not just standard absorption, but an elite, high-tier fusion. And the system is not done yet. Another heroic achievement notification flashes on screen, declaring him the first player in the entire world to possess a legendary unique skill. Staring at his godly new status screen, Hyun-Sung cannot help but let out a smug, satisfied smirk. Everything went exactly as predicted. He is now completely, ridiculously overpowered. Hyun-Sung realizes that joining this massive Imugi raid was easily the absolute best decision of his life. Just the bonus stats from his new titles alone add up to a staggering 450 points. Facing a horde of growling, hideous, one-eyed monsters, he casually tests his newfound strength. With his upgraded arsenal, This marks a massive, legendary leap forward in power. The system window pops open, showing the details for his legendary unique skill, Black Thunder Dragon's Breath. This active skill converts his mana into the dark attribute, supercharging his attacks while slightly lowering his recovery rate. It infuses every strike with raw lightning. Trust me, you and I are going to enjoy watching him run wild. Alright, stick with me here. Our main character just unlocked an insane skill with 0 cooldown that levels up by absorbing other lightning items. Hyun-Sung smirks with absolute confidence. Time for a little test run. Crackles of purple electricity begin to spark and gather in the palm of his hand. Instantly, a massive pillar of dark lightning crashes down from the heavens, vaporizing the monsters into ash in the blink of an eye. The devastating force of the electricity melts the hideous beasts, leaving them completely unrecognizable. Staring at this terrifying display of power, Hyun-Sung gasps in shock. He looks at his hands, still crackling with purple sparks, his eyes shining with excitement. Standing alone in the middle of the ruined battlefield, Hyun-Sung quietly contemplates his newfound power. He clicks his tongue, annoyed that these mobs died too fast for him to even test his true limits. Suddenly, more monster screeches echo out, as another massive wave of grayish-green creatures rushes in to surround him. Hyun-Sung calmly walks past the pile of defeated monsters, thinking he really needs to find a place with a massive monster density, like a vampire dungeon, to unleash his true strength. Scanning the area, he wonders if a perfect hunting ground like that even exists nearby. Some time passes, and a sudden notification pops up on his phone at 8:05 a.m. An urgent message from Suna flashes on his screen, reading, "I have something we need to discuss. Call me back as soon as you see this." Since the beautiful manager is calling, a paid job must be waiting. Hyun-Sung wonders what kind of emergency has come up. He walks down the dark city streets, staring at his phone, when it suddenly begins to ring. "Hello, it looks like you are out of the dungeon," she says. Hyun-Sung gives a brief reply, "Yes," as she continues. "Hyun-Sung, do you have any interest in hunting over in the Northern District dungeons?" Seeing his confusion, she explains that the low and mid-level dungeons they just secured in the north are facing a massive shortage of hunters. Now pay attention to this Lizardman King holding his weapon. The mobs are multiplying, and every single hunter has already run away. To sweeten the deal, she offers a massive payout that is double the usual emergency active duty rate. Hyun-Sung analyzes the situation, knowing other high-level players get 0 rewards from low-tier mobs, which is why they refuse to go. Wearing a confident smile, he readily agrees, saying, "Of course I will help. After all, did I not sign a lifetime contract with the Player Association?" The manager responds happily, "Thank you so much. I will have a helicopter prepped so you can head out immediately." Sensing her intense urgency, Hyun-Sung mutters to himself that the situation must be incredibly dire. Walking in a rush, she explains that the number of dungeons is rising way too quickly, even if it is not quite time to issue a mandatory emergency call to all players yet. But if this keeps up, it will definitely happen. Hyun-Sung nods firmly, replying, "I will do my absolute best." 2 weeks later, over North Korea, a military helicopter glides through the skies above a massive, dense mountain forest. Suddenly, a blue system notification pops up right in front of Hyun-Sung. It reads, "Alert, your accumulated points have exceeded 300 billion. You are now allowed to use the mercenary system." Hyun-Sung mutters in shock. "Wait, this game actually has a human resources management system?" He stares at the unlocked interface with complete disbelief on his face. Now let's look at this gray wasteland, where hordes of armed monsters are waiting for him in the distance. Hyun-Sung frowns in deep thought, before suddenly erupting a brilliant aura of purple energy all around his body. He raises his hand, powerful purple sparks crackling from his fingertips as he starts navigating the virtual holographic system interface. Hyun-Sung opens his personal status window to check out his insane, overpowered stat points, but he quickly notices that nothing special is showing up on the board. Curious, he swipes his hand to check the other tabs and suddenly gasps in excitement. A brand new interface titled Higher Mercenaries pops up, showing a massive roster of fighters ranging from rare to hero tier. Hyun-Sung realizes that he can actually recruit legendary players who are ranked at the heroic tier. Driven by curiosity, he taps on the profile of a heroic tier warrior named Volsevik. A detailed status page reveals Volsevik is a powerful tank and melee assassin with incredible defensive and offensive stats. However, the moment Hyun-Sung looks at the price, he freezes in absolute shock. 600 billion points for only 2 short hours? Who in their right mind could actually afford this? His face shows pure exhaustion at this ridiculous highway robbery price, so he decides to scroll down to check out the rare tier instead. Yet even in the rare tier, rental prices costing tens of billions of points still make him click his tongue in disappointment. Are rare tiers really this expensive? As he continues scrolling through the list, Hyun-Sung's eyes suddenly stop on someone. He spots a rare tier warrior named Lucia, whose hiring price is significantly cheaper than anyone else on the list. Out of all the rare ranks, she is definitely the cheapest. But is cheap too good to be true? But reading the warning, describing her as a deserter and a failure, makes him hesitate, and trust me, we are about to see how this gamble pays off. Alright, you and I are starting today with a bizarre warning line that makes Choi Hyun-Sung squint as he tries to analyze it. What on earth does this even mean? Could she really be the type to constantly cancel her contracts on a whim? Choi Hyun-Sung stares intently at the mercenary interface floating right in front of him, thinking to himself, gathering information is the top priority right now. Gold and points do not matter. To test this new system, he decides to select a name from the list. Immediately, a green notification pops up, stating that he has successfully hired the rare-grade mercenary, Lucia. With 180 minutes of summon time remaining, a sudden burst of white light erupts right behind Choi Hyun-Sung. Out of the glowing aura, a woman's figure gradually materializes. She bows her head respectfully, thanking him for summoning her. Addressing him as master, she introduces herself as Lucia, a fierce warrior with long silver hair and a dark cloak. Lucia stands straight, her eyes filled with determination as she proudly declares that she will fight with all her strength. Seeing her incredibly serious attitude, Choi Hyun-Sung is totally stunned. Scratching his head awkwardly, Choi Hyun-Sung replies in confusion, admitting that there are actually no enemies to fight right now. Lucia freezes in shock for a moment, slowly lowering her sword with a puzzled look. Choi Hyun-Sung quickly explains that he just has a few questions to ask her. Quickly regaining her composure, Lucia asks with curiosity if this is his very first time using the mercenary system. Choi Hyun-Sung lets out a bitter laugh, rubbing his head and admitting that the feature was only just unlocked. Understanding the situation, Lucia quietly sits down and gently tells him she understands. She encourages him to ask anything, promising to answer to the best of her knowledge. Looking at the sword and shield neatly placed right next to her, Choi Hyun-Sung cuts straight to the chase, asking about a mercenary's true identity. Lucia calmly responds that she is also a player, just like him. This revelation blew his mind. And honestly, we would be shocked too. A player just like me? Lucia keeps her calm gaze and continues to explain things in more detail. Yes, to be more precise, I am a player who possesses a unique skill, just like you do, Master. Choi Hyun-Sung stands completely frozen, shock written all over his face as he realizes he is not the only one holding such special power. She clarifies that she is talking about buying and selling. Curious, Choi Hyun-Sung asks if her world is also plagued by monsters and why these gates appeared in the first place. Lucia admits her world suffered the exact same fate, but even she does not know the true origin of these gates. She mentions that if he wants to find out more about the dark secrets behind these gates, he must hire top-tier mercenaries of legendary rank or even higher. This pay-to-win system is incredibly brutal. She adds that even the high-ranking hero-grade mercenaries she previously met had absolutely no idea what the answer was. Hearing this, Choi Hyun-Sung nods thoughtfully. I see. He explains that 20 years have already passed since the gates first opened in his world. Despite surviving 2 massive cataclysmic changes, his worried expression shows things are far from over. He asks if she has any idea when the next massive cataclysm will strike. Lucia claims that as far as she knows, 2 cataclysms are the limit. Choi Hyun-Sung gasps in disbelief, asking if that is really true. She explains that while there likely will not be another cataclysm for the next 20 years, she absolutely cannot guarantee anything about what happens after that time. Here is the tragic part, so listen closely. With a sorrowful look in her eyes, Lucia reveals a brutal and devastating truth. 40 years after the very first cataclysm, her own world was completely overrun by monsters and utterly destroyed. Staring silently at the ground, she quietly begins to speak. In my mercenary description, you must have noticed the labels calling me a deserter and a failure, right? Do you know the dark reason behind those words? Faced with his quiet, questioning gaze, Lucia bitterly admits she did not fail because she was weak, but because she chose to run away just to survive. Memories of a glorious yet deeply painful past suddenly flash back in her mind, showing a peaceful village filled with wooden houses and the slow, quiet lives of its people. But then, the blue sky violently cracks open to reveal a pitch-black, deadly rift. A massive portal expands, glowing with blinding light as it unleashes bloodthirsty monsters upon the helpless land. Hideous-looking orcs, sporting massive nose rings, let out savage, blood-curdling roars as they charge. The brutal massacre begins. Panicked villagers scream in utter despair, desperately trying to flee from the clutches of these vicious beasts. Amidst the chaos, Lucia was once an absolute badass, riding her horse and slicing down beasts like an action hero. But then, a colossal beast with massive horns and bulging muscles looms ahead, stepping forward to completely block her path. Even though she fights with everything she has, the raw power of this heavyweight monster is far beyond her imagination. Lucia gets violently slammed to the ground, desperately using her sword to block a crushing blow from the enemy's massive spiked mace. With death closing in and all strength gone, a strange green energy suddenly wraps around her, pulling her out of her collapsing world. Trust me, we are about to see a wild journey unfold. Let's dive back in as Choi Hyun-Sung finally realizes why she is just a one-star player. Lucia nods, confirming this cruel reality. She lost everything studying her skills, leaving her as the poorest hunter around. Standing frozen in the bleak gray space, she continues sharing her painful, humiliating journey with Hyun-Sung. She bows her head with sorrowful eyes, admitting she quickly regretted her choices from that moment on. She hunted like a maniac to grind points, desperately selling skill books and magic stones just to survive day by day. After 16 long years of suffering, just as a flicker of hope appeared, the second great cataclysm struck. Hyun-Sung listens silently as she explains that back then, nobody was strong enough to stop the rising tide of terrifying legendary monsters. A colossal stone beast studded with glowing blue crystals roars, shaking the very foundations of the dimension. In her armor, Lucia grips her sword and shield, grinding her teeth in complete helplessness. Damn it. She explains that a massive magic field had locked down the area, making all teleportation skills and escape items completely useless. Watch closely as the enemy launches a truly brutal onslaught. Lucia had no choice but to use the emergency escape item she always carried. She pulled out a brilliant blue cube and activated it. I used a dimensional teleportation item. She knew the chances of getting lost between dimensions were incredibly high, but it was the only choice she had left in that life-or-death situation. The cube spins in midair, unleashing a mystical surge of energy that completely wraps around her. But cruel fate interfered, and Lucia failed to reach her target dimension as she had planned. She bitterly admits that she became a lost one, trapped inside an empty void between the cracks of the universe. Her eyes show profound exhaustion from wandering completely alone through the pitch-black darkness, a place where absolutely no life or light ever existed. In that terrifyingly silent void, only dripping water echoed through an empty space where absolutely nothing truly existed. Lucia explains that during her absolute lowest point, she got incredibly lucky by stumbling upon the mercenary support system. She guides Hyun-Sung, explaining that opening his unique skill tab and selecting sales will bring up the support window. Immediately, a mercenary panel pops up on the screen displaying rare tier Lucia, requiring a minimum hire time of 1 hour costing 1 million points. Hyun-Sung quickly taps through his virtual screen and hits the mercenary support button. You and I both know 1 million points is a steep price for loyalty, but his screen shows his own registration at the exact same rate. He mutters in utter surprise, while Lucia quietly continues her dark tale. She explains that she registered on the system and waited endlessly, but absolutely nobody ever paid attention to her. She even lowered her price to the absolute minimum and begged on her knees for a master to let her survive in their world, but she was met with nothing but cold, brutal rejection. Hyun-Sung stares at the screen and does the math, knowing a rare-grade mercenary requires a minimum of 1 million points per hour. He realizes this rate is just outrageously expensive. That is 24 million a day, over 700 million a month. Then, Lucia reveals someone finally offered a brutally cruel condition. With a sinister smile, he demanded she pay him 24 million daily, and he would handle the rest. Stunned, Hyun-Sung interrupts. Is it actually possible to transfer points? Lucia explains that while transferring points to normal players or regular civilians is impossible, the rules are completely different between users who share the same unique skill. She steps closer, confirming that trading points between the two of them is fully possible. Standing face to face in the quiet space, Lucia reaches out her hand to offer a binding handshake. Instantly, a trade notification pops up, showing a massive limit of over 10 billion exchangeable points. Choi Hyun-Sung looks at the system screen, gasping in sheer awe. He asks out of curiosity if they can abuse trading back and forth to artificially boost their total accumulated points. But Lucia instantly crushes that hope, declaring that it is absolutely impossible. She explains that when players trade points, their total balances are deducted accordingly, and this exact same rule also applies directly to the mercenary system. Hyun-Sung puts the pieces together and asks if that was why she accepted the cruel offer, but she firmly denies it. I refused. I was smart enough to walk away. She adds that like selling items, the system takes a massive 20% fee, leaving Hyun-Sung stunned by a crushing loss you and I can definitely feel as we watch him realize the math. Alright, you and I are diving into Lucia's brutal past, where things just got worse when her old master demanded to hire her again for 300 million points. Staring at the notification, Hyun-Sung realizes how miserable she is and decides it is time to buy her out for his own team. She begins recounting her endless, brutal days of hunting, slaying monsters just to gather points, only to hand over all 24 million points to her greedy master, down to the very last cent. Grinding day and night only to lose money. Talk about a slave hunter's life. To make up for the loss, Lucia skipped meals and sleep, throwing herself entirely into one bloody, relentless battle after another. Even after pushing herself to grind 5 million points daily, the insatiable greed of her former master ultimately forced Lucia to break their contract. The red-haired man flew into a furious rage after losing his ultimate goldmine tool. Since then, she struggled entirely alone across dimensions, until Hyun-Sung summoned her. Lucia's face was completely worn out from the journey. She admits that if things had kept going like that, she would not have survived past 3 months. Staring straight at Hyun-Sung with intense determination, she makes a serious proposal. Lucia promises that she will return exactly 24 million points to him daily as her minimum rental fee, and she is fully ready to charge into any brutal battlefield he commands. Desperately pleading with her eyes, she asks if he could please allow her to continue existing here in this world. Hyun-Sung looks back at Lucia and calmly asks if she can give him some time to think. Lucia smiles and agrees, noting that her current rental time is almost up and she must return to her dimension soon. A moment later, she vanishes into a bright pillar of light, leaving Hyun-Sung standing there completely alone. Here is the part we need to watch closely. Sitting in the dark cave, he knows he is lucky, but using this mercenary system makes perfect sense. With his decision made, Hyun-Sung taps the system screen to summon Lucia right back to him. Reappearing instantly, she confidently remarks that hiring her again was the smartest decision he could have ever made. Hyun-Sung calmly agrees, but says he needs to confirm something first. Lucia immediately guesses he is curious about her actual strength. He directly asks to see her status window. After hesitating for a brief moment, Lucia agrees, saying she is fine with sharing her levels and raw stats. Hyun-Sung silently chuckles, knowing that to a level 1 player like himself, her level does not even matter. Everyone deserves their secrets anyway. He tells her that is perfectly fine, realizing she only intends to reveal her basic combat attributes. As they walk, Lucia quietly calls out her status board, and the screen that pops up leaves Hyun-Sung completely stunned. It is insane. Her total stats exceed 3,500, a number that normal players would need level 700 to reach. Even so, he remains confident. Despite being 700 points behind her, he knows he can easily close that gap soon. Staring at her, Hyun-Sung realizes she also possesses several legendary and hero-tier combat skills. He wonders how strong the outside monsters actually are, if an absolute powerhouse like her is forced to work as a mercenary. Lucia cuts through his thoughts, asking if he is satisfied. Hyun-Sung proposes that they start with a temporary, part-time rental contract. You and I both know she did not expect this. Surprised, she questions the temporary hire, while he explains he will only summon her for dungeons. Once the hunt ends, the contract terminates. As for food, he will provide all of it completely free of charge. Lucia confirms, asking if she is only called here when he needs to hunt. Hyun-Sung nods, telling her that is exactly it. Lucia smiles, agreeing that she sees absolutely no downside to a flexible arrangement like this. She fades away, leaving him alone. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts deep within the dark forest, slicing through the night. He dashes toward the glow. With a lethal gaze, Lucia charges straight into a pack of horned rabbits, her battle cry echoing loudly. Surrounded by enemies, she calmly raises her shield and activates a glowing, brilliant blue protective barrier. Channeling raw power into her shield, she unleashes a massive shockwave that blows the monsters back as he watches from behind. Hyun-Sung smiles in satisfaction at how convenient this setup is. At the same time, his own hands erupt with dark purple energy, preparing to launch a massive strike. Monster after monster falls hopelessly under the deadly slashes of Lucia's sharp blade. Watching her fierce, aggressive combat, Hyun-Sung notes that her fighting style is completely different from his own. Amused by this teamwork, he finds their unique combination highly effective. Immediately, he unleashes a massive, sweeping purple energy strike, creating a circle of death that catches the monsters completely off guard. Standing over the pile of dead beasts, Lucia calmly announces that the area is completely cleared. She happily remarks that this is an amazing hunting ground, especially since her previous Masters worlds were filled with constant struggles. She explains those places had way too many active players, while elite hunting zones were completely locked down by powerful lords charging insane entry fees. And that is where we leave it for now, her curious eyes locking directly onto Hyun-Sung. My master, are you perhaps one of this world's absolute supreme monarchs? Hyun-Sung chuckles. Not at all, I was just asked to clean this place up. But after so many back-to-back battles, he worries about her condition. Can she still fight? Once Lucia confidently nods, let's watch him pull up his system interface and speak. In that case, I will call you later. Lucia bows respectfully, replying, I will await you, master, before vanishing instantly. 1 week later, in a quiet forest, a vibrant burst of green energy erupts. Hyun-Sung stands amazed at how insanely fast he is racking up achievements. He calculates that while a full day of hunting used to bring in 10 million points, that number has now tripled. On top of that, Lucia alone brought in 300 million points in just 1 single week. Hyun-Sung smiles, feeling incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, she secretly marvels that he is this thrilled over making a mere 3 million points in weekly profit. Hee-sung scratches his head, feeling slightly guilty that he can easily rake in hundreds of millions daily just by using electronic devices. Right then, Lucia walks up and softly calls out his name. Turning back, he asks, "Is something wrong?" She hesitates slightly before asking, "If you do not mind, I have a question." With his nod of approval, she gets straight to the point. "Today, I saw you fight those monsters in close combat. Besides your ranged attacks, do you plan to keep fighting hand-to-hand like that?" Hee-sung answers firmly, "Of course. I want to blend ranged and melee styles to adapt to any battle." Lucia pauses for a moment, then asks, "You have never actually received formal training in swordsmanship, have you?" Hee-sung admits that he only possesses the basic swordsmanship knowledge skill. Hearing this, Lucia offers her advice. "In that case, I highly recommend you hire a master swordsman for structured, proper training." Hee-sung wonders, "Is there a specific reason for that?" Lucia looks at him with utter seriousness. "Your swordplay is far too basic. Right now, it might not seem like a problem. But once you face humanoid, hero-grade monsters, your current strikes will completely lose their edge." Hee-sung asks skeptically, "Is the difference really that massive?" Lucia immediately proposes a test. Pay attention here, she challenges him to a spar without active skills. Sparring? Hee-sung is genuinely surprised. He never expected her to be this eager to help him improve. Lucia explains that experiencing it firsthand is the only way he will truly understand. Hee-sung's gaze sharpens. "All right, let's do it," he says, drawing his weapon to prepare. They back away, a heavy, tense silence settling over them right before their sword duel officially begins. Hee-sung makes the first move, lunging forward at lightning speed to strike directly at her, but Lucia quickly raises her shield. Effortlessly balancing defense and offense, she easily parries every single one of his strikes. Watching her movements closely, Hee-sung quickly realizes something: she isn't even using half of her real strength yet. Stomping down hard to build momentum, he leaps high into the air, launching a massive, overhead strike. Yet Lucia's face remains totally calm. She blocks the blow with her shield and instantly counterattacks, throwing both of them into a thrilling, high-speed clash of blades. Hee-sung clicks his tongue in frustration as every single one of his attacks gets completely shut down. In stark contrast to his growing panic, Lucia stays entirely relaxed, a confident smile playing on her lips. 3 minutes pass. You and I can see he is already completely exhausted, drenched in sweat, and utterly shocked by how massive this power gap really is. Lucia calmly walks over, her face completely unfazed. Realizing the hopeless divide between them, he lowers his head and admits defeat. She sheathes her sword, noting calmly, "I expected as much, Master, but your actual mastery level is incredibly low." Hee-sung repeats, confused. "Mastery? I know the moves, but actually mastering them? I never even thought about that." Lucia explains that even if it doesn't show up on his status screen, in a way, mastery is far more crucial than raw stats or skills. She stresses that for players, both active and passive skills are just sudden bursts of power. Simply knowing how to trigger them doesn't mean you've reached their limit. Hee-sung is puzzled. Doesn't the system automatically imprint the muscle memory anyway? Lucia insists that alone is far from enough. She uses the horseback riding skill as a clear example. Once you unlock it, you can easily run, stop, and steer while mounted. But that basic control doesn't mean you have actually mastered the art of riding. She explains that depending on your mastery level, your overall combat power will differ like night and day. Just because two players have the exact same skill doesn't mean they will unleash the same power. Hee-sung gasps as the truth finally clicks. Seeing that he finally understands her point, Lucia continues. This isn't just about passive skills like swordsmanship. Even with the powerful lightning abilities that he relies on as his main weapon, the difference in damage you deal based entirely on your skill mastery will be absolutely massive. Hee-sung ponders, and trust me, his gamer brain is already plotting. Let's dive into this scene, where we learn that even with the same stats, a pro's mastery is on a whole different level. He realizes that although it is not listed on his status window, this hidden mastery is a total game-changer in real combat. Hyun-Sung looks at Lucia and hesitantly asks if she could help him train to improve his overall combat mastery. Lucia beams with a bright smile and replies, "If that's what you want, I will help you anytime." He never expected her to agree to mentor him with such genuine enthusiasm. Months later, thanks to the relentless efforts of high-rank hunters in the north, the threat of the monster wave finally stabilizes. But in stark contrast to that peace, the deep frustration of these hunters is boiling over. High-rank fighters sent from major guilds to assist have started getting incredibly lazy. Whenever they receive orders to clear low-level dungeons, they constantly go on strike or demand to return to the south. This selfish attitude dumps the heavy burden of clearing low-rank dungeons entirely onto the association hunters. After a while, even the association hunters cannot stand it anymore and begin complaining. Even with double combat pay, the sheer losses they face are simply too massive. They cannot gain experience to level up, nor can they gather any valuable loot or magic stones. Daily life here is also incredibly harsh due to a severe lack of proper housing, forcing them to sleep in cold tents and survive on quick instant meals or dry rations. As this miserable situation drags on for months, even the association's dedicated hunters start neglecting their duties. But pay attention here, because while everyone else is slacking, one hunter is more eager to farm than ever before. While the others rest, Hyun-Sung quietly grabs his pack and heads out to the dungeon, totally excited. Following a brutal training session, Hyun-Sung and Lucia sit down together to rest and share a meal. While eating, Lucia marvels at how incredibly advanced this modern world civilization is, admitting she is starting to feel right at home. Hyun-Sung explains that here, even regular citizens need an identification card just to participate in basic daily economic activities. Hearing this, Lucia nods in realization, finally understanding why Hyun-Sung never summons her outside of dungeons. Hyun-Sung looks at her calmly and adds that as a max-level player, her presence is a massive deal. High-tier players like her are heavily monitored and strictly scrutinized by every single nation. Seeing her dazed expression, he smiles reassuringly and promises to find a way for her to live in Korea once this is over. Securing an identification card and registering her as a player is absolutely crucial. Lucia just smiles gently, replying that he should not rush, since she is already very happy. She hesitantly asks if her identification card will feature her portrait photo, looking up at Hyun-Sung with hopeful eyes. If I am getting one, a youthful picture on it would be much better, right? I know what you are thinking, but hey, girls always love to look their best, right? He is totally caught off guard. Chuckling at her cute request, he agrees that having a youthful photo on her official ID is definitely the way to go. The two continue chatting happily inside the quiet, empty dungeon. Lucia's soft eyes shining with deep relief and trust as she looks at her master. Lucia hesitantly speaks up, suggesting that it might be best for him to take this back now. Hyun-Sung turns and smiles, telling her to keep it as tuition for teaching him so much. Lucia nods with absolute determination. In that case, I will train you even harder. Hyun-Sung calmly welcomes the challenge anytime. The scene shifts to a freezing, snow-covered mountain at night, where a helicopter lands right next to a group of gathered hunters. Wrapped in warm winter gear, Hyun-Sung walks past a man busy on a phone call, who urgently tells his caller to wait a second. Hello? Yes, I am currently out on a business trip. Standing nearby, a hooded figure with a deadly glare thinks to himself that his chance has finally arrived. For this trip, he seems extremely excited. A dark, incredibly dangerous aura begins radiating from the stalker, while Hyun-Sung silently continues walking ahead. Stepping deep into the rocky terrain, Hyun-Sung suddenly stops in his tracks. His eyes narrow as he senses an invisible threat slowly closing in. He realizes with a jolt that his wild instincts have been triggered. Who could it be? Behind him, a dark mist creeps closer. Venturing deeper into the dark cavern, Hyun-Sung feels the looming threat intensify. Is it an enemy? Gulping nervously, he tells himself to focus on the immediate path ahead as half-beast monsters begin to emerge from the darkness, growling menacingly. Confronted by these massive creatures, Hyun-Sung lets out a quiet breath and breaks into an excited grin. Why not test things out? This is his first real fight since Lucia started teaching him swordsmanship. Swiftly pulling his razor-sharp weapon from his bag, he stands ready before the charging horde. He grips his blade tightly, unleashing an explosive, powerful aura that radiates with brilliant purple light. He pockets the shiny blue magic stone, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he faces next. Alright, let's dive in as our main character chugs some water to recover, then taps open his status window. Even though he is still level 1 with no class, owning 164 titles gives him a smug smile, an insane achievement for a low-level player. Despite his exhaustion, Hyun-Wung tells himself that he must keep pushing forward. But suddenly, a sharp wave of killing intent hits him as he realizes an enemy is lurking nearby. A massive monster roars and charges forward, but Hyun-Wung moves like lightning, swinging his sword to end it in a flash. His eyes immediately narrow as he senses a much greater, real threat approaching. It is here a mysterious dark shadow darting right behind his back at terrifying speed. Without a second of hesitation, Hyun-Wung channels a blazing purple energy in his palm and unleashes a direct strike at the intruder. The devastating burst of power sends the attacker screaming in absolute agony. Taking a closer look, Hyun-Wung identifies his opponent as an assassin class who won't stop until he is dead. He braces himself, gripping his glowing energy weapon tightly to face the assassin emerging from the dark cloak. The two instantly lunged at each other, clashing in a spectacular, fiery mid-air collision. Sticking the landing, Hyun-Wung watches in shock as his opponent moves as elusively as a cloud of black smoke. He gasps, thinking how insanely fast the guy is, before spinning around defensively as the dark shadow vanishes into thin air once again. The assassin grits his teeth in absolute disbelief. How did this kid spot him? He can't believe his stealth was broken so effortlessly. Even with the upper hand, Hyun-Woong quickly realizes that while his raw strength is far superior, the enemy is just too fast. Suddenly, the assassin blinks right behind him, catching Hyun-Woong off guard with some high-level movement skills. Before he can even react, a dense cloud of green poison gas from a smoke bomb completely envelops him. To make matters worse, he is using biological weapons. The system alerts flash repeatedly. You have been poisoned, and your body will be paralyzed for 10 seconds. But watch closely at this exact critical moment. His passive skill, the Book of Immortality, automatically triggers, completely purging the poison in the blink of an eye. Leaping from above, the enemy dives back in to strike, forcing our hero to quickly gather energy to strike back. A massive purple explosion erupts, but the assassin glides away like a ghost. Staring at the flickering, ghostly movements of his opponent, Hyun-Woong truly begins to feel the pressure. He is just too fast. No physical strikes or active skills are landing, and his mana is draining rapidly. If this drag-out fight continues, he will be in serious trouble. Taking a deep breath, he plans his next move. His eyes locked onto the gleaming blade in his hand, he reminds himself that this opportunity will only come once. It is a single, make-or-break shot, and he absolutely cannot afford a mistake. After unleashing constant attacks, the exhausted, sweat-drenched assassin realizes this fight has spun completely out of control. Seeing Hyun-Woong completely unscathed, the assassin knows he must escape immediately, as this mission has become a total failure. Terrified to his absolute core, he desperately wonders what kind of monster he is actually fighting. He cannot believe someone who awakened less than a year ago possesses such terrifyingly overwhelming strength. Even though the assassin runs away with all his might, Hyun-Woong chases after him like an inescapable shadow. The panicked assassin curses, calling him an absolute monster as Hyun-Woong's rapid sword strikes force him to block and struggle in utter desperation. With ice-cold eyes, Hyun-Woong stares him down and asks, "Are you planning to run? Now, you and I both know he can't escape." No matter what movement skills the assassin uses, Hyun-Woong effortlessly mirrors him, chanting a single word, blink. In an instant, he teleports right behind the killer and lands a devastating, critical strike that leaves him severely wounded. The assassin collapses in agony, completely losing his ability to fight back. Standing over his defeated foe, Hyun-Woong sheathes his sword and gazes coldly down at the dying killer. Hyun-Woong grits his teeth as the dying assassin suddenly lunges with desperate, blinding speed, giving him only a split second to gasp, too fast, as a razor-sharp blade grazes his neck, drawing blood in a terrifyingly close split second. Refusing to let his enemy get another chance, a massive explosion of purple energy erupts with violent, destructive force. The killer screams in pure agony amidst the overwhelming, destructive power. When the brilliant light finally fades away, his body dissolves completely, leaving nothing but floating embers drifting in the cold night. Hyun-Woong stands there, stunned. But right where the assassin disappeared, a mysterious, ancient skill book begins to manifest. It is an incredibly rare hero-grade item called the Veil of Night, which completely conceals the user's appearance, sounds, and even their mana. Picking up the assassin's loot, he lets out a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. Right next to it, a short sword and a sparkling necklace also begin to materialize. This guy was loaded. First is the Dark Elf King's dagger, which has the terrifying ability to inflict poison, bleeding, and curses. Next up is the Guardian's Grace accessory, which massively boosts the owner's overall skill resistance, and best of all, its passive shield reduces 50% of damage from fatal strikes. Trust me, our boy is getting ridiculously overpowered. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the action. Hyun-Sung nods, realizing a certain skill is the key, but a dark question lingers: why did this guy target him? Staring at the looted items, Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes and activates his special skill, Psychology. Immediately, a system notification pops up. The active skill failed to trigger because it is impossible to read the past memories of items corrupted by dark magical energy. Hyun-Sung clicks his tongue, admitting that it really is a total failure. Suddenly remembering something, he decides to consult Lucia first. As soon as she is summoned, she immediately gives him a look. She notes he summoned her a bit later than usual. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hyun-Sung sits down with her to discuss the crazy encounter that just happened. Hearing his story, Lucia hums in thought. She wonders if getting ambushed by other players is a rare occurrence in this world. Hyun-Sung explains it is quite rare. Unless they are out of public sight, players rarely clash openly. Still, he cannot shake the burning question: why on earth did they target him? Lucia points out that a hidden grudge might have formed without him even realizing it, or they might be highly suspicious of his insanely rapid growth and want to uncover his secret. Hyun-Sung asks anxiously if this will happen again. Watch closely here. Lucia's eyes turn dead serious. If that attacker belonged to a larger organization, she warns the danger is far from over. She explains that according to the rules of this world, if they cannot strike in public, They will definitely wait until he enters a dungeon. That way, they can eliminate him and make it look like a natural accident. Therefore, she warns Hyun-Sung to be absolutely careful whenever he goes out to hunt. Lucia gently advises him, saying, "If you face a tough enemy, summon me instantly. If you have extra points, you can also hire other mercenaries." Hyun-Sung smiles and replies, "I understand." As night falls over the freezing, snowy mountains, a helicopter departs, leaving Hyun-Sung alone to trek deep into the dangerous terrain. From a distance, a mysterious girl in a black cloak quietly watches him walk away. She mutters in complete shock. What on earth? Did they fail to carry out the mission? Confusion covers her face as she realizes the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Beginning to tail him, she whispers Hunter's Eye, activating her special skill to trace his path, desperate to know why he is still moving forward. Her eyes glow with an eerie crimson light, exposing the leftover magic traces on the ground. Warning symbols appear, guiding her steps straight into the depths of a dark cave. She silently follows the glowing trails, stepping deeper into the cold, oppressive darkness. Suddenly, she halts in high alert, sensing an unusual and powerful presence right ahead. The mysterious girl stops at the battlefield where red energy still lingers. She kneels to touch the ground, telling herself that this is enough. Instantly, she triggers the Memory of the Earth skill. Ghostly gray silhouettes rise from the dirt, recreating every single detail of the battle that just occurred. She quietly watches the shadows mimic the moves of both Hyun-Sung and the assassin. Suddenly, her eyes narrow in absolute shock. What is this? Right before her eyes, the replay shows the assassin using all his strength to run away. She gasps in pure disbelief. He is fleeing? Why on earth would he run? But surprise turns to sheer horror as she watches the memory of Hyun-Sung catch up, delivering a brutal finishing blow that completely vaporizes his opponent. Her eyes widen as her face freezes in absolute shock after witnessing that devastating strike. Trembling, she mutters Takashi's name. She swallows hard, completely devastated as she is forced to accept this unbelievable reality. Let's pause here. Back in Tokyo, Japan, inside a luxury high-rise building, a mustached man is deep in thought, realizing that Hyun-Sung Woo's warning was likely true after all. His subordinate standing opposite him respectfully reports the news. Yes, according to Kaneko's report, Choi Hyun-Sung has indeed killed Takashi. The mustached man reasons that Hyun-Sung Woo was likely killed by Choi Hyun-Sung as well, and his subordinate firmly agrees, stating it is almost guaranteed. The politician's face tightens. How could a rookie awaken just over a year ago completely bypass the level 20 limit and defeat a top-tier ranker? Not once, but twice. His elite forces have suffered crushing defeats against an unknown nobody. This is Tanaka, minister of the Japanese Gate Management Department. He mutters with deep calculation. Breaking the level 20 rule is just the beginning. His subordinate adds, "We estimate the probability of him possessing a unique skill is over 99%. Tanaka nods. No wonder the Korean Hunter Association was so desperate to sign him. Tapping his fingers on the desk with a sinister gaze, he wonders what kind of unique skill allows such absurdly rapid growth. If that is the case, stealing it would be much better. His confused subordinate blinks. What? Tanaka casually dismisses it, saying it is nothing. He quickly shifts the subject, asking how many secret agents they can mobilize right now. Hearing that they have 5, Tanaka decisively barks an order. Deploy them to North Korea. This is where we leave it for now. All right, you and I are jumping straight into a massive conspiracy. Seeing his subordinate frozen, the boss growls. Did you not hear me? The terrified man quickly bows, promising to do it immediately. The anxious subordinate hesitates. Is our primary objective still the same as before, sir? Tanaka gives a cold, calm nod of confirmation. Yes, but add this. If you judge that the mission is going to fail, order them to eliminate Choi Hyun-Sung at all costs. Try to recruit him first, but if he refuses, wipe him out. The subordinate bows respectfully. Understood, sir. He quickly slips out of the room, leaving his boss entirely alone in the massive, luxurious office. Tanaka sneers to himself. Fools. Choi Hyun-Sung doesn't even trust the Korean government. He adjusts his tie, looking incredibly smug and calculating as he plots his next move. Meanwhile, in a quiet, isolated field, Hyun-Sung is focusing all his energy on practicing a brand new skill. He softly chants Magic Arrow. A brilliant, pulsing green energy starts to build up right between his open palms. Standing nearby, Lucia quietly watches his every move. But suddenly, the energy flares up and completely vanishes, leaving Hyun-Sung groaning in pure frustration. Just a tiny bit more focus, and I would have had it. Seeing his disappointment, Lucia smiles gently to comfort him. There is no need to be discouraged. We still have plenty of time left. Hyun-Sung nods quietly. Yeah, I know. Lucia then announces it is time for their sparring session. The two of them quickly pull out their weapons to prepare for the next round of training. Hyun-Sung grips his weapon, his eyes burning with intense resolve. Lucia steps up, locking into a combat stance with her sharp sword and heavy shield. Now pay attention. Hyun-Sung yells, I'm going first. Lucia nods in agreement. He immediately charges, unleashing a flurry of incredibly heavy sword strikes, but Lucia stays completely calm, deflecting every single blow with her massive, unbreakable shield. Metal clangs repeatedly as Hyun-Sung pours all his raw strength into the assault, yet he cannot even budge her absolute, ironclad defense. Pushed back, Hyun-Sung grits his teeth, groaning. He quickly slaps his hand on the ground to catch his balance, instantly springing back into a guard. His eyes lock onto Lucia, desperately scanning for even the smallest possible opening. But unlike his tense posture, Lucia stands perfectly still, imposing and majestic. Her glowing blue eyes track his every motion. Undeterred, Hyun-Sung lunges forward once again, desperately trying to close the distance, yet every single slash is effortlessly shut down by her shield. He clicks his tongue in deep frustration, realizing he is still completely stonewalled by Lucia's absolutely flawless defensive skills. Refusing to give up, Hyun-Sung stomps his foot hard. He charges straight at Lucia, sword raised high. She calmly hoists her shield, her sharp eyes dissecting every single movement of her opponent's approach. No matter how desperately he strikes, Lucia stands solid as an iron wall, completely unyielding and immovable. I know what you're thinking, she's an absolute wall. After one last brutal clash, Hyun-Sung finally backs away to catch his breath. The two face each other in the dim, quiet chamber, the tense air slowly settling after their grueling, high-speed training session. Lucia gently lowers her blade and shield. Let's call it a day. It is finally time we head over to the next dungeon. Hyun-Sung is still panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face as he looks up, filled with fatigue and doubt. Am I even getting any stronger? I could not land a single hit on you. Seeing his deep frustration, Lucia chuckles softly, giving him an encouraging smile. Actually, your timing in striking my openings has become much sharper than before. She points out that he has trimmed away almost all of his wasted, clumsy movements when dodging incoming attacks. Smiling warmly, she admits, honestly, I never expected you to grow and adapt this quickly. Hyun-Sung thinks it over. Maybe I should learn some shield techniques too, to be safe. But Lucia immediately shuts him down, asserting that it would not suit him at all. She explains that to master shield arts as your primary style, patience is absolutely the most important quality. But you always charge forward the second you spot an opening, right? In moments like that, a shield will only slow you down. Hyun-Sung scratches his head with an embarrassed laugh. Yeah, I tried to hold back, but it's just not working out for me. Lucia beams, telling him that this aggressive instinct is his true natural talent. She notes that, quite frankly, an opponent wielding only a single sword is far more terrifying to deal with than someone holding a shield. She explains further, proving why he should stick to the sword alone, since his left side defense is already covered well enough by the metal guard he is currently wearing. Hyun-Sung nods, taking her advice to heart. Lucia bows politely. In that case, I will take my leave first. Hyun-Sung waves cheerfully, calling out, see you later, teach. The playful nickname instantly catches Lucia off guard. Blushing, she stammers, I am not your teacher, before vanishing in a flash of light, leaving him entirely alone. Yawning sleepily, Hyun-Sung stretches as he walks. He mutters to himself, time to clear the next dungeon, I guess. Mid-stride, he freezes. Trust me, whatever is waiting up ahead is no joke. His eyes narrow in deep caution. Deep within the pitch-black cavern, dozens of glowing red eyes stare back at him, hungry for blood. All right, you and I are about to witness a crazy showdown. He feels a strange presence, knowing he is not alone. Suddenly, a man with bright red hair steps out of the shadows. The stranger speaks with sheer smugness. Has he been tracking him this entire time? Hyun-Sung immediately demands answers. Are you from Japan? The red-haired guy casually admits it. With a cocky smirk, he lays down a chilling, threatening offer. You had better stop resisting and come with me quietly. But Hyun-Sung maintains his absolute composure. He fires back, asking why they want him. The stranger replies coldly, stating he has zero obligation to explain anything. He demands an immediate choice. Make a decision now. Will it be resistance or surrender? Facing suffocating pressure, Hyun-Sung analyzes the situation. Is this guy working with that previous assassin? He realizes that if they strike from both sides at once, managing this alone will be incredibly tough. Can I take them on solo? Do I need backup? Should I call Lucia? Hyun-Sung wonders, but quickly shakes off the thought. No, it is not time yet. Gripping his sword tight, he decides to test them. Hyun-Sung draws his blade, ready for battle. Now pay attention here, because this is where the real clash begins. The red-haired guy smirks and draws his katana, mockingly asking if he is resisting. I offered you a peaceful way out. Giving his foe no time to react, Hyun-Sung instantly charges forward with full force. Unleashing his Black Dragon's Breath skill, a massive wave of dark purple energy explodes with violent force directly toward his opponent. Sparks of lightning crackle in Hyun-Sung's eyes as he warily scans his surroundings. Suddenly, the red-haired fighter teleports right behind him out of nowhere. Recognizing it as a spatial teleportation skill, Hyun-Sung watches his previous magic blast erupt, lighting up the cavern. Tsh! Clicking his tongue in annoyance after a brief clash, he reminds himself to conserve stamina and mana for this long-drawn fight. The enemy closes in, forcing a direct clash. Gathering mana in his palm, Hyun-Sung swiftly dodges a lethal, razor-sharp blade coming straight for him. Hyun-Sung's eyes widen, completely focused on tracking his opponent's every single movement. The red-haired guy unleashes a powerful, sweeping slash, but Hyun-Sung ducks just in time. Laughing with excitement, he praises his fast reactions while Hyun-Sung lands defensively. Okay, I know what you are thinking. This guy is fast. Smirking, the enemy praises his gear but questions how long he can survive, rushing him with blind speed. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-Sung struggles to hold his ground. This opponent is a massive threat. The impact kicks up a blinding dust cloud as they both leap backward, keeping their distance to observe. The red-haired warrior's eyes gleam with excitement, while Hyun-Sung remains intensely focused. Instantly, they clash again. Sparks fly wild in the dark cave as Hyun-Sung desperately blocks a barrage of deadly, calculated strikes. Sensing he is losing ground, Hyun-Sung charges glowing purple energy into his palm, unleashing a massive sweep to blast his enemy backward with a magic explosion. But then, he freezes in shock. What? The red-haired fighter completely vanishes, reappearing right behind his back, raising his katana for a lethal blow. Reacting instantly, Hyun-Sung spins around, unleashing purple lightning from his hands once more. A blinding magical explosion erupts directly between the two combatants. Watching this unbelievable display of reflexes, mysterious onlookers hiding in the shadows begin to evaluate him. Does he possess some kind of raw, wild instinct? Has that kid really only awakened 1 year ago? Could our intel on him be wrong? Just a year ago, he was a level 1 weakling. What method did he use to grow this fast? Another man in the group replies calmly, stating they are here specifically to uncover that secret. Hopefully, his leveling method can be applied to other players as well. Watching the battle, he notes that the boy is clearly not ranker level yet, struggling against Sasaki. The girl wonders why Takahai lost to him, but the man attributes it to simple element matchup advantages. If you fought him, you would struggle too. Annoyed, she snaps back, questioning his words. If I fought, he would be dead already. Seeing her anger, the man quickly pacifies her to keep watching. Sasaki wanted to handle this himself anyway. As their blades continue to violently clash, powerful shockwaves shake the cavern, but every single one of Hyun-Sung's attacks is neutralized. Sasaki's blade grazes Hyun-Sung's arm, drawing blood. He grits his teeth, realizing he still needs far more training. Watching him, Sasaki realizes the kid is crazy, using a reckless and dangerous fighting style. Trust me, this next ultimate attack is about to end it all. Stick with me, you're about to see Sasaki leap into the air, unleashing a devastating strike right at Hyun-Sung with a smug smile, thinking it's all over. Hyun-Sung's eyes widen in sheer terror as the blade closes in, leaving him completely frozen because the attack is just too fast to dodge. He thinks he is a goner. But right at that life and death moment, a sudden system notification pops up in front of him. His hero-grade passive skill, Survival Instinct, activates. In a flash, a blinding streak of sword light slashes through the air. And just like that, Sasaki's head rolls on the ground. Gasping for breath, Hyun-Sung looks at the corpse, thinking it is finally over. But pay attention here. Out of the mysterious black smoke, a shocked voice mutters about Sasaki's death as a cold-eyed woman slowly steps forward. She sneers, calling the defeat pathetic. Hyun-Sung freezes as he realizes his fallen enemy was definitely not acting alone in this. Right on cue, a silver-haired man appears beside her, noting that this kid's strength is far more formidable than they originally expected. He points out that Hyun-Sung is definitely hiding some powerful trump cards up his sleeve. Behind them, 3 mysterious figures wearing wide-brimmed hats quietly step up, completely surrounding our hero. Hyun-Sung gulps nervously, wondering if they know his skill duration is extremely short. Are they seriously bringing a whole squad just to jump him? The strangers glare at him with absolute malice. Yet, facing this overwhelming crowd, Hyun-Sung suddenly lets out a mysterious, knowing smirk. He quickly taps his floating system screen, executing a secret summon command. Instantly, a whole squad of powerful mercenaries spawns right before his eyes, fully prepared for a ruthless, bloody showdown. Hyun-Sung calmly walks past them, delivering a cold order. The mission is to capture them alive, but if they resist too much, just eliminate them. Lucia firmly replies, "Yes, sir." The bald giant grins with absolute confidence, acknowledging the command. A fur-coated mercenary adds that their enemies no longer hold the advantage in numbers. The battle erupts in an instant as a devastating collision shatters giant boulders into tiny pieces. An enemy assassin gets sent flying, coughing up blood from a brutal hit. Lucia quietly approaches her defeated foe with a freezing gaze. The assassin trembles in pure disbelief at what is unfolding. She gasps for air, desperately wondering what on earth is going on here. Her face is a mask of horror as she realizes the sheer, absolute dominance of Hyun-Sung's summoned mercenaries. Faced with this terrifying godlike strength, the desperate attackers can only gasp out in despair, screaming that they are way too strong. They pant heavily, utterly panicking, and losing their will to fight as they watch their comrades fall one after another. The beefy mercenary leaps high into the air, swinging his massive spiked mace, while roaring that it would be a pain if they died too quickly. So they better dodge this carefully. A thunderous strike slams down, creating a violent shockwave that leaves the enemy with absolutely no time to react. He casually grabs a knocked-out enemy by the collar, muttering to himself that this one is already completely out cold. Glancing at another motionless body, he clicks his tongue, wondering if this guy is dead. Slinging his mace over his shoulder, he adopts a carefree attitude anyway. After all, their master did say to just eliminate them if they got too troublesome to capture. Now, you and I can see that nearby, the enemy assassin is completely bound by glowing energy chains, groaning in total, helpless agony. As a razor-sharp blade repeatedly flashes, the assassin's eyes bulge in absolute terror as she screams in agony. Looks like she won't be bragging to her squad anytime soon. Lucia stands there quietly, looming over her defeated opponent. Her expression remains completely calm and ice-cold. For someone of her caliber, crushing these weaklings is barely a warm-up. Gasping for breath, the silver-haired enemy chuckles weakly, admitting that she is indeed one terrifying woman. Facing him, Hyun-Sung's masked summon spits out a word of pure contempt, calling it pathetic. He quietly looks down at the heavily wounded, defeated enemy lying against the cliff. Watching this utterly dominant victory unfold, Hyun-Sung cannot help but feel amazed. He thinks to himself that this ended way faster than expected. As he smiles in satisfaction, his masked summon steps up respectfully to deliver a report. The mission is complete, Master. Do you have any other commands you wish to give us? Hyun-Sung's eyes narrow as he coldly orders them to keep a close watch on the captives until their rental duration is up. The mercenary firmly replies that he understands. Standing in front of his defeated attackers, Hyun-Sung decides to get straight to the point. Why were you targeting me? He has to uncover their motives, especially since this foreign squad was clearly after him specifically. But his question is met with stubborn silence. Sweat drips down their faces, but they refuse to say a single word. Hyun-Sung smirks, noting their lack of cooperation. Right away, his bald mercenary lets out a furious roar, demanding they open their mouths and speak up immediately. Their master is speaking. He pours his massive strength into swinging his giant mace, slamming it down to make the earth shake. The devastating impact sends the hat-wearing attacker screaming in agony. Witnessing this absolutely terrifying sight, the remaining two turn pale, trembling in pure fright. The bald giant flashes a bloodthirsty grin, slowly dragging his heavy mace toward them as he asks if they also plan on staying silent. He leans in close with a terrifying glare, demanding answers. You and I know they are doomed. You and I are jumping right into a brutal interrogation where this terrified girl has no choice but to confess. She admits they were ordered to kidnap Choi Hyun-Sung and bring him to Japan. The conical hat guy quickly chimed in, saying their real goal is to find a way to break past the level 20 cap and to figure out how Hyun-Sung grew so incredibly strong, so fast. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung casually mutters a sarcastic good, but his expression immediately turns to pure suspicion. Wait, what? He narrows his eyes, recalculating everything. Something doesn't add up, and he needs to check the system data himself. He commands his giant mercenary summon to collect all the dropped enemy loot and bring it over. With the loot secured, he pulls up his system interface to cross-reference their stats. While the defeated enemies break into a cold sweat under his gaze, Hyun-Sung keeps his eyes locked on the glowing panel. The silver-haired guy forces a pathetic, desperate smile next to the masked mercenary, trying to keep his cool and hide his mounting panic. But Hyun-Sung sees right through his lies, using the system stats. He asks with a chilling gaze, "Why did you lie?" The sudden question strikes like lightning, leaving the white-haired liar completely paralyzed. Before he can even make an excuse, the giant mercenary swings his massive mace down with a brutal, crushing blow. The blood-stained weapon rests silently on the ground after that swift, merciless execution. But the shock isn't over. Hyun-Sung learns there is another accomplice waiting outside the dungeon. The female assassin bows her head, admitting it's true. She whispers that their level isn't insane, probably around level 200. Hyun-Sung coldly demands the exact location, and she tremblingly points it out. Now watch closely. Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, already planning his next move to deal with the threat waiting outside. With a serious look, he turns to his summoned mercenaries and tells them he needs to step out for a bit. Lucia and the summons listen intently as he adds, "Make sure these prisoners don't escape. Watch them like a hawk while I'm gone." He wants every single rat locked down. The giant mercenary rests his heavy mace on his shoulder, bowing respectfully and saying, Travel safely, master. Stepping out of the dungeon, he shields his eyes from the sun and mutters under his breath. Once he locks onto the target's coordinates, he activates his movement skill, vanishing into thin air instantly. Out in the quiet forest, Hyun-Sung suddenly materializes right behind the enemy scout who is standing guard. The scout in the conical hat gasps, barely letting out a scream before Hyun-Sung's razor-sharp blade flashes forward, delivering a fatal, clean strike that takes him down instantly. Back in the dungeon, the bald mercenary approaches him politely, saying, "Master, our contract is up, we must head back." Having done an amazing job during their summon time, he eagerly asks if Hyun-Sung wants to extend their contract. Hyun-Sung calmly waves them off, saying, "You can head back, this is plenty. Thanks for your help today." The bald fighter laughs heartily, saying, "Haha, don't mention it. Just summon us again whenever you need a hand." The other mercenaries eagerly chime in, laughing about how this was the easiest gig they've ever landed. The kid in the fur coat waves goodbye, shouting, "I'm down for easy money any time. Make sure to call me next time." With that, the mercenary group dissolves into a bright white light, leaving Hyun-Sung in deep thought about his next move. You and I can see how dependable Lucia is as she guards him with that shield, letting him plan safely. Suddenly, a roaring blast of fire sweeps right in front of him, shattering his concentration. Lucia reacts with lightning speed, throwing her massive shield up to intercept the flames and guard her master. The gray-haired enemy grits his teeth in sheer shock that Hyun-Sung can still fight, dragging his ally as they run. Hyun-Sung watches them flee, surprised they've managed to recover so quickly. Focusing his energy, a crackling aura of purple electricity surges violently around his hand. He unleashes it instantly, creating a massive wave of purple energy that completely swallows the two fleeing targets. Refusing to give up, the desperate duo pools their remaining mana to unleash a wild counterattack, summoning a massive pillar of fire. But Lucia instantly leaps in front of him, raising her shield to deploy a glowing blue barrier that easily blocks the inferno. Her eyes burn with pure rage. She delivers a brutal, decisive slash to end any hope of their escape. Just then, Hyun-Sung hears rapid footsteps echoing from deep within the dark cave and immediately locks his gaze on the shadows. He instantly blinks forward, closing the distance to unleash his next skill. In the pitch black, the two intruders gasp in sheer terror as Hyun-Sung vanishes right before their eyes. An explosive blast of purple lightning detonates right beneath them, leaving the two conical hat intruders screaming in agony as high-voltage electricity fries them. As the smoke clears from that devastating blow, Hyun-Sung calmly walks forward, knowing only he and Lucia remain. Standing tall and majestic amid the floating particles of raw magic, his gaze is absolutely freezing and utterly dominant. He looks down at the defeated pests, mockingly asking if they seriously thought they could run from him. And that's where we leave it with those pesky stalkers completely wiped out. Alright, you and I are about to see Hui-Seong hit the absolute jackpot here. Gathering the loot, he decides there is no need to report this to anyone. Walking alongside Lucia, he begins to plan his next move. After all, those guys were just Japanese criminals hired as disposable decoys to throw him off. But one thing is for sure, they will definitely come after him again. Securely pocketing the newly acquired skill books, his top priority from this moment on is keeping his family safe. Lost in thought, Hui-Seong realizes the terrifying truth. Normal association guards would not stand a chance against enemies with this level of power. He immediately pulls up the system shop and stops at a specific item, the heroic guard ring. This powerful item absorbs all incoming damage for the wearer until its limit is breached, after which it shatters and vanishes. Staring at the astronomical price tag on his screen, Hui-Seong winces. A whopping 10 billion gold each talk about a painful blow to his wallet. Still, with his family's safety on the line, he does not hesitate for a second and purchases 3 of them. Scrolling through the inventory to find more defensive tools, his eyes suddenly stop as a curious item catches his attention. Now, pay attention here. He finds a rare communication bracelet that reveals the wearer's mental state using color-coded signals. Blue for calm, purple for panic, and black for the brink of death. Nodding in approval, Hui-Seong thinks, this is actually pretty useful. He decisively buys 3 of these as well, and right after, he spots a heroic long-range teleportation scroll and smiles to himself. This is perfect, a must-buy for sure. Moments later, he teleports straight to a bustling downtown shopping mall. Spread across the table are the pricey defensive items he just bought. The teleportation scroll, a ring, and a bracelet. His older sister stares at him with deep concern in her eyes and asks if he is doing something dangerous. Seeing her worry, Hui-Seong chuckles and waves his hand to reassure her, explaining he is only giving it to her just in case. The two of them sit back and chat for a while inside the quiet, peaceful cafe. By late afternoon, he arrives at a high-rise apartment complex. Stepping inside, he is greeted by his mother's deeply worried and exhausted face. Hui-Seong gently walks over and squeezes her shoulder to comfort her. As night falls, he makes his way to the city hospital. Quietly pushing open the door, he enters the private room where his comatose father lies, surrounded by medical life support machines. After watching him in silence for a while, he gently takes his father's frail hand and slips the protective ring onto his finger. Pain and determination mix in Hui Seong's eyes as he gazes at his father's weak, pale face. Suddenly, the bracelet on his father's wrist flashes a bright warning red. He whispers softly, "Don't worry, Dad. I will absolutely cure you." Luckily, we watch the warning light slowly stabilize into a calm purple, reassuring his comatose father to rest easy. Shui Seong gives him one last determined look before quietly slipping out of the hospital room. A week later, inside a luxurious high-rise in Japan, the air is thick with tension as Tanaka sits in deep, calculating thought. 7 whole days have passed since they lost all contact. How on earth did this happen? His sweating subordinate nervously reports that the operation was a total failure. Furious, Tanaka slams his desk and roars, "Do you honestly think that makes sense?" He suspiciously presses further, asking if they could have betrayed them. The subordinate bows his head, muttering that the chances are slim, but possible. Tanaka demands to know if there are any other secret agents left to deploy, only to receive a highly disappointing reply that no one is left. But right at that moment, the heavy door suddenly bursts open. Tanaka demands to know what is going on as a panicked messenger rushes in, gasping that they have a massive crisis. Their initial response to the newly opened dimensional gate in Fukuoka has ended in complete disaster. Stunned by this sudden wave of catastrophes, Tanaka can barely believe his ears. That entire area was defended by the legendary Yamato Association, so how could they possibly fail? Yes, sir. The guildmaster of the Yamato Association is dead, and every single player in the operation was completely wiped out. Shaken to his core, Tanaka stammers, "Is that really true?" The terrified subordinate gasps out that the invaders are officially confirmed as heroic grade. They are a humanoid monster race called the Birdmen, and we have absolutely no idea what their exact level is yet. This is a completely new species of monster, appearing for the very first time with an incredibly fierce and terrifying look. Armed with massive wings on their backs, they have insane mobility, flying freely and dominating the skies. With everything on the line, Tanaka grits his teeth and barks his orders. Mobilize every single player in the surrounding areas right now. His men shout in unison and immediately rush off to carry out the command. Over in Fukuoka, Japan, the scene is pure chaos as countless injured civilians lie scattered across the bloody streets. Heavily armed military forces rush into the heart of the city to launch an emergency rescue operation. And that's where we leave it, with a furious soldier screaming into his radio as a massive horde of monsters begins to gather. "All right, you and I are diving into chaos as beasts roar on high-rises, and the commander orders a full attack. Continuous rounds of gunfire erupt into the sky as avian beasts swoop through the air to dodge the rain of bullets, preparing to dive-bomb the troops fighting below. A female mage channels mana into her hands and screams. Right then, she aims perfectly and hurls continuous blazing fireballs, triggering a chain of massive explosions right in the middle of the flying monsters. The birdmen scramble frantically to escape, but one of them gets completely pierced by a sharp beam of purple energy. Down on the ground, dust clouds choke the streets as the massive monster horde sweeps down like a black tornado. A savage avian beast snarls and roars menacingly, blocking the center of the wide avenue. The soldiers grip their weapons tightly, staring up with intense anxiety. One young soldier, drenched in sweat, slowly gulps in absolute terror at the horrific scene unfolding before his eyes. In the sky, thousands of avian beasts swarm together into a thick black cloud, blocking out the sun and swallowing the city. The soldiers tighten their grip, continuously firing their weapons into the dark sky, but the monsters show zero fear, screeching with twisted excitement as they dive down to attack. Behind them, the mages focus deeply, channeling their mana to prepare a devastating counterattack. A commander yells to hold the line, followed instantly by an earth-shattering explosion that lights up the sky. He pushes them forward, shouting that if they can just hold out, victory is theirs. Brutal close combat erupts across the city as thick black smoke billows from the burning high-rises. The birdmen snarl and screech, grouping up with weapons in hand, ready to slaughter everything in their path. Right in the middle of this tense standoff, a hunter gasps in utter shock. What? Watching the monsters suddenly flap their wings and fly off together, his squadmate asks in disbelief, "Are they retreating?" But tracking their flight path, another hunter turns pale. Pay attention to his eyes, they fill with horror as he screams a warning. They are heading to the neighboring city. Stop them. The massive flock swarms over the buildings, rushing straight toward the residential area, leaving the panicked troops behind. The avian invasion has officially entered its most brutal phase. From the helicopters, machine guns spit non-stop fire as the crazed beasts charge straight at them. The avian monsters screech savagely, slashing ahead with their razor-sharp talons. In an instant, one helicopter explodes in midair under the relentless onslaught of the beast horde. Smoke and fire engulf the streets as the avian monsters run wild. Trust me, watching this chaos, any of us would gasp just like that hunter. His teammate grits his teeth, barking orders to everyone nearby. Get back, now! Atop the skyscrapers, the beasts stand shoulder to shoulder, brandishing their weapons menacingly. They dive down to attack anyone in sight, but a sudden blast of green energy erupts violently in the street, sending the avian beasts screaming in pain as they are blown away. A red-haired hunter yells in fury, "You bastards!" His eyes burn with murderous intent as he roars with absolute resolve. "I will wipe you all out!" Instantly, a massive pillar of fire erupts from the ground, incinerating everything around him. Emerging through the thick smoke, the hunter stands tall with sword and shield ready, prepared to dive back into the fray. He leaps high into the air, gliding through trails of blazing fire to close in on the enemy. Down below, the monsters fall into utter chaos, completely overwhelmed by his incredible power. At the exact same time, another hunter jumps into the fray, unleashing razor-sharp sword strikes that catch the enemies off guard and wound them severely. The brown-haired hunter bursts into an arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha. He points his sword directly at the beast horde and proudly declares, "I will make you deeply regret your insolence. Seriously, just fight already. Who even has time for all this useless trash talk?" His gaze turns ice cold as he locks onto an avian beast soaring through the city sky. From above, the creature watches its prey with icy blue eyes. Suddenly, it dives down at terrifying speed, delivering a brutal blow that leaves a female hunter severely wounded. She gasps in sheer pain, coughing up blood. Seeing his ally fall, the brown-haired hunter roars in fury. "You bastard!" In an instant, he is completely surrounded by the savage beasts. Continuous strikes rain down from all sides, forcing him to desperately raise his shield. Despite trying to fight back, the overwhelming numbers drag him down as exhaustion starts setting in. A massive avian monster, crackling with electricity, makes a grand and powerful entrance. This must be one of their commanders. It releases a terrifying blast of energy, engulfing the entire hunter squad in a blinding flash. Inside a skyscraper not too far away, a panicked voice rings out upon receiving the latest grim battlefield report. What? Completely wiped out? Tanaka clutches his head in intense stress, unable to believe the report. How can this even be possible? He yells in absolute fury, and honestly, you and I are just as shocked by how many elite players they lost. Alright, you and I are starting with a terrified subordinate explaining how the avian race tricked them. They faked a retreat to lure the army into a deadly trap. But Tanaka refuses to accept reality. He demands to know how such a massive force got completely wiped out. His eyes filled with pure disappointment. Could the elite players of Japan really be this weak? The panicked subordinate nervously explains that the creature leading the monsters was moving with incredible agility and brilliant coordination. Tanaka snaps back, arguing that no matter what, they are just hero-tier monsters who should not be this unstoppable. To prove the absolute gravity of the situation, the subordinate quickly slides a tablet onto the table. He respectfully invites Tanaka to watch, presenting the actual video footage captured during the chaotic battle. Tanaka grabs the device, staring intently at the screen with an extremely grim expression. His eyes narrow in sheer disbelief as the devastating footage plays before him. Meanwhile, over at the helicopter departure lounge, Hyun-Sung sips on a warm coffee while casually talking to another local hunter. Wait, did you say a brand new species of monster just appeared over in Japan? Now pay attention here, because the hunter confirms they are hero-tier avians, and things are in total chaos. He then drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the entire Japanese suppression force, along with all their high-ranking players, got completely wiped out. Hyun-Sung is stunned, wondering how that is even possible. The hunter explains that these creatures are highly intelligent, planning their every move. Because of this, the Japanese government has been forced to publicly beg for international assistance. Hyun-Sung wonders if there are even any countries with enough resources to spare right now. Hearing a flat no, he quietly tells himself that they probably do not have the time to mess with him anymore. He feels somewhat relieved, knowing those guys will not have any time to cause trouble for him or his family. Back inside the dungeon, Hyun-Sung summons Lucia. "Lucia, before we fight, there is something I need to ask." She respectfully replies, "Please go ahead, my lord." But the moment Hyun-Sung mentions the fearsome avian race, her face completely pales. Shocked, she asks him, "Is it true that the avian race has already appeared in this world?" As her master nods in confirmation, her eyes fill with deep, visible worry. Lucia warns him in a low voice, explaining that in her world, an entire kingdom fell to just 7 avians. She stresses how dangerous they are, warning that if left unchecked, an entire nation could easily be wiped off the map. Let's pause here. Hyun-Sung listens in absolute silence, his expression turning serious as Lucia solemnly warns him that the scale of destruction will be massive. They possess high intelligence and exceptional mobility. On top of that, they are pack beasts that always hunt and move together. If anyone tries to fight them like standard monsters, they will suffer catastrophic, unforgivable losses. Sitting in the dungeon, Lucia continues explaining that dealing with them will not be easy if their leader is truly that intelligent. Honestly, it would be much safer if the nations of the world joined forces to take them down. Staring at the mental image of burning castles, Hyun-Sung sighs, noting that other countries do not have resources to spare. Lucia gravely continues, still, leaving them alone is incredibly dangerous, because the avians are monsters capable of evolving up to legendary tier. Hyun-Sung gasps in shock. Is that actually true? Lucia explains that despite having certain racial limits, monsters are actually just like players, growing stronger through constant hunting. After winning such a massive battle, their levels have likely skyrocketed. Showing a skill book left abandoned on the street, she warns that they will also absorb massive amounts of magic stones and skill books. Hyun-Sung breaks out in a cold sweat, asking, I get the skill books, but they absorb magic stones too? I did not expect them to be this terrifying. Lucia looks at him and explains, monsters hunt other monsters or players to gather both experience points and magic stones, especially those magic stones, which allow them to break past their racial limits. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung suddenly gets a wild idea. He curiously asks if players can also absorb magic stones to grow stronger. Lucia firmly responds, as far as I know, that is impossible. She explains that countless empires and wealthy kingdoms poured massive fortunes into researching this, but every single experiment ended in absolute failure. Hyun-Sung silently reflects that this makes perfect sense, while Lucia continues to share that even back in her homeworld, using magic stones to boost a player's growth has never succeeded. Suddenly, Lucia seems to remember something important. Oh, but Hyun-Sung speaks up, saying they probably will not have to worry about being targeted anytime soon. Lucia looks confused and asks him why that is. He smiles, replying that those guys are likely so busy dealing with the avian race that they have no time left. They will not have the energy to pay attention to me anymore. Hearing this, Lucia smiles in satisfaction, noting they are being punished for their endless greed. Hyun-Sung nods, thinking they asked for trouble. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this unfolds. Can they even carry this burden? Stick with me. Because 3 months have passed, and the Japanese government is still completely helpless against these terrifying birdmen. The beasts' razor-sharp claws grip tightly onto the concrete ledges of the buildings. They gradually expand their territory, flooding every single alley of Fukuoka. Eventually, this entire city is officially overrun and completely occupied by the flock of ravenous birdmen. While Japan desperately begs the international community for help, South Korea has already finished cleaning up the disastrous aftermath of the Second Cataclysm. Even the restoration efforts in North Korea are quickly wrapped up without a hitch. Immediately after, the South Korean government becomes the very first nation to open up the northern territory for active hunters. This gets players hyped beyond belief as they march in droves toward the new lands, ready to conquer everything. Hyun-Sung realizes that no matter how hard he tries to clear every corner, wiping out all the dungeons in the north by himself is just impossible. Seeing the massive influx of players, he decides it is finally time to head back south to his cozy home. Standing in front of his familiar apartment, he calls out, I am home. Here is where the mood shifts. His sister spots him, grumbling about how hard he is to find, while Hyun-Sung just asks about Mom. Hearing that she is in the kitchen, he quietly slips inside. His mother gasps in complete shock when her son suddenly appears before her. Hyun-Sung, is that you? He hesitates for a second, then finally greets his family. Yes, I am back. His mother smiles warmly. Yes, come on inside, sweetie. On the stove, a steaming pot of tofu stew is bubbling away, filling the room with a delicious aroma. His mom gently asks if he has had dinner yet, knowing he must be absolutely starving. Hyun-Sung scratches his head with a sheepish grin, confessing he skipped lunch just to eat a meal with them. Sometime later, near the Hunter Association headquarters, we see Hyun-Sung appearing with a very thoughtful expression. He quietly slips into an empty, deserted alleyway to prepare for his next major move. Stopping in a hidden corner, Hyun-Sung murmurs a quick approval. He extends his hand, focusing his mana to initiate a summoning spell. A blinding flash of white light suddenly erupts, completely illuminating the pitch-black alleyway. From the center of that swirling energy, Lucia slowly materializes, and Hyun-Sung greets her with a warm smile. Welcome to my world, Lucia. Looking at the bustling streets in absolute awe, she gasps, asking if this is really where he lives. The two of them stroll down the sidewalk, blending into the busy flow of pedestrians and traffic. Hyun-Sung smiles and tells her they need to get her an identification card first. He gives her strict instructions, reassuring her that as long as she follows his lead, nothing will go wrong. Lucia nods with pure excitement, saying she understands. Now that she can officially live here, she can't hide her sheer happiness. Watching her determined face, we can only hope she manages just fine. She will probably handle it well on her own, though a hint of worry still lingers on his face as they both enter the Hunter Association headquarters. Since Lucia has zero paper trail or record of existence in this world, her only hope of getting legal citizenship is through this association. Right now, South Korea and nations worldwide are rolling out major perks to attract and keep powerful players within their borders. And one of those key benefits is instant citizenship. In an era where active hunters define a nation's military power, global governments will do absolutely anything to recruit them as citizens. Even for illegal immigrants, or those with absolutely zero legal status, simply awakening their powers grants them an immediate, legal path to citizenship. However, securing this privilege still comes with a few strict and mandatory conditions. By law, newly registered players are strictly forbidden from joining foreign guilds and cannot leave the country for 5 years. Sitting quietly in the association's waiting room, Hyun-Sung carefully calculates his next moves. He feels completely confident things will go smoothly, having disguised Lucia's identity as a stateless refugee fleeing disaster. Ever since the first cataclysm devastated the globe, countless countries were wiped off the map by unstoppable dimensional gates, making this the absolute safest and most believable cover story for her. Lucia quietly follows the association officer to finalize her paperwork. Hyun-Sung checks his phone, noticing the clock already reads 8:05 p.m. Hearing her voice, he looks up to see Lucia walking back toward him and immediately asks if everything went well. Lucia beams with joy, proudly holding up her brand new ID card to show him. Hyun-Sung lets out a soft, relieved chuckle. Thank goodness. He advises her to check into the association's temporary housing for now, and Lucia nods with absolute trust. Hyun-Sung locks eyes with her and lowers his voice, saying he has a serious proposal to make. Her eyes wide with curiosity, she asks what he means. His eyes gleam with a mix of calculation and genuine sincerity as he proposes a mutually beneficial deal. Man, helping her out for just a bit and he is already demanding payback. And that is where we leave them, as the cafe staff serves their drinks, preparing us for whatever crazy deal they strike next. Alright, let's dive into the moment. Hyun-Sung hands Lucia a drink, smiling as he asks if she likes it. Taking a refreshing sip of the ice-cold coffee, Lucia looks completely satisfied, happily calling it cool and delicious. Hyun-Sung smiles, glad that it is to her liking. As they stroll down the street, Lucia suddenly asks about their earlier deal, wondering if he plans to use his unique skills to sell extra items. Hyun-Sung immediately confirms it, promising her a 10% commission on every single sale. Lucia's eyes widen in sheer shock at the generous offer, realizing this deal is incredibly good for her. Looking at her with pure sincerity, Hyun-Sung explains it benefits him too, urging her not to reject his kindness. He reflects on their journey, noting that they have been together for half a year already, his gaze turning deeply emotional. Until they find a way to send Lucia back to her original world, he wants them to stay together. But that is not all. He goes on to express his ultimate hope of one day helping her defeat the monsters threatening her own homeland. Now pay attention here. Lucia's eyes well up with tears, deeply moved by his words. Seeing her suddenly fall silent and cover her face, Hyun-Sung asks in worry if she is okay, as she tearfully responds. She whispers that he has granted her far too much kindness to ever repay. Meanwhile, her emotional display right in the middle of a crowded street starts drawing curious stares and whispers from passers-by. Hyun-Sung gasps in shock, completely stunned by her sudden reaction. Suddenly, Lucia drops to her knees on the pavement, loudly declaring her oath. She solemnly vows to serve Choi Hyun-Sung as her true master, with absolute, undying loyalty. Her sword will strike down his enemies, and her very body will serve as his ultimate protective shield. Lucia declares this is a sacred knightly oath of honor that not even death itself can ever break. Instantly, system notifications begin flashing across his screen, confirming he has received a knight's sincere oath of loyalty. He never expected her oath to trigger a hidden system quest. Hyun-Sung stands frozen as a promotion quest, titled Qualification of the Monarch, officially begins right before his eyes. The clear condition is simply to accept the knight's oath of loyalty he just witnessed. A pop-up window appears, asking if he wants to accept the immortal knight Lucia's oath. Hyun-Sung is completely bewildered, since class advancement should only unlock once a player reaches level 50. Noticing the growing crowd staring and pointing at them, he quickly bends down to help her stand up. He begs her to stand, but Lucia remains stubborn, refusing to get up until he accepts her vow. You and I can feel his panic as he awkwardly accepts. He promises to accept it if she just stands up, taking her hand. But the moment he does, the system floods him with massive, shocking announcements. Hyun-Sung successfully completes the hidden quest and officially promotes to the legendary class, Monarch. Along with a 20-point boost to all stats, he unlocks exclusive skills and achieves the first-ever legendary rank achievement in the entire world. As the world's very first Monarch, Hyun-Sung stares blankly at his status screen, absolutely stunned by this massive power spike. Amazingly, it is all thanks to a completely accidental promise from this girl. Sitting across from Lucia in a quiet room, Hyun-Sung asks her what just happened. Lucia respectfully replies that this is merely a fraction of the immense kindness her lord has shown her. Hyun-Sung realizes that while her old world might be different, modern society has no place for masters and servants. As if reading his mind, Lucia insists that the standards of this world do not matter to her. She proudly states that as a knight, she only swears loyalty to a lord whose character and strength are truly worthy of her service. Hyun-Sung can only wonder if he actually fits that description. Lucia smiles softly at him, adding that her master has already accepted her absolute vow of loyalty anyway. Hyun-Sung thinks it over, mentioning that his class changed to monarch immediately after accepting her pledge. He asks if she knows why this happened, and Lucia calmly explains that it is simply the natural path. After all, anyone who receives a knight's sacred vow of loyalty can only ever be a monarch. Curious, Hyun-Sung asks if she has a class too, and she confirms she holds the hero rank class of Immortal Knight. This completely shocks Hyun-Sung, leaving him wondering how she achieved such a feat without even reaching level 50. Lucia explains that while levels are highly important, they are not absolute, citing her past experience fighting and proving herself across countless battlefields. Honing her skills in real combat allowed her to unlock the Knight class at a very young age. She believes a person's class is decided by their own unique life journey and actual combat experiences. Furthermore, if certain special conditions are met, additional class advancement quests will continue to appear. Hyun-Sung nods as Lucia apologizes for the delay. Trust me. You and I are definitely going to watch what happens next. Let's dive right back in as Lucia admits she only showed him her level and stats to hide her real class. Lucia continues explaining her true strength, noting that the only reason her physical, stamina, and mental stats are so high is because they got boosted by her class advancement rewards. Hyun-Sung nods in understanding. So that is why. He whispers to himself with a soft smile. I really thought I would never get a class in my entire life, he chuckles. Lucia just smiles back warmly, encouraging him. Even without me, my lord would have unlocked a class anyway, she says. Curiously, Hyun-Sung asks her how long it took her to get a class after awakening. Lucia calmly replies that it took her about 15 years, leaving Hyun-Sung completely stunned as his eyes widen in pure shock. That is an insane number since she looks so young yet has 15 years of combat experience. Lucia nods. Yes, you should first check your class-specific skills because you need to get familiar with them to master them on the battlefield. Hyun-Sung agrees that makes sense and reaches out to open his status window. The screen pops up showing his primary class as Lord, alongside more than 217 different titles. Now look closely here, his basic stats are totally insane, especially his unique leadership stat which sits at 3,192. Staring at the list of new skills, Hyun-Sung notes he already has class-specific ones available. Lucia adds that if he continues to advance his class, his skill pool will grow even larger. Curious, Hyun-Sung asks if he can advance his class even further, and Lucia confidently confirms it, explaining that for the Lord class, if the number of subordinates under his command grows, he can easily advance to even higher ranks. Hyun-Sung bursts out laughing, wondering if something like that is actually possible. He looks at the window and asks, but what exactly is this class-specific stat? It says leadership right here. Lucia explains that the leadership stat is determined by the combined total of all his other attributes. Hyun-Sung quietly studies the numbers displayed on the screen and suddenly spots a weird anomaly. It is currently missing 60 points. Lucia immediately explains that because she is under his command, he needs to recruit more players, so his points do not go negative. She adds that the leadership stat fluctuates based entirely on the number and skill level of the players he successfully recruits. Lucia explains that ordinary, unadvanced players give around 10 points, and her understanding is that it increases by another 10 points for each advancement they complete. Hyun-Sung gasps in surprise. I see, so in that case, Lucia? She smiles with absolute confidence and confirms that she is indeed a player who has completed her 5th advancement. A system notification rings out as the Forces window appears, showing Choi Hyun-Sung holding the Lord title, while Lucia is listed as his knight. You saw that coming, right? As soon as he touches the screen, Lucia's detailed status window pops right up. Seeing her at level 1 but holding the heroic tier Deathless Knight class with insane stats, Hyun-Sung gasps in absolute shock. Whoa, Lucia's status window is actually showing up here. He never expected her status screen to be fully visible inside his own system. Lucia calmly explains that this is simply a basic ability of the Lord class, letting him assess his subordinates' true strength, so he can assign them to the right positions. As Hyun-Sung silently browses through his other skills, a new notification pops up regarding the Lord's flag skill. It boosts attributes based on his total number of subordinates, but since he only has one follower, the buff remains at 0%, making it completely useless for now. Next is the recruit skill used to win over subordinates using leadership points, and the dismiss skill to break their oath of loyalty. However, any leadership points spent during the process will not be refunded at all. Hyun-Sung notes that firing someone clearly comes with a massive penalty. Lucia nods, confirming that while that is true, the penalty the dismissed subordinate suffers is also quite severe. Hyun-Sung curiously asks what kind of penalties they actually have to face. Lucia explains that first, for a period of time equal to the duration they served under him, that person will be completely blocked from joining under any other lord in the system. Hyun-Sung feels a bit puzzled by this. Is that even considered a penalty? Honestly, it sounds more like freedom than a punishment. She then continues. On top of that, their level, stats, and even their skills will drop. Hyun-Sung gasps in surprise, asking if they really decrease. Lucia reassures him that this penalty is not permanent, as they can eventually recover everything by leveling up again or relearning skill books. Hyun-Sung looks at her with concern, asking if she knows exactly how much their stats will decrease. Lucia clarifies that any levels, stats, and skills the subordinate acquired after swearing loyalty to the Lord will be entirely wiped away, returning them straight back to their original state. Hyun-Sung gasps in disbelief, then curiously asks another question. Can a subordinate proactively request to leave first? Lucia confirms they can, but the penalty for doing so is exactly the same. And as we leave off, he wonders exactly how many followers he needs before the Lord's flag finally starts working. Let's dive right in as Lucia smiles, saying they need at least 10 people. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung sighs. Getting that many will take forever. It might not even be possible in my entire lifetime. He clearly lacks confidence when it comes to winning people over, letting out a self-deprecating laugh at this harsh reality. Yet Lucia looks at him with absolute trust, declaring, "That is not true, my lord. You are not meant for just 10, but you are a leader who is truly fit to command hundreds, if not thousands of knights." Hyun-Sung falls completely silent, deeply moved by the massive expectations Lucia has for him. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a swarm of monsters runs wild. A grotesque birdman screeches, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Gripping long, deadly spears, these winged beasts soar menacingly through the skies, completely dominating the air above the city. Down below, hordes of pale green monsters start flooding the city streets. Looking down from the sky, thousands of bloodthirsty monsters have completely surrounded the skyscrapers, turning this once busy city into an absolute, nightmare-fueled living hell. Watch closely here, the lucky survivors are too terrified to even look outside, with live television showing birdmen completely blanketing the sky. Tanaka asks thoughtfully, "No results from the United Nations negotiations yet?" His subordinate quickly reports that everything is reaching the final stages. He explains that the United States, European Union, and Asian nations all agree that the Birdman tribe must be wiped out first. He guarantees that if nothing changes, Fukuoka will be chosen as the #1 priority for the extermination mission. Tanaka nods in deep satisfaction. Of course it will. Just how much money did they spend to get this? His scheming eyes gleam as he inquires about the monster's current status, and the subordinate quickly confirms the news. Yes, they seem to have established their own ecosystem. Tanaka smiles to himself, knowing that with just a little more patience, his grand plan will finally be complete. He coldly orders that even if the beasts expand their territory, his forces must avoid conflict and simply retreat. Letting the birdmen live instead of wiping them out seems outright treasonous, but the subordinate merely bows in obedient submission. "I will pass down the orders." Tanaka's eyes narrow as he gloats internally, sensing that the end is near. Meanwhile, on the desolate streets of Fukuoka, a terrified goblin runs for its life, paralyzed by sheer panic. Suddenly, a birdman dives from the sky, landing heavily right on the goblin's head and completely crushing any hope of resistance. The vicious birdman glares down at its helpless prey. Instantly, a massive explosion rips through the boulevard, sending thick plumes of smoke and dust swirling into the air, completely swallowing the entire area. A grotesque sound of flesh being devoured echoes through the rubble. The yellow-skinned birdman leader, sporting cold blue eyes, sits lazily atop a ruined building, stroking his chin with a deeply calculating look. Behind him, towering guards, wielding heavy spears, stand at attention, overlooking the city of Fukuoka, which has now officially become their absolute domain. Now, you and I both know they took this city easily, and they are proudly soaring through the empty streets. They screech savagely, spreading their wings to glide down abandoned boulevards, turning this place into a genuine wasteland of death. At a quiet street corner, the Manastone facility sign lies discarded on the dirty ground, boldly reading "temporarily closed." A brilliant blue light suddenly flares up, piercing the silent night. Hyun-Sung stands quietly with his backpack on, a look of exhaustion on his face as he mutters, "Not a very productive day." Seeing his disappointment, Lucia smiles warmly to comfort him. "There is no need to feel regret, my lord." Looking at him with unwavering faith, she gently adds, "You just need to grow stronger at your own pace." Hyun-Sung nods in agreement, but mid-stride, he suddenly freezes. "Wait a second, Lucia." The phone in his pocket vibrates, showing a call from Yuna. Fearing something bad might have happened, he quickly answers. "Yes, Yuna?" On the other end, Yuna speaks to verify his location. Hyun-Sung, did you just clear a dungeon? When he confirms, she gets straight to the point. Do you have plans to visit Japan? He honestly admits his thoughts. Unless it is absolutely mandatory, I would rather not go. Yuna calmly explains the situation. Oh, it is not mandatory, but I thought this was too good of an opportunity to miss. Hyun-Sung politely declines. Thanks for the offer, but I plan on resting in the southern region for now. Yuna understandingly replies, you have been so busy lately, I completely get it. She paces around her office while keeping the conversation flowing. Curious, Hyun-Sung asks, are you heading to Japan yourself, Yuna? She confirms. Yes, indeed. The Japanese government has offered some highly lucrative terms. Yuna continues. That is actually why I contacted you. There are so many great perks that it would be a shame to miss out. As Hyun-Sung and Lucia walk toward their waiting car, he warmly advises her, travel safely, and please always make your safety the top priority. Yuna answers, sure, I know, but then she suddenly pivots. By the way, Hyun-Sung, when are you going to buy me that dinner? Stunned by the sudden and completely off-topic question, he stammers, huh? Yuna reminds him, you said you would treat me to thank me. And that's where we leave it today, as Hyun-Sung suddenly remembers the dinner promise he made to her. Let's dive into this wild scene where Yuna calls Hyun-Sung out, asking if he is just bluffing. Seeing his hesitation, her voice turns threatening, warning him not to make empty promises. Hyun-Sung breaks into a cold sweat, quickly denying it. No, of course not. I will treat you to a feast when you return from your trip to Japan. Yuna smiles, saying she will hold him to that. Talk to you later. The call cuts off with a long beep. Hyun-Sung sighs in relief. Lucia curiously asks if that was the player association. Hyun-Sung nods, confirming they asked if he planned on going to Japan. Lucia guesses that he probably rejected the offer. Hyun-Sung calmly replies that there is no need to walk straight into the tiger's den, but Lucia thinks it might not be bad if safety is guaranteed. Does she actually want to go and meet those birdmen? Hyun-Sung is surprised. Really? Lucia smiles, explaining that you must enter the tiger's den to catch its cubs. If it's safe, go to Japan and use the chance to wipe out everyone targeting you. I think it's a great idea. Hyun-Sung sighs, noting it's not that simple. Lucia reassures him that the master doesn't need to act directly. Pay attention here, because this is where a crazy exploit comes in. He wonders if she means using the mercenary system. Getting a nod from Lucia, he ponders and says he shouldn't do that. There is no urgent reason for us to eliminate them immediately, so let's not rush things. Seeing his firm stance, Lucia agrees with him. That makes sense. Like you said, Master, there is probably no immediate need to wipe them out. Honestly, if they keep sending assassins, it only benefits the Master with no downsides at all. Whenever they attack, he can just wipe them out and claim their precious loot. The car glides past glowing city lights. A few days later, they arrive at a level 60 Horned Turtle dungeon entrance. Hyun-Sung stands with crossed arms, thinking that he would have cleared this entire place out long ago if not for that issue. After all, this is a rare dungeon that can't even be found in the northern region. Battling hard against hordes of aggressive monsters, Hyun-Sung tells himself that only a little bit remains. After finishing up his hunt, he quietly steps out of the portal, wondering, I wonder if Lucia is attending her classes properly right now. Clad in brand new battle gear and wielding a glowing sword, Hyun-Sung easily slays another horned turtle monster in the blink of an eye. Standing in the quiet cave, he clicks his tongue, noting that finding these monsters takes way longer than actually hunting them. They sure hide well. As he walks along, Hyun-Sung suddenly stops dead in his tracks, completely shocked. Right in front of him, a young man is tightly bound by massive tentacles, taking a brutal and relentless beating. Now, check this out. From afar, Hyun-Sung squints at these strangers struggling against monsters, making us wonder what on earth they are doing in here without any protective gear. He realizes that this group's skill level is absolutely not high enough to survive here. Nearby, a spear-wielding hunter anxiously asks how much longer healing will take. A girl in a robe hurriedly replies that it will take about 3 more minutes. The wounded man groans in absolute despair, asking what they are supposed to do now. While casting, the female mage worriedly warns that her mana is already below half. Hearing this, the brown-haired leader lets out an annoyed sigh. Calling him useless, the leader angrily wonders why that tank refuses to allocate his stat points. Another party member chimes in with a sarcastic sneer. He is just stupid. We have to be understanding. Even so, another member points out that he at least advanced his class, otherwise they couldn't even hunt in this zone. After arguing, they try to comfort themselves, saying they should be glad to have made it this far. But the leader grims up, declaring that this has definitely crossed the line. He decides that they absolutely must find a brand new tank to replace him for the next dungeon. Suddenly, the newly healed tank jumps to his feet with fierce determination, insisting that he will keep hunting too. Giving him a freezing look, the leader warns him to be grateful that they have dragged him along up until now. He flatly declares they cannot go on like this. Ignoring the rejection, the tank stubbornly repeats his exact request. I will keep hunting too. Losing all patience, the leader screams that he already told him he can't do it. You idiot, if you want to hunt, then spend your stat points. Yet, the tank stubbornly repeats his line, saying he will hunt too. This drives the leader absolutely insane as he screams, begging him to just use his stat points. Pointing straight at his face, he yells that there are still unallocated points on his status window, so he should put them into stamina and spirit. Replying to all their desperate efforts is the same unchanging phrase from the tank. I will keep hunting too. Watching this ridiculous scene, another teammate sighs in frustration, calling himself a fool for even wasting his breath arguing with this guy. The others click their tongues in regret, knowing they could have used him for much longer if he had just allocated those points. And that is where we leave it, with the leader completely baffled by why this tank is so stubbornly refusing to allocate his stats. You and I are starting with this muscular tanker stubbornly insisting on joining the hunt. The leader reluctantly agrees, letting him go. Watching from afar, Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, instantly realizing this muscular tanker is not even wearing a single piece of protective gear. He thinks mockingly to himself, did they strip him just to save on equipment repair costs? Seeing them treat their teammate like absolute garbage, he mutters in pure disgust. What trash. Quietly approaching, Hyun-Sung casts his spell, lifting the veil of night. Meanwhile, the chaotic battle against the horned turtle monster is already turning into a total mess. As the hunters struggle to survive the monster's deadly charges, the leader gasps out in complete confusion. Sensing a powerful outside force, Hyun-Sung's eyes turn ice cold as he clenches his fist, ready to trigger a massive blast of raw, explosive energy. A massive purple explosion suddenly rains down, vaporizing the monster instantly and leaving the entire party completely speechless. The panicked leader screams, "What is this?" He glares around furiously and bellows, "Who dared steal our kill?" Now pay attention here. Watch as Hyun-Sung steps through the dust, his overwhelming pressure making the muscular tanker break into a cold sweat. Losing all self-control, the leader screams, "Hey, you crazy bastard, how dare you steal our monster like that?" Hyun-Sung turns back with a sharp, piercing glare, his voice dropping low as he asks, "Did you say crazy bastard?" His overwhelming aura completely paralyzes them. He delivers a freezing order, "Go ahead, say that to my face again." Backed completely into a corner, the leader stammers in sheer terror. But it is obvious you just stole the monster we were actively hunting. What a total coward, tucking his tail the second he meets someone stronger. Suddenly, a skill book drops from the corpse of the defeated beast. The gray-haired female hunter cries out in surprise, "Whoa, look, a skill book." The entire party instantly crowds around, drooling over the jackpot. This is insane. It is actually a rare tier. Hyun-Sung watches silently, thinking to himself that leftover mana must have condensed into this, though it never appears when you actually look for it. The leader quickly steps forward to claim ownership, loudly declaring, "Since this item dropped from the monster our party was hunting, that skill book belongs to us." He sneaks a quick glance at Hyun-Sung's reaction, then reassures his team. "We have absolutely nothing to fear. Unless he is completely insane, there is no way he would attack us first." Completely ignoring their greedy chatter, Hyun-Sung walks right up to the shirtless tanker and asks with concern, "Is your body doing okay?" Staring at the man deep wounds, he wonders, "Why on earth are you hunting without a shield or even basic armor? Did those guys force you into this?" Seeing how terribly the rest of the party treats him, he simply cannot ignore his sympathy. Hyun-Sung continues questioning him to get to the truth. "Do they actually pay you your fair share after these hunts? Exactly how much do they pay you? Can you tell me?" Faced with these intense questions, the tanker only hangs his head in silent resignation. Realizing their dirty little party secret is about to be exposed, the leader rushes over aggressively. "Hey, is not stealing our monster enough for you? Why are you suddenly snooping around in our team financial business?" Hyun-Sung calmly replies, "Well, your party setup looks incredibly suspicious, so I had to ask." The leader gnashes his teeth, glaring right back with lethal eyes. "And how is that any of your damn business?" He swings his weapon straight at him, spitting out a cold threat. "Mind your own business and get lost before you bring disaster upon yourself." Meanwhile, the rest of the party starts whispering among themselves. They assume that judging by the monster drops, Hyun-Sung's level is probably 10 levels higher than theirs at the absolute most. The leader smirks with confidence, fully believing that no matter how strong this guy is, taking on 9 of them all alone is pure suicide. They are sure they have this one. But trust me, you and I are about to see them regret it. He quietly pulls out his identification card and delivers a clear, powerful announcement. "I am a member of the Hunter Association monitoring team. Am I allowed to interfere with your party business now?" The leader face drains of color, sweat dripping down as he stares closely at the official crest of the monitoring department. Terribly pale, he panics, thinking, "Damn it, this is bad." Ignoring their sudden terror, Hyun-Sung turns to the tanker and asks, "How much do you actually get paid for each hunt?" He receives a short, quiet reply. I get paid a lot. Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes in deep skepticism at that claim. Seeing the tanker's submissive expression, he realizes that even if he keeps pressing, the poor man will never reveal the truth. Meanwhile, the trembling leader stands right next to them, nervously gripping his weapon in sheer desperation. Wasting no more time, Hyun-Sung instantly activates his psychology skill. He refuses to let this slide and is determined to expose them. A memory flashes back, showing the tanker roaring with epic determination as he charges forward, slamming the massive beast to the ground. Watching casually from a safe distance, the other party members remark coldly, "Hey, he did a lot better than I expected." Another sneers, "He is an idiot, but useful." Stay tuned, you and I will watch them pay. Let's jump into a crazy story, starting with this big tanker, wiping his sweat and smiling innocently at some totally fake praise. The leader points straight in Wushin's face and yells, "Hey, you idiot, why can you only take this much?" He is clearly annoyed at having to repeat himself over and over. Wushin just stands there in silence, sweat dripping down his exhausted, defeated face. The toxic leader keeps berating him, yelling, "Why can't you understand my words?" He turns to gossip with the others, complaining they are paying this tanker way too much, especially since he doesn't even know how to allocate his stat points. Then he coldly declares, "Since all of this is your fault, you have to take full responsibility. You agree, right?" Wushin bows his head in silence, helpless against their abuse. He did all the fighting, yet they took all the credit and rewards. Suddenly, a pack of glowing red beasts charges. Wushin braces himself, raising his heavy shield to block their devastating heavy blows. Amid the chaos, someone screams a warning that their 6 o'clock defense is completely breached. Now pay attention here, because while Wushin desperately fights off monsters alone, his garbage party just watches. Seeing his gear get damaged, the leader coldly barks out a cruel order. "Hey, strip his armor off right now. Repairing that gear is way too expensive." Ultimately, his discarded shield and helmet are left rotting in the dark dungeon after being thoroughly exploited. Meanwhile, night falls over a quiet city street. Wushin returns home completely exhausted, as a gentle hand softly reaches out to touch and soothe the fresh wound on his face. Through his painful memories, his sister's worried voice echoes, telling him not to push himself too hard because she is working a weekend job to help pay their mother's hospital bills. She warns that if he gets sick too, they will have nothing left. Looking at her with a worn-out face, Wushin gently nods. The only reason he tolerates his party's toxic abuse is because he desperately needs that money for his mother's medical bills. Flashback to the leader dragging Wushin into a corner and threatening him, saying, "Listen, Baek Wushin, don't tell anyone how much money we pay you, and never mention the armor stripping in the dungeon. Do that, and you will never hunt with this party again." Back in the present, Hyun-Sung glares at the party leader with cold, sharp eyes, asking, "Do you idiots actually realize what kind of mistake you just made? You must know, right?" The leader turns pale and breaks a sweat, but still tries to act tough. "Quit talking nonsense. What did we even do wrong?" The other party members quickly back him up. "Exactly. We were actually taking good care of him." Instead of admitting guilt, the shameless leader points straight at Wushin, forcing him to speak up. "Tell him yourself. We always treated you well, didn't we? We never mistreated you or stole your pay." The leader smugly glares at Hyun-Sung before turning back to his squad. "See? The victim himself says it is totally fine, so why don't you mind your own business?" Hyun-Sung coldly fires back. "And what if I refuse?" The leader completely loses his mind and screams, "If you refuse, then what?" Hyun-Sung remains dead, silent and calm, simply issuing a clear command. "Step outside right now for an official investigation. If you are so confident, facing the investigators for interrogation shouldn't be a problem, right?" Seeing his team waver, the leader gets even more aggressive. "Who do you think you are to order an investigation? You think that Association Inspector badge makes you hot stuff?" Even with his official supervisor badge, they rely on their superior numbers to keep acting tough. Hyun-Sung silently rests his hand on his weapon, warning, "You better listen while I am still being nice." His piercing gaze cuts straight through them, unless they want to make things ugly. Behind him, the low-tier hunters begin whispering in pure panic. The leader grinds his teeth in rage as a psychotic thought crosses his mind. If this brat simply disappears, nobody will ever find out. He fires up his squad, yelling, "Hey, are we just going to sit back and let him investigate us?" Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, asking, "What do you mean by that?" "I know what you're thinking." Things look bad as the leader grins, taunting him while the entire squad draws their weapons, surrounding him with pure bloodlust. One of his lackeys sneers triumphantly, saying, "You brought this absolute nightmare on yourself." The leader greedily stares at Hyun-Sung's high-tier equipment, muttering, "Man, that gear of yours looks incredibly expensive and high-grade." He shamelessly declares he will put Hyun-Sung's gear to good use, before turning to mock Wushin. "Did you really think this idiot could save you?" Looking at Wushin's defeated face, Hyun-Sung speaks up. "Hey, Baek Wushin," he gently whispers, Just close your eyes and wait for a moment. Hyun-Sung adds with pure sincerity. If you do, you will finally be able to cure your sick mother. Woo-shin's eyes widen, completely shocked to hear his deepest, most painful secrets being spoken out loud. Hyun-Sung adds, and you can buy your little sister a brand new backpack too. Enraged, the leader roars, flashing a psychotic grin as he orders his gang to tear him apart. But in the absolute blink of an eye, his sword arm goes flying through the air after a swift, clean strike. Hyun-Sung is moving so lightning fast that the scumbag leader doesn't even realize his arm has been severed yet. Then, the underling gets his hands severed too, screaming in pain. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a team frozen in pure terror by their opponent's overwhelming power. Hyun-Sung quietly steps toward the squad leader, asking him with a cold stare, why do not you attack? Paralyzed by the suffocating pressure, he drops his weapon, quickly groveling on the ground to beg. I will cooperate with the investigation. He crawls at Hyun-Sung's feet like a pathetic coward, leaving his whole squad too humiliated to even breathe a word. As police lights flash through the dark night, the pathetic leader of the greed hunters is escorted away by authorities alongside his beaten allies. Watching from afar, Hyun-Sung and Busin quietly watch the entire scene before heading over to the city hospital together, finding Busin's sick mother resting while his little sister keeps watch by her side. Standing out in the hallway, Busin says with deep gratitude, "Thank you, I promise I will repay this debt of honor." Hyun-Sung simply smiles and tells him it is not necessary, but Busin shakes his head, remaining completely firm. "No, I absolutely must repay you." Hearing his determination, Hyun-Sung pauses before asking, "Could you let me see your status screen?" Busin nods, and his status screen pops up. Busin, level 64, with the basic class of a normal shield soldier. Watch closely here. Hyun-Sung is stunned to see 340 stat points left completely unassigned. He gasps in pure shock, and standing right next to him, even Lucia has to admit that this is an incredibly impressive number. Lucia looks closely at Busin, asserting that he definitely has what it takes to become a knight. She turns to Hyun-Sung and suggests that if he hands Busin over, she will personally train him to become an outstanding knight rather than some average soldier, leaving Busin to repeat the word knight in absolute disbelief. Lucia continues her analysis, pointing out that his base stats are incredible and his class skills are highly exceptional. Most notably his unyielding body skill, which is so powerful it practically matches the strength of a hero-grade ability. Looking back at Busin, she promises that with the right guidance, he can easily secure a spot among the elite rankers. Hearing the word ranker, Busin's eyes instantly light up with overwhelming shock and excitement. He never dared to dream of becoming a top ranker, but she quickly warns him that without assigning those stat points, growing stronger is physically impossible. Lucia suddenly looks at him and asks directly, "Do you want to become a ranker?" Busin immediately answers, "Yes." With a smile, Lucia proposes, "Then please join my master's side," a blunt statement that leaves Hyun-Sung blushing in total embarrassment. You might be thinking the same thing as Hyun-Sung. Why did she put it like that? Well, she calmly explains it benefits everyone. She explains that, while Busin gets to keep growing as a player, her master gets something valuable as well. He will gain a loyal ally without worrying about his secrets leaking out. Seeing the hopeful looks, Hyun-Sung decides, why not give this a shot? Busin stares back with absolute determination, knowing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a poor kid like him to rise up. Hyun-Sung officially makes his offer, asking directly, "Will you join me?" The moment those words leave his mouth, a system alert pops up, confirming he has offered to recruit player Busin. With a firm and resolute yes from the young warrior, the system confirms that Busin has officially accepted the recruitment offer. Another system alert chimes, noting that this recruit action has cost Hyun-Sung 20 points of leadership. Now, standing proudly before him, Busin officially becomes his very first subordinate in this world, and Hyun-Sung decides to invest heavily in his new ally. He speaks up, advising that they should boost his base stats first, before pulling out a bright red elixir and handing it over. "Just pop it into your mouth." Grateful, Busin replies with a quick thank you and immediately swallows the pill whole. Gasping in shock, Busin can feel a massive, roaring surge of pure energy spreading rapidly all over his body. Not stopping there, Hyun-Sung hands over 2 incredibly thick skill books, casually telling him to master these techniques as well. It is clear he is absolutely spoiling his very first disciple here. Staring at Busin's 340 unassigned stat points, Hyun-Sung begins calculating the cost of this crazy investment. That is about 7 billion gold worth of items. Next, they begin discussing the best strategies for leveling up. Instead of running in a full group, solo hunting would be much more effective, right? Busin nods, agreeing that it sounds much better. Lucia chimes in with her own professional advice, noting that since his current level is low, he can easily secure several system achievements. Hyun-Sung nods in agreement, suggesting that if he is going after achievements, he should focus entirely on dumping points into his physical stamina. But before they officially get started, Lucia flashes a highly mysterious smile. Before bringing you to the hunting zone, I must test your actual skills first, clearly eager to train her new student. The team travels to a creepy, blood-sucking dungeon designed for levels 10 to 15, where Lucia immediately charges in to test out Busin's raw reaction speed. The violent clashes between her sword and his heavy shield trigger massive, vibrating shockwaves, forcing Busin to hold his ground against her heavy strikes. And trust me, you and I are about to see her expose his biggest technical flaw. Let's dive right into Yuan's intense training where he is sweating buckets, struggling to keep up with her insane speed. Lucia holds her stance, strictly lecturing him to watch her feet closely before trying to launch another attack. Realizing his own mistake, Yuan quickly adjusts his stance, tightly grips his shield, and mutters that he finally gets it. The sparring match gets incredibly intense inside the dark, gloomy dungeon, and after 2 hours, weapons and shields lie scattered all over the ground. Yuan gasps for breath from absolute exhaustion, while Lucia looks completely satisfied, admitting that teaching him is actually pretty fun. His muscle memory adapts surprisingly fast, making Hyun-Sung smile nearby as he chuckles and asks if that is true. Lucia confidently assures him that with just a little more polish, he will be ready for real combat in no time. She keeps analyzing the situation, noting that since his second-class advancement is coming up soon, she will train him to become a true knight, not just a basic soldier. Seeing Yuan level up this fast, Hyun-Sung feels a bit skeptical and asks if achieving that is really going to be that easy. Lucia explains that because class advancement is decided by one's overall combat style, proper, dedicated training makes this goal completely achievable. She turns to call Busin, smiling brightly as she urges him to get moving. That is enough resting. Your stamina should be partially recovered by now, right? Stand up. Yuan groans, replying with pure exhaustion. I get it. Yuan sighs, looking completely drained. Meanwhile, over in Japan, pay attention, because a mysterious figure in a white cloak is currently walking through the desolate city ruins. His heavy footsteps echo through the gloomy silence as he makes his way toward his waiting allies. A grotesque birdman monster is brutally tearing apart and devouring its helpless prey. From behind, a warrior in shining silver armor watches with pure, murderous intent before suddenly leaping forward to slash his sword at the beast. The monster shrieks in absolute terror, while a highly confident smile spreads across the hunter's face. The creature screeches in pain as a chain of massive explosions suddenly erupts, completely blowing the entire flock of monsters out of the sky. A radio report comes in, confirming that their surprise raid was an absolute success. From high up on a rooftop, other hunters silently observe the fiery, chaotic battlefield raging below them. Reports show that out of 1,500 birdmen, the hunter forces successfully eliminated nearly 400 of them in just the very first wave. Suddenly, a golden-skinned birdman with glowing blue eyes appears, and you can practically feel the suffocating pressure radiating off the screen. It soars high into the air, gathering a massive charge of electricity before letting out a sky-shattering shriek. Just as the authorities feared, the entire flock starts gathering frantically around this golden leader. Having suffered massive casualties during that first initial strike, the remaining spear-wielding birdman soldiers steel themselves for a massive, full-scale counterattack. Back at the command center, the entire battle is broadcast live across dozens of screens, closely watched by high-ranking military officers. The stern, bald military commander stares intently at the screens, his eyes filled with absolute determination as he coldly orders them to proceed exactly as planned. A barrage of heavy missiles rain down from the sky one after another, triggering earth-shattering explosions that completely level the surrounding high-rise buildings. Amidst the ruins, the birdmen shriek furiously, waving their spears as they brave the relentless human bombardment, growing even more bloodthirsty with every single hit they take. The hunters waste no time either, channeling raw magic into their staffs to unleash incredibly powerful, long-range magical strikes. The beasts scream in agony as magical blasts tear them apart in mid-air, painting the entire sky with blazing trails of fire. But suddenly, a colossal hand armed with razor-sharp claws erupts right out of the ruined ground. The golden-skinned leader with freezing blue eyes bares its fangs and roars. Instantly, thousands of monsters spread their wings and take flight, forming a massive, pitch-black cloud that completely blots out the city sky. Even as the military fires another massive wave of heavy missiles, the enemy leader remains completely, terrifyingly calm. His eyes flash with eerie, crackling electricity, completely disabling and detonating every single missile in midair long before they can even touch him. Witnessing this utterly impossible sight, the hunters down below can only gasp in pure disbelief. What? Even heavy missiles are useless? The power of these birdmen is on a whole different level. Inside the command center, the tense atmosphere instantly descends into absolute chaos. A panicked officer reports that this kind of defense is way beyond anything a hero-class monster should possess. They must upgrade Golden Eagle to legendary rank immediately. Warning alarms blare repeatedly as urgent orders ring out for everyone to abandon this failed campaign and escape the encirclement. The commander grits his teeth, sweat dripping heavily down his tense, pale face. He simply cannot believe that their strongest missile strikes were countered so effortlessly by a monster. Slamming his fist on the table, he painfully admits defeat, ordering the entire UN coalition to withdraw immediately, and trust me, things are about to get much worse. 3 weeks fly by after that shocking disaster, leaving Hyun-Sung lost in deep thought while driving his car. Stick with me, we're watching him easily ace his licensing exams after 3 long weeks. Pure relief washes over him. Finally, he can walk around proudly without having to sneak into dungeons ever again. Walking forward, Hyun-Sung recalls his crazy journey over the past year and a half. Right then, a strange guy starts pestering Lucia, trying to recruit her. Join our guild, and I promise to fully support you. Lucia doesn't hesitate for a second, coldly replying, I refuse. The recruiter refuses to give up, shouting out, What? How could you reject such a golden opportunity? You'll regret this later. Lucia glares back at him, her eyes sharp. Even if I do regret it, that's my problem, not yours, right? She firmly demands, Please move out of the way. Seeing this, Hyun-Sung approaches and asks what's going on. Lucia instantly drops her harsh tone. She calmly replies, It's nothing. Let's go. Then, the two of them walk away. But the red-haired recruiter in the suit grabs Lucia's wrist, growling, Hey, did you not hear a word I said? He clings to her like a leech, refusing to let go. Instantly, Hyun-Sung steps in, grabbing his wrist to question him. What the hell do you think you're doing? She said she isn't interested. The guy glares back in pure rage. Who do you think you are to meddle? Hyun-Sung says nothing, now watch this. He just snaps the guy's wrist. Leaving the guy writhing in pain, he turns to Lucia and asks who this is. She calmly explains he's a scout from the Jinhan Guild. Hyun-Sung pauses to think, then whispers, Did you do anything to stand out? Lucia firmly denies it, saying she has kept her results at an average level the entire time. This leaves Hyun-Sung highly suspicious about why they're trying to recruit her. Ignored, the red-haired recruiter snaps in rage. Do you want to die? He snarls. Do you have any idea who I am to act like this? Hyun-Sung just smirks, firing back with a sarcastic question. Do you know who I am either? The guy proudly brags. I'm with the Jinhan Guild. What guild are you even in? Hyun-Sung keeps his cool, smiling as he casually drops the bomb. I'm with the Player Association's surveillance team. Are you really a scout from the Jinhan Guild? Hearing his real title, the red-haired guy turns pale and stammers. That's right. Hyun-Sung's eyes grow cold as he issues a sharp warning. Stop bothering people who said no. Now get lost. With that, he and Lucia calmly turn and walk away, leaving the recruiter frozen solid in absolute shock. He glares at their retreating backs, gritting his teeth as he screams in anger. You're going to regret this. Ignoring the scout's empty threat, Hyun-Sung casually mutters, Regret what? Lucia quietly replies, Let's just go. All right. And with that, they leave the frustrated recruiter sweating bullets behind them as he grits his teeth and mutters curses in complete helplessness. You might wonder why they're so desperate his bosses ordered her recruitment at all costs. Now that everything is completely ruined, he blames all of his failure on Hyun-Sung's interference. Time passes, and Hyun-Sung appears wearing a majestic new set of battle armor. Looking up at the sky, he tells himself, now it officially begins. His gaze sharpens as he focuses entirely on the quest board ahead, displaying a dangerous heroic tier crocodile dungeon, with a massive recommended level of 280 to 320. Lucia, wearing a fur collar, she quietly prompts him to enter. Standing at the entrance, Hyun-Sung still asks with worry, Will Byuk-woo really be alright? Lucia calmly reassures him, Master, I trained him ruthlessly, so solo hunting definitely won't be an issue for him. She adds that she can instantly sense if he's in any danger, so Hyun-Sung doesn't need to worry so much. Hyun-Sung chuckles, realizing she's fully aware of how brutally she pushed him during their training sessions. After all, he got completely thrashed by her training before too. Lucia smiles, admitting, Of course I know. She seriously explains that a drop of sweat on the training ground is worth a drop of blood on the battlefield. According to Lucia, the harsher the training, the higher Byuk-woo's survival rate will be in actual combat. Hyun-Sung smiles wryly, replying, Honestly, I don't think he even needs to worry about surviving while hunting. Stepping into the dark swamp surrounded by giant ancient trees, Hyun-Sung wonders if Byuk-woo can distribute his stat points on his own. Lucia notes that it's tough right now, but definitely possible later, as they splash through stagnant swamp water. She further explains that the spirit stat doesn't just affect skills, and in fact, Byuk-woo has already shown massive improvements since consuming the elixir given to him. Hyun-Sung nods softly in agreement, admitting that makes perfect sense. Hyun-Sung ponders curiously, I wonder what would happen if we dumped all his unassigned stat points into strength and spirit. Lucia smiles and declares, he would probably become the most unkillable tank in the entire world. And honestly, seeing him become the ultimate tank, trust me, you and I are going to love it. Alright, you and I are diving back into this crazy dungeon crawl. Suddenly, Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes in alarm, whispering a warning of enemies ahead as they freeze in the dark, foggy forest. Out of nowhere, spears rain down, slamming deep into the dirt. Hyun-Sung moves like lightning, twisting his body to dodge every single lethal strike. Down in the swampy waters, bubbles erupt violently as a clear warning that their enemies are about to show themselves. Hyun-Sung leaps high into the air, narrowly dodging the relentless barrage. He grits his teeth, bracing against the overwhelming pressure. Erg! A massive blast of purple energy suddenly explodes from deep beneath the swampy water. Hyun-Sung sticks a perfect landing, and in that split second, Lucia charges forward, raising her massive shield to protect her master. Dropping into a low stance, Hyun-Sung readies himself for battle. His sharp gaze narrows in pure annoyance because this is such a pain. Purple electricity crackles across his hands as he grips his weapon, preparing a devastating strike that will force these monsters out of hiding. Hyun-Sung lunges forward, grabbing his weapon with a smirk. Gotcha, he says, brutally driving his blade deep down into the murky water. Now pay attention here, because this is where those ugly crocodile men finally show their faces, screaming in absolute agony as Hyun-Sung strikes. Deciding this is actually perfect, Hyun-Sung dives straight into the depths. His eyes blaze with crackling violet electricity as a massive shockwave erupts, completely vaporizing everything around them in a blinding flash of light. Standing over the defeated pack of crocodile men, Hyun-Sung lets out a soft sigh of relief. Lucia quickly steps closer and asks anxiously, "How are you holding up, Master? Are you all right?" He casually shrugs, replying, "To be honest, out of all the hero-tier monsters, these guys are definitely the weakest." Hyun-Sung looks back at that colossal high-tier blue dragon from before, admitting his previous enemy was a true monster, which made the entire battle a brutal struggle for him. Seeing her master still slightly haunted by that past encounter, Lucia offers a warm, encouraging smile. "This is just the beginning, my lord. You are going to grow stronger at a much faster rate." She explains that even though this swamp dungeon is annoying, it is actually the perfect place to train his passive skills, like his wild instinct. Hyun-Sung listens in silence, his face filled with determination before he nods in approval. "Good, let's keep moving." Lucia bows respectfully, replying, "Yes, master." Together, they head deeper into the dark dungeon, while the scene shifts over to the Jinhan Guild headquarters. You and I both saw this coming. The guild leader is absolutely furious over this failure. "You couldn't even recruit a simple rookie? How do you manage to mess up everything?" He roars, slamming his fist down. "What are you even good for? Get out of my sight if you're going to act this useless." Sweating bullets under his boss's terrifying wrath, the pink-haired recruiter nervously stammers to explain himself. It only happened because the Hunter Association's monitoring team suddenly interfered. Stunned, the guild leader repeats, "The monitoring team?" before snapping back in absolute rage. "Under what authority do those guys think they can stop our guild's recruitment?" The subordinate bows his head in shame. "Sir, it seems like they actually have a very close relationship with our target. And worst of all, the target seems to have absolutely no interest in joining any guild whatsoever." The guild leader slams his desk, roaring, "Then you should have offered him our best contract terms first. I laid them out over and over again, sir," the subordinate mutters quietly. Sensing his boss cooling down slightly, he quickly adds, "But despite everything we offered, he flatly rejected us." Dumbfounded, the guild leader barks back, "He turned us down even after hearing those terms?" Getting a nod of confirmation, he falls into deep thought. Could a major sponsor already be backing this guy? Or is he just insanely loaded? Feeling the heavy tension in the room, the subordinate cautiously suggests, "Sir, maybe we should just let this one go." The guild leader's eyes narrow with pure malice. So what if he's friendly with the monitoring team? Gritting his teeth in fury, the Jinhan guild leader screams at his spineless subordinate, unable to believe he would just abandon such a massive goldmine. He snatches up a photo of Lucia and growls, "Our investor personally ordered us to secure this girl at all costs." The pressure is coming straight from the very top. Refusing to accept defeat, he barks orders for his subordinate to immediately dig up the background of that self-proclaimed association officer, while the pink-haired lackey bows, saying, "Understood, sir." Left alone in his office, the guild leader stares intensely at Lucia's photo. Something feels incredibly off about their business partner demanding a rookie player with such absolute desperation. He deduces that the manager on the other side definitely has some dark, hidden motives. As night falls, Hyun-Sung meets up with Woojin after his hunt, smiling as he checks in on him. "Did you run into any trouble during your hunt?" Thrilled by Hyun-Sung's genuine concern, Woojin eagerly shakes his head. He proudly holds up a heavy bag overflowing with magic stones and skill books, boasting about his haul. Wu Jin tries to hand over the entire loot, but Huang Sung quickly waves his hands in refusal, saying, "You don't need to give this to me, you earned it." These selfless words leave Wu Jin completely dumbfounded. While standing nearby, Lucia quietly observes her master's incredible generosity toward his brand new subordinate. Lucia says, "Follow me." And as they return to the city, "You and I know this adventure is only getting started. Alright, let us dive back in," as Hyung-Sung hands Woo-in a fat envelope from the Mana Stone sales, leaving the poor kid totally stunned. He adds that the money from the skill books will have to wait until the auction officially wraps up. Woo-in stares at the stack of cash, his eyes wide with shock as he promises to pay back this kindness. Seeing how guilty the kid feels, Hyung-Sung smiles warmly and tells him not to worry about rushing the repayment. "Just make sure to keep some for your mother and sister." Moved by this care, Woo-in bows deeply in gratitude. Hyung-Sung then asks about their living situation. "How is the new place?" "Living in my apartment complex is convenient, right?" Woo-in excitedly replies that Woo-hee loves it, while Lucia smiles, calling it a very wise decision on his part. Staying close makes it much easier to respond if enemies ever launch a surprise attack, leaving Hyung-Sung deep in thought. They must stay alert because there is no telling when those Japanese hunters will finally make their move. Hyung-Sung encourages Woo-in to do just as well tomorrow, and the kid confidently agrees. Later that night at the Jinhan Guild headquarters, a hunter sneers while looking at Hyung-Sung's file, mocking him as a mere 18-month rookie. He even drags around some complete idiot. "Stick with me, because they are about to learn a very painful lesson." The pink-haired recruiter nearby suggests a plan to wipe them all out in one single strike. The guild leader flips through the documents, scoffing that Hyung-Sung has nothing going for him besides his association affiliation. Since his quest locations keep changing, it is highly likely that his actual strength is completely worthless. He smugly notes that the guy has 0 close allies, smiling maliciously as he decides the time to strike has finally come. "Excellent, then let us initiate our plan first thing tomorrow." Back at the apartments, as Hyung-Sung, Lucia, and Woo-in prepare to leave, he suddenly pauses, locking his eyes on a suspicious black van parked in the distance. Sensing something off, Hyung-Sung squints in suspicion before they all get into the car, his bad feeling quickly proving to be correct. The mysterious black van continues to tail them silently from behind throughout their entire journey. From the driver's seat, Lucia warns him that they are being followed, prompting Hyung-Sung to glance at the mirror to confirm. Lucia confirms, noting that she can sense active magical energy coming from inside. They both realize trouble is coming, as she adds that there are definitely hunters waiting in that vehicle. Hyung-Sung wonders quietly, thinking it might be those Japanese hunters again. Lucia points out their clumsy tailing skills. "But hey, you and I know we cannot let our guard down yet." Hyung-Sung decides to head to the dungeon where Woo-in is hunting first, and Lucia respectfully agrees. Standing under a glowing blue portal light, Hyung-Sung stares into the dark cavern and suggests they move deeper inside. Lucia obeys her lord, and the three of them quietly venture deeper into the shadowy abyss. Lucia whispers that their stalkers took longer to arrive than expected, but Hyung-Sung calmly prepares to face them. In the pitch-black darkness, multiple pairs of sharp, hostile eyes closely watch their every move. A group of cloaked figures emerges from the shadows with sinister grins, making Hyung-Sung utter a confused gasp. He inspects his opponents and points out their incredibly cheap gear, which Lucia confirms is mostly just common-grade junk. Facing the surrounding hostile crowd, Hyung-Sung bluntly demands to know exactly who they are. The enemy leader sneers mockingly, telling Hyung-Sung he has some serious guts before giving him a threatening glare. "Do you really not understand how bad of a situation you are in?" Hyung-Sung blinks, realizing they are not Japanese. Annoyed by his completely relaxed attitude, the thug leader screams in absolute frustration. "Are you mocking me, kid?" Furious at being misidentified, the leader snaps back, asking where he looks Japanese. Hyung-Sung casually asks why they are doing this, sending the leader into a vein-popping rage. He grits his teeth and declares he wanted to take him in peacefully, but that is off the table. Unsheathing his sword, he calls on his men, who immediately draw their weapons in ready agreement. The leader coldly orders his lackeys to teach the punk a lesson and shut his annoying mouth for good. Shouting in unison, the thugs charge forward with lightning speed. As the enemies close in, Lucia raises her massive shield to protect her master, while Hyung-Sung wonders why he was even targeted. But Hyung-Sung suddenly freezes in surprise as a massive, towering figure unexpectedly steps right in front of him. It is Woo-in, radiating pure killing intent. "Trust me, you and I know these thugs just made the biggest mistake of their lives. Alright, you and I are jumping right in," as Woo-in slams his shield directly into his attacker's face, sending him flying. Watching her new subordinate unleash this raw power, Lucia calmly shares her thoughts. "It looks like you don't need to worry about Baek-Eun at all." Hyung-Sung quietly observes Woo-in's impressive display of strength while another enemy charges straight at them. Lucia wonders if she failed to explain things clearly back in the car, leaving Woo-in completely in the dark. To her, it seems like he is just way too obsessed with protecting her and his lord. Watching Uin fight with everything he has while surrounded, Lucia smiles, calling this a great real combat training session. She decides to let him hone his skills on his own. Hyun-Sung sighs with relief, noting that it is lucky these enemies are low level, otherwise things could have gotten extremely dangerous. Lucia immediately takes the blame, stating that a knight who does not fully grasp their lord's orders can never unleash their true power. With a stern voice, she demands that Uin must strictly obey his lord's commands in every future battle. Seeing Lucia's pure determination to train her new subordinate even harder, Hyun-Sung feels a bit awkward, wondering if he spoke out of turn. Watch closely as the enemies start shaking before his overwhelming power. Seeing his men frozen in fear, the leader furiously calls them useless trash and barks orders for them to attack immediately. One of the hunters stands shocked, completely unable to comprehend how Uin possesses such terrifyingly dominant strength. Realizing things are turning bad, the leader gnashes his teeth, knowing he has no choice but to draw his weapon and handle this himself. His plan is simple: if he can just capture the two leaders, this whole fight will be over. He ignores Uin completely and targets someone else. With a wicked look in his eyes, the leader decides to kidnap the girl who looks like she is worth the most first. Filled with pure murderous intent, he suddenly charges at Lucia from behind, swinging his sword to unleash a vicious surprise attack. But before he can even land a blow, she smashes her shield directly into his mouth, shattering his teeth instantly. He collapses to the ground, clutching his bleeding face with a completely pathetic expression. Staring down at the defeated leader, Lucia coldly notes that he would have made a decent training tool if he had just stood still. The leader can only gasp in agonizing pain, paying the ultimate price for blindly launching a sneak attack against an opponent he knew nothing about. Witnessing this, his men panic and scream in absolute shock. "Our boss is down!" They charge forward like madmen, desperately hoping to turn the tide. Through all this chaos, Hyun-Sung maintains a terrifyingly calm expression. Horrific, painful screams soon echo continuously throughout the dark and gloomy cavern. You and I both know they never stood a chance as Uin sweeps through them, leaving everyone utterly defeated before Hyun-Sung steps forward to demand answers. "Why did you target us?" The surviving hunters can only tremble in absolute, paralyzing fear. One of them screams inside, desperately wondering what on earth is going on. How could that absolute monster be a rookie who literally just graduated from the player academy? He questions reality itself, unable to believe that a level 220 hunter with allies around level 180 could get crushed so effortlessly. Lucia narrows her eyes, her voice dripping with pure malice. "Did you not hear my lord's question?" Crushed under the suffocating pressure, the hunter bows his head and confesses that they were only following their guild leader's orders. The trembling hunter keeps pleading, explaining that their leader gave the direct command to ambush them. Hyun-Sung silently scans the system screen, his eyes turning cold as he reads the words player trafficking. He snaps in fury, asking how someone could use spatial skills for such a disgusting crime. Gazing coldly at the trash kneeling before him, Hyun-Sung declares that criminals must pay for their actions. The criminal's eyes widen in sheer terror as he finally pays the price for serving the wrong master. Meanwhile, inside a highly luxurious office, a mustached man broods in tense silence, fully aware that his time in this position is quickly running out. He stands up and walks away with a scheming expression, muttering that he must finish his business before leaving. Lying on his desk is a photo of Hyun-Sung and Lucia. He vows that as long as he captures Choi Hyun-Sung, he can easily rebuild his empire. A brand new target has been marked, identified as the close comrade of their primary objective. Staring at Lucia's photo, one of the thugs praises her beauty, while another chimed in, noting her Western features. He explains that their second target comes from a collapsed nation and just recently became a South Korean citizen, urging his crew to capture both targets at all costs. But according to the records, something is extremely weird. Just 1 month ago, she was nothing more than a rookie who had graduated from the player academy. His eyes narrow sharply as he reveals the shocking truth that she has been spotted repeatedly entering highly dangerous hero-grade dungeons alongside Choi Hyun-Sung. The crowd begins to murmur, wondering if that is even possible. If she just entered the academy, wouldn't she be freshly awakened? He explains that entering hero dungeons doesn't mean she fights, but you and I know a massive storm is brewing next. Let's dive into this file on Hyun-Sung. If our target's hidden ability actually lets him bypass the level 20 cap, then what seemed impossible might actually be happening right now. One hunter wonders, does that mean they can share experience points without being restricted by their levels? He nods grimly, stating that the probability of this is extremely high. He explains that during high-level monster hunts, experience points are split based on contribution. Everyone knows that basic rule. He sits in deep thought, trying to solve the puzzle of why they would bring a newly awakened rookie into a hero-tier dungeon. There must be some hidden motive behind this. Even if his theory is wrong, he warns them that this makes absolutely no sense, so they cannot afford to let their guard down. His eyes flare with a threatening glare as he asks, "Do you guys still remember that the previous team we sent out completely vanished?" One of the hunters asks skeptically, "Is it possible they just ran away with the loot?" The speaker opposite him sighs. "We can't rule it out, but the odds are incredibly low," as the others whisper in agreement. True, running away would make them complete idiots. Firm footsteps echo as the leader begins to move, barking out a cold and sharp command. "First, we are going to act based on the absolute worst-case scenario." A curious hunter speaks up. "What exactly is the worst-case scenario?" The leader's gaze ice-overs as he explains the reality. He assumes the advance team was completely wiped out. Now, watch closely because this is where the fear starts. This shocking statement leaves his subordinates gasping. Is that even physically possible? The crew finds the entire idea completely absurd. Another hunter protests. Even a top-tier ranker couldn't wipe out an entire elite squad all on their own. You know that's impossible, right? He refuses to believe someone who awakened just a year ago could pull off such a crazy feat. Yet, the leader remains totally unfazed. He looks his men in the eye and asserts that the target's growth speed is completely unpredictable. That is why they must prepare for the worst. He loudly orders the entire unit to remain on high alert and ready to deploy. The very second they get word from the intel team, they strike. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Hyun-Sung is lying down with his arm over his forehead, lost in thought. He stares quietly at the ceiling, a trace of anxiety washing over his face as he reviews his current situation. His leveling speed has definitely slowed down. Stretching out on his bed, he ponders his dungeon hunts and his progress so far. He needs to find a way to speed things up, even though selling batteries has been generating insane profits for him. Staring at his system screen showing a massive balance of 700 billion points, he realizes he only needs 300 billion more to level up his shop. Once he does, he can finally purchase the legendary Alicia. But selling electronics has its limits, right? Face planted in his pillow, he wonders if it's time to roll out some new content. Let's see what crazy idea he cooks up next. Rolling around on the bed, Hyun-Sung reminds himself not to rush things too much. Since his current gaming devices are still selling out fast, he needs to tackle this problem from a completely different angle. Right in the middle of his brainstorming, his mother's voice echoes from outside. "Hyun-Sung, come eat." Hearing her call, he eagerly dashes to the dinner table. "Whoa, kimchi stew." His mother smiles warmly. "It's your favorite, after all. Make sure to eat your fill. You're always complaining about eating dry kimbap and cheap burgers inside those dungeons just to survive." Noticing her son glancing at the blonde beauty sitting next to him, she whispers, "Why are you staring at Lucia like that? Eat up." With his mother nudging him, he looks down at the colorful, steaming bowl of stew, picks up his spoon, and smiles. "Thanks for the food." He digs in, shoveling food into his mouth while praising her cooking as the absolute best. She beams happily. "Good. Eat up." As he eats, Hyun-Sung glances at the screen and notices his mom and Lucia are totally engrossed in some American TV show. He asks curiously, "Is it any good?" His mother nods with pure excitement, saying it is absolutely amazing. Hyun-Sung smiles, telling her she should keep eating while she watches her show. She grins. "I will." Then he turns to the blonde. "Lucia, you should eat too." She quietly replies, "I am eating." Watching them stay glued to the screen, Hyun-Sung wonders if shows and movies are really that entertaining, especially since Lucia literally came from an entirely different dimension. He wonders if American dramas actually translate well to her, so he asks, "Lucia, do you find it interesting?" She flashes a bright smile, replying that watching movies and dramas is her absolute favorite hobby. He finds it pretty funny that her world isn't so different after all. Seeing this, his mother chimes in with deep admiration. "I'm honestly so jealous of Lucia. She can just buy foreign shows and movies online and stream them instantly, unlike me, who has to wait forever for Korean subtitles." She continues to marvel at the insane abilities of awakened players. They naturally understand foreign tongues. That casual comment sparks a brilliant idea in Hyun-Sung, and trust me, we are about to see him break the system again. Welcome back. You and I are jumping right back to Hyun-Sung, who rushes to Lucia's room immediately after dinner. Surprised by his sudden visit, she asks, "Is something wrong?" Hyun-Sung gets straight to the point. "I have a question." He asks if movies and TV dramas are really that entertaining. Aren't there many cultural things that Lucia wouldn't understand from her own perspective? Lucia confidently replies, "They are incredibly fun. Even if there are parts I don't get at first, watching the story makes everything click. In fact, discovering a completely new culture is actually super exciting for her. As a woman, drama and cinema are basically her passion." Hyun-Sung nods in agreement. But seeing his curiosity, Lucia asks, "Why do you ask, master?" With gleaming, bright eyes, Hyun-Sung reveals his plans to try selling video content, leaving Lucia completely stunned. "You mean selling movies and dramas?" she gasps. He eagerly confirms. "Exactly. What do you think of the idea?" After a brief moment of thought, Lucia agrees. I think it's a great idea. Even if it fails, it is not a big deal. Hyun-Sung smiles gratefully, crediting her for the inspiration. Blushing, she humbly replies, but I haven't done anything to help. He suddenly grabs her hands and beams, pointing out that her absolute obsession with movies is proof enough of their value. This sudden touch, and his warm praise leave Lucia completely flustered and blushing. Meanwhile, inside a magnificent palace, a system notification announces that a new item from Choi Hyun-Sung has been registered. A silver-haired noblewoman watches with deep curiosity. What did this guy post this time? She wonders, browsing a TV and DVD player bundle listed for a record-breaking 400 million points. She mutters, hoping it is not another useless item. Still, that massive price tag is enough to make anyone pause with serious doubt. Sitting cross-legged, the noblewoman boots up the device to inspect the content inside. Watch closely here, she witnesses a giant truck transform right on screen, gasping in total shock. As the towering robots make their grand, majestic entrance, her mind is completely blown. Her eyes remain glued to the screen, tracking the devastating explosions and breathless metal-clashing battles. Entirely captivated by the realistic visuals, she genuinely wonders how on earth they managed to recruit these giant robot actors. Staring at these powerful war machines, she concludes that Choi Hyun-Sung's world must possess an insanely formidable military force. Meanwhile, at a warehouse, the system keeps pinging with sold-out alerts. A local buyer stares blankly at his screen, completely stunned by the speed. This is insane. After being quiet for so long, he is deeply grateful that Choi Hyun-Sung continues to bless them with such incredible items. The customer feedback is absolutely legendary. Scrolling through the reviews, Hyun-Sung notices countless requests to buy the actual transforming robots from the movie. He thoughtfully calculates that while selling Bumblebee is impossible, selling regular cars is definitely doable. And yeah, you and I know a crazy business deal is right around the corner. He realizes buying cars without insurance is totally doable. Even if driving them without it brings heavy fines, he won't be behind the wheel anyway, so he couldn't care less. Right then, Lucia steps forward to announce, Master, our latest inventory has completely sold out. Hyun-Sung immediately turns to ask, Lucia, is there any way for us to sell cars here? He explains that buyers are begging to purchase the giant robots from the film. While selling actual mechs is out, supplying standard cars is a highly realistic alternative. Lucia wonders why they should even bother selling cars. Hyun-Sung chuckles. Well, because I think we can make a massive amount of points off them. Lucia then offers a brilliant counter-suggestion. Instead of cars, why don't we sell miniature transforming toy models? That idea is both incredibly practical and profitable, like accidentally striking a massive gold vein waiting to be mined. Her words strike Hyun-Sung like a lightning bolt. He excitedly grabs her shoulders. Lucia, thank you so much. A few days later, back in his room, system alerts chime rapidly as his total accumulated points officially cross the 1 trillion mark. Immediately, a massive promotion screen pops up, declaring he has reached hero rank. He is now unlocked to purchase legendary tier items, with the system officially expanding his shopping catalog and sales slots to 1,000 items. Hyun-Sung beams with pure excitement. Now, I can finally buy the elixir. He quickly swipes through the system screens to find his long-awaited item. A status window flashes open. The legendary grade elixir, capable of fully curing any deep-rooted wounds or illnesses residing within both body and soul. Staring at the price tag, Hyun-Sung counts the zeros. Millions, billions, tens of billions, almost 100 billion points. It is a staggering sum, but his ultimate goal is finally within reach. Without a single moment of hesitation, Hyun-Sung hits confirm to buy the consumable legendary elixir. A brilliant blue light erupts, and a beautifully patterned glass bottle slowly materializes in mid-air. He carefully grasps the invaluable potion, his face overcome with raw, genuine emotion. Lucia smiles respectfully. Congratulations, Master. Hyun-Sung softly replies, Thank you. And honestly, you and I can't wait to see him save his father. All right, you and I are diving right back in as he looks at Lucia, thanking her before rushing off. Lucia smiles gently as her master vanishes, instantly reappearing at the city hospital to save his dying father. Hyun-Sung carefully tips the glowing potion bottle upside down, letting the divine liquid flow into his comatose father to heal him. With its job done, he places the empty glass bottle back on the bedside table. Standing by the bedside, Hyun-Sung quietly watches his father sleeping peacefully, wondering to himself if he is finally, completely cured now. After taking care of his family, he quietly slips out of the hospital, disappearing into the dead of night. Back at his warehouse, Hyun-Sung slumps into a chair. He pulls up his status window to check if anything has changed. His body is totally exhausted, but his mind is racing. Staring at the system screen, Hyun-Sung gasps in shock as a mythical grade Thunder God skill suddenly appears. A mythical grade skill. Looking closely at the stats, though, he starts to feel a bit hesitant. Why does it look so simple? He wonders just how long it would take him to actually buy a mythical item like this. He quickly swipes across the holographic screen to check the requirements for the next upgrade. Suddenly, a notification pops up stating he needs a total post-awakening score exceeding 1 trillion points to reach the mythical rank. Staring at that astronomical number of 1 trillion points, Hyun-Sung gasps in absolute shock. Is it really 1,000 times more this time? Even though the number seems completely impossible, he reassures himself that he will definitely get there someday. But looking at the massive gap ahead of him, he can't help but sigh. Since it is so far away, Hyun-Sung decides to check out the legendary grade premium strength elixir instead, an item that grants a single strength point to players with stats below 400. Looking at the listed price, he falls silent. Just as he expected. He does the math and realizes that gaining a single stat point will cost him 300 million points. Even though the price tag is absolutely ridiculous, he knows he cannot skip this massive upgrade. Hyun-Sung immediately presses the confirm button to buy the legendary potion. The screen flashes repeatedly with notifications, confirming that the high-tier transaction was successful. Paying that much hurts, but getting stronger is worth every penny. Now watch carefully as we shift to the city hospital, where a worried woman asks about her husband. Is his condition really improving that much? The doctor wearing glasses calmly confirms the news. Yes. Incredibly, his dying cells have suddenly started regenerating on their own. Overwhelmed with joy at the miracle, the tearful woman bows repeatedly to show her gratitude, thanking the doctor from the bottom of her heart. But the doctor just stares thoughtfully after her, murmuring that she doesn't need to thank him. To be completely honest, he has absolutely no idea how this recovery is even possible. He is completely baffled because he only administered the exact same dosage of regular inhibitors as always. Even so, he tells the family that with proper physical therapy, the patient will be able to live a normal life again. While the family shares a tearful, relieved embrace, our scene suddenly shifts down into a dark, gritty basement. There, an extremely impatient man shouts in frustration, demanding to know how much longer they have to wait. Their red-haired leader coldly explains that their target schedule for entering and leaving dungeons has suddenly become highly unpredictable. He orders the entire squad to remain patient and maintain their ambush until the target's routine finally goes back to normal. One of the henchmen asks why they don't just strike the moment the target enters. But pay attention to how the leader shuts him down. We must always act with the absolute worst-case scenario in mind. I will not tolerate a single variable, no matter how small. This extreme attention to detail has the lackeys whispering that his background in the self-defense forces made him so ridiculously strict. They keep gossiping about their leader's legendary past, tracing back from his military days to his rise as a famous high-ranking player. He was once hailed as the hero of Osaka for his incredible achievements in wiping out waves of monsters. The thugs can't comprehend why such a legendary figure is working with them, making them curious about the dark crime he committed. One of the crew leans in to whisper the disturbing truth, revealing he was once accused of abusing a minor. Suddenly, a heavy armored hand slams hard against the ground, unleashing a massive, earth-shaking blast of purple magic. Through the rising dust cloud, Lucia charges forward with her bright blonde hair blowing, fiercely wielding her sword and shield. Hyun-Sung looks over her brand new setup and remarks that legendary gear really is on a whole different level. Lucia smiles back, saying she is incredibly pleased with the new gear, which prompts Hyun-Sung to suggest she should go ahead and buy even more legendary-grade equipment. She gently shakes her head to decline, explaining that since she already bought the legendary-grade strength elixir, she does not have enough points left. Suddenly, Hyun-Sung freezes, his senses instantly on high alert. Lucia notices and asks with worry what is wrong. Master? Hyun-Sung lowers his voice and delivers the bad news. We are surrounded. His face tightens with stress. Are those Japanese hunters here? Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character face a dark cave filled with glowing red eyes. The enemy numbers here are absolutely massive. Lucia quickly asks if they can hire more mercenaries, but Hyun-Sung flatly refuses. It is absolutely impossible. He quickly gives the order. Before they are completely surrounded, they need to take out as many enemies as possible. Looking ahead with sharp, determined eyes, Hyun-Sung says they just need to move 100 meters right, where enemies definitely await. In the distance, a group of hostile hunters approaches with weapons drawn. He calmly commands his ally to sweep left next and wipe out every single one of them. Lucia flashes a confident smile and loudly replies, Understood, my master. Hyun-Sung stands tall against his foes inside the pitch-black cave. He focuses deeply, his eyes glowing as he triggers his signature skill, Blink. Instantly, he vanishes, reappearing behind his opponent like a deadly ghost. Before the blue-cloaked henchman can even react, a blazing red sword slashes tears right through him. Across the field, the hooded mage panics and curses out loud. Damn it! The mage desperately waves his staff to cast Blizzard, unleashing a wave of freezing, bone-chilling energy. But Hyun-Sung easily dodges the sharp ice shards with terrifying speed. As the completely shocked mage watches him close the distance, Hyun-Sung delivers a devastating downward slash. The blue-cloaked subordinate groans in agonizing pain. Raising his golden shield to block the blow, he roars out in pure frustration. "You bastard." But pay attention here, because Lucia suddenly strikes from behind with cold, sharp eyes. Without a single shred of hesitation, she drives her sword straight through his chest. Just then, a reddish-brown-haired man in a blue cloak arrives, loudly barking out his orders. "Everyone, fall in." Right behind him, a massive army of heavily armored warriors and silver knights marches onto the battlefield. Fully equipped with determined eyes, they are completely ready for an all-out war. The brown-haired leader grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he feels an overwhelming, suffocating pressure closing in on him. From behind, Choi Hyun-Sung silently steps forward, purple dark lightning crackling wildly all around his hands. The enemies turn back in absolute shock as Hyun-Sung's eyes glow with murderous intent, black lightning completely engulfing the entire space. One look, and they know they are screwed. A massive explosion of purple energy suddenly erupts, blasting the Silver Knights backward as agonizing screams echo through the air. Ah! The henchmen are completely engulfed by the pitch-black electricity, their bodies trembling in sheer pain and despair. From above, Lucia plunges down like a goddess of war, leaving the terrified knights to stammer, "What on earth is this?" The blonde warrior stands majestic, holding her glowing golden shield with cold blue eyes locked directly on her enemies. One knight desperately struggles to block her power and curses. "Damn it!" Lucia unleashes a powerful magical strike from above, creating a brilliant green energy circle that crushes all resistance beneath her. With one savage slash, she tears right through their armor, leaving the enemies heavily wounded and collapsing. You saw that, right? Absolute devastation. The brown-haired leader panics and screams to call off the operation immediately, knowing they will be completely obliterated if they do not retreat. He frantically orders the survivors to scatter and run for their lives. But the rest are consumed by Hyun-Sung's dark lightning, screaming in hopeless agony. "Aha!" The leader gasps as he runs for his life, realizing in utter shock that everything has gone completely off script. Shaking with sheer terror, he looks back in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he is actually fighting against such monstrously powerful entities. But in the end, there is no escape. Clenching his fist, a surge of purple dark energy erupts from his gauntlets, tightly binding the blue-cloaked assassin and forcing a scream of agonizing pain from his throat. With the enemy completely subdued, Hyun-Sung sighs softly, realizing he needs more training to control this immense power with true precision. The fight is over, but it felt way too easy. Lucia silently approaches his side to deliver her professional report. "Master, I have rounded up all of the survivors in one place." Hyun-Sung simply nods and instructs, "Go ahead and gather all of their belongings for me, please." Receiving a quick acknowledgement from the female warrior, he starts inspecting the loot scattered on the ground, cleaning up the battlefield as if nothing had ever happened. Spotting a red passport alongside a watch and a compass, Hyun-Sung scoffs in pure contempt. Japanese agents, as expected. In front of him, 3 assassins kneel in agonizing pain, completely stripped of any strength to fight back. "Trust me, you and I wouldn't want to be in the leader's shoes," as Hyun-Sung steps forward, declaring coldly, "If you want to live, you better cooperate." His eyes glow with a deadly red hue as he activates his skill, Covenant of Truth. Standing before the defeated foes, Choi Hyun-Sung coldly demands to know how many agents are still left. Kneeling on the ground, the trembling leader replies that he doesn't know the exact number, but estimates 20 to 30 more are still hiding out. Another agent tries to fight back, shouting, "You brat!" But a powerful shield bash slams directly into his face, instantly knocking him flat on his back. "All right, you and I are starting today with Lucia standing tall over a completely helpless captive." Hyun-Sung continues to press him, asking how many people actually know about his existence. The leader confesses that currently, only Tanaka, the chief of the portal department, and his inner circle of trusted subordinates possess that information. He adds that to steal all the glory, Tanaka deliberately blocked the information and kept his superiors completely in the dark. Seeing his captive's desperate pleading face, Hyun-Sung smirks and asks, "Do you really want to live that badly?" Staring deep into the leader's trembling eyes, he suddenly throws in a sharp question. "Is it because of your daughter?" A fallen pocket watch lies open on the cold ground, revealing a sweet photo of a little girl. Sweat pours from the stunned leader's face, utterly shocked that his biggest secret was easily exposed. "How on earth did you know?" Meanwhile, Hyun-Sung casually reviews the files on his holographic screen. As the image of his sick daughter smiling from her hospital bed flashes through his mind, the defeated assassin realizes he is completely cornered with absolutely nowhere to run. "Tell me your story," Hyun-Sung orders, "and make it as brief as possible." The scene shifts back 5 years ago to Osaka, as military helicopters roar through the dark, cloud-filled night sky. Down on the ground, heavily armed tactical squads quickly deploy into battle formations across the empty city streets. Watch closely, something major is about to happen. Amid the high tension, one soldier suddenly freezes in shock as a glowing blue system window pops up right before his eyes, declaring that he is officially awakened. Inside a quiet, traditional Japanese room, a powerful figure dressed in a sharp, expensive suit speaks up. "I hear you awakened a hero-grade skill." The man looks deeply at the rookie soldier, making it clear that he expects great things from his newfound power. Bowing deeply in respect, the young man answers, "I will do my absolute best, sir." The two then share a lavish, formal dinner to celebrate the beginning of this fateful partnership. Flashback to Osaka 5 years ago, where the streets are completely littered with the corpses of defeated, grayish-blue monsters. Amongst the ruins, elite warriors clad in heavy blue armor march forward, carrying massive shields and deadly, razor-sharp spears. Our young hero in the blue cloak leaps into the chaotic melee, driving his blade deep into a vicious beast's chest. He maneuvers with extreme agility, his cold, laser-focused eyes locked onto the towering threat in front of him. Without giving his foe a single second to react, he unleashes a flurry of devastating, highly decisive sword strikes. The rest of the blue squad stands ready, weapons raised to eliminate any remaining monsters in the ruins. They erupt into triumphant cheers. "Yes, we finally took it down." Now, I know what you're thinking, but this is where the real tragedy begins as a doctor delivers some devastating news. "It appears your little daughter is suffering from severe mana pollution." He solemnly adds, "The mortality rate is 100%, and currently, there is no known cure or effective suppressant. All we can do is provide supportive care while waiting for a breakthrough. It is the only way she can survive." Watching his daughter happily enjoy her ice cream breaks the father's heart. She looks up and asks, "Aren't you eating, Daddy?" He hides his agony and gently replies that he is fine. While the innocent child eats happily, the father's heart is torn apart as he closes his eyes to force a weak smile. "I'll buy this for you all the time, okay?" She smiles innocently and nods. "Yay!" Yet, harsh reality immediately strikes, as his phone constantly lights up with aggressive debt collection messages and urgent past due notices from the bank. In his darkest hour, a powerful, wealthy figure approaches him and says, "I've heard about your unfortunate situation. Are you drowning in massive debt because of her medical bills?" He looks at the cloaked warrior with a show of deep sympathy. "I am deeply sorry about your daughter's condition. However, if you agree to work directly for me under a special deal, her medical expenses will never be an issue again." The father bows low, promising to do his absolute best, while someone watches the entire transaction unfold from the shadows. Choi Hyun-Sung calculates the situation in his mind, realizing this is a weakness he can easily exploit. He ponders this strange mana pollution disease. Quickly opening his system shop, Hyun-Sung silently cheers in pure excitement when he finally spots the exact item he needs. Found it. He is stunned to see a mana neutralizer cost a mere 10 million points. Turning back to the kneeling boss, Hyun-Sung coldly calls out, "Hey you." The assassin quickly stammers, "Yes sir." Hyun-Sung's gaze grows incredibly sharp as he delivers a chilling, deadly order. "Those officials at the Japan Portal Management Department who know about my existence, can you assassinate all of them?" The assassin pauses, carefully calculating the risks before replying cautiously, "It might be possible, but it won't be easy." Smirking, Hyun-Sung commands him to open his status window, gazing at the glowing blue virtual screen. He is completely blown away by the man's actual stats. His agility score alone is over 1,000. And trust me, we're definitely going to see this hidden beast shake up the entire world in the next episode. You and I are watching this cornered assassin beg desperately. "I will do anything you order me to do. Please, just spare my life." Hyun-Sung calmly points at the screen and replies, "Fine, I will let you live. On one condition. You must accept the deal I am offering right now. You must immediately buy a hero-grade soul contract from the shop, a legendary item worth nearly 10 billion points." Hyun-Sung silently clicks his tongue, realizing this single piece of paper is actually far more expensive than the medicine itself. Hyun-Sung places the paper and pen on the ground and issues a cold order. "Now, sign it." Staring at the text, the assassin gasps in absolute shock. "A treatment for mana invasion syndrome?" Shaking, he asks to confirm his absolute last shred of hope. "Can you really cure this?" Hyun-Sung looks down coldly and replies, "You can see the item's effects yourself, can't you?" He warns in a dark tone that failing to uphold this contract means both of them will face instant death. Without a single second of hesitation, the assassin screams out, "I will sign it right now." He frantically signs the paper, causing a brilliant purple light to erupt and officially seal this powerful, soul-binding contract. As the glowing purple energy erupts, magical contracts begin to manifest right before Choi Hyun-Sung and the remaining survivors. Stunned by this overwhelming display of power, The man in the red robe hastily stammers, "I will sign too." Another guy with a heavily scarred face screams out in sheer desperation, "Me too. Please, give me the contract too." But watch how Hyun-Sung coldly looks down and outright rejects them, stating, "No, not you guys." Desperate cries echo through the room as they beg, "Please, just save our lives." Hyun-Sung casually explains that this specific contract only works when there is absolutely no coercion or force involved whatsoever. His eyes glow with power as he sees right through the trash in front of him. And most importantly, their horrific, sinful memories flash back like a nightmare. Hyun-Sung tightly grips his short sword, his eyes showing absolutely zero mercy. He growls, "You are nothing but pure trash." In a flash, he swings his blade and ends both of their lives. Hyun-Sung hands a small bottle to the assassin and says coldly, "Here, take this. It looks just like vitamin C, but this is a literal life-resetting buff that will automatically change his fate." The moment he receives the bottle, a flood of system notifications pop up, confirming that the soul contract's conditions have officially been met and activated. Hyun-Sung starts issuing orders. First, report that your mission failed, and then make your way back to Japan. He adds a ruthless command. "If anyone else out there knows about my existence, eliminate every single one of them." The assassin bows his head. "Yes, I understand." Pausing for a moment, Hyun-Sung looks him over and remarks, "With your current power level, you are highly likely to fail." He decides to offer some extra help to ensure things go smoothly. Hyun-Sung waves his hand, and a system prompt to join his forces instantly pops up in front of Inukuso. Seeing him completely dazed, Hyun-Sung urges him to just hit accept first and he will explain the details later. Staring at the screen, the assassin is totally lost, and honestly, you and I would be too. Talk about getting added to a group chat and handed your key performance indicators before reading the rules. That night, he walks down the street and reports, "The mission failed." The voice on the other end demands in utter shock to know why. He calmly explains that the Korean Hunter Association unexpectedly intervened and confirms that he is heading back to Japan immediately. When asked about the combat abilities of his two targets, he claims he has them figured out and will report everything upon arrival. Standing in the empty square, he flatly states he will hand over all the intel once he returns to Japan. Back at his secret base, he looks at his subordinates in black suits waiting for him and asks if everyone is present. After getting a nod, he presses them further, asking if they have completely erased all traces from the crime scene. His subordinate bows, confidently asserting that every single trace has been thoroughly cleaned up without leaving any clues behind. Inukuso narrows his eyes, thinking that now his only job is returning to Japan. Suddenly, with zero hesitation, he draws his sword and brutally slaughters his own men. Piercing screams ring out through the room. A female agent trembles in absolute horror, unable to believe her eyes, and screams, "Why is our captain doing this?" The remaining henchmen panic and yell, "The captain has gone completely mad." Inukuso's face remains cold and terrifyingly expressionless. Finally, Inukuso corners the very last agent, pointing his sharp blade straight at the man's throat. Bruised, covered in blood and tears, the agent desperately begs for his life. "Please, spare my life, Captain." Facing his trembling subordinate, Inukuso only drops one cold, heartless reply, "I'm sorry." With that, every single trace of those who knew Choi Hyun-Sung's secret is completely wiped out, exactly as planned. A few days later, shocking international news breaks, and you and I are left staring at a massive headline on the screen. You and I are jumping right into a world where even top Japanese portal ministers are committing suicide. Reading this news, Choi Hyun-Sung smirks in pure satisfaction talk about clean. Right now, he is walking down the street alongside a gorgeous blonde girl. She asks him a curious question, wondering how he plans to use that guy. Hyun-Sung pauses to think for a moment before quietly replying. He casually analyzes that leaving him in his position to quietly extract secret intelligence is actually a fantastic option. Or better yet, using him to build his own secret powerhouse faction is not a bad idea at all. Hyun-Sung smiles at his blonde companion, proposing that they should go on a quick hunting trip first. But just as they are about to leave, his phone suddenly starts buzzing relentlessly in his pocket. Seeing an incoming call from his mother on the screen, he immediately rushes straight to his father's hospital. Stepping inside, his mother's emotional voice breaks. Clutching her husband's hand on the hospital bed, she cries out to him in absolute relief. The entire family, along with his blonde companion, gather closely around the bed as his father finally regains full consciousness. Hyun-Sung steps closer, gently asking if his father can hear what he is saying. Seeing his father look stable, everyone breathes a huge sigh of relief. The doctors said his illness is completely cured. Now you just need to focus on recovering. Suddenly, his father bursts into tears, moving everyone in the room. "Dad!" They cry out in worry as he struggles to move. Trembling, the old man slowly raises his hand, pointing directly at Hyun-Sung with rapid, heavy breaths. Watching this, his older sister smiles softly and says that their dad is probably trying to thank him. Hyun-Sung is still completely dazed by his father's sudden, unexpected reaction, but his eyes suddenly sharpen as he senses something abnormal. Mana? A mysterious blue energy begins to leak out, swirling and wrapping around the very fingertip his father is pointing at him. Hyun-Sung is left absolutely speechless. The doctor clearly said he was fully cured. Seeing his strange, frozen reaction, the worried women in the family ask what is wrong. Is he not completely recovered? Amidst the confusion, his blonde companion suddenly steps forward with a truly mind-blowing theory. Has he actually awakened to become an official player? Is this the hidden secret that we somehow missed? She looks at him gently, advising the old man to project his status window directly over to Hyun-Sung. Now pay attention, because the glowing blue status window that pops up next leaves Hyun-Sung absolutely stunned. It is the status window of his father, Choi Hyung-Gu. He is awakened at level 1 but already boasts 22 mana and a rare active skill called Fire Spear. Hyun-Sung is speechless, realizing his father really awakened, while his mother wipes her tears with a happy smile. It seems his recovery was actually triggered by the sudden awakening, and his sister eagerly adds that even the doctor could not find any medical explanation. Everything makes sense now. The doctor had no clue, but the system has got his back. But Hyun-Sung still has deep doubts. Why did this happen? Could it really be a simple coincidence? An image of the magical elixir flashes through his mind as he questions everything. Could the elixir of life actually turn an ordinary human into a player? Let's jump ahead 1 week, where we see Hyun-Sung entering room 301. I am here, Dad. Seeing his son enter, the resting father smiles warmly and says, Ah, Hyun-Sung, you finally made it. You must be so tired today. His son gently replies, Not at all, Dad. Hyun-Sung smiles warmly and says, In fact, you look even healthier than you did yesterday. Stretching his arms, his father excitedly boasts that he can feel raw power surging through his body day by day. Seeing her son arrive, his mother takes the chance to say, Since you are here, I should head home. Hyun-Sung urges her to go home and get some sleep, promising to watch his father tonight. But seeing his son tired from hunting, the father gently notes, You must be exhausted too. Insisting this private VIP room is highly comfortable, he gently urges his wife to go. Go home and rest. I want to talk with our son tonight. Wiping away her worry, she agrees. All right, I will head home and return tomorrow with some supplies. His father nods approvingly. Do that. Hyun-Sung then chimes in. Let me walk you to the exit, Mom. But she flatly refuses. Just stay in the room and rest. No need to walk me out. The hospital door clicks shut. His father looks over and softly calls his name. Hyun-Sung? He replies, Yes, Dad. Looking at him with deep emotion, his father says, Thank you, son. I know my recovery is entirely because of you. Hyun-Sung scratches his head sheepishly, saying, I did nothing, Dad. This was all because you awakened your powers. But his father shakes his head, looking deep into his eyes to reveal the ultimate truth. He recovered thanks to that magical potion. And trust me, you and I are about to see this family's fate change forever. Do not worry. I will not dig into that potion, but stick with me here. Looking warmly at Choi Hyun-Sung, the father reassures his son. He knows that if the secret behind this cure for incurable diseases gets out, it will only bring a mountain of unnecessary trouble. I know that, son. I just really wanted to say thank you. Touched by his father's sincerity, Hyun-Sung quietly asks about his future plans. With glowing eyes, the father proudly declares he is still in his prime, claiming form is temporary, but class is permanent. But then, his next declaration leaves Hyun-Sung completely in shock. He plans to enter the dungeons. Worried about his father's health, he desperately tries to stop him, pleading for him to stay home since he already makes plenty of money. Ignoring the warnings, the father calmly sips his coffee, asserting that 57 is still an age where he can contribute. Hyun-Sung still strongly objects, knowing dungeons are extremely dangerous places, a place where absolutely no one can foresee sudden disasters. Sensing his son's deep anxiety, the father thoughtfully remarks that Hyun-Sung must have gone through many incredibly difficult struggles. With a fierce gaze, he declares he has absolutely no intention of sitting back and enjoying money his son risked his very life to earn. In fact, he demands that Hyun-Sung stop entering the dungeons from now on. Believing they have enough money saved, his father wants him out of danger. But pay attention here as Hyun-Sung desperately asks one last time if his father is truly going into those dungeons. Getting a firm answer that the decision is final, Hyun-Sung has to pull out his ultimate secret weapon to stop him. Mom will definitely not let this slide. He summons the ultimate family boss that everyone fears. But his father just smirks with pure confidence and instantly crushes his hopes. I already got her permission, so there is no need to worry. Choi Hyun-Sung gasps in absolute shock. Mom is going too? He cannot believe his ears hearing that even his mother plans to embark on this incredibly dangerous path. A few days later at the cafe, Hyun-Sung sits deep in thought, looking extremely anxious as he sighs heavily over this massive headache. Sitting across from him, Lucia speaks up to break the tense silence, asking if he really hates the idea that much. Hyun-Sung firmly snaps back that of course he does. Lucia calmly stirs her drink and shares her perspective. I do not think this is something you should just blindly oppose without looking at the bigger picture. Seeing that Hyun-Sung is still completely confused, she goes on to explain that in this chaotic and dangerous era, awakening to become an active player is actually an incredibly massive blessing. If a sudden monster wave strikes, ordinary citizens will have absolutely no way to survive other than waiting for death. But for players, everything changes, right? Lucia declares confidently as images of warriors fighting fiercely appear on screen. Even so, Hyun-Sung hesitates, arguing that the probability of such an event happening is still incredibly low. Lucia immediately counters, warning that those odds will definitely keep rising higher and higher over time. She warns him that spatial gates will continue to open up endlessly, unleashing highly dangerous, high-level monsters like ancient dragons, ensuring that the world will never go back to being peaceful like before. He looks straight at her and demands to know if he should just stand by and watch his father walk into danger. He emphasizes that dungeons are incredibly dangerous, which she knows full well. But seeing how deeply worried he is, Lucia calmly offers a brilliant suggestion. With the master's incredible level of power, can he not easily keep his father completely safe? Glancing at the glittering elixir of life, she reminds him that his father already knows all about the existence and miraculous powers of this divine medicine. Since the secret is already out, he might as well use it to the absolute limit. Choi Hyun-Sung quickly calculates that even if the secret of the elixir leaks out further, it really will not cause any issues. In fact, if his father gets stronger, his own heavy burden as a lord will be greatly reduced. Back at the hospital, Choi Hyung-gu remains completely stubborn, asserting that no matter what his son says, he is going. Seeing his father's determination, Hyun-Sung sighs and says he did not come here to stop him, so there is no need to worry. However, he sets a strict condition: his father must do exactly what he says from now on. After all, as an active player, he is his father's senior. Hearing this logical point, Hyung-gu nods in agreement. Fair enough, he will do that. Raising a finger seriously, Hyun-Sung tells him to first accept his incoming request. Instantly, a glowing green system window pops up right in front of his eyes. Lord Choi Hyun-Sung has sent a request to recruit player Hyung-gu. Asking if he accepts, Hyung-gu stares at the virtual hologram in complete shock, wondering what this even is. Hyun-Sung urges him to just accept. He does, and the recruitment succeeds, and trust me, you and I are about to see an epic partnership. Hyun-Sung flashes a mysterious smile. Trust me. His family has absolutely no idea just how special of a player he really is. Feeling the intense magic power swirling around his son, Hyung-gu has no choice but to admit it is the truth. Looking his father dead in the eye, Hyun-Sung warns him that what comes next must stay a secret from his mother and sister. He holds up a glittering blue magic stone right between his fingers. Choi Hyung-gu stares at the glowing rock in complete confusion, completely baffled, and asks his son what this thing is. Hyun-Sung casually tells his dad to eat it, leaving the old man highly skeptical, asking if he is seriously supposed to eat a rock. Even so, he picks up the stone, inspects it closely, and swallows it. Immediately, the father gasps in shock as his status window pops up, showing his magic stat has increased by 1. He stammers, asking if his stats really just went up. Hyun-Sung explains it as a stat-boosting elixir, but seeing his son casually hold a whole handful of these glittering blue stones leaves the father absolutely stunned. Aren't these items insanely rare and valuable? Hyun-Sung just nods calmly, confirming his father's suspicion. Yeah, they are super rare, mostly because I am the only person in the entire world who can actually get them. He reassures his father not to worry, because to him, these shiny blue stones are not actually that big of a deal. The father asks in disbelief if he is truly the only one. Hyun-Sung nods, explaining that is why they have to keep it from mom and sis. Now think about it, if the existence of this stat-boosting elixir ever gets leaked, massive chaos would break loose. The father pauses thoughtfully and asks if the medicine that cured his illness also came from this secret method. Hyun-Sung confirms it but refuses to share any more details, keeping the mystery locked tight because knowing too much in this world only brings serious danger. Seeing his son spend so much on him, the father hesitates and tries to refuse, saying he is fine without them. Hyun-Sung quickly urges him to eat them before anyone walks in, adding that once they are bought, there are absolutely no refunds. Staring directly at his father, he tells him to consume them so he can help him out. Faced with his son's determination, the father finally agrees. Seeing no other choice, he picks up another stone while Hyun-Sung encourages him, telling his father to get used to doing this. Looking at the pile of skill books on the table, Choi Hyung-gu picks one up, feeling a bit puzzled. He asks if his son expects him to just stand back and offer support, but Hyun-Sung nods, reminding him that his natural role is a long-range damage dealer. As the book glows with a mysterious blue light and melts into his body, the father smiles and agrees with the plan. All right, I will do just that. Hyun-Sung then tells him that once inside the dungeon, he only needs to stay with his designated partner. Hyung-gu asks out of pure curiosity if his son is talking about Xia. Hyun-Sung shakes his head, revealing that another incredibly solid tank is going to protect him as well, sitting down across from him to seriously request that his dad party up with them, and Hyung-gu quickly agrees to the arrangement. Looking at the glittering blue stones left on the table, the father suddenly wonders if ordinary people could take this secret medicine, prompting Hyun-Sung to think deeply before answering. He honestly does know since he has never tested it, and this is definitely not something they can just experiment with randomly. He chuckles to break the tension, and honestly, we can all feel the pressure. His father reasons that if normal people can learn skills from books, they should be able to use this secret medicine too. Noticing his father staring thoughtfully at the pile of stones, Hyun-Sung asks directly if he wants to give some to his mother. Hyung-gu clenches his fist tightly, feeling the incredible power coursing through his veins, and marvels that consuming this secret medicine makes him feel like he is 30 years younger. Staring at the gems on the table, he says sincerely that it would be amazing if his wife could use them too. However, Hyun-Sung immediately shuts that down, explaining that if his father had not agreed to enter the dungeons, he would have never revealed this medicine in the first place. He makes it clear that if his father had no intention of becoming a player, this secret would have remained buried forever. His father ponders for a moment before nodding in agreement, realizing that having too many people know about this power is a recipe for disaster. Eager to kick off his brand new journey, he asks when he can finally enter a dungeon, even suggesting they go tomorrow. He just got a massive power-up and already wants to test it out in a real fight. Hyun-Sung calmly advises his father to get discharged from the hospital tomorrow, then focus on completing his mandatory training course at the Player Academy. Realizing he was being way too impatient, the father scratches his head with an embarrassed laugh, having completely forgotten about that crucial rule. Inside the Japanese Prime Minister's official residence, a heavy, suffocating atmosphere fills the room as Minister Tanaka's death is confirmed to be the work of a player possessing a heroic-grade stealth skill. Prime Minister Akunab demands to know the killer's identity in a low voice, but his subordinate can only bow, reporting they still have no leads. Frowning, he demands to know exactly how many players in Japan actually possess a heroic-grade stealth skill. His subordinates explain that players hide their skills, leaving Akunab seething in rage, and honestly, we can't wait to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a corrupt prime minister lose his absolute mind over a sudden assassination. He immediately orders his guards to triple security for his safety. But deep down, Akunab is already starting to suspect everyone. He wonders if this is an attack by the opposition, or some internal power struggle within his own party. Without any clear answers, he clenches his fist in pure rage, vowing that he will make whoever did this pay. Turning to his assistant, Akunab demands to know who is in charge of the secret agents. She reports that because all the top brass were wiped out, things have changed. All the team leaders are gone, meaning whoever survived gets an instant promotion. She explains that Inukuso is temporarily holding the spot, shocking the prime minister, who asks if she means the famous hero of Osaka. Once she confirms it, he immediately commands her to secretly bring the man in, as he has a crucial mission for him. The assistant bows in obedience, while far away on a bed, a phone starts vibrating constantly with Inukuso on the caller ID. Walking out of the bathroom with a towel on his head, Choi Hyun-Sung grunts softly and quickly picks up the call. Inukuso greets him respectfully on the other end, calling him master, while Hyun-Sung calmly asks him what is going on. Inukuso reveals that he has just met with Prime Minister Akunab, prompting Hyun-Sung to narrow his eyes and ask why. Now, pay attention to this part. Our main character silently connects the dots and figures it all out. He asks if the mission is to fabricate embezzlement evidence against the opposition and internal rivals, which Inukuso immediately confirms is true. He exposes a sinister plot, explaining that the ultimate goal is to stage everything as suicides to completely eliminate their political rivals. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung remarks that it seems the Prime Minister is putting a massive amount of trust in him. When Inukuso asks how he should proceed, Hyun-Sung coldly orders him to play along for now to build absolute trust. He adds that if possible, he should try to expand his influence into the Hunters Association or the Gate Management Ministry. Inukuso understands, and Hyun-Sung suddenly remembers to ask him how his recent business trip to America went. Inukuso gratefully replies that he returned safely, and shares some amazing news thanks to the potion his master gave him. His daughter has been diagnosed as completely cured of her illness. Hyun-Sung sits on his bed and asks if he plans to bring her back to Japan, but Inukuso flatly refuses. He plans to keep his daughter safe in America with his wife, and Hyun-Sung nods in approval, but warns him to hide the fact that she is completely cured. He emphasizes that keeping this a secret is absolutely vital to avoid drawing any suspicion from their enemies. He adds in a firm tone, and from now on, unless a major event happens that affects him or Korea, there is no need to make contact. He wants Inukuso to use his own judgment to act, and Inukuso respectfully promises that he will do exactly that. Let's switch gears here. We are introduced to a mysterious gray-haired hunter carrying a massive greatsword, quietly walking through bustling Sinchon Station. His target is the Orc Dungeon, which has a recommended level range of 45 to 50. He hands his player registration card under the name Park Jinye to a suit-wearing guard who quickly nods in approval. He is cleared to enter, and after a brief thank you, Jinye steps deep into the dark, eerie cave. Waiting for him inside is a squad of brutal orcs wielding battle axes, eager to slaughter any intruder. Staring at the monsters, Jinye silently wishes he could work here full-time, just as a sudden burst of fiery energy ignites and wraps around his arm and greatsword. Facing down the roaring monsters, Jinye grips his blazing sword and coldly challenges them to come at him. Screaming in a mad frenzy, the bloodthirsty orcs bare their sharp fangs and charge straight at him. A hunter, clad in silver armor, agilely dodges a heavy swing from a green orc's massive club. He immediately spins around and unleashes a fiery slash, creating a massive pillar of fire that incinerates his targets instantly. Standing amidst the ashes, he sighs in relief, planting his heavy sword into the ground, surrounded by monster corpses. He wishes they would just let him work as a security guard while hunting like this all the time. That way, he could guard and farm mobs simultaneously. But his peaceful moment is suddenly cut short by an eerie feeling. Two more ferocious orcs step out from the dark shadows, and seeing the purple portal continuously spawning monsters, he just smirks. Stepping into his battle stance, he prepares to sweep them all, excited that they are respawning right on cue. But suddenly, a massive axe rips through the air, leaving him frozen in shock as he stares at his fatal wound. A colossal orc has completely impaled him, sending him crashing to the ground, utterly helpless and unable to fight back. And just like that, the guards are left in total shock. Is he really dead? We will find out next time. One guy casually mocks him, wondering what kind of stupid mistake could have gotten him taken down like that. Let's check out the young spearman standing nearby, frozen, solid, eyes wide with horror at this absolute, gory bloodbath. The association's security officer only manages to let out a shocked gasp before collapsing onto the ground from a fatal wound. Standing right in the middle of the ruins is a massive, long-haired orc clad in heavy armor. The beast growls menacingly as more and more of his monstrous allies begin to gather around him. A terrifying pressure crushes the area as their red-eyed leader emerges. Holding a massive axe, he looks like a god of destruction. This insane aura alone makes you feel like the fight is already lost. Watching this horror unfold, a terrified hunter gasps out, "What is going on? What are those orcs?" But before he can even process what is happening, a massive grayish-green hand crushes another hunter's skull. The orc leader silently watches the brutal massacre with cold, unfeeling eyes. Blood-curdling screams and desperate cries to run echo through the air in absolute despair. As the beasts hunt them down, a female warrior screams in terror right before a brutal axe swings down behind her. Cut to a peaceful blue sky, but then boom! A violent shockwave suddenly rattles the entire bustling city. Pedestrians stop dead in their tracks as the pavement beneath them begins to split open. A girl wearing headphones looks around in pure panic as violent tremors and the sound of collapsing buildings echo everywhere. From above, a hunter's corpse crashes onto the street, sending a nearby woman into a screaming panic. Desperate cries for help fill the air. It is a monster wave. Right in the middle of downtown, a massive army of orcs pours out of a portal. Terrified screams echo through the streets as the quiet city turns into a bloody, horrific slaughterhouse right before our eyes. Innocent citizens cry out desperately for their lives. And in the middle of this chaos, their towering leader stands watching with glowing golden eyes full of pure malice. Now check this out right in the city sky. A mysterious portal rips open, glowing with an eerie blue light. Choi Hyun-Sung and Lucia freeze in their tracks, looking up in complete confusion. Glancing at his phone, he notices a missed call from the Hunter Association. Hyun-Sung tries to call them back, but it goes straight to voicemail, leaving him deeply concerned. That's when Lucia steps forward and softly calls out to her master. She looks at her phone and delivers some grim news. It seems a massive monster wave has broken out. The emergency news broadcast flashes a shocking alert about the monster wave in Sinchon. Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes at the screen and asks, "Wait, they still haven't cleared it yet?" Lucia warns him that these are no ordinary monsters. A fully fledged orc army has crossed over into the human world. Hyun-Sung pauses, deep in thought, and asks what she means. Lucia reminds him of her warning that monsters are constantly evolving to become stronger. She explains that this massive wave of invaders is the exact, terrifying proof of that growth. She points out that orcs are actually the monsters most similar to humans. She explains that while basic grunt orcs are just common-tier threats, the trained warrior class is already classified as rare-grade monsters. "I know what you're thinking, is there anything stronger?" Hyun-Sung asks the same, and Lucia confirms there definitely is. She explains that those who reach the warrior, commander, or chieftain level are classified as hero grade. Then she drops an absolute bombshell. Although they are extremely rare, those who reach the great chieftain level possess legendary class power. And just like that, the total sweep begins on the scale of a true apocalyptic monster wave. But the military isn't backing down. They deploy a fleet of tanks and elite soldiers across every street, locked and loaded. Covered in strange, glowing tattoos, the orcs glare menacingly at the human defenses. Without wasting a single second, the military commander barks a sharp order through his radio to begin suppression. Earth-shattering explosions rain down relentlessly, blowing the monsters away and leaving them severely wounded in the dirt. Amidst the hail of bullets, the commander's voice rings out once more, urging them forward. Charge! Infantry and armored tanks surge forward in unison to secure the battlefield, giving the enemy zero room to breathe. A mage in a fancy suit casually strolls up, arrogantly muttering to himself, "Just how strong can these dumb orcs actually be?" Brimming with absolute confidence, he and his allies shout in unison to wipe them out in a single blow. Sharp shards of blue ice rain down from the sky, completely crushing the screaming monsters below, without giving them a single chance to fight back. Dozens of orcs are blown away, leaving the battlefield littered with beasts who can no longer fight. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, Choi Hyun-Sung's eyes glow with intense killing, intent as he locks onto his target. Moving like a flash of lightning, he closes the distance and slices the beast's throat, sending it crashing to the dirt. The urban war zone grows incredibly fierce, as knights and soldiers coordinate flawlessly to eradicate every single beast in sight. And as we wrap up, Hyun-Sung walks past the cleanup crew, but trust me, the real fight is just starting. You and I are starting with our main character, looking around as the military easily suppresses the monsters, making him wonder if he had just been overthinking everything. But just as a group of hunters forms up to confront a surviving orc, a massive, earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts, blowing everything away and sending agonizing screams of pain tearing through the air. Through the thick smoke, a colossal beast with glowing red eyes and massive muscles looms over them. Panicked, a hunter desperately screams for everyone to regroup immediately. Choi Hyun-Sung stares in absolute shock at the newly arrived beast, completely stunned as he wonders, did that hideous, fanged monster just smirk with a twisted, sadistic smile? Throwing its head back, it unleashes a deafening, earth-shaking roar. This towering creature is clad in heavy armor, wielding a colossal weapon while radiating an overwhelming, blood-red aura of pure malice. The sheer pressure of the roar blows the hunters backward, leaving them with nothing but hopeless, painful groans. Ugh! Instantly, a flood of system notifications flashes right in front of Hyun-Sung, warning him that he has been hit by the mental pressure skill, War Cry, paralyzing him for 10 seconds. Luckily, his passive skill, Indomitable Spirit, triggers just in time, allowing him to completely resist the enemy's mental assault. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth, his expression incredibly tense. This is bad. Pay attention here, because while the other hunters freeze in sheer terror, the colossal boss orc looms like a giant specter, roaring insanely to dominate the entire battlefield. The scene instantly turns into a bloodbath as the elite soldiers are mercilessly slaughtered by the orcs. Desperate screams echo through the air. A young woman with long black hair stands trembling, her eyes wide with absolute horror as she watches her allies fall one by one. Right behind her, the towering orc leader emerges, boasting massive muscles and intimidating golden armor. Facing imminent death, she can only burst into tears and beg, "Please, someone save me." Witnessing this, a black-haired warrior grits his teeth in pure rage, charging forward despite knowing it's a losing battle. Without a single second of hesitation, he rushes straight at the enemy to save her. But the brutal giant orc crushes another player underfoot, making the scene incredibly horrific. He swings his massive battle axe with insane force, his fierce face revealing rows of sharp, terrifying fangs. Heavy, rapid footsteps echo as the black-haired warrior desperately tries to close the distance on the leader. The two clash violently, sending shockwaves through the streets. Completely overwhelmed by the monster's sheer power, he grits his teeth to endure. Arg! Just when his life hangs by a thread, a dark figure suddenly plunges down from above, crackling with intense, blazing purple electricity. Choi Hyun-Sung arrives with epic power, ready to rain down a devastating blow on the giant orc. The monster flashes a sinister smirk. Trust me, looking at those hideous fangs makes the whole atmosphere feel suffocating. Facing this terrifying pressure, a black-armored hunter grits his teeth and curses in absolute frustration. Damn it! Another warrior is equally stunned, realizing the massive gap in their power. How on earth can these orcs be this ridiculously strong? He silently realizes the situation is critical, thinking they might actually lose their lives right here. Suddenly, an earth-shaking purple energy explosion erupts, and witnessing the enemy's absolute power, Hyun-Sung grits his teeth in sheer stress. Damn it! The giant orc swings his massive blade, slamming a devastating, heavy blow directly into the ground, sending violent shockwaves that blast Hyun-Sung far back. He retreats into the wreckage, his eyes suddenly flashing with a highly guarded, sharp glare. Realizing his allies behind him are in grave danger, Hyun-Sung immediately channels a surging, dark purple lightning around his hands to prepare for a massive, all-out counterattack. The monsters roar like crazy, generating an overwhelming amount of mental pressure. A shield-bearing warrior up front screams out to boost morale, "Hold the line!" Yet, the orc leader remains standing like an unshakable mountain, quietly observing the brutal slaughter with cold, totally emotionless eyes. Facing a powerhouse, the enemy hasn't even gotten serious, yet our side is already forced to go all in. Feeling the trap closing, a shield knight urgently shouts, "You must retreat right now." Choi Hyun-Sung quickly replies, "I got it." He instantly activates his teleportation skill, Blink, but a cold system notification suddenly flashes, warning him that the mana flow in this area is highly unstable. His Blink skill is cancelled on the spot, forcing Hyun-Sung to face a brutal reality. Have they really prepared everything beforehand? Sweat pours down Hyun-Sung's tense face as he senses a new wave of killing intent from above. Danger isn't just on the ground, there's trouble overhead too. Surprise! Looking up at a nearby rooftop, a terrifying figure is silently watching the entire battlefield unfold. It is an ancient orc mage, with a long white beard, draped in dark, ominous robes. Raising his wooden staff high, he wildly channels blazing fire magic, preparing to unleash a devastating strike on the entire area below. A silver-armored soldier screams, "Run! Trust me. You and I are going to want to see how they survive this." Alright, you and I are about to watch a terrifying, legendary-grade orc spawn right in the middle of this bustling city. In the face of this absolute devastation, Choi Hyun-Sung somehow maintains a shockingly calm expression. He wonders if he should put the intense training he received from Lucia to the test. Closing his eyes, only one single thought consumes his mind. Die. The hideous face of the massive orc chieftain looms close, bearing its terrifying razor-sharp fangs. Hyun-Sung instantly realizes that if he fails to dodge this devastating strike, he will either die or be critically injured. The massive beast leaps high into the air, swinging its heavy, 1,000-pound great axe directly down at his position. Right at that critical, life-or-death split second, a system notification suddenly flashes, announcing that his passive skill, Survival Instinct, has been successfully triggered. A massive, earth-shaking blast rips apart the asphalt road right where Hyun-Sung was standing just a moment ago. A millisecond slower and he would have been history. Moving like pure lightning, Hyun-Sung leaps high and closes in from behind. The orc chieftain turns around in absolute shock, but it is too late. Its hideous face twists in pure rage as a deep, massive wound carves into its giant body. Pay close attention here as he rushes back in with a look of pure determination and insane speed. The orc chieftain screams in absolute agony as it repeatedly absorbs a relentless barrage of devastating and brutal strikes. Hyun-Sung moves like an absolute ghost, unleashing a flurry of lethal sword slashes that completely paint the battlefield red. Seeing how dangerous the situation is, Choi Hyun-Sung screams a warning to his allies, telling them to run away. He urgently presses everyone to escape the danger zone, since his crucial support skill will not last much longer. This buff will not hold out forever. Hyun-Sung swings his sword head-on against the monster's tough hide, his eyes locked in with absolute focus. The green orc monster gnashes its teeth in pure fury, cursing as it stands amidst the ruined streets. Hyun-Sung faces off against the heavily injured, giant beast. Right then, a system alert pops up indicating his passive skill, Survival Instinct, has ended. Looking at the massive beast before him, he admits this guy is insanely strong. Realizing the tide has turned against him, Hyun-Sung decides it is best to call it a day. Hyun-Sung quickly retreats, his boots slamming against the pavement to build up speed. In the distance, a red-caped soldier cheers upon seeing reinforcements arrive. "Are you guys finally here?" Hyun-Sung asks, sweat pouring down his face as he continues to run. A massive magic circle suddenly manifests in the sky above the city, instantly grabbing the attention of every single hunter deployed at the scene. Now here is the part where things go crazy, as Choi Hyun-Sung screams for everyone to get back. Instantly, a massive pillar of fire rains down from the heavens, incinerating the ground in an earth-shattering explosion. The battle during this second monster wave has been absolutely brutal. Over at the temporary shelter near Sinchon Station, a somber sunset casts shadows over the surrounding ruined buildings. At the staging area, the battle-worn survivors are getting their wounds bandaged in a heavy, quiet atmosphere. Choi Hyun-Sung sits silently on a wooden bench, clutching a water bottle with a deeply pensive look. He lowers his head, realizing he still has a long way to go. While the gathered crowd of hunters excitedly discusses the intense battle, the sharp, deliberate click of steel-toed boots echoes loudly across the pavement. A young woman with short, silver-gray hair slowly approaches him, her eyes shining with intense curiosity as she looks his way and calls out, Hyun-Sung. Seeing him look up from the bench, she smiles and asks if he still remembers her. Standing right before him is the beautiful warrior, Kang In-hee. With her stunning visuals standing out in the crowd, she is impossible to miss. Hyun-Sung is caught completely off guard, his cheeks flushing slightly, as he recalls their very bold first encounter. Back then, she had stepped right up to him and boldly asked if he had a girlfriend because he was totally her type. Snapping back to reality, Hyun-Sung calmly replies that he does, looking at her to confirm if she is indeed Kang In-hee. Hearing her name called correctly, Kang In-hee squeals with excitement, thrilled that he actually remembered who she was. Hyun-Sung smiles politely, but internally he thinks, how could he not? He knows very well that she is a massive content creator with some serious skills. Not only is she a magic spearman with a unique class, she also constantly appears on television shows and major billboard screens across the city, making her a household name even among completely ordinary citizens. Suddenly, Kang In-hee steps closer, grabs his hand tightly, and offers her sincere thanks for all of his help. She looks at him with deep gratitude, admitting that if it were not for Hyun-Sung's timely assistance, a major disaster would have definitely occurred. Faced with this sudden intimacy, Hyun-Sung turns bright red, only able to stammer out a clumsy reply. Luckily, you and I are saved from the total cringe as another group of hunters approaches to break the awkward silence. We were actually in the same raid party with you before, a black-haired warrior says, greeting him with a warm, bright smile. Hey, you and I are back with our favorite overpowered hero. He fights giant bosses without flinching, but freezes solid in front of pretty girls. The crowd around him cannot stop whispering as they see Choi Hyun-Sung walk past, his popularity skyrocketing after that crazy battle. Someone asks in shock if he is really the guy who survived being swallowed alive by the con rake. Wild rumors start spreading like wildfire. They suspect he is actually a member of some secret, unofficial Black Ops assassin squad. Amid the scanning stares of the armored knights and veteran warriors, a pair of polished black dress shoes stops right in front of Hyun-Sung. A deep, warm voice speaks. Nice to finally meet you, Choi Hyun-Sung. This is Kang Seung-yong, the president of the Korean Player Association, a powerful figure sporting fiery red hair and his signature red cloak. The two of them proceed to share a highly formal and professional handshake. Hyun-Sung replies politely, "It is an honor to meet you, President." Immediately, President Kang makes a direct request. "Could you spare me a bit of your time?" Hyun-Sung agrees without any hesitation, as much as you need. As night falls, the two head over to the Player Association headquarters. Leading the way, President Kang openly shares, "I have received a massive number of reports about you, Hyun-Sung. Maybe that is why, even though this is our first face-to-face meeting, you do not feel like a stranger at all." Unlike the warm president, Hyun-Sung keeps a cold expression and thinks, well, since I know absolutely nothing about you, you still feel like a total stranger to me. Noticing his cautious attitude, President Kang lets out a hearty, booming laugh. Of course, feeling awkward at a first meeting is totally natural. Can we not just slowly build up our relationship starting from today? Afterward, they both sit down at a tea table in a quiet room to begin their official discussion. Lifting his teacup, Hyun-Sung glares sharply at the man across from him and cuts right to the chase. "So, why exactly did you seek me out?" He reveals some shocking news. The Orc Chieftain and its shamans have officially been confirmed as legendary grade threats. Choi Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes in confusion. "Why target me for this?" The association president calmly explains that it is because Hyun-Sung spent some time fighting the giant Orc Chieftain completely solo. He cuts straight to the point, asking him to share details about that powerful buffing skill he used during the battle to help their raid plan. Hyun-Sung silently calculates his options for a moment before coldly replying that he cannot give away his exact personal details, but he can share the activation conditions, the overall duration, and the cooldown. President Kang nods in agreement, deciding that this amount of information is already more than enough. However, now pay attention, because Hyun-Sung is not dumb. He questions the president's true motives for digging so deep into his secret powers. Taking a slow, calm sip of his tea, President Kang honestly admits that even with the support of player Kim Hana's buffing skill, he is still not confident enough to take down the Orc Chieftain before the buff runs out. To make sure they are fully prepared for the upcoming raid, he decides to give Hyun-Sung a highly special consumable item, sliding a small, dark red object across the table with a serious message. "Go ahead and check it out. This is a vial of hero-grade ogre blood. It lets you borrow an ogre's power to boost your strength, agility, and stamina stats by 40% for 30 minutes, but with a severe penalty of losing 10% of your stats permanently if you run out of energy." Hyun-Sung realizes in shock that this is basically a perfect, upgraded version of the Werewolf King's Heart he already knows. Same high-risk mechanic, but the scaling here is way superior. He looks the president dead in the eye and asks, "Do you really expect me to use this to kill the Orc Chieftain?" President Kang assures him that by combining his skill with this item and assistance from other top-tier rankers, they can easily crush the monster even when it goes completely berserk. Let's be real here. The association president is confidently guaranteeing a 100% chance of victory. He then lays down a highly tempting, massive offer. If you agree, I will completely wipe out your massive debt from purchasing that legendary grade skill book. But he does not stop there, and promises even more, saying, and out of all the loot we gather from this raid, I will let you choose absolutely any single item you want for free. Hearing these golden terms, Hyun-Sung smirks and starts calculating. Not a bad deal at all. His brain immediately flips to profit maximization mode, analyzing that the 10% stat loss can be easily covered if he has 36 billion points. Of course, the association president has no idea about that. He looks straight at the leader and counters with a new demand. Give me 2 items of my choice for free, instead of just 1. On top of that, Hyun-Sung throws in another condition. I also want a fair cut of the profits from selling the loot, based on my actual contribution. The association president is momentarily stunned by the young man's sheer audacity, but after a quiet pause, he accepts. They shake hands to seal this high-stakes contract, and trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Let us jump right in as President Kang Sung-young sincerely offers to partner up with him. He looks at Choi Hyun-Sung with pure gratitude and continues, saying how truly thankful he is that he made such a difficult decision. Seeing that the mood is perfect, Hyun-Sung suddenly speaks up, saying he has just one more favor to ask. Talk about starting a whole new deal immediately. The association president eagerly replies, stating clearly that if it is within his power, he is ready to grant any request. Hyun-Sung looks straight into the president's eyes and confidently delivers his final proposal. I want you to promote my rank within the association to a team leader position. He goes on to demand real, practical authority, asking for a completely new squad to be established from scratch, with me right at the center. After considering it, President Kang nods decisively, agreeing to do exactly that. Hyun-Sung smiles softly with pure satisfaction, giving a brief and polite thank you. Choi Hyun-Sung scratches his head, admitting he was incredibly nervous about what he would do if his request got rejected. Now, pay attention to this. The president looks at him with full trust, reassuring him that his stellar skills and character make him perfect for the job, making him chuckle. Haha, you flatter me, he says, before casually digging into the delicious sweet pastries the female secretary just brought out. President Kang thoughtfully comments on how notoriously difficult the activation conditions for his skills really are. Taking a slow sip of his hot tea, Hyun-Sung confidently declares that he will face the target completely alone. As the president stares in absolute shock, he calmly explains that going solo dramatically boosts his skill activation rate. Choosing to fight alone is not about being reckless, but purely about optimizing his combat conditions. Even after receiving serious warnings about the extreme danger, Hyun-Sung remains firm, saying he simply has to accept that level of risk. Witnessing the young man's absolute resolve, President Kang silently admits he made a massive mistake by ever thinking this young man was just a selfish, self-serving player. He nods in agreement, promising to prepare every single thing according to his request. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns incredibly dark and heavy as a shocking global announcement rings out. The Orc extermination squad has completely failed. News of this catastrophic defeat spreads like wildfire, leaving citizens staring at their screens in absolute horror. The disaster was triggered by the sudden appearance of 2 legendary rank orcs, wielding destructive power that was completely out of control. The entire nation instantly plunges into a state of extreme panic as massive crowds from Seoul and Gyeonggi abandon their homes to evacuate south. With the entire nation hanging by a thread, the South Korean government is forced to summon all elite rankers and players active overseas to return immediately and save the situation. Along with that, the desperate government has officially requested assistance from the United Nations Command. I know what you are thinking, things are looking grim. News of the second extermination campaign is being broadcast worldwide, but behind these closed doors, the political tension is reaching a boiling point. United Nations representative Jason thoughtfully asks if there is any viable way to block the devastating mental attack skills used by the Orc chieftain. He emphasizes that if they cannot stop it, the chances of the upcoming extermination campaign failing are extremely high. Jason urges everyone to remember what happened with the legendary monster Imuji. That first legendary rank beast serves as a chilling, brutal warning of how dangerous their current target actually is. A red-haired ranker immediately snaps back, asking if the raid squad did not already lure that legendary monster to the outskirts to handle it. Jason coldly shoots back, questioning whether a legendary rank monster can really be taken down in such a short amount of time. He fears that during the chaotic battle, just a single mental attack skill erupting would cause a catastrophic, mind-blowing loss of human life. Just hearing that is enough to see a massive red flag waving. These grim words send a wave of anxious whispers throughout the entire conference room. The red-haired ranker furiously shouts that they must accept that level of risk, demanding to know if Jason just plans to let the orcs run wild. Jason remains completely unyielding, stating that as long as they lack a proper countermeasure for mental attacks, They absolutely cannot move. The red-haired man leaps to his feet in sheer outrage, demanding to know if they are not supposed to be the reinforcements. And if they keep avoiding battle, just because there is some risk, nothing gets solved. Jason quickly fires back with cold resolve. If sacrifices are required to secure a victory, we are willing to accept them, but we have absolutely no intention of participating in a half-baked plan just to throw our lives away in vain. Sitting in a quiet corner and watching this heated argument, Choi Hyun-Sung crosses his arms, thinking what a total mess this is. Refusing to argue any further, Jason and his entourage quietly walk out of the meeting room, slamming the door behind them and leaving everyone completely stunned. The red-haired man grits his teeth in pure rage, calling Jason an arrogant elitist who looks down on any player outside of the United Nations. Inside, a purple-haired man growls in frustration, and you and I both know this is about to blow up. Alright, let's dive into a situation where they're clearly stalling. He bitterly recalls how this exact kind of hesitation in past talks caused civilian casualties to skyrocket. Choi Hyun-Sung sits in silence, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the heavy words. A worried female hunter asks if solo hunting is viable, only to get slammed with a cold, decisive reality check. It is absolutely impossible. The room falls dead silent because nobody can guarantee the orcs will just stand still. President Kang finally steps in to end the session, announcing they will resume their discussion tomorrow. Everyone worked hard today, so rest up tonight. With that, the crowd begins to disperse to find a place to sleep. Choi Hyun-Sung walks quietly down the empty hallway, but a sudden voice calls out to him from behind. Hyun-Sung. Turning around, he sees Shin Juna. He offers a polite smile and greets her, saying it has been a long time, while she stands there visibly hesitating. Locking eyes with him, she makes a sincere request, asking if he could spare just a little bit of his time. Pouring a cup of coffee, Juna softly asks if he wants some, and Hyun-Sung politely accepts. Holding the hot mug, Juna looks at him thoughtfully and says she has already heard all about it. Now pay attention here, she notes. He played a massive role in their first raid, forcing him to give an awkward smile. She points out that even though his growth during the second disaster was shocking, that still was not his limit. Squinting suspiciously, she asks if he was hiding his true cards, but Hyun-Sung instantly denies it with a serious face. He says if that were true, he wouldn't have been swallowed by the blue dragon. Juna steps closer, her sharp gaze locking on him. So are you saying your growth rate has reached an impossible level? Hyun-Sung breaks into a cold sweat at her sharp intuition. Juna lowers her voice, warning him that he is set to lose big this time. He just scratches his head and laughs it off, saying it actually benefits him anyway. But Juna still cannot help but worry. She insists that no matter how great the rewards, a permanent stat reduction is something you can never recover from. Her eyes fill with deep admiration, admitting she can only respect his absolute iron will. To break the tension, she half-jokingly tells him to just speak up if he changes his mind, as she is ready to take his place. In response to her concern, Hyun-Sung smiles with firm resolve, having already made up his mind while secretly celebrating. I know what you are thinking, 2 legendary items and a 100 billion won debt cleared. He is about to get rich fast. Seeing him lost in thought, Juna hesitantly interrupts, admitting it might be rude but asking if she can ask him a few things. Hyun-Sung turns to her, curious. What is it? Juna cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know about his contribution in the Yogi dungeon. The question catches him off guard. Why ask that? After all, he does have a contribution rank there. Juna seriously explains that to find the top contributor, she took the time to ask every single person present about their rank. But the search came up completely empty because absolutely nobody claimed to have taken first place. Hyun-Sung breaks a sweat, hesitantly asking if she really thinks he is the one who got the top contribution spot. Under Juna's heavy, silent pressure, Hyun-Sung realizes he cannot wiggle his way out of this anymore. He scratches his head and admits it was him. Juna sighs with relief and smiles, thanking him for being honest. She points out the association made a terrible mistake by giving the smallest reward to the person who did the most. She declares the president will have to answer to her. Hyun-Sung cheerfully replies that if she is willing to offer help, he certainly won't refuse. Juna just shakes her head with a wry laugh, admitting she still cannot fully read this guy even though she thought she had him figured out. Her gaze turns deep as she asks a loaded question, wondering if there is still something else he is keeping hidden. Shin Juna looks at Hyun-Sung with high expectations, asking him to make a promise after he tells her to go ahead and speak. She earnestly begs him to keep carrying out his duties as a dedicated member of the Players Association. Hyun-Sung confidently reassures her that he will absolutely do just that. The very next morning, Hyun-Sung attends a massive conference, but he cannot hide his heavy exhaustion and yawns repeatedly. Up on the stage, the red-haired president speaks with absolute authority, while the gray-haired official next to him looks incredibly stern. Finding the atmosphere suffocating, Hyun-Sung impatiently taps his fingers on the desk, silently complaining that his entire day is going to be wasted in boring meetings. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate rushes inside to deliver an urgent report, prompting the president to demand what's wrong. Shocking news hits the room. A horde of orcs is marching straight toward Hongdae. Instantly, the president orders a full mobilization of all available forces, throwing the room into complete emergency mode. The president quickly turns to ask if the British alliance will provide support for the upcoming battle. With a nod of gratitude from the official, they are set, and trust me, you and I are about to see a massive war unfold. Let's dive into this wild battle as the plan quickly gets deployed, sending the chieftain's assassination squad alongside player Choi Hyun-Sung. While the shaman assassination squad moves out with Shinjuna, the fully geared team rushes toward the helipad. Meanwhile, a high priestess channels her energy, casting powerful blessings over the entire squad. She warns them to only board the chopper once they receive the buff. Watching the brilliant light envelope his armor, Hyun-Sung smiles in satisfaction. This buff is actually pretty solid. Still, looking at a strange system screen he's never seen before, he can't help but wonder if he'll get any buff skills of his own. As the crew boards the chopper, Hyun-Sung wishes he had a crucial passive skill like survival instinct right now. Staring at his massive inventory of expensive consumables, he clicks his tongue. The risk of losing it all is just too high. He sighs, expecting to take a major financial hit, but reassures himself that he might not even need to use any of them, unless he ends up fighting a legendary monster solo. Just then, a soldier reports that everyone is fully boarded and ready. Hyun-Sung gives the word. All right, let's move out. Staring out the window at the massive army of choppers flanking the skyscrapers, he whispers in awe. This is absolutely insane. Now watch closely as he stares down at the vicious orc horde below, knowing that the exact second they touch down, the beast's survival instincts will trigger. Not wanting to keep his team waiting, he steps up and declares, I will land first. Hyun-Sung strides right to the open bay door and leaps straight out of the chopper, acting like some crazy gamer who has played way too many hours of shooters. Staring at his hands crackling with lethal purple lightning, he thinks to himself, let's kick off the show with this. Hyun-Sung decides to go all out with his very first strike to completely overwhelm the enemy. A massive pillar of purple energy crashes down from the heavens like a meteor, engulfing the entire battlefield in an earth-shattering blast. Amidst the smoking ruins and thick dust cloud, Hyun-Sung casually touches down on the earth, strolling casually over the bodies of his defeated enemies. But suddenly, a deafening roar shakes the battlefield as a massive, gray-skinned orc chieftain wielding a giant battle axe steps forward, glaring at him with pure hatred. Facing this colossal new enemy, Hyun-Sung is confident that this free experience points delivery is his for the taking. The beastly leader roars, exposing sharp, terrifying fangs. Hyun-Sung flashes through the monster horde with absolutely terrifying speed, shrouded in purple energy. You and I both know the monsters have zero chance here. He strikes instantly, blasting an orc straight into the dark city streets before it can even react. From across the street, the heavily armored orc chieftain swings his massive battle axe, letting out a deafening roar. Hyun-Sung nimbly flips through the air, narrowly dodging the enemy's lethal, heavy axe strikes. His eyes narrow in deep focus. Looking for any tiny opening, he watches closely as the crazed orc chieftain screams and charges forward with sheer, overwhelming force. Suddenly, a system notification flashes on the screen, notifying him that his passive survival instinct skill is active. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-Sung knows this is the exact moment to strike. Intense purple lightning surges violently into his blade, gathering destructive power before erupting in a massive blast that completely swallows the entire city block in blinding light. The giant orc chieftain screams in agony under the crushing force. He tries to stand his ground but gets violently blown back by the massive shockwave. Standing among the smoking rubble, Hyun-Sung quietly surveys the battlefield with a completely calm expression. His eyes gleam with complete confidence, and he lets out a smug, cocky smirk. With a confident look like that, you know he's about to carry. He figures if he plays his cards right, he can finish the boss solo. Just ahead, the bloodied and battered orc chieftain stares him down, his eyes burning with absolute rage. Refusing to give Hyun-Sung any room to breathe, the monster leaps high and swings his massive axe right at his head from behind. Sensing the lethal intent closing in, Hyun-Sung grips his hilt tightly, ready to unleash a decisive counterattack. The beast roars with earth-shattering fury, slamming his giant mace down in a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at Hyun-Sung. Dodging the massive shockwave, he realizes his opponent's brute strength is no joke. Hyun-Sung admits that if he fights completely alone, even risking his life wouldn't be enough to take down this beast. As purple sparks crackle across his arms, he begins gathering magic to power up his next lethal strike. Just in time, support missiles rain down from the sky, triggering massive explosions that completely swallow the giant orc chieftain. Through the thick dust cloud, elite hunters show up right on cue, weapons drawn and ready to back him up in battle. In the rear, support mages cast brilliant buff spells that envelop the entire squad. Hyun-Sung smiles confidently, saying, "Perfect." He declares, "Let's start round 2, charging ahead alongside his crew. Trust me, we won't want to miss this next clash." Alright, you and I are diving right into the most brutal phase of this epic raid against the Orc chieftain. Massive pillars of fire and lightning rain down from the sky, trapping the monstrous chief in an electrical cage as he screams in agonizing pain. Seizing the moment, Hyun-Sung grips his blazing sword tightly, launching himself forward like a bolt of lightning aimed straight at his opponent. Channeling all his strength, he delivers a massive, heavy blow, determined to finish off the enemy right then and there. The Orc chieftain roars in pure fury as he confronts Hyun-Sung face to face, swinging a colossal axe directly at him, with absolutely devastating, overwhelming force. Hyun-Sung swiftly evades the strike, his eyes intensely focused on every single movement his massive opponent makes. The maddened monster howls in rage, unleashing an oppressive, suffocating pressure right in the middle of this life-or-death battle. Seizing his chance, his energy-infused blade plunges deep into the enemy's flesh, making the monster shriek in agony. With a cold look, Hyun-Sung dashes past after delivering the lethal strike, leaving the heavily wounded chieftain staggering and off balance. Outraged, the Orc chieftain roars toward the heavens, and instantly, the savage Orc horde charges forward together like a deadly green tempest. Amidst the chaos, a hunter clad in silver armor shouts a commanding order. "Draw them apart now." He immediately plants his feet, triggering his shield of faith and iron wall skills back to back, creating a massive protective barrier to completely halt the monsters in their tracks. Pay attention here, because brutal impacts clash as the Orc horde tries to shatter their solid defense. Above them, military helicopters roar as they provide air support for the hunters. Meanwhile, the mages concentrate, weaving hand signs together to cast brilliant buff spells that envelop the entire army in powerful, glowing energy. The Orc chieftain grinds his teeth and growls. Gathering massive power in his arm, he prepares a devastating strike, unleashing a powerful green shockwave that slams directly into the military helicopter hovering in midair. Inside the cabin, a severely wounded soldier coughs up blood from the intense, violent impact. The helicopter's hull cracks open under the terrifying force. The Orc chieftain silently watches the wreckage and the struggling hunters plummeting down from the sky. A hunter screams through his communicator that this is their only chance, and the warriors launch a relentless, coordinated assault. Hyun-Sung's eyes narrow as a system notification suddenly pops up, warning him that his passive survival instinct skill has just expired. The Orc chieftain's eyes glow with a mad crimson light, fueled by absolute rage, and he roars once more with earth-shattering force, releasing a suffocating pressure that makes the entire area shake violently. Blasting forward at a breakneck speed, the beast tears through everything in its path. A panicked hunter screams out a warning that the monster is targeting their tanks. The shield bearers quickly brace themselves to hold the front line. "Watch out. You and I both know this is insane," but Hyun-Sung stands calmly on the avenue, bracing as the chieftain spins around to swing a lightning strike straight at him. The Orc chieftain lets out an earth-shattering roar and swings his massive axe directly at his target. Hyun-Sung quickly dodges to the side, causing the strike to miss and send blinding sparks flying across the asphalt. The other hunters do their best to surround the beast. Seizing the opening, he swings his sword and slices off one of the monster's arms. Even with a bleeding wound on his flank, he suppresses the pain with a quiet grunt. Giving his opponent no time to recover, he channels his remaining energy into a final, lethal strike, completely defeating the brutal Orc chieftain. Right then, a blazing purple energy begins to gather, enveloping Hyun-Sung's hand with immense and majestic power. The Orc chieftain's corpse lies lifeless on the ground. Hyun-Sung collapses onto the debris-filled street, gasping heavily after this life-and-death struggle. Panic erupts all around as urgent screams fill the air. "Retreat, fall back now." A red-haired knight frantically orders his comrades. "Make sure to take care of the wounded, too." The rescue helicopters quickly descend to evacuate everyone. Hunters support their severely injured allies, racing against the clock to reach the boarding zones. As they desperately move, an Orc shaman wearing a skull necklace suddenly lets out a frenzied roar. Channeling fiery energy, he unleashes a blazing magic spell right at the retreating squad. A blue-armored hunter fails to dodge, groaning in agonizing pain as he takes a direct hit. Just when they thought they were safe, they get hit by a brutal, crushing ambush. From the ground, the remaining Orcs watch silently as the helicopters retreat from the battlefield. An axe-wielding beast roars furiously toward the sky, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty, hateful yellow light. A hunter turns pale with sheer terror, witnessing the absolute brutality of these monsters. Horrific screams echo through the streets as those left behind are brutally butchered. No. Standing by the helicopter door, a hunter looks down with an expression of deep agony and guilt before stepping inside. A soldier loudly reports that all survivors are on board. The commander stands in silence, his face filled with sorrow. The helicopter flies away, leaving a scene of absolute devastation behind in its wake. And as the helicopter glides away with the surviving hunters, you and I are left wondering what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest manhwa of the year. Sitting in the cabin, Hyun-Sung stared into the distance, wondering if Yuna had succeeded in her mission. Unable to hold back his anxiety, Hyun-Sung stood up, approached the female chief of communications, and asked her, "Hey chief, was the suppression campaign against the orc mage a success?" She hesitated, saying, "Yes, captain, about that." Sensing something off, Hyun-Sung urged her to speak up. Bowing her head, she tremblingly announced that the orc mage suppression raid had failed. Shocked, Hyun-Sung gasped. "It failed?" He pressed further. "Did that monster escape using teleportation magic?" The female officer stared down at her tablet screen, her face filled with sheer gloom. "It is not just a failure. Over 90% of the raid team is dead. We were utterly crushed." Hearing those devastating numbers, Hyun-Sung froze in absolute shock. His face went pale as he desperately asked, "What about Yuna? Is she all right?" The officer reassured him. "The surveillance team captain is still alive, but her injuries are severe, so she has been evacuated for medical treatment." Hearing this tragic news, panic erupted among the other hunters in the cabin. One anxiously asked about Lim Guk of the Doctor Guild, while another desperately demanded to know the location of Guildmaster Marin Wang. Now pay attention, because the atmosphere inside the chopper instantly turned incredibly tense after those devastating losses. The staff handed the tablet to Hyun-Sung, letting him know it contained the list of survivors. Hyun-Sung silently watched his comrades as they sank into deep despair. Shortly after, an emergency meeting was called at the Hunter Association headquarters to assess the disaster, with the main screen replaying that night's horror. Through the thick smoke and flames, while the hunters fought desperately, a terrifying entity suddenly materialized. It was the orc mage, clutching a staff pulsing with ominous purple energy. He began to power up, his body burning and swelling unnaturally. The onlookers gasped in shock. Gigantification. At this rate, anyone could tell this battle was getting exponentially harder. The monster's flaming fist slammed down, pulverizing buildings in an instant. The giant orc roared maniacally amidst a sea of fire, unleashing a suffocating pressure. He left the hunters below frozen in sheer terror as he swept through, turning streets to rubble. Staring at the footage, Hyun-Sung quietly realized that the beast must possess a skill similar to feral instinct. Firm footsteps echoed down the long hallway of the headquarters. A red-haired hunter with facial scars approached Hyun-Sung and asked how he was holding up. Hyun-Sung calmly replied, "I'm okay, my external wounds have healed." The hunter strictly warned him anyway, saying, "You must still be careful, because internal injuries cannot be fully mended by simple healing skills." His expression grew incredibly dark as he explained that wounds caused by attacks packed with dense magical energy are extremely difficult to heal. "You and I both know things are looking bad. Just look at the purple lightning still crackling around his arm." The association president quietly explained that the residual magic was disrupting the normal energy flow inside Hyun-Sung's body. While minor scratches fade quickly, severe trauma leaves behind residual magical energy that can linger for a very long time. Hyun-Sung dismissed his own condition, asking anxiously, "What about Yuna?" The president sighed. Her outer cuts have closed, but her internal damage is severe. She needs to rest for at least 1 more week. Hyun-Sung then asked about the front lines. The president admitted both forces were currently locked in a brutal, all-out war. But since Hyun-Sung's assassination squad took down the chieftain, the morale of those orcs has plummeted drastically. Without their war cry buff boosting them, deploying our forces to counter them has become a whole lot easier. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung firmly declared, "I will help." The shocked president protested, "You barely survived. You need rest right now." But Hyun-Sung stood firm. "I'm fine. Besides, if I join the fight, won't we be able to minimize the casualties among our allies?" Watching Hyun-Sung walk away, the president silently realized he had completely misjudged the young man's character. Despite suffering a permanent stat penalty, he did not show a hint of despair, heading straight back to the battlefield. His resolve immediately ignited the spirits of everyone else. Another hunter stood up and shouted, "I'm going too. My mana has recovered enough. I must avenge our fallen comrades. If our leader has the guts to fight, we'll follow him to hell." One by one, the other hunters in the room stood up in absolute determination. From rookies to veterans, they were all ready to plunge back into the danger zone once again. Seeing their unity, Hyun-Sung said softly, "President, and with that, you and I are about to see this president lead his brave hunters straight into battle. Let's dive in." A massive helicopter roars through the night sky, heading straight toward a smoky, chaotic battlefield. Without a moment of hesitation, Hyun-Sung leaps straight out of the chopper into the howling wind. He channels all his mana into his palms, unleashing a devastating, crackling aura of glowing purple energy. An earth-shattering explosion crashes right into the horde, sending the orcs screaming in absolute agony. The overwhelming blast of destructive power consumes everything in its path, wiping out the entire enemy front line in a single blink. Amidst the smoking ruins, the bodies of slain monsters lie scattered everywhere after his brutal opening strike. Looking at the shattered armor beneath his feet, Hyun-Sung figures that hunting hero-grade orcs is definitely much better. His arm continues to pulse with a glowing crimson heat, fully charged and ready for the next wave. Across the battlefield, the commander barks out an order to clear them out. Lethal sword strikes slash through the air, slicing down the ferocious orcs in the blink of an eye. Another hunter, dressed in a sleek, elegant suit, roars with incredible intensity. Telling them to show their strength, he builds up a raging fire in his hands, releasing a suffocating pressure that blankets the entire battlefield. The aggressive horde of orcs charges forward, only to immediately face a total disaster raining down from the sky. A colossal fireball drops like a meteor, triggering a massive blast that flattens the terrain. The monsters screech in pure despair as the intense heat incinerates their bodies down to ashes. The fire attribute ranker, with glowing red hair, continuously casts his high-tier magic, unleashing massive pillars of flame that rip through the streets. The scorching heat and sheer power leave the helpless orcs with absolutely no way to fight back. They are blown away and destroyed in the burning wreckage. Now, pay attention here, even Hyun-Sung is completely stunned. Staring in awe, he observes the hunter's devastating output, realizing this insane raw power is easily enough to overwhelm even top-tier mage rankers. The red-haired ranker maintains a stern expression, his fist clenched tight with absolute resolve amidst the falling embers. But from the deep shadows, threatening growls begin to echo once again. A hulking orc with pale green skin emerges, its ferocious face twisted in pure madness, signaling that an even more brutal showdown is about to unfold. The orcs suddenly panic under the heavy pressure from the humans. Shocked by this scene, they cry out, "What on earth is this?" Just like that, the terrified beasts turn around and scramble frantically down the city streets. Seeing his chance, the red-haired commander barks out a loud command. The orcs are retreating. Pursue them now. He roars with burning determination. Chase them down. Do not let a single one escape alive, as the monsters run for their lives. Watching them flee, Hyun-Sung mutters coldly, "Those bastards," his eyes turning razor-sharp as he surveys the surrounding destruction. "You caused all this massive chaos, and now you think you can just run? You and I both know it is payback time. He is not letting a single one of them escape." Instantly, Hyun-Sung teleports, appearing right above the monsters with terrifying speed. The orcs gasp in horror as they realize their worst nightmare has caught up with them. Hyun-Sung focuses his entire mana pool, his expression incredibly cold, sharp, and decisive. He quietly whispers the breath of the Dark Thunder Dragon, unleashing a massive purple energy blast that instantly swallows the enemy. Standing in the thick dust, Hyun-Sung looks down at his glowing gauntlets, thinking things are looking much better than they were earlier. Suddenly, another massive explosion rips through the area, shaking the ground. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth in pure annoyance. Damn it! He quickly leaps back to gain distance, keeping his eyes glued to the real threat emerging from the smoke. Standing there is an ancient-looking orc mage, yet he radiates an incredibly heavy, commanding pressure. Hyun-Sung sets his sights on capturing this guy. However, the mage is already gathering glowing spheres of light all around his body, preparing a massive, destructive counterattack aimed directly at him. Hyun-Sung stares down the ancient orc mage, his eyes filled with absolute determination. He growls that while others might escape, he is definitely not letting this one return alive. Stomping his feet hard, Hyun-Sung dashes at blinding speed through the dark, abandoned city streets. Without losing a second, he unleashes furious waves of purple energy, creating an earth-shattering blast that completely levels the ground. Standing tall in the rising smoke, Hyun-Sung crosses his arms majestically, his sharp eyes tracking the opponent's every move. The orc mage grunts and grits his teeth, focusing all his inner flame, his body burning with a menacing orange light, before officially activating his giantification skill to transform into a towering, colossal entity of pure fire. The United Nations coalition commander quietly observes the intense battle from afar using binoculars. Assessing the battlefield, he orders his men not to approach, since the giantification skill is a stationary type, receiving a prompt, clear confirmation that they understand. He keeps watching the scene closely. Right now, Hyun-Sung's sword begins to crackle with high-voltage purple lightning, preparing for a mortal duel against the massive fire beast. The giant fire orc slams a massive punch down. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Hyun-Sung leaps back, landing in a defensive stance with a purple flaming sword. He grits his teeth against the searing heat. Then, from behind, a hunter barks out a loud command to charge. The entire hunter squad rushes forward with a battle cry, shouting to avenge their fallen comrades. A barrage of sword strikes and freezing ice magic rains down relentlessly on the monster's massive body. The squad coordinates flawlessly, determined to corner the beast. Hyun-Sung silently observes the fight, while a hunter excitedly notices the beast's fire is fading, cheering that they've almost won. But just as hope ignites, a sudden bad omen strikes without any warning. Suddenly, the orc's eyes glow a menacing purple, unleashing a violent blast of fire that blows everyone back. Hyun-Sung instantly leaps high into the air, gathering a massive surge of purple energy right in his palm. He aims a lethal drop attack straight at the monster's head. Meanwhile, the mages concentrate deeply, chanting together to cast a flurry of brilliant offensive spells. Their powers align perfectly the second their team synergy activates. The giant orc screams in agony amid consecutive explosions. With purple lightning still crackling around his hand, Hyun-Sung steels his resolve. This is the final blow. A massive, dragon-shaped blast of freezing energy surges forward, completely swallowing the beast. Watch closely now, the commander's voice booms through the smoke, and that's when a decrepit orc shaman appears right on a flaming magic circle. He growls with absolute malice. In an instant, a colossal pillar of fire erupts violently from the ground. Hyun-Sung stomps the ground, blitzing forward at breakneck speed. The orc shaman's eyes flare with pure hatred as he sees his enemy closing in. Surrounded by a swarm of fiery missiles, Hyun-Sung lets out an earth-shattering roar. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he drives his blade right through the monster's chest, finishing off the vicious shaman. The orc shrieks in agonizing pain, his face twisting before collapsing dead onto the floor. A clean, ruthless finish, leaving absolutely zero chance for the enemy to turn things around. Hyun-Sung stands silently in the glowing energy circle, his hand gripping his bloody weapon as he catches his breath after that life-or-death battle. Letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh, he quietly looks down at the corpse of the beast he just defeated. The other hunters can't contain their sheer joy, collectively cheering, "We won!" as the heavy atmosphere explodes into a celebration. Everyone finally lets go of the stress from that suffocating combat. But amid the cheering, the red-haired commander silently surveys the battlefield with a brooding expression. But look up there from a distant skyscraper. A mysterious man is using binoculars to closely track every single move Hyun-Sung makes. He whispers in admiration, calling him impressive, before analyzing Hyun-Sung's combat style and identifying him as a potential magic swordsman. With a grim expression, the man firmly orders his subordinate to recruit Hyun-Sung no matter what it takes. The assistant standing beside him bows to accept the order. Meanwhile, the leader looks back toward Hyun-Sung, muttering in sheer disbelief. He never expected South Korea to harbor such a powerhouse besides Shin Yuna. With that, the second subjugation officially concludes. The battle ends with an overwhelming victory for humanity. However, the military fails to wipe out the orcs completely, as a portion of them manage to escape back to their world through a dimensional portal. The Korean government immediately goes public, loudly broadcasting news of this massive triumph. Following the success of their first raid against the legendary beast, Yogi, they eagerly announce to the entire world that they have successfully vanquished both the third and the fourth legendary class orc monsters. Even though they put up a confident, powerful front to the public, the reality behind closed doors is absolutely devastating. The loss of so many high-ranking players in this brutal battle is a heavy blow they can never recover from. Worse still, deep anxiety grips the leaders as no one can predict when another terrifying, legendary monster might suddenly breach their world again. Inside the Mingguk Medical Center hospital room, Shin Yuna sits quietly on her patient bed, looking deeply troubled. Hearing a soft knock, she gently says, "Come in." The door swings open, and Hyun-Sung calmly steps inside. Spotting him, Yuna cannot hide her surprise. He places a gift box on her table and warmly asks how she is feeling. Yuna softly replies, thanking him and stating that her external wounds have already healed. She explains that as long as she avoids using her magic, her internal injuries should recover completely in just a few days. Noticing the lingering sadness in her eyes, Hyun-Sung comforts her, telling her not to blame herself. It was a tragedy nobody could have predicted. Yuna looks down, her voice trembling as she says she must grow much stronger. Clenching her fists, her eyes burn with determination never to let herself or her comrades suffer through such a horrific tragedy again. Yuna declares firmly that the next time she faces that orc shaman, she will make him pay for what he did to her allies. Seeing the burning fire in her eyes, Hyun-Sung quietly realizes that he no longer needs to worry about her. He knows Yuna is no pushover, and as she looks back with pure gratitude, we know this duo is ready for whatever comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action where Juna thanks Hyun-Sung for avenging their fallen comrades, but he humbly replies that he just did his duty, and it wasn't his effort alone. Still, Juna insists that regardless of his modesty, the fact remains that he played the biggest role. Without Hyun-Sung, they probably would have let him escape. She then asks with concern, "What about you? Is your body okay? You fought non-stop without any rest." Hyun-Sung just smiles reassuringly and says, "I am fine." Looking at him, June gasps in absolute admiration, "You are truly amazing. Even though you managed to obtain a legendary grade skill book, Those lost stat points can never be recovered. Hyun-Sung remains completely optimistic, saying he just needs to grind harder, then asks Juna to keep supporting him. Juna's eyes soften as she smiles at her teammate, admiring his unbroken spirit, knowing he will definitely find a way to rebuild his strength from scratch. June firmly promises, "I will give you my absolute best support." After the raid, a total of 7 legendary items dropped from the Orc Great Chieftain and Shaman, becoming the absolute center of attention for every high-rank hunter at the auction. One of those legendary drops was the massive battle axe once wielded by the Orc Great Chieftain. While the fleeing orcs took one of the axes with them, the other was successfully recovered by scavengers from the chaotic battlefield. Hyun-Sung realizes the other gears do not fit his style, and since he is currently collecting set items, he is not interested. Out of the 7 drops, there are 4 pieces of gear and 3 powerful skill books. Pay attention here, because since he was promised 2 free items, he starts calculating the ultimate strategic picks. First is the legendary active skill Warcry, which can stun enemies and boost ally morale based on his mental stats. Second is the legendary passive skill Berserk, which automatically activates when his health drops low to massively boost his combat power. A pure strategic pick that yields instant combat results. Right after that, the official auction begins with the first item, the legendary Warcry skill book, starting at a whopping 100 billion won, as the auctioneer proudly announces the bidding open. This is the very first appearance of a legendary grade mental attack skill. Let the bidding begin. Meanwhile, Hyun-Sung quietly sits in the crowd, watching the room with crossed arms. The atmosphere instantly explodes as representatives shout bids of 300 billion, then 400 billion. Bidding paddles shoot up endlessly, driving the price past 600 billion, hitting 650 billion to everyone's absolute shock. Sitting in the crowd, Hyun-Sung notes that all the major guilds have jumped into this fierce race. The price leaps past 700 billion, 800 billion, and quickly hits 1 trillion, with the auctioneer excitedly calling out the massive milestone. Without a moment's delay, other paddles fly up, reaching 1.2 trillion, then 1.5 trillion. The tension is boiling as every single bid makes the audience hold its breath, escalating rapidly to an insane 1.75 trillion. The crowd starts whispering loudly over this unbelievable amount, as the auctioneer coaxes the room, looking for anything higher than 1.75 trillion. I know what you're thinking, can anyone actually compete with that? Suddenly, paddle number 21 rises into the air. Hyun-Sung flashes a confident smirk and boldly calls out, 2 trillion. The entire hall goes dead silent. The auctioneer stammers as she announces the bid of 2 trillion, leaving the entire crowd shocked by his absurd spending power. Seeing no other bids, she asks one final time, "Is there no one else? If not, I will close the bidding." The other heavy-hitter guilds can only bow their heads in defeat, completely unable to match his massive offer. Hyun-Sung smiles, deeply satisfied with his victory, as the auctioneer proudly declares, "Congratulations to our winner. The Warcry skill book goes to player 21 for 2 trillion won." Meanwhile, over at Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs, things are looking extremely grim. High-ranking officials admit they can no longer afford to delay, as they discuss the devastating Kyushu disaster. Despite mistakes in their initial response, the sheer threat of these flying monsters is undeniable, leaving one official deeply concerned. "We have already lost Kyushu, home to 15 million people. If we do nothing, they will undoubtedly cross over to Honshu." Looking at their neighbors, they recognize that South Korea successfully suppressed 2 legendary monsters at the exact same time. "We must ask them for immediate assistance." And everyone agrees other nations will likely make the exact same request soon. After a long silence, the head official firmly speaks up. "I understand. Send an official request to the South Korean government. At this point, we have no choice but to beg for help." In the massive meeting room, the final decision is officially made, requesting South Korea to dispatch their specialized legendary monster elimination squad to help them a high-stakes gamble, putting all hopes on foreign powers. And that, my friends, is where we leave things as breaking news flashes across phone screens. Japan officially begs South Korea for military aid. You and I are about to see the government pretend everything is fine, while Choi Hyun-Sung scoffs, muttering that these fools can't even save themselves. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing the government's ridiculous hype campaign has completely backfired on them. Looking at the messy, half-ruined city around him, he mutters that sending aid to other countries right now is utterly absurd. Hyun-Sung believes they are just making empty promises because election season is coming. Right then, a man in a suit quietly approaches him from behind. The man speaks up, "Captain Choi Hyun-Sung, the association president is looking for you." Hyun-Sung is slightly surprised. "Huh? Right now?" Moments later, he arrives at the Player Association headquarters. Inside a luxurious office filled with trays of delicious pastries, the fiery red-haired association president gets straight to the point. "The team you will lead is the Slayer Squad." Hyun-Sung is puzzled. "Wait, isn't that just a temporary task force for myth-grade monsters? Are you keeping them permanently?" The president calmly picks up a pastry and gives a firm nod. That is the plan. For now, I want to build and run this entire team around you. When myth-grade monsters show up, we will draft high-ranking players to scale up the operation. Hyun-Sung notes that it basically sounds like a tactical mobilization division relying entirely on drafting reserve forces. The president continues. Right now, you are a one-man squad. If you need any specific staff from the association, just negotiate with their team captains and recruit them. Hyun-Sung asks to clarify, can I also recruit players who are not affiliated with the association? The president replies firmly, of course. With these privileges, you basically have your own private server. Scout whoever you want. Hyun-Sung stares at the president, who is casually enjoying his sweet pastries. Now pay attention here, because hunting myth-grade beasts means the requirements for his new squad are going to be insanely brutal. I am leaving that choice entirely up to you. The Slayer squad was not built for quick, short-term results, but for long-term survival. His gaze turns serious. Even if it takes time, just focus on picking the absolute best talents who can eventually help us bring down those legendary beasts. Hyun-Sung thinks to himself, this treatment is way too generous. The president smiles knowingly. When people possess too many privileges, they do not easily walk away. As the new captain of the Korean Player Association Slayer Squad, Hyun-Sung begins plotting his own secret moves. He tells himself to officially reveal his class as a monarch to the association first. Then, he will focus on recruiting low-level players who have not even completed their first-class advancement yet. He knows high-level rankers are highly sought after everywhere, making them extremely difficult to recruit. Besides, high-level players cost too many leadership points. Taking the detour to build a team from scratch is much smarter. Sitting in his new office, Hyun-Sung decides to build everything around Lucia. He will quietly train the trusted allies who already know his secrets, hiding them in the shadows. As for his public image, he will recruit as many low-level rookies as possible and raise them in the spotlight. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He's locking them in with system contracts so they can never betray him as they get stronger. Meanwhile, under the dim streetlights of the city at night, a black-haired girl walks alone with a completely exhausted expression. She mutters in absolute frustration, "What is money anyway? What is the point of being a late-blooming tank and dealer hybrid when literally no party wants to recruit me just because my class seems too ambiguous?" She sighs heavily, walking through a lonely park in the dark, thinking that even a top-tier build is worthless if nobody wants to party with you. Letting out a frustrated sigh, she stares at the lottery ticket in her hand and groans. How is only one single number matching? In the dead silence of the park, a sudden voice calls out from behind, startling her so badly she rips her ticket. She turns around defensively. "Who is there?" Hyun-Sung smiles and introduces himself. "I am Choi Hyun-Sung, captain of the Player Association's Slayer Squad." Hearing his legendary name, Soo-jin stammers in shock, quickly jumping up to bow. "Oh, hello there, sir." Sitting back on the bench with a soda in hand, she hesitantly double-checks. "So, if I accept, my salary goes up and I get way more benefits?" Hyun-Sung nods to confirm, but then he sweetens the deal with an even better offer. "On top of that, I will personally provide rare skill books to help boost your overall skill resistance." Without any hesitation, Soo-jin declares, "I am in. I will absolutely do it." Seeing her pure excitement, Hyun-Sung calmly cautions her, reminding her of the heavy cost and the penalties she must accept. "Not only will your status window be fully visible to me, but the moment you leave my squad, your levels, all her stats and skills will vanish, leaving us to wonder if she will accept this gamble." "All right. You and I are about to watch Soo-jin calmly shrug off his worries about her public status screen. Taking a sip of water, she honestly admits that because she is in such a rush, she has zero time to worry about any future consequences. Hyun-Sung gently reaches his hand out in agreement, saying that they have a deal and the decision is finalized. The system screen flashes with a prompt for Hyun-Sung to recruit the player Lee Soo-jin, asking if he just needs to approve this, and Hyun-Sung nods to confirm it. The moment she hits accept, a system notification reveals that he spent 10 leadership points to recruit his 5th subordinate. A powerful brand-new exclusive skill called the Sovereign's Call is also officially unlocked, leaving Hyun-Sung completely stunned as he remarks that a single click just changed everything, silently reading the description that lets him command his followers from any distance. Meanwhile, Soo-jin jumps up and down with excitement, celebrating that she finally belongs somewhere, while Hyun-Sung remains perfectly calm. "That is how it was always meant to be," a voice echoes directly inside Soo-jin's mind, leaving her completely shocked as she asks how he did it. Hyun-Sung smiles and explains that it is just a job-specific skill, leaving Soo-jin completely amazed by how magical it actually is. Double-checking his stats, he notices that the mana consumption for this skill is practically non-existent. Hyun-Sung pulls out the promised books and hands them over, telling her that these are the skill books he mentioned earlier. Soo-jin gratefully receives the stack of books with teary eyes, and seeing her freeze up, Hyun-Sung gently calls out her name. Startled, Sujin bows deeply and loudly thanks him, prompting Hyung-Sung to wave goodbye and say he will be taking his leave. Her new and improved salary will officially start tomorrow. Watching Sujin shed happy tears, he silently notes that even though these are just common tier skill books, to someone in her position, they are more precious than gold. Hyung-Sung silently reflects on how surviving as an active player is truly no easy task, and back in his room, he starts carefully flipping through some critical documents. He thinks back to the recruitment process, remembering how he initially feared some candidates might drop out halfway. Yet things turned out much smoother than expected, making him realize there was absolutely no need to stress over it anymore. Gently placing the document onto his desk, Hyung-Sung slowly sinks back into the luxurious armchair of his private office. Hyung-Sung kicks his feet onto the desk with a calculating grin, wondering if the news has already reached Chairman Kang's son Young by now. Now pay attention. Behind that relaxed look, he is plotting a masterclass. 1 month later, at the Players Association headquarters, Chairman Kang Sun-young is absolutely stunned to see his combat force gain 316 new members. What baffles him the most is that absolutely none of these new recruits have any prior connection to Choi Hyun-Sung whatsoever. His assistants confirm that despite an incredibly thorough investigation, these players and Hyun-Sung were complete strangers until the moment they officially signed up. Chairman Kang falls silent for a moment before dismissing his subordinates. Left completely alone in his office, he flips through the roster with a heavily suspicious look, unable to grasp why Hyun-Sung would recruit over 300 people before even completing his first-class advancement. Even if he tries to view this as some long-term investment, the efficiency of this move seems incredibly low and completely lacks any logical sense. Flipping through the files of members like Sujin, Chairman Kang notes that Hyun-Sung has not even bothered to meet up with any of his recruited players even once since signing them. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeons, this squad of rookies is already fighting hard and clearing out waves of monsters with everything they have. You feel that too, right? There is definitely a massive, hidden agenda behind his bizarre tactics. As their long day finally wraps up, Lucia softly remarks that her lord worked incredibly hard, prompting a warm smile from Hyung-Sung. Thanking her for her hard work, he strolls down the street until his phone suddenly starts buzzing relentlessly in his pocket. Hyung-Sung squints in confusion at an unknown number flashing on the screen, wondering who it could be before picking up with a quick hello. A deep voice answers from the other side, asking how he has been, which instantly surprises Hyung-Sung as he recognizes his old acquaintance. He gasps out Sung-ho's name, and his childhood friend enthusiastically replies that yes, it is indeed him, Yeon Sung-ho. Yeon Sung-ho is his absolute best childhood friend who grew up in the exact same neighborhood, having stayed incredibly close all the way from kindergarten and elementary school up to their college years, and their bond is so deep that they literally treat each other's fathers like their own blood uncles. Snapping back to reality, Sung-ho playfully complains about why he went ahead and changed his phone number without even letting him know. Hyung-Sung awkwardly scratches his head and laughs it off, claiming he was just a bit too busy, but Sung-ho quickly scolds him, saying that no matter how busy he gets, he should still send a text. His friend asks if he really awakened, leaving Hyung-Sung completely caught off guard. Asking if he met his father, Sung-ho walks through the busy streets and explains that he got the new number after bumping into his dad during a drink yesterday. He eagerly suggests that since it has been forever, they should grab some drinks. Hyung-Sung gladly agrees to hang out, but his childhood friend demands they meet up today. Stick around for what happens next. Stick with me here, because a quick drink with an old friend is about to turn into some absolute, face-slapping chaos. Hyun-Sung sighs, realizing he has been so busy, he completely forgot to keep in touch with his old buddies. Seeing this, Lucia gently advises her master that he needs to rest, because a bowstring pulled too tight will eventually snap. Hyun-Sung turns to her and asks if she is heading straight home. She nods, saying she needs to get home immediately to catch a live drama broadcast. Hyun-Sung smiles and suggests that she should just take his car instead. Handing Lucia the keys, he tells her he will just grab a taxi. But Lucia insists on driving him to his meeting. Knowing she is in a rush for her show, Hyun-Sung refuses, saying it is the opposite way and she will miss it. He tells her to go inside. Lucia silently takes the keys and gets into the car. Hyun-Sung waves goodbye and heads out, watching the car disappear into the night while wondering if TV dramas are really that entertaining. Hyun-Sung makes his way to a roadside bar to meet up with his old friend Sung-ho. The moment Sung-ho sees him, he is amazed, commenting on how healthy and muscular Hyun-Sung looks, calling him a total handsome guy. Hyun-Sung playfully flexes his biceps in response, joking that this is the power of pure manual labor. Sung-ho bursts out laughing, pouring drinks and boasting that his mixing skills are still the absolute best. They clink their glasses together for a happy toast. Hyun-Sung empties his cup, savoring the familiar taste after so long, while Sung-ho slams his glass down in satisfaction. Sighing with satisfaction, Sung-ho enjoys the taste. As Hyun-Sung pours more, his friend asks how he has been doing lately. Hyun-Sung gives a mysterious smile, saying he will be shocked. Right then, Sung-ho pulls out a business card and slaps it on the table. Hyun-Sung reads it in surprise, realizing it is the player business team at Oh-Sung Group. Sung-ho proudly asks what he thinks. Surprised? He bragged about working for the massive Oh-Sung Group. Hyun-Sung just asks how office life has been treating him. Sung-ho sighs deeply, complaining that sales life is exhausting, and the low basic salary makes things incredibly stressful. He continues to vent, saying that working in sales literally requires pouring your entire heart and soul into the job. Plus, those players are ridiculously arrogant. Even the rookies who only completed their first job advancement act like they own the sky. Seeing his friend struggle, Hyun-Sung offers to talk to his father about letting Sung-ho handle their family's mana stones. Sung-ho nods eagerly, warning him about scammers and promising to buy the stones from his dad at the absolute best rates. Right at that moment, Sung-ho's phone begins to buzz. Hyun-Sung asks who is calling. Sung-ho sighs in annoyance, saying it is definitely that demanding player calling to make him pay for his expensive drinks. Frustrated, he slams the phone down on the table. He worries aloud, noting that his quota for rare mana stones this month is looking completely hopeless. Hyun-Sung asks if he is just going to ignore it. Sung-ho nods, deciding to pretend he slept early and call back tomorrow. Hyun-Sung agrees, telling him to forget about that jerk and just contact his dad tomorrow to handle their rare mana stones. But pay attention here, because a menacing dark aura suddenly sweeps over the entrance as a massive, bald man in red aggressively barges inside. He roars Sung-ho's name, marching straight toward their table with a threatening posture that instantly ruins the mood. Demanding to know if Sung-ho is ignoring his calls, the man towers over them. Sung-ho freezes, recognizing the powerful hunter team leader, Park Hyung-guk. Terrified, Sung-ho stammers that it is not like that at all. He claims he did not hear the phone, but the hunter cuts him off coldly, saying he saw everything. Asking why he has time to drink but not to answer, the hunter glares as Sung-ho quickly bows in apology. As Hyung-guk cracks his knuckles menacingly, he growls, ordering the young punk to step outside with him immediately. Seeing how bad things are, Sung-ho quickly tells Hyun-Sung he will pay the bill and that they should leave. Now, I know what you are thinking, but Hyun-Sung just finishes his drink, slams it down, and calmly tells his friend to sit right back down instead of following that clown. His sudden defiance leaves Sung-ho completely stunned, while Hyung-guk glares back at him in absolute fury. Did he just call him a clown? That single casual phrase immediately cracks the tension in the room to the absolute max. A terrifying dark aura erupts from Hyung-guk as he completely loses control, stepping closer while growling with intense, deadly energy, demanding to know what he just said. Asking if he was talking to him, the hunter looms over. Facing down the massive threat, Hyun-Sung maintains a completely cold, calm expression and looks him dead in the eye. Yes. Hyung-guk violently grabs Hyun-Sung's collar, prompting a panicked Sung-ho to rush forward and try to stop them. Begging the leader to stop, Sung-ho is ruthlessly shoved to the ground as the bald hunter barks at him to get lost. Through all this, Hyun-Sung's expression remains ice cold as he calmly calls out, earning an angry glare from Hyung-guk. And that is where we leave it. Are hunters even allowed to assault civilians? You and I will find out next time. Let's dive right into this crazy moment. The bald thug laughs mockingly and lets go of his collar. Of course not. He casually continues. And I've never done that either. He turns around and yells to the crowd. Did anyone here see me use force? Nobody in the bar dares to speak up. Seeing this, he gets even more arrogant. You see that? No one saw a thing. But Hyun-Sung speaks up firmly. I saw it. The bald guy sneers. Who do you think will believe you? Even if you call the police, it is useless because the victim's testimony won't even be taken seriously. He laughs triumphantly. I'm not stupid enough to use force. There are plenty of other ways to crush losers like you. Then he yells, Hey, Yoon Seong-ho. Still on the ground, Seong-ho trembles and answers, Yes, leader. The power balance is totally lopsided, but the one in control isn't always the loudest. Watch closely as the thug coldly warns, Forget about getting mana stones from me. I'll blackball you to every leader I know. Get ready for it. He turns around, pointing his finger right at Hyun-Sung's face to threaten him. As for you, you'd better watch your back at night. His eyes glow with a wicked purple light as he growls. Because you never know when you'll end up disabled, and absolutely nobody will even care. Hyun-Sung stares straight back at the thug and asks, Did you just threaten to injure me? He calmly begins listing his crimes, assaulting and threatening a civilian, using skills and mana outside a dungeon, plus making threats of bodily harm. Watching his opponent's face go pale, he adds, This is easily enough to get your player license revoked, and maybe even spend over 20 years in prison, right? Hyun-Sung's cold, glowing gaze makes Hyung-guk shatter in fear. Stunned, the bald thug gasps. What? Gnashing his teeth at this seemingly weak brat, he suddenly lunges forward, trying to snatch the phone right out of Hyun-Sung's hand. But Hyun-Sung is too fast, effortlessly blocking the giant's massive arm with a single, casual hand. Hyung-guk is completely speechless. Hyun-Sung just smirks mockingly. Now you're adding attempted theft to your list of crimes? Trying to turn the tables at the last second, but getting completely shut down. Hyung-guk strains with all his power, but his arm won't budge. Trembling, he finally realizes the terrifying truth. The B-rank player Hyun-Sung asks coldly, "Why? Does it make a difference if I'm a player?" Realizing brute force won't work, the thug instantly switches gears. He forces a fake laugh. "Haha, we're in the same line of work. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He starts backing down, offering sweet deals. "I'll sign an exclusive contract to sell to Yoon Seong-ho. I'll even convince other team leaders I'm close with to give Seong-ho all their mana stones." I know what you're thinking, but Hyun-Sung is just disgusted. What can a convict do? Seong-ho nervously tries to intervene. "Why speak so harshly? Since we are both players, let's just let it go." But Hyun-Sung flatly replies, "I don't want to." Finding him too stubborn, the thug tries threatening him again with a secret weapon. "My cousin is the strike team deputy leader of Siwoo Guild." Hyung-guk sweats, yelling, "Going against me won't do you any good." Seong-ho panics when he hears the name of the massive guild backing the thug. "The Siwoo Guild." But Hyun-Sung calmly retorts, "So what?" Hyung-guk smugly boasts that his cousin is the closest confidant of Siwoo's guild leader, quickly dialing her number to intimidate him. But when your backer fails to scare someone, you've already lost half the battle. Seong-ho nervously watches the thug's every move. The call connects and Hyung-guk eagerly says, "Hello sis, it's me, Hyung-guk." His cousin asks why he's calling, mockingly wondering if he's begging to join Siwoo Guild again. Hyung-guk gives a flattering laugh. "Oh no sis, it's not that. Actually Hearing the voice coming through the speaker, Hyun-Sung looks thoughtful. That voice sounds incredibly familiar. The woman on the other end snaps, "What? You brat. If you're in trouble with another player, why call me?" Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, certain he's heard it before. Hyung-guk continues fueling the fire, saying, "He completely looks down on Siwoo Guild. I even mentioned you. But he said he's not afraid of Siwoo at all." The woman sighs in frustration next to a pile of empty beer cans, coldly stating, "Just because we shrank a bit, do these nobodies think they can mock us? Give him the phone." Hyung-guk smugly hands the device over to Hyun-Sung. The moment he sees the name displayed on the screen, it hits him. Memories flash back to the player who gave him a business card during his very first hunt. Back then, she eagerly promised, "Show me your status window, and I'll help you join Siwoo Guild." Hyun-Sung taps the speakerphone, and a sharp female voice immediately barks out, "Hey, is what that bastard said actually true?" Seeing Hyung-guk frozen, she yells through the phone again, "Why aren't you answering? Hwang Hyung-guk, did you change your number again?" Hyun-Sung calmly lifts the phone and speaks. "Long time no see." Recognizing the unfamiliar voice, Soo-hee asks in utter shock, "Who is this?" And that's where we leave it with Hyun-Sung calmly introducing himself. "I am Captain Choi from the Player Association's newly formed team." "Alright, you and I are about to watch Lee Soo-hee nearly choke on her beer in absolute panic. Say what now?" Meanwhile, Park Hee-guk turns pale with cold sweat dripping down in absolute terror, while Sung-ho stares at his friend in complete shock. Hyung-sung demands to know if she is still listening. Soo-hee quickly stammers out a reply, yes, I am listening." Hyung-sung calmly lays down the law, listing his crimes. "The guy claiming to be your cousin is right in front of me, assaulting and threatening innocent civilians." His voice hardens, noting that the punk even used active skills and magic outside of dungeons, threatening to severely injure normal civilians, on top of committing outright theft. He apparently did this, believing the Siwoo Guild would back him up, leaving the deputy leader breaking into a cold sweat as she hears each accusation. Hyung-sung adds fuel to the fire. "If the cousin of the Siwoo Guild deputy is this arrogant, I can only imagine how rotten the rest of your guild is. I might just ask the association president to launch a special investigation into your entire guild. What do you think about that? That bastard has absolutely nothing to do with us. He is just using my name on his own to intimidate people." Hyung-sung smirks mockingly. "Oh, then we should add defamation to the list, right? Are you going to sue Park Hee-guk for defaming your character?" As she hesitates, he speaks coldly. "Ah, so you are cut from the same cloth, just protecting your own skin." Soo-hee immediately screams into the phone, "I will sue him. First thing tomorrow morning, I am filing a lawsuit against him." Hyung-sung casually ends the call. "Good to hear. I am hanging up now. Now pay attention to his face here." Park Hee-guk stands frozen in absolute shock as his whole world crashes down around him, getting dragged away in cuffs. Stunned by how fast everything went down, Sung-ho stands there completely dumbfounded, only managing to mutter, "Wow, I am totally sober now." Hyung-sung pats his shoulder with a grin, inviting him for round 2, which snaps Sung-ho back to reality as he yells out, "Wait, are you actually an active player? And working directly with the association?" he asks, completely blown away by his friend. Hyung-sung just shrugs calmly. "Yep, but Sung-ho is not letting it go. Why the hell did you never tell me?" Hyung-sung laughs it off. saying he was about to explain before that clown rudely interrupted them. He throws his arm around his buddy, telling him they can talk details over more drinks. Sung-ho smiles warmly at his lifelong friend and nods in agreement. Let's do this. Meanwhile, inside the White House, simulation results of a legendary rank monster leave United States President Winston in deep thought. Staring at the simulated damage map, he mutters, Okay, I know what you are thinking, but just one monster hitting a single state causes this much utter devastation? An official nearby questions if these numbers are exaggerated. After all, South Korea successfully took down 3 legendary rank monsters without suffering any massive losses like this. Looking at the hard data, the sheer gap in their defense capabilities is obvious. The advisor at the podium begins to explain. That is because they have the ability to suppress the threat immediately in the early stages. He explains that mobilizing all of South Korea's top rankers takes less than an hour, while in the United States, mobilizing even a small fraction of their forces would take at least 6 hours. Gesturing to the ruined buildings, he emphasizes that South Korea still suffered massive damage while dealing with those 3 monsters, especially with the sacrifice of their rankers. President Winston narrows his eyes, asking if it was due to psychological area of effect skills. The advisor confirms that is correct. He further explains that pack-hunting monsters like the Harpy tribe or orcs always travel with numerous hero-rank beasts, making them many times harder to handle compared to solitary creatures like the legendary Imugi. President Winston sighs deeply. What a massive headache. The advisor continues his briefing, stating that simply having a large number of high-level players does not actually help much against these legendary rank threats. They must at least be high-tier rankers. President Winston nods in agreement, noting that China is the prime example of this. The advisor concludes that based on the combat patterns of this recent legendary raid, they absolutely need an outlier with abnormal strength, someone whose power completely dwarfs all ordinary rankers combined. President Winston looks down at the file, murmuring, "An outlier? Do you mean someone like this player, Choi Hyun-Sung, whom Garrison mentioned in his report?" The gray-bearded official confidently confirms it, putting Choi Hyun-Sung's name right back at the center of this high-level meeting. Another official speaks up skeptically, asking if his estimated minimum level is really around 500? The gray-bearded man corrects him, stating the real number could be over 600, sending a wave of shock through the room. They realize even a level over 500 completely breaks the meta, rendering the current power ceiling totally obsolete. One of them speaks up, questioning if such a high level is even theoretically possible. He explains that currently, the highest level monsters found in hero rank dungeons only range between 400 and 500. And for players bound by the level 20 rule, going past 400 is impossible. But trust me, you and I know he's different. Alright, stick with me as this gray-bearded official addresses the doubts, explaining that the CIA uncovered a shocking truth during a secret investigation. The high-ranking official in the purple tie pales, asking, "What is it?" The answer shakes the entire room. Could player Choi Hyun-Sung really possess a unique skill that completely ignores the level 20 rule? Is that even possible? The gray-bearded man admits that while it is currently just speculation, based on the classified intel sent by their agents, he is over 99% sure. 99%? His superior immediately orders him to explain in much more detail about that player Choi Hyun-Sung. Gripping the remote, the gray-bearded official begins showing on-screen footage of Hyun-Sung in actual combat. On the screen, epic moments of him slicing through enemies and standing majestically amidst a blazing purple aura are shown with incredible impact. The entire room falls silent, watching the young man's overwhelming power as he fights hordes of monsters in a sea of flames. No one dared to breathe heavily. Reaching this terrifying level in less than 2 years, Hyun-Sung's rate of growth is simply beyond imagination. The president wonders if that unique skill can be applied to other players as well. Jason admits that they still cannot confirm that, but they do detect other highly unusual anomalies. Specifically, there is shocking information about Hyun-Sung's father, Hyung-woo, and his neighbor, Woo-shin. Even though his father awakened less than 2 months ago, he already clears level 100 dungeons easily. But wait, that is still not all. Currently, Choi Hyun-Sung leads the primary strike force of the Korean Players Association. His family and neighbors are all overpowered, which is just absolutely mind-boggling. Since he took over, 316 low-level players have applied to join. The investigation results genuinely shock American officials regarding the crazy growth rate of this group. Their growth is incredibly fast? Yes, absolutely. And although they try to keep it subtle, we have confirmed that all of their stats increased dramatically after being recruited by Choi Hyun-Sung. This news throws the entire meeting room into chaos. A stat boost? Could someone possessing such terrifying individual combat power actually be a buffer? The assistant quickly clarifies that it is not exactly like that, but they speculate that Hyun-Sung possesses a unique, broken skill that acts like a buffer, boosting multiple people's stats at once. He really is a completely unpredictable player. If all of this is true, pay close attention, because isn't he someone we absolutely must recruit? However, the response they get is incredibly discouraging. Recruiting him is extremely difficult, since a top-tier player won't easily join our side. The high-level meeting at the White House continues under a heavy atmosphere of cold calculations. One official notes that the guy definitely does not lack money. His status within the Korean Players Association is also extremely high. Unless the South Korean government is completely foolish, they will definitely treat him incredibly well. I know what you're thinking, but another official suggests taking it slow to build a close relationship. He argues that since the relations between both nations are friendly, they can utilize him as a high-value mercenary whenever it becomes necessary. The lead official nods, adding to the plan, deploying him only after a crisis hits is too late. A long-term dispatch strategy is far more effective. The president flashes a sinister smile and issues his decree. Draft a proposal to put pressure on the South Korean government. The United Nations representative, Jason, responds decisively. Understood, I will get on it immediately. Meanwhile, at a Korean apartment complex during the dead of night, a group of masked assassins sit silently inside a dark van. Their leader coldly questions, "Where is our target?" A subordinate reports, confirming she is inside the house. He coldly commands, "As soon as the association's security team changes shifts, we strike." Understood, I will notify the other teams. The red-haired assassin observes the guards outside, sneering in utter contempt. Those bodyguards out there are only around level 200. The moment arrives. The leader announces over the radio that the guards have shifted, instantly giving the order to initiate the operation. The van doors slide open, and the assassins burst out with terrifying speed. The red-haired killer sneaks up and swiftly takes down a guard from behind before he can react. The leader quickly neutralizes the remaining guards, taking absolute control of the entire situation in a mere blink of an eye. A swift ambush. The guards are eliminated before they can even react. Inside the apartment, Hyun-Sung's sister sits relaxed on the couch, eating grapes while casually watching a cooking show. On the screen, the chef explains that today's dish is braised radish with perilla oil and a dash of black pepper. So we can just eat it like this, right? Correct. She has absolutely no idea that the red-haired assassin has already slipped silently into the room right behind her. He glares with intense bloodlust at his completely off-guard prey. Gathering a crackling electrical current in his hand, the red-haired killer aims straight at Hyun-Sung's unsuspecting sister. He delivers a powerful strike to the back of her neck, but freezes in utter disbelief. Was she too weak? Suddenly, a glowing blue barrier flares to life, shielding her completely from his lethal attack. His allies rush in, realizing it was an item. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see the power of that protective ring on her finger. You and I are diving right into the chaos as the leader orders them to capture him alive. They launch a relentless barrage, but his barrier holds strong, leaving one assassin gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Finally, under relentless pressure, the protective ring begins to crack. The leader laughs, grabs the girl, and orders an immediate retreat. But at that exact second, Choi Hyun-Sung appears out of nowhere like a ghost right behind the intruder. A massive wave of purple energy violently explodes, blasting everything in the living room to pieces. Eyes burning red with pure rage, he grits his teeth and growls, "You absolute bastards." A massive, terrifying dark shadow entity manifests right behind Hyun-Sung, unleashing a suffocating pressure that completely paralyzes the intruders. The assassins freeze in pure horror as their comrade is wiped out in a split second. Hyun-Sung coldly demands them to stop, his murderous gaze locking directly onto the red-haired assassin crawling on the floor. He groans in agony, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power of a furious monarch. The red-haired assassin coughs up blood, completely broken by that devastating sneak attack from behind. Terrified by the sheer display of force, the remaining accomplices scramble and leap off the high-rise balcony. Looking down from above with those glowing, blood-red eyes, Hyun-Sung coldly asks if they really think they can run. He instantly activates his signature toy arrow skill, unleashing glowing blue homing missiles to hunt them down. Watch closely here. Once his auto-tracking locks on, there is absolutely no escape. The panicked assassin realizes he is locked on and tells himself he must destroy these seeking arrows to escape. He swings his sword, shattering the arrow, but freezes as a purple spatial rift tears open right before him. Violent purple explosions chain react in midair, completely wiping out the fleeing assassins in seconds. Relieved to see his mother resting safely in bed, Hyun-Sung quietly pulls out a teleportation scroll to summon his loyal knight, Lucia. Looking at the knight, he orders her to guard his mother, and Lucia bows respectfully, promising to protect her with her life. Hyun-Sung grips another scroll tightly, telling her he is counting on her before ripping it apart to teleport straight to his sister. His sudden appearance right in the middle of the dark warehouse leaves the kidnappers absolutely stunned. Recognizing Choi Hyun-Sung, a silver-haired thug panics and immediately presses a blade against the hostage's neck. Seeing his beloved sister in immediate danger, Hyun-Sung's face twists with pure fury. He curses under his breath as the thug demands him to step back. Looking at his crying, terrified sister, Hyun-Sung's eyes burn with absolute hatred for these damn Chinese bastards. Let's see what crazy plan he cooks up next. Right then, a system notification pops up, asking if he wants to enter the newly activated virtual space. The kidnapper barks at him to accept it immediately. Hyun-Sung realizes these guys planned this trap perfectly. Just as the thug screams at him once again to accept, the kidnapper threatens to execute his sister right there, forcing a cornered Hyun-Sung to finally agree to step inside. He glares at the thugs and warns them that if they scratch even a single hair on her head, he will slaughter every last one of them. The leader smugly assures him they won't harm such a valuable hostage. He adds that if Hyun-Sung cooperates and steps into the virtual dimension, his sister will safely follow him inside. Looking at his crying sister, Hyun-Sung softly tells her it is okay, before decisively tapping the accept button on his screen. Instantly, his body begins to dissolve into a flurry of glowing purple particles, fading from the room. Materializing in a completely strange, desolate area, Hyun-Sung wonders if this is truly the virtual dimension. Letting out a heavy, tense sigh, he quickly pulls a hidden scroll from his jacket. Staring at the scroll in his hand, he desperately prays for this trick to succeed. He tears it to activate his secret skill. While back in the real world, the leader orders his men to wake up their hostage. Hyun-Sung's sister slowly wakes up, groaning in pain as the masked kidnapper towers over her like a shadow. He coldly threatens her to comply if she wants to live, while she cries upon seeing her belongings scattered all over the dirty floor. Terrified, she wonders what to do, but the impatient thug presses the blade back against her throat, demanding immediate compliance. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurs, leaving the masked kidnapper frozen. His hand holding the knife is instantly sliced clean off by a sharp purple blade, sending him into screaming agony. A powerful purple shockwave blasts the attacker backward, leaving his accomplices screaming in absolute disbelief that Choi Hyun-Sung is somehow standing right here. Another hunter stammers in pure horror, wondering how this is possible when the target is supposed to be trapped inside. But before he can think, a wave of purple energy swallows him whole, cutting off his terrified scream. Hearing footsteps, she looks up, and trust me, we're about to witness some serious payback. The remaining assassin trying to reach her is suddenly impaled by a glowing blade striking straight from the void. As Choi Hyun-Sung slowly emerges from the thick black smoke, his tearful sister desperately calls out his name in sheer relief. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal nightmare as Hyun-Sung's sister collapses in terror while he checks his deep wounds. Hyun-Sung stares down, whispering to himself, was it only a half success? Looking at his unconscious mother and sister, Hyun-Sung turns to his ally and says, Lucia, please watch over them, as he notices the blood on his shirt and the red light shining from his bracelet. Filled with worry, he realizes his father and brother must have used the teleportation scroll, deciding he needs to go check on them and beck Wushin immediately. Lucia bows, replying that she understands, before vanishing completely in a bright flash of white light. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, a fierce battle rages on with sparks flying from violent weapon clashes. Clad in heavy knight armor, Baek Wushin fights desperately against a surrounding horde of masked assassins, while one of the killers grinds his teeth, cursing these annoying bastards. Suddenly, a massive magic explosion erupts right beneath their feet, sending thick plumes of smoke and dust into the air. Standing right beside Wushin, Hyun-Sung's father smiles, happily praising their great coordination. As the frustrated assassins struggle to close the distance between them, their leader barks a desperate order to flank them, and the killers charge forward at once, weapons drawn and ready to strike. But a sudden terrifying presence cuts them off, forcing the assassins to gasp out in utter shock. Now watch closely, because Hyun-Sung suddenly appears right in front of them, unleashing devastating, blinding strikes that instantly drop his enemies to the cold floor. The remaining assassins freeze in absolute horror as they recognize Choi Hyun-Sung, completely unable to believe their eyes. How on earth is Choi Hyun-Sung here? His shocked father can only whisper his name in disbelief. As Hyun-Sung's eyes crackle with furious purple electricity, the panicked leader screams at his men to fall back. But a massive wave of purple energy instantly detonates, swallowing the entire battlefield as agonized screams echo through the caverns. Vicious tendrils of purple magic wrap tightly around the killers, pinning them down in absolute bone-crushing agony. Terrified, the remaining killers scatter in panic, screaming at everyone to run. But Hyun-Sung has zero intention of letting them leave alive, casting a powerful ice wall spell that conjures a massive frozen barrier, completely sealing off the 7 killers' only exit. Trapped like rats, one assassin desperately tries to shatter the thick ice while screaming, as Hyun-Sung silently watches them, a brilliant blue flame of magic dancing on his fingertips. Without wasting a single second, he unleashes a raging blizzard skill that plunges the entire cavern into a freezing, bone-chilling hell. One killer grinds his teeth, arrogantly scoffing that a basic frost attack like this can't stop him. But a sudden burst of purple energy detonates, making his allies shriek in agony as their furious leader commands them to kill him. Suddenly, the assassins begin acting incredibly strange, clenching their jaws as their eyes burn with a maniacal, crimson glow. Sensing the bizarre and dangerous change, Hyun-Sung realizes something is horribly wrong, quickly channeling all his energy into his fist to activate his absolute shield skill. A brilliant golden barrier wraps around his body just as a chain reaction of massive explosions rips through the entire cavern. The close-quarters combat turns incredibly bloody as dark shadows swarm him, but when one assassin sneaks behind him, Hyun-Sung coldly spins around. He swings blazing chains of purple energy in a vicious counterattack, targeting everyone who dares to surround him. Clicking his tongue, he curses as a sharp wave of pain reminds him that his body hasn't fully recovered yet. You and I both know something is seriously off here, especially when Hyun-Sung notices their unnatural resilience and begins to wonder what's going on. Demanding to know what drug they swallowed, he doesn't give them a second to breathe, delivering a lightning-fast kick directly to the face that sends the killer flying. On the other side, Baek Woo-shin channels his strength into a massive shield. With a thunderous roar, he slams directly into his target, unleashing a powerful shockwave that violently shakes the cavern. As chaotic explosions light up the dark cave, the frustrated assassins grit their teeth and curse at their terrible luck. Screaming like beasts, they charge directly at the father who is holding a staff. But out of the chaos, Hyun-Sung blocks their path, his glowing eyes radiating pure authority as he coldly orders them to freeze. Instantly, the killers freeze in agony as glowing purple energy chains erupt from the ground, wrapping around their bodies while their painful screams echo through the darkness. Yet, one stubborn assassin still dares to scheme a desperate plan. Believing he can easily take the old man hostage, he lunges forward with a sharp blade, but the father swiftly dodges, leaving the killer gasping in absolute disbelief. Gritting his teeth in total despair, the last killer screams in anger. A final, devastating wave of purple energy erupts, completely vaporizing the remaining enemies as Hyun-Sung finally lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Seeing his son covered head to toe in blood, the panicked father rushes over and calls his name. Anxiously, he asks just how badly hurt his son is, but Hyun-Sung simply smiles, assuring him it is just enemy blood and he is completely fine. Overwhelmed with relief, the father exhales deeply, glad they both managed to survive this deadly trap. And that is where we leave it, with Hyun-Sung revealing that from their accents, this entire attack was planned by a mysterious Chinese group. Let's dive in as Hyun-Sung watches the assassin's corpse dissolve into purple smoke, coldly deciding it is time to investigate. Meanwhile, in a secret office, a powerful man silently reviews reports as his subordinates bow before him with deep respect. Staring at the system screen, Hyun-Sung mutters to himself, angry that he cannot let these bastards live in peace anymore. With eyes flashing with pure murderous intent, he grinds his teeth and declares, "I will make you regret this and cry tears of blood for touching me." Right after that, he heads straight to the Player Association to meet Chairman Kang. Shocked, the chairman immediately gasps, "What on earth happened?" But Hyun-Sung gets right to the point. "The Chinese operatives targeted my family. They planned to kidnap them as hostages just to force me to go to China." He adds, "I believe they wanted to kill me if they failed." The chairman asks doubtfully, "Are you absolutely sure it was China?" Hyun-Sung confirms, "I verified it using my Covenant of Truth skill." His gaze hardens with absolute certainty. Chairman Kang carefully asks, "Did you capture anyone alive?" The only response is Hyun-Sung's cold reply, "I wiped them all out." The stunned chairman remembers there were nearly 100 high-level assassins, quickly asking, "Are there any bodies left?" Hyun-Sung explains, "The battle was so intense that I had to go all out, and they all dissolved into ashes." Hearing this, Chairman Kang silently observes the young man standing before him. His mind is completely blown knowing Hyun-Sung wiped out over 100 high-tier enemies all by himself. Now pay attention, the chairman decides he absolutely cannot lose this guy. To guarantee their safety, the chairman suggests that Hyun-Sung and his family temporarily move into the association headquarters. Hyun-Sung agrees immediately without any hesitation, and he does not forget to express his sincere gratitude for this kind gesture. In response, the chairman expresses his deep regret for letting him go through such a terrible ordeal. He promises to immediately deploy top-tier bodyguards to protect his loved ones, allowing Hyun-Sung to focus entirely on his work without ever having to worry about his family again. Once all the arrangements are settled, he returns to his room and starts plotting his ultimate revenge alongside his close partner. He ponders quietly, trying to figure out how he can completely wipe them out. Hyun-Sung realizes that even with his shadow barrier skill, completely hiding his identity is still going to be a tough challenge. Seeing this, Lucia immediately volunteers to go and complete the mission in his place. However, he flatly refuses her, explaining that he must go in person because he needs to use his psychometry skill to gather key clues. Even so, Lucia insists on tagging along to support him. Hyun-Sung gently takes her hand to comfort her, telling her to stay behind to protect his family. If she does not stay, there is no one else he can trust. He also instructs her to manage the sales of their electronic products while he is away. Though feeling a bit disappointed, Lucia still bows her head and accepts her master's orders. He then turns his focus to the system screen. You and I know he'll find all his answers right inside this shop menu. Hyun-Sung scrolls through the item list and stops right at the transformation scrolls. He clicks his tongue when he sees how expensive they are. For simple disguises like a goblin or an orc, even the cheapest one costs 30 billion points. Suddenly, he notices the seller's name, Marby Beer, looks incredibly familiar. It turns out this is a regular customer who frequently buys from his electronics shop, and they also run an online store. To return the favor, he decides to buy it, confident this item will make the chance of exposing his identity close to zero. Holding the scroll, he tells himself that despite the hefty cost, the benefits will surely help him recover his points quickly. Just a few days later, news of Chinese secret agents illegally breaking in to execute their kidnap and murder plot completely explodes across every single major newspaper. The government officially confirms that this entire group consisted of high-level players, all of whom were eliminated on the spot. This shocking news sets the public off. People on the streets talk about nothing else, closely following the government's plans to reveal the identities of those involved. At the association headquarters, a female secretary reports the current situation to a red-haired man. She explains that Captain Choi Hyun-Sung has announced he will temporarily pause his dungeon raids for a while. He has also left the temporary lodging to move his family into a private villa in the Panjo district. The red-haired man notes that this area is a famous gathering hub for top-tier players. Only by going there would he stand a chance at finding his enemies. The female secretary confirms this, adding that he chose the location because of its convenient proximity to high-level dungeons, the headquarters of major guilds, and the player association. The red-haired man nods, agreeing that since it is an upscale area, the local security there is exceptionally tight. He completely understands the decision to relocate after everything that recently transpired. Meanwhile, in Jilin, China, Hyun-Sung stands outside warehouse C08 disguised as a researcher. Trust me, the real payback starts now. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character pull off an insane heist. He whispers, "Found it," but decides to play it safe and return after dark. Once night falls over Hotel A1, Choi Hyun-Sung finally peels off his disguise. Staring down at the identification papers laid out on the table, he silently praises Inukuso. The guy is insanely useful for securing genuine government documents instead of cheap fakes, making sure Hyun-Sung remains completely invisible to the state database. He quickly gears up in his combat armor and reaches for the transformation scroll. Whatever connection exists between humans and the beast named Ratman, it is just some Japanese reporter's old legend now. With a decisive grip, he tears the scroll apart and braces himself. Time to begin. Instantly, his body undergoes a violent mutation as thick gray fur sprouts and heavy black chains bind his flesh. With the transformation complete, Hyun-Sung stares at his deadly new claws and whispers, "Perfect." Even his signature weapon has reshaped itself to match this monstrous new identity. Eyes burning with fury, he is ready to strike. Let's move. Hyun-Sung slips soundlessly into warehouse C08. Pay attention here, because this warehouse security is way lighter than he expected. Below, a mixed crowd of armored guards and thugs in plain clothes are gathering, and it looks like they are running some highly illegal operations targeting innocent local citizens. Counting 27 targets in total, his glowing red eyes flare with raw bloodlust. Now, he just has to decide whether to pick them off one by one or wipe them all out at once. Scanning the crowd, Hyun-Sung senses that a few of these guys actually possess power on par with high-level rankers. But he does not hesitate for a second, planning to wipe them out in a single strike. As his blade crackles with purple lightning, a guard senses the incoming death and gasps. What? Before the guard can even process the danger, the terrifying shadow of Ratman looms right behind him. The enemies are completely paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend how such a hideous beast breached their secure facility. With a brutal swing of his sword, he unleashes a devastating slash that drops multiple enemies instantly. Anyone foolish enough to stand in his way gets torn apart in the blink of an eye. Clashing chains and bared fangs, Ratman tears through the room like a violent whirlwind. Panicked, the enemy commander roars at the top of his lungs, ordering his men to slaughter the beast. Hearing the command, the entire mob lunges at Hyun-Sung at once. A massive brawl erupts, but his godly speed completely overwhelms them before they can even raise their weapons. Seeing their front line fall apart, the enemy mages quickly step up to coordinate a spell. Chanting at the top of their lungs, they summon glowing magic circles to trap him in place. A barrage of ice missiles and magical binding chains shoot forward, desperate to halt Ratman's advance. But his movement is too fluid. He weaves through the spells, turning anyone in his path into lifeless, broken corpses. A massive blast of purple energy erupts. I know what you're thinking, but yes, it gets worse. Anyone caught in the explosion suffers a brutal, agonizing end. Outside, enemy reinforcements hear the massive explosions and rush toward the source. They shout, "This way! The noise is coming from in here!" They kick the warehouse doors open, but immediately freeze. Their eyes widen, their mouths drop, and the color completely drains from their faces in absolute horror. Looming before them is a scene of pure slaughter, with every single one of their allies face down in a pool of blood. Soon, high-ranking officials hold an emergency meeting. Analyzing the slaughter, they conclude this was the work of an entity whose power completely defies all known logic. Every single one of the 27 secret agents stationed inside the underground shelter was wiped out without being able to fight back. The craziest part is that they were all high-level players, well over level 350. An official slams his fist on the table in fury, roaring that this is a direct attack on the state. He insists the culprits are rebels from the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, but Ma Munseo remains highly skeptical, wondering how a simple rebel faction could ever recruit a god-tier expert like that. He openly points the finger at Choi Hyun-Sung, arguing that only he possesses such monstrous strength. Instantly, the entire conference room erupts into a storm of whispers. While the crowd reels at the shocking idea that Hyun-Sung has actually entered Chinese territory, Ma Munseo insists the probability is incredibly high. He tells them to look at the forensics report. The crime scene was completely scorched with dense traces of lightning element attacks. Ma Munseo points out that in the entire world, almost no one has transcended normal power limits while mastering peak-level lightning magic. Hearing his airtight logic, the mustached official sitting at the center of the table thoughtfully agrees that this is a highly plausible theory. But as he starts worrying about the political fallout of Choi Hyun-Sung actually being on Chinese soil, a sudden knock on the door shatters his focus. A soldier enters to announce that crucial secondary test results have just arrived, demanding to be presented immediately. The subordinate rushes to the desk, explaining that after using a rare chronological restoration skill to reconstruct the scene, the killer's true identity was successfully recovered. Unable to contain his impatience, the angry official slams his hands down and demands to know if it was Choi Hyun-Sung. "Calm down, guys. We are in a serious meeting here." But that question leaves the subordinate looking completely lost. "Trust me, you won't believe his next words." "Wait, what did you just say?" "Stick with me, because even this scarred official can't believe his ears. Isn't the mastermind behind this entire incident Choi Hyun-Sung of the Korean Player Association?" Under that suffocating pressure, the sweating subordinate stammers out his report, revealing that the culprit isn't actually human, but a monster. This shocking news leaves the official utterly speechless. The subordinate quickly explains that although the target looks like a redman, after evaluating its crazy recovery skills, they realize this thing is a legendary tier monster, not some low-level threat. Hearing the words legendary tier, the mustached man is completely shell-shocked and can only gasp in total disbelief. If a monster has reached that level, what are we humans supposed to do? Meanwhile, over at the Ani Hotel, Choi Hyun-Sung is back in his human form, meticulously reviewing the assassination plans and classified files he managed to gather. He realizes that having more enemies of his enemies only plays right into his hands. Once he memorizes the secret bases scattered across China, his eyes grow cold and determined. He is going to wipe them out, one by one. Wasting no time, he transforms into the fearsome Redman and launches a brutal, relentless onslaught. Striking their bases, Redman drops down like a meteor from the sky before the guards can even react. He rapidly neutralizes every single guard, leaving them absolutely powerless as he ruthlessly tears through his checklist of target bases with terrifying speed. Now pay attention here. Because the subordinate reveals something terrifying, this monster possesses an incredibly high intelligence. It knows how to lay low while growing in power, actively hunting down high-level players to rapidly boost its own stats. According to the files, the creature targeted this specific area because a massive crowd of high-level players had gathered here. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned warehouse, Redman mutters in genuine surprise. Wait, they aren't grouping up anymore? It turns out they studied his pattern of targeting crowds and decided to scatter. He realizes that if the enemy spreads out, he won't be able to wipe them out in a single run. Spending 30 billion points per transformation is no small joke, but if he can take out those elite agents all at once, he will still rake in trillions of points in profit. He checks his wrist tracker to lock onto his next target. Cut to a luxurious mansion deep in the night, where heavily armed guards patrol the perimeter. Inside, a muscular, high-ranking target relaxes with a warm cup of tea, completely oblivious that the Grim Reaper is right outside. Redman's glowing crimson eyes flash from the pitch-black shadows with pure malice. "Not a bad place," he whispers, slipping inside while tracking every target's movement on his mini radar map. He knows the enemy split up thinking they would be safe from his crowd attacks, but they made a huge mistake. China might be massive, but with his broken teleportation skill, Hunting them down one by one is absolute child's play. Letting out a cold smirk, he prepares for a busy night. Tracking these rats down won't take much time at all. He immediately vanishes into a cloud of black mist, continuing his deadly hunt as dawn slowly breaks over the city skyline. Watch closely here as the scarred official slams his fist down on the table in sheer rage. Didn't you experts guarantee he would attack other areas if our forces scattered? Speak up. He is absolutely losing his mind because in just a single night, over 100 elite agents were completely wiped out, sending their losses skyrocketing into a disaster. Terrified of how many more of his men will end up dead by tomorrow, he furiously loosens his tie to relieve the suffocating pressure. Asked about their tracking progress, the trembling subordinate bows his head, admitting the chase failed because the target seemingly possesses a high-tier teleportation skill. This revelation gives the stressed official an even bigger headache. He begins to doubt everything. Is it really a monster, or is someone disguised? How could a beast be so much smarter than us? But the subordinate quickly explains that high-level beastification skills are incredibly rare for any human to possess. Even though it boosts physical strength, its major downside is that it severely weakens the power of active offensive skills. He insists that if a human was using a beast transformation, they couldn't possibly unleash strikes as devastating as this Redman. Still unconvinced, the official snaps back, asking if the culprit simply dumped all of their potential stat points into pure magic power. The assistant shakes his head, explaining that even with that setup, their transformation time couldn't possibly last this long. Normally, a standard human beastification skill caps out at a maximum of 3 hours, plus the cooldown is twice as long as the actual active usage time. Pointing directly at the projector screen, he emphasizes, "Just look at this. The security footage analysis proves this Redman has been active non-stop for nearly 8 full hours." He firmly maintains that it has to be a true monster, since no human beastification skill in existence could ever dream of sustaining such a long duration. His eyes sinking in defeat, the official asks one last time, "And honestly, we are left wondering the same thing. Is it really a monster? Alright, you and I are diving into a mess as this high official sighs in exhaustion, rubbing his temples over this terrible situation. After thinking it over, the official orders his subordinate to gather all their scattered agents back to one spot. The subordinate bows his head instantly, replying that he understands the order perfectly. Approaching a dark building in the dead of night, Ratman mutters that he found them. Through his glowing red eyes, he spots 2 scout guards using stealth skills right at the entrance. Even though he senses the magical aura of about 100 people inside, he is absolutely sure that Minister Wang Jinwang is hiding here, and he wants to take down the leader himself. Resolving to retreat immediately if things go south, Ratman grips his weapon tight and activates Blink to close the distance. He suddenly appears right behind the 2 sentries, dropping them in a heartbeat before they can even react. However, the armed guards stationed above quickly notice the intrusion and immediately form up to surround the intruder. Ratman stares coldly at the sword in his hand, ready to unleash another absolute bloodbath. Now watch closely, because a commander in black armor and a red cape leads the charge, making him smirk in amusement at their preparation. Purple electricity crackles around his body as Ratman clashes head-on with the enemy commander in a massive collision. Surrounded by enemy mages, Ratman unleashes devastating strikes that quickly fill the entire area with agonizing screams. He darts around, easily taking down target after target, until he faces the heavy armored guards, trying to set up their final line of defense. The enemy commander roars a taunt, and instantly, a system alert warns him that he has been hit by a hero-grade provoke skill, forcing his body to attack that specific target for the next 10 seconds. Fortunately, his passive skill, Unyielding Spirit, triggers immediately, letting him completely resist this crowd control effect. Ratman swings his blade with brutal precision, leaving enemies collapsing onto the floor in pools of blood. Feeling his own overwhelming power, he marvels at how incredibly strong he has become, leaving the guards frozen in terror before this absolute beast. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple energy explodes, shattering the ground and blowing away everything in its path. Ratman blitzes forward like purple lightning, forcing the desperate survivors to look up in sheer dread as they still try to resist. But their weak attacks are just a tickle to this beast. With eyes glowing red with bloodlust, he unleashes a devastating aerial finisher, causing a massive explosion that buries the entire room under heavy rubble. The battlefield is left completely destroyed, filled with nothing but debris and helpless, defeated enemies. But wait, did you and I really think it would be that easy? Ratman freezes as heavy, synchronized footsteps echo from the darkness. This is a trap. Stepping out from the shadows, Moonseo appears, wearing a wicked, highly triumphant smirk. At that moment, his system spams error alerts as a hero-grade spatial interference skill completely locks down his blink ability. Things get even worse when both his shadow movement skill and his long-range teleportation scrolls are entirely blocked by this powerful spatial barrier. Ratman grits his teeth, realizing that if he does not end this and escape fast, he is completely done for. But standing right in front of him is a dense barricade of hundreds of high-ranking agents already waiting in ambush, turning the area into a dead end with no escape. Seeing that their opponent is just a single rat man, the guards begin muttering in confusion. Isn't that just a rat man? Did they seriously call all of us here just to capture a bottom-tier monster? Ignoring his subordinate's blatant contempt, Moonseo simply grins victoriously and mutters that he finally has him cornered. The crowd keeps wondering why on earth they had to set up a massive magical barrier just to deal with a creature like this. But Moonseo brushes it aside and barks a loud command to launch a full attack, leaving the players completely stunned by the order. They genuinely believe the association president has lost his mind, deploying their entire force just to wipe out a single monster. Surrounded by the dense army, Hyun-Sung, in his Ratman form, releases a dark, thick, murderous aura, telling himself he must end this encounter immediately. His red eyes flash with raw determination, focused on his single goal of breaking their formation and escaping as fast as possible. Wasting no time, Ratman acts on his plan, letting out a deafening screech before slamming straight into the enemy lines like a raging tornado. His blade crackles with purple lightning as he swings it, carving a brutal path that leaves armored soldiers screaming in agonizing pain. His sheer brutality instantly throws the massive crowd into chaotic panic, forcing one terrified soldier to scream out in total shock. Realizing how bad the situation is, the remaining guards frantically yell at each other to coordinate a quick counterattack. But Ratman moves too fast for them, relentlessly swinging his sword and leaving the enemy collapsing with absolutely no way to fight back. Feeling disgusted by this bloody sight, Hyun-Sung remains cold, whispering to himself that he refuses to die here, slamming a female mage down before charging into the army. And trust me, you and I are about to see a bloodbath. Alright, you and I are about to watch Redmond turn this battlefield into an absolute slaughterhouse. He roars in sheer rage. This is war, and showing any mercy to the enemy means your own death. With devastating finishing blows, he sends wave after wave of enemies to a brutal end. Redman unleashes savage sword strikes, slicing through them all as they scream in agony. Backed into a corner, the enemy commander furiously bellows orders for the mages to focus all their magic for an all-out attack. Furious, he curses this absolute monster of a man, frantically screaming orders to the vanguard. Where are the tanks? Use your bodies and block him. Hearing their commander's desperate orders, they raise massive iron shields to lock down a defensive line. But Redmond just keeps charging like a maniac, smashing their desperate efforts into absolute rubble as they scream in terror. Surveying the chaotic battlefield littered with fallen bodies, Redmond wonders just how many soldiers they actually deployed to kill him. Looking around, he calculates that he has already completely wiped out and incapacitated more than 1,000 elite agents. Right now, Redmond looks more terrifying than ever, his eyes glowing a deep crimson as his heavy breathing radiates pure bloodlust. Right then, system alerts flash repeatedly across his vision, warning him that his stamina has plummeted below 10%. Instantly, his legendary grade passive skill, Wrath, triggers, boosting his strength and agility stats by 40%, along with his mana and spirit, at the cost of cutting his physical defense by 50%. But that is not all. His heroic grade survival instinct skill also kicks in, adding another 50% boost to all stats for 60 seconds. Every single buff he needs for this final showdown is now surging through his body. With massive power exploding inside him, Redmond locks eyes on his prey, ready to strike back. Pay attention here, this is where it gets crazy as the enemy screams, "Counterattack! Stop him, don't let him escape!" Glowing magic circles rapidly activate around him, trying to lock him down, but Redmond transforms into a streak of purple lightning, moving with unbelievable speed, leaving anyone in his way completely helpless to resist. Staring at the massive door right ahead of him, he knows it is incredibly dangerous, but his escape route is within arm's reach. Just a little more and he can make it. Gathering all his remaining strength, Redmond leaps directly toward the emergency exit, but a relentless barrage of long-range attacks strikes him directly, forcing a roar of pure pain from his throat. Terrifying explosions rip through the area, completely engulfing him in smoke and fire. Watching from a safe distance with a sinister smirk, Ma Moon-Sok coldly orders an all-out attack. He grins triumphantly as the entire area is completely flattened, confident that his prey could never survive such overwhelming firepower. Yet, amidst the smoking ruins, Redmond's fierce roar still echoes with defying rage. Ma Moon-Sok sneers in mockery, dismissing it as nothing more than a pathetic final struggle. By now, Redmond's body is covered in deep wounds, his breath ragged and exhausted. Realizing he is truly trapped in a dead end, he grits his teeth. With no other choice, he pulls out a bunch of skill books from his inventory. You and I both know he is planning a crazy gamble to turn this around. He rapidly accesses the system interface, and instantly, a flood of system notifications begins to chime, activating his powerful hero-grade passive skills like Wild Instinct, Frenzied Murderer, Bloodlust Aura, and Slaughtering Light. Redmond's physical body instantly undergoes a terrifying transformation, growing massive and bulky as he radiates an absolutely suffocating and murderous pressure. He swings his blade, sending a massive wave of purple energy tearing down the corridor, pulverizing absolutely everything in its path. Even the heavily armored elite warriors are effortlessly grabbed and slammed down, completely helpless against his brutal muscle power and unstoppable, savage violence. Amidst the chaotic carnage, a violent burst of purple energy erupts, blowing away all obstacles and throwing the surviving enemies into a state of absolute panic. Right at the brink of death, he completely flips the tables. Witnessing this absolute nightmare, Ma Moon-seok frantically screeches out his orders. "Keep attacking. Do not take a single step back." Answering the challenge, Redmond throws his head back and unleashes a deafening, rage-filled roar, sending shivers of terror down the spine of even a seasoned veteran like Ma Moon-seok. Realizing the situation has spiraled completely out of control, Ma Moon-seok hastily flees toward the exit to save his own skin. But a fresh squad of elite soldiers in spiky black armor, backed by mages channeling high-density mana, has already formed a tight blockade to halt his path. Who knows how much time has passed, but Hyun-Sung, still in his beastly Redmond form, groans in intense pain. Groaning, he stumbles around, blinking in the pitch-black darkness as he wonders where on earth he is. Realizing he is trapped inside a filthy sewer tunnel, he remembers barely escaping the enemy siege and collapsing here while half-conscious. His eyes growing ice-cold, he immediately commands the system, "Open status window." Staring at the screen showing his health and mana at critical levels, he clicks his tongue, noting how terribly they plummeted. But wait, something insane leaves him shocked. Did his stats actually go up? Stick around to find out. Let's dive into an epic tale where a flurry of insane achievements pops up after our main character solos 300 to over 10 million high-level players. Gaining the legendary Player Slayer title, every single one of his stats gets boosted by 40 points. He silently calculates his next move. Even considering the achievements, his stats jumped way too much. Could taking down other players award different points compared to hunting normal monsters? After resting for a while to regain his energy, Hyun-Sung tells himself that fully recovering his body is the first priority. The next day at the A1 hotel, headlines are flooded with news of a fifth legendary tier monster appearing in Chinhuangdao City, forcing terrified residents to evacuate in absolute panic. Scrolling through social media, he sees endless comments mocking the sheer weakness of the Chinese players. He sighs, realizing everything is in chaos. He seriously underestimated the Chinese side, and his own carelessness might have pushed things too far. Now watch closely. He checks on Minister Wang Jinwang, currently isolated in his private mansion, and decides it is time to wrap things up and head home. So he is trapped in his own home? Hyun-Sung lies back on his bed, planning to eliminate him tonight. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious room, a desperate man is furiously chugging down bottle after bottle of alcohol, roaring in absolute rage. "Damn it, how dare they abandon me?" Wang Jinwang drinks like a madman, trying to drown his overwhelming fear. Huddled in the dark room with a bottle in hand, he desperately wonders what to do next. Suddenly, a figure clad in black slips in from behind and tightly muffs his cries. Wang Jinwang can only let out muffled, desperate gasps for help. The intruder studies his face carefully before confirming with icy coldness. This is definitely Wang Jinwang. He wraps a white cloth tightly around the minister's neck, forcing Wang Jinwang into a violent struggle as he suffocates. Gasping for air, his face distorts in pure agony. Terrified to his core, he screams internally that he refuses to die such a pathetic death, while crying out for help in complete futility, begging for anyone to save him. Just as Wang Jinwang is about to black out, an unexpected twist occurs. A razor-sharp sword tears through the air, instantly killing the assassin who was choking him. Escaping the jaws of death, Wang Jinwang collapses onto the floor, coughing violently as he desperately tries to breathe. But a brand new terror strikes when he looks up to see a massive figure standing right before him, leaving him trembling in utter shock. Redmond stares down at the minister, who is cowering flat on the floor, his eyes filled with absolute coldness and disgust. How could a pathetic coward with zero talent like this actually be a minister? Picking up a folder from the dead assassin, Redmond realizes they were indeed secret agents, a perfect opportunity he can easily exploit. Let us pause here. He slowly walks toward the terrified Wang Jinwang to initiate his dark plan, and soon, an earth-shattering scream of agony echoes from the mansion. After enduring brutal physical torture, Wang Jinwang is left covering his face, sobbing hysterically in a state of absolute panic. Staring into the cold eyes of this absolute monster, he screams out in terror. Redmond tosses the folder right in front of him and growls, "These are the files taken from your assassins. Check them yourself." As he skims through the documents, Wang Jinwang's face completely pales in utter shock. Seizing the perfect moment, Redmond quietly activates his rage and charm skills on him. Rage erupts within him as the minister grinds his teeth and roars, "How dare those bastards betray me like this?" Seeing that his prey has taken the bait, Redman asks in a low voice, "Don't you want revenge?" Fully under the spell, Wang Jinwang's eyes glow blood red as he frantically replies, "I want it. I absolutely must have my revenge." Redman continues to manipulate him, telling him to expose the vile actions of those who tried to kill him. He commands him to leak every single piece of dirty evidence online. Completely losing his mind, Wang Jinwang breaks into a hollow laugh, repeating the exact same words over and over. "Yes, I have to do it. I absolutely must do it." Watching the minister work furiously like an automated puppet under his complete control, Redman smirks to himself. This is working far better than expected. The clock soon strikes 5:43 a.m. Rapid keyboard clicking echoes continuously throughout the pitch-black room, marking the start of a massive, shocking purge. Standing behind him, Redman monitors everything and reminds him to directly broadcast the news to both reporters and the public. Completely brainwashed, a hollow-eyed Wang Jinwang nods in agreement, adjusts his suit, and slowly walks out of the dark room. The moment the front doors swing open, camera shutters flash relentlessly as an entire crowd of media reporters completely swarms around the minister. Right in front of the entire nation, Wang Jinwang screams out in sheer rage, "I was only following orders from the party. All this time, I worked like a dog doing their dirty bidding. And yet, now they want to eliminate me." He raises the stamped top-secret folder high, declaring it to be the ultimate, undeniable proof of their cruel crimes. The entire media instantly explodes. Reporters go absolutely wild, snapping photos, demanding an immediate live broadcast of this massive, groundbreaking scandal. With such crazy news, these reporters hit the jackpot. "You and I know things are about to get wild, so stay tuned." All right. You and I are about to dive into a massive conspiracy as Wang Jinwang exposes his party for secretly sending assassins and forging a suicide note to make him their scapegoat. But just as he declares that this rampant corruption can no longer be tolerated, a sudden projectile strikes the minister's head, causing him to collapse instantly. The crowd panics, screaming in terror. Assassination! A cold-blooded killer lurks somewhere in the shadows, and Redman's glowing red eyes coldly scan the scene. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in a blazing firestorm. Staring down at the ruins from above, Redman tells himself that all his troubles of being tracked are now completely resolved. His eyes narrow thoughtfully as he locks onto his next target. Is the president of the Chinese Player Association the only one left? He will eliminate this guy next to finish the mission. Meanwhile, back in his office, Ma Biomsok is sweating buckets, desperately screaming into his phone to prove he had absolutely nothing to do with this. Even though the voice on the other end tries to calm him down, he still shivers with fear, knowing that many people already suspect him. Pressing the phone tightly to his ear, Ma Biomsiok begs, "Please, Director, I am completely innocent." The other side responds reassuringly, promising to do everything to defend him. He quickly replies, "I am putting my entire life in your hands. I will definitely send you a very generous gift to show my deepest gratitude." The second the call ends with the other party's agreement, Ma Biomsiok slams the phone onto his desk and curses loudly. Calling him a greedy old pig, he pours himself a strong glass of liquor, his face filled with dread as things spiral out of control. Sitting alone in his massive office, Ma Biomsok downs the drink and mutters, "That guy's death should have ended it, so why did he do that? Did he want to drag us all down with him?" He feels deeply wronged after serving his masters like a loyal dog, only to be backed into a corner. He slams his empty glass down in pure rage. "Those bastards! If only the players united under me, I could have wiped them all out." But watch closely during his furious breakdown. A chilling voice suddenly answers him from behind. Would that really make any difference? Reacting with lightning speed, Ma Biomsok grabs his spear and swings it wildly to defend himself. However, Redman is already standing right there, speaking with a cold voice. "If you want to live, you'd better put that weapon down." The chain-wrapped monster continues to exert a crushing pressure on him. "I came to make a deal, but if you keep up that annoying attitude, I will end you just like I originally planned." Redman's glowing red eyes flash with lethal intent, making Ma Biomsok tremble in shock. How? How can you speak human language? Are you a player?" Redman coldly fires back. "Does that actually matter? I know what you're thinking. How is he going to react?" "Well," sweating bullets, Ma Biomsok stammers, asking what this beast actually wants. "I will give you the power you have always desired." While Ma Biomsok stares in disbelief, Redman promises to slaughter every single party official his host just cursed. "When they are gone, do you have what it takes to seize absolute power?" Ma Biomsiok freezes, unable to believe his ears. "You are saying you will kill all of them right now?" Redman simply responds with absolute certainty. "Exactly." Ma Biomsiok asks anxiously, "And what do you want from me?" Redman slides a piece of paper forward, commanding, "Sign this." Taking the document, Ma Biomsiok instantly realizes it is a binding soul contract. He mutters bitterly, "The moment I sign this, I become your mindless puppet." Redman just clicks his tongue in response. "Well, I thought I was doing you a massive favor here. As Ma Byung-seok remains speechless, Redman emphasizes that it is only for 10 years. After 10 years, he will be completely free. He explains that during the contract, he cannot harm Ma Byung-seok and will even support him. Redman preys directly on his target's deepest fears. Besides, even if you do not die by my hand, your life is already over. You know that better than anyone. Ma Byung-seok stares silently at the contract, worrying that the chance of success is simply too low. Even if all the party officials die, his chances of actually seizing total control are still incredibly slim. Seeing his hesitation and reading his mind perfectly, Redman flashes a knowing smile, assuring him that this plan is completely viable. He lays out the ultimate plan. Ma Byung-seok will become the legendary hero who defeated Redman, the legendary monster that has caused massive destruction across China. This shocking revelation leaves Ma Byung-seok completely stunned. What did you say? Redman suggests they put on a spectacular show together. Answering Ma Byung-seok's doubts, he promises that if this act succeeds, the entire population and all players of China will worship him like an absolute living god. Realizing a life-changing opportunity is right in front of him, Ma Byung-seok smirks with satisfaction and firmly agrees. Very well. Instantly, a glowing contract materializes in midair to seal the deal. Ma Byung-seok reaches out to claim the Shining Soul Pact. The system alerts that Hui-seong has formally sent a recruitment request to player Ma Byung-seok. Coldly, he orders him to accept it. And trust me, things are about to get wild, leaving him standing there completely speechless. Alright, you and I are about to see how Radman explains this contract is not just a tool to get stronger, but the tightest bond linking them together. Ma Byung-seok looks straight at the monster and accepts. Just like that, Hyun-Sung has successfully baited this guy into his trap. Teehee. The system notification rings, confirming Ma Byung-seok accepted the recruitment, costing our main character 60 leadership points. Feeling the intense magical power surging through his veins, Ma Byung-seok excitedly clenches his fist, thrilled that he has finally become stronger. Seeing his new subordinate's attitude, Radman coldly reminds him to watch his tone from now on if he wants to show loyalty for the next 10 years. Ma Byung-seok quickly bows in apology. However, the old man secretly schemes, reminding himself this is only a temporary arrangement. He plans to exploit Hyun-Sung and extract every benefit before the contract ends, but Radman sees right through his heart. He knows the contract demands absolute obedience. Will the old man really have the courage to give up all his levels and skills after 10 years? 1 month later, the day of the grand convention finally arrives. Ma Byung-seok makes a grand, powerful entrance with his black-suited bodyguards at the main hall. Walking past the empty seats, he smugly realizes this convention is the perfect chance to fulfill his ultimate ambition and seize absolute power. Now, pay attention here, as Ma Byung-seok silently plots, knowing gathering everyone in one place makes them the ultimate target. He used to worry about how he could wipe out all of his rivals in a single sweep, but now, he is absolutely thrilled to easily smuggle Radman directly inside this high-security party convention. He knows even someone as strong as Radman would take too long to break through the outer defenses, giving the delegates plenty of time to escape. Sitting in the hall, Ma Byung-seok smirks, unable to believe this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived so quickly. With very few players inside, things will go smoothly. He coldly reminds himself that destroying these corrupt people will finally end everything. Then he can finally rest easy. From above, Radman's glowing red eyes flash with pure, deadly intent. He softly whispers that it is time to begin. Instantly, deadly blue beams rain down from the ceiling like a storm. This sudden attack throws the crowd into complete chaos. Terrified guards scream out in shock. Who is using magic here? Piercing energy beams strike target after target, filling the room with agonizing screams. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, a delegate gets taken out instantly, sending the crowd into pure panic. It is a terrorist attack. The defending players begin fighting back. Some cast fire spells while others activate magic circles to track the attacker, causing massive explosions that shake the entire hall. The fierce battle erupts as bodyguards frantically draw their weapons and unleash skills to defend themselves. One guard shoots while shouting if the target is dead. They can't believe anyone would be crazy enough to pull this off here. Through the thick smoke, Radman suddenly drops into the center with the loud clatter of chains. He lets out a deafening, powerful roar that sends shockwaves through the entire room. Staring at the beast, the crowd completely freezes in absolute terror. What on earth is that? The panicked crowd recognizes that terrifying roar. It is Radman. The furious monster lets out another roar and charges straight at a guard, who can only scream in despair. Terrified by his overwhelming power, the guards lose their formation and scramble to retreat and survive. Looking at the ruins, Radman notes the initial targets are down. Suddenly, Ma Byung-seok steps forward heroically, shouting to stop the cowards. How long do you plan to run? He boldly declares to the entire hall that if they don't defeat this beast, China will be ruined. Looking righteous, he rallies them to fight to the death for their country, while Radman watches his new subordinate's perfect performance. Radman mentally mocks him. Quite an actor. Ma Bunsak continues to urge everyone to charge forward and fight. Even if we die here, let's fight together. It is the only way to save the people. A massive flaming spear falls from above, and Ma Bunsak catches it with immense, powerful force. His body radiates brilliant blue mana, preparing for the clash. Radman grips his sword, ready to play his part and complete the final step. Ma Bunseok stomps and charges forward, causing an earth-shattering explosion in the center. They clash with earth-shattering force. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see who wins this fight next time. Watch this battle closely. The onlookers start noticing something off, as Radman seems to be moving way slower than he used to. Thinking the monster has not fully recovered from its past wounds, they rally one another to charge in and assist Moonsoak, completely unaware they are walking straight into a deadly trap. One of them feels absolutely certain that, at this rate, capturing Radman is only a matter of time. But this is all just a massive show, as Radman intentionally acts weak, according to their highly detailed plan. Now watch this. A massive explosion of dark purple energy erupts, sending Radman roaring in fake pain while blasting Moonsock away. Through the thick smoke, Moonseok signals that it is time for the next step, and Radman coldly replies, "Understood, let us begin." He then triggers a chain of devastating explosions, completely destroying a massive corner of the building, right in front of the crowd, eagerly filming everything on their phones. Standing amidst the ruins, Moonseok lets out a powerful roar, channeling all his remaining strength into one final, decisive strike. A gigantic pillar of light descends from above, swallowing the entire battlefield in a wave of destructive energy. As the blinding light fades, nothing is left but shattered debris alongside a scattering of dropped loot and equipment. A clear sign that the beast has been wiped out, Moonsoak stands proudly with his spear raised high as the shocked crowd looks on. Deafening cheers instantly erupt through the streets, crying out that Radman is dead and Chairman Moonseok has slain the legendary threat. Just like that, their secret master plan is a massive success, sending the entire city into a state of absolute euphoria. People are dancing and praising Moonsoak as the ultimate savior who has single-handedly rescued their entire nation from a total disaster. Long live China's greatest hero. Long live Chairman Moonsoak, echoes loudly through every single corner of the busy streets. Basking in the adoration of tens of thousands, Moonseok flashes a smug smile, raising his hand to welcome the glorious praise. Over at Hotel A1, Hyun-Sung casually scrolls through his phone and chuckles, noting that this chaotic scheme is working even better than expected. His screen displays breaking news of Moonseok becoming a national hero after taking down Radman, instantly making him the top candidate for president. Right then, his phone vibrates as Moonseok calls in to report that the complete takeover of the military is now fully finished. The main character smiles, replying that it went way faster than he expected. Moonsoak smugly explains that everyone knows exactly who is calling the shots now, especially with a massive wave of support from the lower-ranking soldiers. Hyun-Sung warns him that before this massive hype cools down, it is best to wrap up everything once and for all. He warns Moonseok not to get too complacent, and honestly, you and I both know how fast fame can fade. But Moonsoak assures him that everything is handled, since the politicians and military are already kneeling. Even though there are still a few rebels trying to resist, Moonseok is confident they will be cleaned up very soon. The main character thoughtfully asks if the election for the new president will go smoothly, and if Moonseok can actually secure that ultimate seat. Moonseok admits that claiming the top spot immediately is a bit tricky, but the vice president position is absolutely within his grasp. Hearing the title of vice president, Hyun-Sung repeats the word slowly, deep in thought. Moonseok quickly reassures his master that there is absolutely no need to worry, because whoever takes the president's seat will merely be a puppet completely under his control. The main character smiles satisfied. "I will be looking forward to that," Hyun-Sung says, prompting Moonseok to firmly vow that he will never let him down. Hyun-Sung hopes he is not making empty promises, as he immediately dives back into battle against massive stone monsters. Explosive waves of purple energy erupt with every single swing of his sword. Nearby, Lucia, clad in heavy knight armor, uses her massive shield to block devastating monster attacks, securely guarding her trusted master's back. After completely wiping out the monster horde, he looks down at his hands, amazed by how much stronger he has grown. However, he realizes that reaching the legendary mythic level requires hunting far more powerful beasts, even considering moving his main hunting operations to the Fukuoka region. Stepping closer, Lucia offers her sincere praise, saying, "Master, you have truly grown incredibly strong." Hyun-Sung looks at Lucia and smiles, replying that it is all thanks to the points she provided. But Lucia humbly insists it was simply her duty, prompting him to praise his loyal partner, noting that she has also gotten much stronger. She bows respectfully, attributing it to his grace, while Hyun-Sung pulls up his system window only to click his tongue in disappointment. Are the skill books still not listed for sale yet? He notes how incredibly rare legendary tier skill books are on the market, until Lucia breaks his focus to remind him it is time to head back. Realizing how late it has gotten, Hyun-Sung mutters with regret, "Ah, has time really flown by this fast? Can we hunt just a bit longer before heading back?" He hopes another 3 hours will let him unlock a brand new achievement. But Lucia immediately stops him. And honestly, you and I have to agree she is right about his daily routine. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in with Lucia, telling him he needs some rest tonight. Faced with her stubbornness, he finally agrees to head back. Then, out of nowhere, he asks if today is Monday. When Lucia confirms it, his eyes light up with playful excitement. He knows her favorite romantic drama is airing tonight, and he cannot help but tease her about it. But hearing him say the title of her show out loud instantly makes Lucia blush with pure embarrassment. Flustered, she quickly denies that her red face has anything to do with that cheesy romance show. Seeing this, Choi Hyun-Sung just smiles playfully and asks, "Who said anything?" His teasing only makes her blush even harder, turning her entire face completely bright red. Unable to handle the teasing atmosphere any longer, Lucia quickly excuses herself and turns around to flee. Watching his partner run away, Hyun-Sung cannot help but think that she actually has a pretty cute side. Back in his everyday life, Hyun-Sung strolls around in casual clothes with Lucia. He is quietly wondering if he should invite Seong-ho out for some drinks later. Right then, his phone starts buzzing with an incoming call. He is surprised to see the name Shin Juna flashing on the screen. Checking his notifications, he sees 3 missed calls and a text complaining that he still has not treated her to dinner like he promised. Realizing he completely forgot about their dinner plans, Hyun-Sung immediately calls her back to apologize. He explains that he just got back from a deep dungeon raid where he had 0 signal, which is why he missed her calls. Pay close attention here because his peaceful days of hiding are officially over. He confidently tells her that China definitely has bigger things to worry about right now than starting trouble with him. After some small talk, Hyun-Sung asks when they can meet up so he can make it up to her. But completely catching him off guard, Shin Juna coldly demands they do it right now. Her blunt answer leaves Hyun-Sung totally speechless. His face completely freezes in shock at her sudden demand. Noticing his weird expression, Lucia steps closer and curiously asks if that was Shin Juna on the phone. Hyun-Sung nods to confirm, getting a sudden bad feeling that something major has just gone down. Lucia watches him in silent thought as the city skyline lights up the dark night. Then we hear, "Long time no see, Hyun-Sung." Shin Juna smiles warmly as they finally reunite after a long time apart. He just scratches his head with a casual grin. "Yeah, long time no see, Juna." Sitting at a fancy restaurant overlooking the glowing city, she asks if he has been keeping busy lately. She asks if his family is doing better, and he is relieved to confirm that therapy has really helped them settle down. They continue catching up like this while waiting for their food. Dinner is served, and they enjoy a comfortable meal filled with amazing dishes. But watch his reaction here. As he takes a sip of his tea, her gaze suddenly turns incredibly serious as she slowly calls his name. Juna gets straight to the point. Today, a 6th legendary grade monster has finally emerged, and Hyun-Sung immediately asks which nation is facing it. When she replies that it is America, he wonders why she is bringing this massive news to him. Looking him in the eye, she drops a total bombshell. "The United States wants to recruit you, Hyun-Sung." Stunned, he asks, "What does that even mean?" She explains that the American government has actually been trying to recruit him for a very long time now, so this is why she wanted to meet. Although the request was sent through the United Nations, it is actually a direct move by the United States government. Realizing how serious this situation is, Hyun-Sung lowers his voice and demands to hear all the details. Juna looks down thoughtfully before explaining exactly how it all happened. At the Player Association office, a group of high-ranking officials in sharp suits are gathered around Shin Juna's desk. An influential middle-aged man with silver-gray hair and a beard drops a photo of Hyun-Sung onto the table, his eyes filled with a calculated plot involving the young hunter. Back in the present, Hyun-Sung is shocked. Did America literally call me out by name and demand that I be sent there? She nods slowly and explains that, diplomatically, this is almost impossible to turn down because of the mutual defense treaty between their two nations. Hyun-Sung frowns. But wait, I am a civilian, not a soldier. If I were in the military, the government would have deployed me a long time ago. Juna takes a sip of tea and calmly replies, "Which is exactly why I set up this private meeting." She admits the association specifically ordered her to do her best to convince him to go, while making sure he does not get tempted by any massive offers from America. Hyun-Sung silently realizes the association must be in a highly awkward position. Juna gives him a grateful smile, thanking him for being so understanding. And trust me, this is where we see him flip the script, pointing out he has no obligation to agree to their demands. Not to mention, going face-to-face with a legendary-grade monster is an extremely dangerous mission. Juna calmly acknowledges the massive risk, but promises the association has prepared some incredibly rich rewards to make it worth his while. Let's dive in, as Hyun-Sung curiously asks what it is, while Juna presents some highly attractive terms. First, she proposes adjusting the magic stone profit split to a 10-0 ratio, tipping entirely in his favor. With a hilariously blank face, Hyun-Sung points out that he is already getting that exact rate anyway. Juna then offers a personal tax exemption, but he remains completely unimpressed, pointing out he already has that perk too. None of her offers can win him over. So, Juna looks him dead in the eye, reminding him that his current benefits only exist because he is officially registered with the association. If he decides to leave, every single privilege vanishes. Hyun-Sung instantly gets the point, asking if she means they will remove all binding conditions on those perks. Noticing his completely relaxed attitude, Juna remarks that he seems pretty indifferent, but he casually replies that he was already planning to renew his contract with the association anyway. Hearing this, a bright smile lights up her face, calling it a deeply appreciated statement. But Hyun-Sung instantly fires back, asking if those minor perks she just listed are actually just optional, take it or leave it bonuses. Juna smirks, openly admitting that she and the association president racked their brains, but there simply are no other specific privileges left that they can offer him. Hyun-Sung coldly tells her to lay all her cards on the table, knowing full well the government is behind everything. Juna explains that the president requested direct support from the state, resulting in a shocking, incredibly bold move by the government, who decided to play their ultimate card dungeon ownership. Now watch this, because this next reveal completely catches Hyun-Sung off guard. Dungeon ownership? He can barely believe the government is actually willing to go that far. You see, up until this very moment, every single dungeon has been strictly state-owned. No individual or private organization has ever been allowed to own a dungeon for themselves, and even the top mega-corporations in the country are no exception to this rule. At best, they could only use shady loopholes to treat them like their own private hunting grounds. But this time, Juna confirms that the state has agreed to hand over complete, unrestricted ownership of any dungeon Hyun-Sung desires straight to him. She emphasizes that whether he keeps the dungeon entirely to himself for solo hunts or opens it to other players for massive entry fees, the government will not interfere at all. Hyun-Sung pauses to think, and then a slow grin spreads across his face. Raising 3 fingers, he begins to bargain, claiming one is just too cheap. He demands 3, jokingly, adding that the state surely won't mind giving up a few more. Can you believe his nerve? Juna is speechless. She quickly tries to explain that the government letting go of even a single dungeon is already an incredibly massive concession. She points out that the annual entry fee revenue from a single hero-grade dungeon can easily match, or even dwarf, the earnings of a mid-sized corporation. Even with those insane numbers on the table, Hyun-Sung casually continues to bargain, proposing 1 hero-grade and 2 rare-grade dungeons instead. Juna breaks into a cold sweat over his sheer greed, firmly telling him no way, before drawing her absolute final line in the sand. 1 hero-grade dungeon and 1 rare-grade dungeon. She makes it clear that this is their final, absolute limit. Seeing just how dead serious she is, Hyun-Sung flashes a smug grin, agreeing to compromise and accept that deal. Jun-ah can only sigh in sheer exhaustion, thinking it is crazy he even used the word compromise after basically robbing a whole province blind. Then, he jokingly suggests that she should also cancel her lifetime contract with the association. With a laugh, he asks if maybe the government would gift her a dungeon too, leaving Juna to let out a sad, quiet laugh. She notes that would only happen if the state wanted her as desperately as they want him, which simply is not the case. She double-checks if he is still on board to head to America, and Hyun-Sung gives a sharp nod, confirming it is a go. Looking at him with absolute sincerity, Juna warns him not to let the Americans sway him with sweet talk, and to make sure he returns. Smiling, Hyun-Sung scratches his head, reassuring her that since he already secured a state dungeon, there is 0 chance he will jump ship. Curious about his upcoming mission, Hyun-Sung asks about the true identity of the legendary beast, since details on the web are still classified, and Juna reveals it is the Hydra, a terrifying 9-headed dragon species. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung's eyes light up with pure excitement as he mentally cheers, thinking this is absolutely perfect. Even though facing extreme danger, the chance to hunt down such a high-potential beast is an absolute dream for him, and when combined with his new dungeon ownership, this entire trip is turning into a massive, unbelievable jackpot. Juna adds that fortunately, the massive dimensional rift opened up in a barren wasteland rather than a crowded city, meaning there are absolutely 0 casualties so far. Hyun-Sung asks if the beast is staying quiet, and she explains that it is currently only scouting the area without making any aggressive moves just yet. Hearing this, he immediately asks when he can depart, and Juna gives him a very sharp, decisive response. Right now. And just like that, we find Hyun-Sung landing at a massive US military base. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character finally touch down on American soil in his epic new combat gear. A well-groomed man with a sharp mustache walks up to welcome him, expressing deep gratitude for accepting America's urgent request for backup. At first glance, everyone here seems warm, welcoming, and genuinely happy to have him around. The man introduces himself by the name of David. He'll be handling all of Hyun-Sung's accommodations during his stay, even telling him to just call him Dave. The two share a polite handshake, signaling a smooth, professional start to their partnership. David then leads him on a tour of the Hydra campaign headquarters, a massive, bustling military zone packed with players and soldiers preparing for battle. Walking through the base, Hyun-Sung is secretly blown away by the sheer number of players gathered here. Staring at the heavily armored warriors, he realizes why America is considered a superpower in tackling red threats. Their raw power is no joke. The moment they step inside the building, a rugged, middle-aged man is already waiting for them. He warmly welcomes them, stating it is an honor to meet the legendary hunter, Choi Hyun-Sung. This is William, the head of the Hydra Response Division, who personally waited at the door for him. Hyun-Sung politely thanks him for the incredibly warm welcome. William honestly admits that the US still lacks real-world experience fighting legendary red raids, so they are heavily relying on his expertise and guidance. Hyun-Sung modestly replies that he will do his absolute best to help. Hearing this, William lets out a hearty laugh. He's absolutely certain that with Hyun-Sung on board, the Hydra campaign will end smoothly without a single hitch. Hyun-Sung cuts straight to the chase, asking exactly when the operation begins. William looks back at him with a dead serious expression and declares noon tomorrow. But pay attention here, guys. William explains the military will bomb them first, but warns that if the Hydra shifts its path, everything kicks off much earlier. As the two continue walking through the busy camp, Hyun-Sung asks which unit he'll be joining. William smiles proudly, revealing he's placed in Execution Team 1, an elite squad made up of America's highest-ranking, absolute strongest players. Since he was personally invited, he obviously belongs in the strongest squad. Since it is getting quite late, William suggests Hyun-Sung get some solid rest before a brief meeting tomorrow morning. Looking dead serious, Hyun-Sung asks if they don't even need to practice tactical coordination first. William just chuckles, explaining that even though he's in Execution Team 1, Hyun-Sung is a free agent who can fight his own way. That night at the hotel, Hyun-Sung stares at his gear, reminding himself that time is short with the battle starting at noon. Standing by the window, he carefully reviews his stats on the holographic system screen. His eyes turn ice cold as he makes a wild decision. You guessed it, he's hunting tonight. Meanwhile, in a nearby watchtower, a subordinate voices his doubts to William, asking if they are hyping up Choi Hyun-Sung way too much. William calmly replies that those are orders from above, adding that the kid has fully earned every bit of praise he gets. Still unconvinced, the soldier grumbles that Hyun-Sung doesn't look strong or possess any intimidating presence at all. He mutters that people are acting like the guy single-handedly wiped out the legendary orcs himself. William immediately snaps back, pointing out that Hyun-Sung did carry the entire raid. The subordinate has to admit that's true. William shuts him down, telling him to stop overthinking and focus on leaving the absolute best impression on Choi Hyun-Sung. He orders him to drop the doubts and just do his job, leaving the soldier with no choice but to obey. With a quiet nod, the soldier complies. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with long blonde hair strides into a dark, blazing danger zone. Joseph, a high-ranking American player and the leader of Execution Team 1, looks at William and asks with a sarcastic sneer, "How is the kid?" William casually replies that he has no real clue. Since Hyun-Sung keeps his cards close to his chest, William is simply following orders to treat their special guest with absolute royal hospitality. Joseph smirks, claiming he's eager to see what kind of skills the new kid actually brings tomorrow. But William drops a line that immediately irritates him, saying Hyun-Sung might even outshine him in battle. That swift blow to his ego makes Joseph burst with visible anger. He arrogantly boasts that if those legendary orcs had appeared in America, they would have been wiped out instantly on the first try, unlike back in Korea. Sitting at his desk, William coldly reminds him that they will only find out when the time comes. He commands Joseph to drop his smug attitude and warns him never to call their guest a kid again. Though Joseph claims he understands, his face is twisted in frustration. He has to play nice for now to satisfy his boss. Suddenly, William roars in pure anger, demanding an immediate base-wide emergency lockdown. Alarms scream through the night, leaving us with a chaotic cliffhanger. What do you think happens next? Let's rewind the clock 5 minutes. Deep in the giant Hydra's lair, Hyun-Sung has already sneaked in undetected. Watching the sleeping beast, he lets out a smug smile. Yes, everything is going according to plan. To make sure his plan goes off without a single hitch, he used a doppelganger decoy item to pretend he's still fast asleep back in his break room. But out here, he decisively tears open a transformation scroll, instantly morphing into a terrifying goblin with a vicious face and glowing golden eyes. Armed with this flawless alibi, he tells himself he needs to take down this monster as quickly as possible. He draws his purple lightning-infused blade. Launching himself forward with an explosive leap, Hyun-Sung delivers a thunderous strike that tears straight through the Hydra's hardened scales. The sleeping beast roars in absolute agony from this sudden, brutal ambush. Instantly, Hyun-Sung in his goblin disguise surges forward, burying his blade deep into its thick armored scales. A surge of purple energy erupts as he triggers his Dragon Blood Claw skill, sending the massive beast into violent writhing. The Hydra shrieks in pain under the brutal assault. Watching his sword glow as it drains the monster's blood, Hyun-Sung smirks in satisfaction. Talk about rapid growth. A rapid succession of system notifications flashes before him. The system confirms both his Dragon Blood Sword and his passive skill, Book of the Undying, have evolved to legendary unique rank. He is completely stunned. Even the Book of the Undying? Now, watch closely as purple mana wraps around the Hydra's rapidly regenerating claws. He notes its recovery speed is insanely fast. Desperate for revenge, the Hydra wildly lunges forward, trying to crush its attacker. Hyun-Sung dodges with lightning reflexes, leaving earth-shattering explosions in his wake as the colossal beast slams repeatedly into the dirt. The beast unleashes a relentless barrage, striking aggressively with its massive heads. It spits deadly beams of energy, but he dances around them with ease, looking for an opening. Turns out this massive creature's agility is pretty pathetic. A razor-sharp slash slices deep into the monster's neck, forcing out another agonizing shriek. Hyun-Sung coldly mocks it. Man, you're slow. Enraged, the Hydra charges its magic and unleashes a massive pillar of fire, engulfing the area in a sea of flames. Facing down the extreme, scorching heat, he narrows his eyes in pure excitement. Is it finally getting serious? In his goblin form, Hyun-Sung looks on in surprise as the Hydra suddenly vomits up a painful stream of green-purple fluid. He genuinely wonders if this thing is actually a legendary-grade monster, considering it's proving to be way weaker than he first expected. Sure, he popped a bunch of high-penalty consumable items beforehand to boost his combat power to the absolute max, but this incredibly easy battle still makes him highly doubt the beast's actual power. Staring at his sword, still buried in the Hydra and continuously draining its stamina and mana, Hyun-Sung clenches his flaming fist, readying his next explosive strike. Without a second thought, he throws a devastating punch straight toward the sky, creating a giant pillar of light crashing onto the Hydra. Don't blink, it's wild, leaving it defenseless and screaming in agony amidst rippling shockwaves of energy that shake the entire dimension. Giving the beast no room to breathe, Hyun-Sung charges like a whirlwind, hammering its massive body with a relentless flurry of attacks. He moves so fast he leaves afterimages behind, reducing the colossal monster to screaming in sheer, helpless frustration. A massive wave of green energy sweeps across, delivering a fatal blow to the Hydra's neck as it lets out one final, painful roar. Goblin Hyun-Sung's golden eyes flash with cold ruthlessness as he unleashes a massive purple slash, slicing right through the monster's colossal body. Its flesh begins dissolving into particles of pure mana, leaving behind nothing but a devastated battlefield in the quiet night. After a quick, one-sided clash, the legendary beast suffers a truly pathetic defeat. System messages pop up one after another, granting him a legendary achievement for soloing a level 400 monster despite a massive 400-level gap. Armed with the titles of Level Destroyer and the Solo Slayer of Hydra Hera, Hyun-Sung is pleased as the rewards are officially registered. But staring at the fading corpse, he can't help but wonder if something was seriously off with the monster's condition. He recalls the previous legendary-grade monster, the Yuji, which went on an absolute rampage across hundreds of kilometers in just a single day. It's a complete contrast to how quickly this Hydra just went down. Is there a hidden catch? Why did it drop so easily? Could it be capable of resurrecting? Hyun-Sung recalls his doppelganger clone from the hotel room, confirming that no issues came up while he was out hunting. Drawing the green energy sphere back into his palm, he officially wipes away any remaining trace of his midnight escape. Heading back to command, he's smug about this perfect hunt. 2 achievements and 4 legendary items? Trust me, you and I would celebrate too. Outside, the military base is in absolute chaos, filled with rushing footsteps and the panicked screams of soldiers. Hyun-Sung plays completely dumb, scratching his head with an awkward smile to hide his involvement. He steps into the command center, where the radar equipment is blaring at full capacity. Spotting him, Dave rushes over and says, "Sir, you've finally arrived. Stick with me, Dave is about to drop some shocking news on a stunned Hyun-Sung." Another beast, predicted to be a legendary rank, just showed up and completely wiped out the Hydra. Hyun-Sung silently realized that the US had been monitoring the area closely, even from a distance. Luckily, he transformed beforehand, or his secret identity would have been totally blown. Testing the waters, Hyun-Sung claimed that any monster capable of taking down the legendary Hydra must be legendary tier itself, but Dave remained highly skeptical. Looking deadly serious, Dave revealed that intelligence reports suggested this mysterious entity could be at an even higher tier than that. This left Hyun-Sung utterly shocked. wondering if they had actually mistaken him for some sort of mythical tier monster. Dave emphasized that the real danger lay in just how easily this new entity had slaughtered the Hydra. Even though Hyun-Sung knew the only reason it was so easy was because the Hydra was already weakened, Dave was still losing his mind with shock. Trust me, you'll be stunned too. Taking down a legendary rank Hydra in barely 10 minutes was an unbelievable feat. Honestly, even Hyun-Sung, the man who actually pulled off the hunt, was pretty surprised by his own insane speed. Dave stared anxiously into the distance, warning that the biggest issue right now was that the entity vanished instantly after the kill, leaving everyone completely blind to where or when it might suddenly strike next. The absolute worst-case scenario would be it turning its blades on humanity tomorrow. If that monster shows itself just one more time, America will instantly turn into a living hell. That bone-chilling warning about the mystery entity echoed heavily through the command room. Hyun-Sung just stood there, quietly listening with a completely straight, expressionless face, thinking to himself that he was right here and had absolutely no intention of turning America into a living hell. Holding a communicator, Dave explained that due to the massive energy shockwaves from the monster's skills, the surveillance cameras failed to capture any detailed footage. The only things visible on screen were blurry streaks of blue light slashing the Hydra, making it virtually impossible to identify who or what it actually was. Based on expert video analysis, the only thing they could confirm was that it was a humanoid monster. Dave continued his report, stating its height was between 122 and 152 centimeters. With a highly solemn expression, he looked straight at Hyun-Sung and announced that they would be maintaining a strict emergency standby status for now, asking for his continued cooperation. Hyun-Sung gave a firm nod, agreeing to cooperate. With that settled, the immediate crisis was managed easily enough since everyone was just sent back to their quarters. Fast forward 1 month later, and tension was brewing heavily back at the military base. Being stuck on standby for so long without any updates sparked a massive wave of frustration among the high-ranking players. Because these elite rankers were kept on standby for far too long, other dungeons all over the United States began showing highly threatening signs of imminent monster waves. Fierce monsters like orcs, mermen, and demons looked ready to break out and swarm the cities. With things hanging by a thread, the federal government was forced to dismiss the rankers and lift the emergency standby. Let's see how this unfolds. Dave turned to Hyun-Sung and suggested, "Since you are already in America, why not go on a little sightseeing tour?" Holding his teacup, Hyun-Sung raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Sightseeing?" He paused for a moment before declining, explaining he had no time for sightseeing. After taking a long break, he wanted to head straight back to South Korea and resume his active hunting duties. Seeing this, Dave quickly chimed in, claiming America had plenty of dungeons for him to clear, far more than back home. He flashed a confident grin, doing everything he could to persuade him. It was exactly what the Korean government had feared the United States was trying to keep him there. Even so, Hyun-Sung remained completely indifferent, politely stating there was really no reason for him to stay. Realizing he was not budging, Dave played his final trump card, promising to match the same tax-free policy he enjoyed back in Korea. His eyes turned sharp, emphasizing that the danger had not passed yet, and pleaded with Hyun-Sung to remain in the country just a bit longer. To sweeten the deal, Dave offered that the United States federal government would cover every single expense during his entire stay. When Hyun-Sung wondered if the Korean government would even allow this, Dave assured him they had already secured approval from Seoul. He reiterated that although the Hydra was gone, the threat of other monsters was still very much alive. Hyun-Sung gave a nod of approval, saying, "Then I will do that." But he did have one quick question, asking if he could bring his friend over to join him in America. Dave excitedly agreed on the spot. After all, getting both him and his friend was an absolute win for the country. He even promised that the federal government would fully cover all of his friend's living expenses as well. Touched by this warm hospitality, Hyun-Sung bowed slightly and thanked him for the generous offer. Dave laughed heartily, insisting that this level of treatment was the absolute bare minimum for someone who came to defend America. But behind that warm smile lay a hidden agenda. In a top-secret meeting, the president had given him direct orders, and trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are diving right back in as they try to keep him around at all costs. While Dave keeps playing the diplomat, Hyun-Sung is absolutely loving his current situation. He figures since he already planned to hunt in American dungeons anyway, this setup is a total win-win. His eyes gleam with determination as he plans to call Lucia over, aiming to clear out every single dungeon he hasn't conquered yet. Before long, a flight lands smoothly at the international airport. Hyun-Sung is already waiting in the arrivals lobby to greet his partner, and Lucia stands out immediately with her radiant blonde hair. She happily waves to her master the second she steps through security. Right after, they treat themselves to a massive dessert buffet loaded with mouth-watering cakes and fresh fruits. Watching Lucia stuff, her face with her cheeks completely puffed up, Hyun-Sung can't help but smile, fully enjoying his VIP treatment in the States. Talk about a dynamic duo that sticks together through thick and thin. Making the most of their American vacation, Hyun-Sung and Lucia casually stroll through the bustling streets of New York, visiting everything from the Statue of Liberty to iconic bridges. But pay attention here, because behind their casual tourist disguise, they are secretly raiding dungeons to level up. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials are noticing. Reports of these mysterious dungeon clears are constantly piling up under the calculating eyes of government leaders. Deep inside the dungeons, their sweeps are relentless, leaving hordes of monsters completely obliterated by the duo's sheer, overwhelming power. Meanwhile, back at the Korean Player Association headquarters, the atmosphere is tenser than ever. The red-haired director can't hide his impatience, slamming his desk and demanding why Hyun-Sung hasn't returned yet. He points out that Hyun-Sung has been living it up in America for over 3 months now. Under pressure from her boss, Juna coldly snaps back, asking how she could possibly know. But the red-haired director refuses to let her off the hook. He insists that she is the closest person to Hyun-Sung in the entire association, so if she doesn't know, nobody does. Juna sighs in frustration at this ridiculous logic. Just because they are close doesn't mean she tracks his every single move. Sensing her sharp attitude, he sighs helplessly and asks if she has at least tried calling him. When she nods, he immediately fires off more questions, demanding to know what he said and when he is coming home. Jun-ah relays that Hyun-Sung wants to take his sweet time sightseeing on this trip before finally coming back, and that everyone should stop worrying. This only makes the red-haired director lose his mind even more. What could he possibly be sightseeing for this long? What is there to even see in America? Jun-ah just shrugs indifferently. Sensing something is off, the boss narrows his eyes, suspiciously asking why her attitude has suddenly become so incredibly sharp and defensive. Even as Jun-ah denies it, the red-haired director keeps studying her facial expressions very closely. He pauses, then drops a sudden question that I know is going to make things incredibly awkward. He asks if she actually has special feelings for Choi Hyun-Sung. Instantly, her face turns bright red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She completely freezes, staring at him in sheer panic. Having her deepest secret exposed, she stammers out, asking what on earth he is talking about. The red-haired director smirks triumphantly, claiming he was right, and asking if she is just acting out of pure jealousy. Jun-ah quickly denies it, arguing that at her age, she is far too mature for silly jealousy. But he just laughs it off, claiming that human emotions are impossible to control before teasingly asking again if she is indeed jealous. Telling her not to be embarrassed, he philosophizes that the head and the heart are always at war with each other. Even when your brain says no, your heart does what it wants. Pushed too far by his teasing, Jun-ah screams that he has it all wrong. The director nods knowingly, finally understanding why she has been in such a terrible mood lately. Then, out of nowhere, he offers to step in and fix the situation for her. Even though Jun-ah keeps arguing, a strange curiosity starts bubbling up inside her. After a brief hesitation, she quietly asks how he actually plans to solve this mess. The red-haired director flashes a confident grin, claiming that the solution is actually incredibly simple. Seeing her clueless face, he issues a direct order for her to go as well. Honestly, he is a surprisingly thoughtful boss. To her shock, he tells her to pack her bags for America and track down Hyun-Sung in person. Absolutely dumbfounded, she asks him to confirm if she is really being sent all the way to America to see him. Once he nods in agreement, she still can't shake her confusion, quickly asking what she is supposed to do next once she finds him. The red-haired director warns her to absolutely never let it show that she is acting out of jealousy. She screams that that goes without saying, but still questions how following him around in America actually helps. He explains that the main mission is still to convince him to return to Korea, as he hands her a premium black card, telling her to enjoy a luxury vacation. Trust me, you and I need a boss like this. All right. You and I are diving into the craziest drama where this president insists they have the cash, so she shouldn't blame Hyun-Sung. Seeing Juna standing there completely stunned, the red-haired man advises her to let go of her frustration about not getting a warm welcome from the United States. He assumes she feels completely unappreciated for staying loyal to her country, so he eagerly promises her an incredible luxury vacation with an unlimited budget just to help her calm down. Faced with Juna's cold silence, the red-haired president grows desperate to win her over, promising there will be absolutely no discrimination from now on. He is even willing to beg the VIPs on his knees just to secure the unofficial dungeon ownership rights for her. Now, pay attention here, he promises her the exact same perks as Hyun-Sung, hoping she will stop being jealous and get along with him. Feeling deeply insulted by this pathetic and ridiculous misunderstanding, Shin-Juna grits her teeth and unleashes a massive punch, sending the red-haired president crashing straight to the floor. She cold-heartedly walks away, cursing herself for being foolish enough to trust him and let him spin her around like a toy. Meanwhile, the red-haired president lies on the ground, groaning in absolute agony. Yet, he still foolishly believes he got hit because he did not treat her better much sooner. It is absolutely unbelievable that she actually thought that pathetic guy was ever reliable. Dragging her suitcase through the airport, Shin Juna mutters in deep regret, seriously wishing she could go back and punch him again for his stupid words. She wonders how a guy like that ever managed to get married. Later that night in America, Hyun-Sung is walking with Lucia when he suddenly stops and stares at his phone. Huh? Lucia asks curiously. What is wrong? The master replies that Juna just sent a message saying she is heading over right now. Lucia notes that the association is acting pretty aggressively, probably because they are getting extremely anxious about his recent movements. Hyun-Sung chuckles softly. Since they are so desperate, he decides that once Juna arrives, they will both head straight back to Korea. But Lucia quickly reminds him that doing this will consume a massive number of long-range teleportation scrolls. Okay, I know what you are thinking, but Hyun-Sung shrugs it off, admitting he easily handles it since he regularly teleports back and forth anyway. He then checks Juna's flight schedule and sees that she is set to land at 10 a.m. tomorrow local time. He plans to head to the airport right after breakfast. Hearing this, Lucia asks to return to her room to prepare for the meeting. Hyun-Sung nods, telling her he will see her later. The next morning, the sharp clicking of heels echoes through the international airport, signaling Shin Juna's arrival. The moment she spots his familiar figure, she happily calls out his name. Hyun-Sung and Lucia walk over to greet her. He smiles, thanking her for the long journey and asking what brought her here. Shin Juna grins and reveals that she came all this way solely for him, before curiously asking when he plans to return home. Hyun-Sung scratches his head, admitting that life in America is so comfortable that he is not sure yet. Yuna casually replies that staying longer is perfectly fine. In fact, she boldly declares that she will stay right here until he goes back. Lucia stands by in utter shock, while Hyun-Sung asks her why in total confusion. Juna locks eyes with him, giving him a sharp look as she asks if there is any reason why she should not stay. Hyun-Sung quickly waves his hands to deny it, which satisfies Juna as she proudly declares that everything is settled then. Seriously, is this girl always this brutally honest and direct? Excitedly, Juna suggests they go sightseeing since she is officially on vacation, but when she asks if he has found a place to stay, Hyun-Sung instantly starts sweating bullets. Juna happily reveals she already booked a room at his exact hotel. Seeing no way out, Hyun-Sung can only agree and invite her along. Hyun-Sung offers to help with her bags, but Lucia instantly steps in and firmly insists that she will handle the heavy lifting. Sparks of tension ignite as their eyes lock. Juna quietly utters Lucia's name, then offers a tight smile, thanking her for being so persistent. Lucia coldly replies that it is no trouble at all, yet sparks are practically flying between them. Standing right in the middle of these two women, Hyun-Sung can clearly feel a terrifying, suffocating silence beginning to completely take over the room. Sweating nervously, he tries his best to break the heavy tension with an awkward, forced laugh. He quickly urges them to get moving, thinking to himself that even fighting high-level monsters is nowhere near this stressful and terrifying. Back at the hotel, Lucia excuses herself to rest. Hyun-Sung turns to Juna and tells her to get some rest as well, saying he will also head to his room and meet her later. Hearing this, Juna looks completely shocked. She hesitates, asking if he and Lucia are actually staying in completely separate rooms. Hyun-Sung casually explains that since the United States government is footing the entire bill, there is no reason for them to share a cramped space. He adds that even without their sponsorship, paying for extra rooms is absolutely not something he ever needs to worry about. Juna looks down slightly, clearly feeling a massive weight lifted off her chest upon realizing they are not sleeping in the same room. She recovers, asking him to show her around later. That is where we leave things, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to join Choi Hyun-Sung as he happily agrees to meet Shin Juna for lunch to explore the city's best eats, leaving her smiling with pure excitement. That scowl she always wore back in Korea is completely gone. But her sudden arrival in America has already caught the attention of some very mysterious and powerful forces. Inside a quiet, private office, a powerful man taps his desk, muttering Shin Juna's name. His subordinate confirms that she has indeed arrived in America, and was already spotted contacting Choi Hyun-Sung right at the airport. He further reports that since she booked a room right next to Hyun-Sung, it looks like they plan on staying together for a very long time. The lackey then suggests whether they should try recruiting Shin Juna to their side as well. But the bald, powerful boss instantly shuts down the idea. He knows Juna's patriotism is incredibly fierce, and reminds him that every single attempt to recruit her in the past has ended in absolute failure. He is absolutely sure that even if they try again, a fiercely unwavering person like her will never break. The subordinate asks, "So what do you plan to do?" The bald boss calmly replies, "For now, just let Choi Hyun-Sung head back to South Korea. After all, we have no reason to keep him here since there are no more legendary monsters left to fight." The subordinate asks if that is really safe, suggesting that if they pressure the South Korean government, they might be able to force him to extend his stay in America. But the high-ranking official immediately brushes it off, saying it is not necessary. Pay attention to this part. He explains that Choi Hyun-Sung is not rigid like Shin Juna, and already seems to have a very positive impression of America. The official believes that if they continue using different excuses to invite him and gain his favor, getting him to fully settle down in the United States is definitely not impossible. There is no need for force, which would only leave a terrible impression of their nation. After his assistant nods in agreement, the official orders the absolute best treatment and top-tier accommodations to be prepared for both Choi Hyun-Sung and Shin Juna. Though winning them over will be tough, he knows courting high-caliber players of their tier is completely worth it. After all, America has always recruited top-tier talents from all over the world. Suddenly, the door bursts open as a red-haired soldier runs in panicking, shouting, "Sir, we have a massive crisis." With his face pale from absolute terror, he yells. At the dimensional gate where the Hydra once emerged, another entity suspected to be a legendary tier monster has just appeared. The official gasps in shock. What? From the deep shadows of the portal, a pair of glowing red eyes gleam with pure malice. A colossal beast covered in crimson scales steps out, slamming its razor-sharp claws onto the ground and sending terrifying shockwaves everywhere. The giant red dragon throws its head back and unleashes a deafening shriek, signaling the start of a horrific catastrophe. Instantly, the American military responds, launching a massive wave of missiles directly at the beast. But the beast does not even flinch. It opens its jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth, breathing out a massive pillar of fire that incinerates everything in its path. I know what you are thinking, but check this out. Violent, earth-shaking explosions rock the sky as the missiles collide with the dragon's breath. Yet those impenetrable red scales do not have a single scratch. Nothing can stop this monster's overwhelming power. It roars with absolute fury, charging up a massive fireball inside its throat as its eyes gleam with killer intent. Its savage face sneers as it glares down at the humans like helpless prey. In an instant, absolute devastation rains down on the peaceful neighborhood below. Desperate screams echo through the crowded streets as people begin trampling over one another to escape with their lives. A man screams in panic for everyone to run, but right behind them, the red dragon glides past, leaving a sea of flames that burns every building to ashes. Over at the command center, keyboards clatter rapidly under an atmosphere of overwhelming tension. An officer demands to know, what is the red dragon's current trajectory? A subordinate quickly reports. Right now, it is flying straight towards Seattle and is completely incinerating every single town it passes through. The grim-faced commander grits his teeth. Is our heavy military defense seriously not working? It seems we are failing to deal any real damage to it. Frustrated, he curses under his breath and immediately commands, what is the status of our player mobilization? The deployment is happening at breakneck speed. Luckily, before the Red Dragon can even reach Seattle, the entire player task force has already locked down their combat positions. Fortunately, the monster's flying speed is not too fast. This is a tiny ray of hope in this desperate crisis. If it possessed lightning speed on top of that power, all of America would be ashes already. When asked about Choi Hyun-Sung, the assistant reports that he is currently aboard a fighter jet rushing directly to the scene. Shin Juna has also volunteered to join the fight and is on her way. Back at command, the official nervously prays for the mission's success. Helicopters roar across the burning skies as ground troops frantically prepare. Meanwhile, both Choi Hyun-Sung and Shin Juna have finally arrived at the battlefield. Their eyes lock on the dragon. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what is coming. Alright, you and I are about to watch these heroes face a dragon that might have slain the Hydra if it is mythical grade. They are doomed. Thankfully, the latest intel confirms this terrifying beast is only at the legendary grade. During the brief tactical meeting, the commander warns that aerial combat is a complete suicide mission. Their plan is simple: focus all firepower directly on its wings to force the giant beast down. But when a soldier asks about a backup plan, the commander states they must lure it down at all costs. They can only pray their taunt skills work, because a ground battle is their only hope of survival. Heavy armor vanguard units grip their massive weapons tightly, bracing themselves to face certain death. Standing deep within the ranks, Hyun-Sung watches the unfolding situation with a tense, worried expression. The military immediately begins a relentless bombardment, but their heavy artillery fails to leave even a single scratch on those incredibly tough scales. With the order for a total offensive issued, all mages and archers scramble into position to launch their interception. Gauging the creature's massive aura, Huidong realizes this dragon is on a whole different level compared to the Imugi or their past chieftain. A devastating rain of magical energy pours down, triggering earth-shattering explosions all over the red dragon's massive body. Spotting a brief opening, the commander roars, signaling his troops to unleash their final, decisive strike. But the red dragon suddenly roars in absolute fury, its glowing eyes locking onto the tiny humans as if it finally spotted its true enemy. Faced with this overwhelming power, the warriors scream in utter despair. Cursing under their breath, they desperately try to activate their defensive skills, but it is already too late. A massive, roaring pillar of fire sweeps across the battlefield, engulfing the entire defensive line in a raging sea of flames. The red dragon finally lands on the ground, but the situation is grim as the beast remains completely unstoppable among the surrounding players. One warrior grits his teeth and curses. Damn it. He realizes with absolute horror that despite their best efforts, the monster's wings are perfectly intact, without a single scratch on them. The beast lets out a menacing roar before breathing another colossal torrent of fire, turning everything in its path to ash. Back at headquarters, the bald official's face is twisted in pure anxiety as he demands to know the body count after that devastating blast. His assistant trembles as he checks his tablet, completely stunned as he stammers out the unbelievable news. Every single player is still safe and sound. Unable to believe his own ears, the official yells in shock, "What?" It is unbelievably strange that nobody got hurt. The subordinate quickly reports that the beast is dropping its altitude to prep for another sweeping attack. Without hesitation, a decisive command is given to launch an all-out attack. The army charges right into the blazing sea of fire as the top players mobilize together. Joseph swings his massive sword with incredible force, while Choi Hyun-Sung and Shin Juna channel their strongest skills directly at the giant monster. The dragon spreads its colossal wings, radiating a crushing pressure that forces the terrified players below to look up in sheer anxiety. At headquarters, the assistant declares once more in complete amazement that every single player has somehow survived unharmed. How on earth are they dodging so well? Well, pay attention here, because the snarling beast is unleashing an aura so heavy the air literally freezes. Faced with its terrifying presence, the bald official does not hesitate for a second and roars. Launch a full-scale offensive. Instantly, the fiery battlefield echoes with the dragon's shrieks as the hunters charge forward in a frenzy, screaming, "Kill it!" Their sharp blades strike repeatedly against the glowing red scales, but it only generates harmless sparks without leaving a single scratch. A heavily muscled warrior grits his teeth in frustration. How is this thing so damn hard? They cannot pierce that glowing red barrier. In the midst of this deadlock, Shin Juna suddenly charges forward at blinding speed. She leaps high to build momentum and delivers a powerful spear thrust, triggering a massive energy explosion right against the dragon's body. Juna is not the only one fighting. Choi Hyun-Sung also enters the fray. Wielding a purple lightning sword overflowing with murderous intent, he plunges downward like a flash of lightning, delivering an earth-shattering lightning strike that completely bathes the entire area in a brilliant purple light. But as we both see the giant beast remain totally unharmed, Hyun-Sung mutters in absolute shock. Is our attack really doing nothing? The brutal battle rages on relentlessly for 9 long hours, leaving behind a devastated wasteland as the morning sun slowly begins to rise. The heavily armored vanguard collapsed to the ground, completely unable to resist the dragon's overwhelming and absolute power. Witnessing this horrific nightmare, the bald official grits his teeth in pure helplessness. Damn it! The moment he receives confirmation that the evacuation of Sit City and the surrounding areas is complete, he immediately issues an order. All forces retreat. Looking at his exhausted players, he declares that continuing this fight is nothing but suicide. Staying to confront the beast while completely drained will only lead to their pointless deaths. Shortly after, during a tactical meeting, the sleeping dragon is displayed on screen. Trust me, you and I are about to find out what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to check out a monster that is built purely for absolute, extreme defense. This shocking revelation immediately sends a wave of whispers through the meeting hall. When the bald official demands a more detailed explanation, the expert confirms that the dragon's entire, massive reserve of mana is being channeled purely into its defense. And its offensive power? While its dragon breath is its only ranged weapon, its destructive power is surprisingly disappointing. The analyst explains that while it is a major threat to ordinary people, high-tier players will only find this attack on par with a standard rare-grade monster skill. But he issues a stern warning about its terrifying physical strength, explaining that the real threat is the sheer impact force generated by its colossal body. Continuing his breakdown, he notes that despite this horrifying raw power, the red dragon's overall speed is only rated on par with a hero-grade monster. While this presents a massive threat to high-defense tanks relying purely on physical stats, agile melee assassins with exceptionally high-speed stats should easily be able to dodge its attacks. The expert with glasses adds that a heavy assassin lineup could minimize overall player casualties as much as possible. Faced with this theoretical strategy, Choi Hyun-Sung voices concern that their overall firepower will drop significantly. He suggests a wild alternative, having the agile melee assassins carry mages and archers directly on their backs to battle. As the assassins handle all the dodging, the long-range attackers can concentrate entirely on unleashing their fire. Once the mages run out of mana, the assassins can move in for the kill. The bald official nods in deep appreciation. Now watch closely here, another player is still highly skeptical, doubting if that strategy can even pierce the red dragon's skin. If they fail to break through, the team will suffer devastating losses. On the massive screen, footage of the terrifying explosions on the dragon's body plays yet again. Shin Yuna quietly admits that although she has faced many high-defense monsters, the red dragon is a uniquely monstrous first for her. Hyun-Sung nods in agreement with her. Meanwhile, another veteran analyst points out that the real key lies in the red aura swirling around the dragon. Only by neutralizing it can they hope to deal any damage. But right now, doing that seems completely impossible. Back at the hotel after nightfall, Yuna turns to Hyun-Sung and advises him to head back to South Korea as soon as possible. She realizes that neither of them can contribute much to this raid, since the target's power is simply too overwhelming. Hyun-Sung just smiles softly, replying that he will try to push a bit more. If it really is impossible, he will return with her. Hearing this, Yuna sighs in relief and promises to notify the Korean Player Association about his upcoming return. She finally managed to persuade him to go back, mission accomplished. After bidding Yuna goodbye, Hyun-Sung heads back to his room, deep in thought. I know what you're thinking, but he knows a legendary dragon-class beast like this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance he absolutely cannot afford to miss. Lying on his bed, he frantically scrolls through the system shop items, searching for any viable solution. Suddenly, his eyes widen in complete shock at a bizarre item that pops up on his screen. It's a rare-grade item listed as a special Drake snack, but the price tag is a staggering 10 million points. According to the description, this highly nutritious food made from monster carcasses and magic stones is something dragons absolutely love. Stunned, Hyun-Sung mumbles to himself in pure disbelief. A special snack? Really? He can't even scratch the dragon, so why on earth would he buy a treat to feed the enemy? Sitting on his bed, Hyun-Sung stares intensely at the system screen detailing this bizarre Drake snack. He thinks to himself, he figured the system only sold monster eggs, but it actually stocks junk food too. Skimming through the item's review section, he notices a weird detail where users complain that monsters sometimes choke because they try to swallow the massive snack hole. A wild idea suddenly flashes in his mind. Choking on it, huh? If he plans this out carefully, it might actually work. With a look of sheer determination, he decides to buy it. Might as well give it a shot. The moment he confirms the purchase, a system notification pops up, congratulating him on acquiring the rare Drake snack. A colossal slab of heavily marbled meat suddenly spawns right in the middle of his room, making Hyun-Sung gasp in awe at its massive size as he gears up in his combat armor. He starts to worry if this size is still too small compared to a towering red dragon. It is huge to him, but for a dragon, is it just a single bite? Either way, he decides to take action and test it out first. Over in the distant mountains, the United States military begins a massive missile bombardment, triggering earth-shattering explosions that shake the entire area. Watching the terrifyingly overwhelming firepower of this global superpower from afar, Hyun-Sung can't help but feel impressed. The American army is truly formidable. He then stretches his hand forward, opening a pitch-black spatial vortex to pull the giant bait right out of his inventory. And that's where we leave it as the heavy meat drops right into the dusty war zone. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an epic dragon raid. Hyun-Sung watches warily, ready for his next move, as the massive red dragon catches a delicious scent and freezes. Its fiery eyes scan the area, desperately searching for the source of that enticing aroma. Letting out an excited roar, the beast begins to march forward, its heavy footsteps literally shaking the entire ground. Watching the beast fall for his trap, Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, tracking its every movement while thinking, "Go ahead and eat up, buddy, but prepare to choke." Even with the thick stench of gunpowder from the recent airstrikes, the red dragon easily sniffs out the mouth-watering scent of the bait. It slowly edges closer, shaking the earth with every heavy step. Watching from a safe distance, our hero smirks. Perfect, time to see if this works. He raises his hand to signal, and instantly, a massive, glowing piece of meat appears. Without hesitation, Hyun-Sung plunges his sword deep into the meat, channeling a surge of bright purple magic through every single fiber. He lets out a scheming smile, feeling the magical transformation take place inside the bait. System alerts chime continuously as the chunk of meat begins to shrink and violently shake, as if building up a massive concentration of raw energy. Watching anxiously, he hopes it gets stuck in the right place. Trust me, if the dragon actually swallows this, Hyun-Sung's reaction is going to be hilarious. The bait rolls across the dirt, heading straight toward the resting red dragon. Sensing the strange object approaching, the beast growls and snaps its fiery eyes open in high alert, locking its gaze onto the rolling treat. Unable to resist the mesmerizing scent, it immediately opens its massive jaws wide to swallow this heavenly gift in one single bite. The red dragon spreads its giant wings, unleashing a terrifying pressure that makes the very sky tremble. Hyun-Sung holds his breath, wondering if they succeeded. Suddenly, the dragon collapses, letting out a menacing low growl from deep within its throat. Assessing the situation, Hyun-Sung mutters to himself, "Perfect. Now it is time to join the execution squad. The thunderous roar of helicopters fills the sky as backup forces finally begin landing on the chaotic battlefield. On the ground, tank-class players with massive shields lock their defense lines. A bald commander barks out orders to prepare for battle. Instantly, a barrage of missiles fires off, creating earth-shattering explosions directly on the Red Dragon's massive body. Under the relentless aerial bombardment, the giant beast gets blasted backward and crashes hard onto the ground. Behind them, mages activate their glowing magic circles, screaming to attack. In the middle of the chaos, the colossal dragon looms over the tiny players. Hyun-Sung watches the ongoing clash closely, quietly wondering when his signal will finally arrive. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, catching him off guard. It's the best news possible. His unique, legendary-grade dragon blood sword has officially leveled up. Staring at the weapon lodged deep in the beast's vital spot, he feels satisfied that it penetrated so deeply. And yes, you and I can celebrate because the plan actually worked. The sword he hid inside the bait is now wedged deep in the dragon's throat. Hyun-Sung reminds himself to closely monitor the battle as the maddened dragon wildly thrashes against the attacks coming from all sides. The bald commander keeps pushing his troops, screaming for more firepower because their attacks are working. By now, the mages are gasping for air, completely drained of mana after maintaining their spells for so long. Sensing the immediate danger, he immediately orders the mages to retreat, letting only the melee assassins move in for the strike. Right on cue, a flurry of powerful blows rains down, aiming directly at the Red Dragon's head. 10 days drag on, and the intense battle shows no sign of stopping, leaving the frontline tanks completely exhausted. Even though they keep swapping squads to maintain a non-stop offensive, actually taking down this legendary monster remains a massive, exhausting challenge. Hyun-Sung scans the brutal battlefield, confidently realizing that the climax of this raid is finally drawing near. Just then, a sudden system chime rings out, making him freeze in surprise as the status window reveals his soul-bound dragon blood sword has successfully upgraded. However, he clicks his tongue in disappointment, realizing it still hasn't reached the mythic rank he wanted. He figures that makes sense, given the weapon has only absorbed the blood of 2 legendary-grade dragon species so far. Suddenly, a major breakthrough happens on the field as the dragon's seemingly impenetrable defense starts to show visible cracks. An excited cheer erupts from the raid party. Their relentless onslaught is actually working. Continuous, earth-shaking explosions rip through the red dragon's body, leaving it writhing in pure agony. The massive beast throws its head back, roaring in agony under the devastating rain of non-stop firepower. Amidst the burning sky, a massive portal of energy suddenly rips open, revealing Joseph diving down from above at absolute terminal velocity. His eyes blaze with pure madness, his face twisted in absolute ecstasy as he spots the enemy's fatal opening. Unleashing his full power, Joseph strikes, slamming a blazing blow onto the red dragon's head and creating a massive pillar of fire that completely engulfs the beast in destructive energy. Struck directly while engulfed in flames, the dragon roars in absolute agony. And trust me, you and I are about to see a wild finish. Alright, stick with me because Joseph is channeling all his power for this one final epic strike. Seeing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the commander screams at the top of his lungs, ordering the entire army to attack now. A barrage of dazzling magic skills rains down all at once, creating massive, earth-shattering explosions that completely swallow the beast. Under that absolute, crushing pressure, the giant body of the red dragon begins to disintegrate in a series of massive explosions. Cheers echo across the entire battlefield as the hunters and soldiers explode in excitement, shouting, "We actually did it! We took it down!" They hug each other, celebrating a massive, hard-fought victory after surviving hours of pure, life-or-death combat. But right in the middle of the celebrations, a strange purple smoke suddenly starts rising from the scene. Watching them coldly from a distance, Choi Hyun-Sung looks at the celebrating crowd and lets out a soft, mocking laugh. He silently mocks them, calling them fools. Knowing the trap he set, he laughs, "Told you not to eat random things." Right then, a skill book glowing with a mysterious purple light drops heavily onto the ground. The bald official walks over slowly, his greedy eyes locked onto the newly dropped skill book. All the players nearby start whispering excitedly, wondering just how many legendary items this massive dragon dropped. Everyone expects at least 3 or 4. Even Joseph is full of hope, praying to get that legendary red aura skill. Now watch closely. The official bends down to pick up the book, but the moment he reads the description, he grits his teeth and snaps, "Damn it." Seeing his bizarre reaction, his panicked subordinates quickly ask, "What is wrong, sir?" The official's face goes completely dark, showing sheer utter shock before the bald official, William, roars out in absolute rage. Screaming, "What on earth is this?" He furiously hurls the skill book he just picked up right at Joseph. Joseph catches it easily but looks completely baffled, asking, "William, what is wrong with you?" But the second his eyes land on the cover, Joseph's face goes pale as he mutters, "Are you insane?" A blond, bearded man wearing a bright red cloak walks over slowly, looking utterly confused by why everyone is losing their minds. He asks what is going on, as the surrounding crowd murmurs, trying to figure out why the big bosses are so angry. The crowd quickly gathers to inspect the single, lonely loot item dropped by the Red Dragon. The blond man grabs the book and completely freezes in shock. Disappointed whispers immediately ripple through the crowd. An Iron Tier skill book, seriously? One team member loses his temper and screams, "Isn't this just a rare tier book worth a measly $300,000? They frantically search to see if any other items dropped, but they are only met with a bitter, silent headshake. There is literally only this single item. The entire place explodes in furious curses over this pathetic outcome of a legendary dragon raid. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-Sung quietly looks down at the sword in his hand, a smug, satisfied smirk playing on his face. "It looks like my sword successfully drained every single drop of blood. The entire essence and blood of the Red Dragon were completely devoured by his dragon blood sword. Turns out his own weapon is the master thief behind this heist. And check this out. System notifications pop up, confirming his dragon blood sword has officially reached a legendary tier with insane stats, boosting his attack power and healing speed to crazy levels whenever he absorbs any kind of dragon blood. Best of all, 2 brand new legendary skills, Dragon Blood Claws and Dragon Blood Armor, are unlocked at the exact same time. Hyun-Sung flashes a satisfied, icy smile, whispering to himself, "Well, look at that, even more overpowered skills for me." He whispers, "Thanks, Red Dragon." Right after this massive victory, a formal award ceremony is held in their honor. Dressed in elegant suits, Choi Hyun-Sung and Shin Juna stand proudly to receive medals of honor for their heroic contributions to the United States. While the crowd erupts in non-stop applause, the duo wraps up the paperwork as fast as possible. Hyun-Sung and Lucia waste no time, quickly catching a flight back to South Korea's international airport to head home. He waves goodbye to Shin Juna with a smile, before heading back to his luxurious villa with Lucia as night falls. Returning home after a grueling campaign in America, there is truly no better feeling than being back in your own beloved country. Hyun-Sung enjoys a warm, delicious meal with his family and Lucia. Laughter fills the room as they chat, completely forgetting about the life-or-death battles they just fought. Meanwhile, inside the Player Association headquarters, a stern-faced official is aggressively questioning the staff. Demanding to know why Choi Hyun-Sung is not hunting, Association President Kang Sun-young calmly replies, "I have no idea. Maybe he is just taking some time to recharge after working so hard over in America?" When asked about Shin Juna, he mentions that she is practically living inside dungeons to train her skills. Furious that both of them vanished without showing their faces or even greeting him, the official deeply resents their sheer arrogance, cursing their attitude. "Trust me, a major storm is definitely brewing here," but Kang Sun-young stands firm. "Right off the bat, you and I are seeing a president defend his players' ultimate freedom." He makes it clear that even as association president, he cannot just order these players around like pawns. Refusing to back down, the power-tripping official growls a reminder about his upcoming promotion to minister to apply pressure. This arrogant politician smugly claims he is practically already minister, making him the boss here. He barks, "Is that really all you can say?" Lee Jongman slams his hands down, glaring. "When a superior points out a mistake, you should apologize and promise to fix it. Why are you spitting out these pathetic excuses at me?" He gets even bolder seeing the quiet response. "What is with that look on your face right now? Are you saying my words annoy you?" The two of them clash, neither side backing down. Kang San-yang looks at the clown before him with pure disgust, wondering how on earth the government appointed someone this incompetent. He coldly replies, "Candidate Lee Jongman, the association and its players do not have a master and servant relationship. Even with a contract, we have absolutely no authority to force them to step inside a dungeon." This response makes Lee Jongman explode. Then why the hell are we paying them massive salaries and bonuses? Now pay attention to his calm logic here. These players are the first line of defense during actual emergencies. They are basically on constant standby for our survival. But the politician refuses to listen, arrogantly arguing that a simple order should be more than enough. Slapping the table, he yells that the association is a massive deficit, wasting tax money. Kang San-yang's eyes turn ice cold at the blatant insult. He spits back with steel in his voice. "Wasting tax money? You are crossing the line now." That comment pours gasoline on the fire. Lee Dongman glares with pure malice. "What? What did you just say to me?" Furious that a subordinate is talking back, he loses his mind. But Kang San-yang stands his ground. The association has never wasted a single cent. Then, he drops a cold, direct challenge. "If you are so worried, run an audit once you actually become minister." The politician closes his eyes, trying to play it cool. "Fine. Let us drop that for now." But his voice turns incredibly nasty a second later. But players taking massive salaries just to party is a total neglect of duty. You need to discipline them right away. We can feel the absolute rage he's holding back as he mutters, "I will try." But the politician is not done yet. He demands that for his big inauguration ceremony, Hyun-Sung and every single player from the legendary Red Team must attend. Once again, the president is forced to give a reluctant nod. Lee Dongman turns and struts away, his loud footsteps echoing with pure arrogance now that he got his way. He sneers to himself, how did such a useless loser become president of the association? When the boss speaks, all he needs to say is yes, minister, and shut his mouth. Behind him, Kang Sanyang stands in silent, dark fury as the door slams shut, ending their toxic conversation. A few days later, a fresh crisis hits headquarters. The president furiously demands to know why their quarterly budget was suddenly slashed. The voice on the line calmly claims the government is facing a massive cash deficit. This ridiculous excuse makes him scream, "Are you kidding me? How can a massive national budget just run dry?" He yells that these vital funds were already approved and locked in last year, but they insist it is not a cut, just a delay because of a temporary cash flow issue, pushing him over the edge. Kang Sanyang roars into the receiver. Who is going to believe that garbage? Deficit my foot. They are clearly targeting him. He looks down at his screen, seeing a missed call from Lee Dongman, and curses that lunatic. Right then, a sudden knock on the door cuts his fury short. His secretary rushes in looking absolutely pale, saying, "President, there is something you need to see immediately." She shows him a viral video currently blowing up online with a brutal title, "The Corruption of the Player Association." Meanwhile, deep inside a dark dungeon, the corpses of fallen monsters litter the wet stone ground. But a brand new army of beasts with glowing blue eyes keeps flooding in. Hyun-Sung just sighs and tells Lucia, "Let us finish here and head to Canada." Lucia smiles and nods, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a giant beast roars and lunges forward, but Lucia quickly raises her massive shield to block the strike. These weak beasts are no match for them, and you and I are about to watch them get absolutely wrecked. Alright, you and I are diving right into the action as he leaps high, raining down brutal strikes that trigger earth-shattering explosions. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, granting him a legendary achievement for single-handedly taking down 10,000 high-tier beasts. He earns the powerful title of Legendary Slayer as a reward. Immediately, Hui-sung reports the achievement to his partner. "Lucia, my achievement is complete." She softly replies that her task is also fully wrapped up. After leaving the dungeon and returning to the city, Hui-sung suddenly freezes while staring at his phone. Seeing her master's unusual expression, Lucia asks with deep worry, "Is something wrong, master?" In a heavy voice, Hui-sung tells her that members of the execution squad are asking if they can cancel their contracts with the association. Lucia wonders if they feel abandoned by the organization, which might have driven them to make such a drastic decision. He reflects on how the association had indeed neglected them for a very long time. Even though everyone is growing stronger at a rapid pace, Hui-sung knows there must be another reason behind all this sudden unrest. Lost in thought, he makes a decision. He needs to head back to South Korea to see what is going on. The moment he lands back in the country, he visits an appliance store and is completely shocked by what the manager tells him. Wait, the funding was cut over 4 months ago? Watch closely as Hui-sung checks his account, clicking his tongue as he realizes things are worse than imagined. Even my basic association salary has not been paid for the last 2 months? He immediately dials Shin Juna to get some answers. On the other end, Juna picks up looking completely exhausted. "Hello, this is Choi Hui-sung." Hearing his voice, she smiles with relief. "Ah, Mr. Hui-sung," but he gets straight to the point. "I still haven't received my salary for the last 2 months. Juna sighs, admitting they are facing some major headaches. Confused, he asks her what is happening. She hesitates, explaining that it is difficult to discuss over the phone. "I think we should meet in person to talk." Wanting to clear up what went down while he was gone, he quickly agrees. "Let us do that then." A bit later at a cafe, Hui-sung smiles and greets her, saying it has been a while. Juna nods politely in return. Hui-sung cannot hide his confusion about the chaotic situation they are in. Why did everything suddenly fall apart like this? The execution squad members say their salaries are 4 months behind, and all support has been cut. Juna lets out a helpless sigh and asks him, "You know the government just changed, right?" Hui-sung confirms, "Of course I do. I even voted in that election." Now, I know what you are thinking. But Juna reveals the real motive here. The new government wants to downsize the player association. Stunned, Hui-sung asks what that actually means. Juna explains that government support has been slashed so heavily that the association can barely even function on its current scale. She mentions that at first, they thought this was just the tyranny of the new minister, Lee Jong-man. But that is not the case. The government is applying pressure on the association from every single angle. They are cutting budgets, conducting endless audits, and letting the media launch relentless daily smear campaigns against them. Who knows what they want? Maybe to dissolve the association completely, Hui-sung says angrily. No way. Is the government completely insane? Junah looks at him and confirms they are attacking with a very clear goal. When he asks about their objective, she reveals it is to shrink the association and force all their elite talent out. Hui-sung is completely flabbergasted. What? Doing that on purpose is not just crazy, it is pure madness. Junah points out that there seem to be shady, illegal deals happening behind closed doors between the current government and major corporations. When asked who benefits the most if the association crumbles, Hui-sung immediately guesses it must be the large guilds. Junah nods, leading him to remark that this is basically privatizing a public institution right under everyone's noses. And with privatization, the masterminds must have deep connections to the government, right? She completely agrees with his theory, but Hui-sung still cannot understand why the public is letting this happen. When he asks about the opposition party, Junah explains that public opinion is deeply split. While some citizens see right through the government schemes and are protesting fiercely, the voice demanding a massive reform of the association is also incredibly loud. Hui-sung lets out a very tired sigh as Junah explains how the media has manipulated the public, turning the association into the ultimate villain and giving the reform movement massive leverage. As for the opposition parties, Junah reveals they have slowly gone quiet after their initial loud protests, likely because they received some sweet backroom deals of their own. She adds that the public already had negative feelings after all the collateral damage from the raid, and a huge chunk of the population still hates players anyway, because they view them as a privileged class. Walking slowly down the street, Hui-sung freezes as a wild thought strikes him. Hold on, does he even need to save them? And that is where we leave it, with his dark smirk saying everything. Alright, you and I are diving into one of the boldest moves in Manhwa history. As our main character mutters about devouring and privatizing the entire association, he confidently confirms on the phone, "Yes, I can provide full support." The main character smiles back. "Got it. I will call you back once it is done." The late-night call ends, and he kicks his feet up on his desk, lost in deep, calculating thoughts in his private office. He wonders whether massive funding from China or the financial power of the major domestic corporations is the better option for him to focus on right now. He figures that even if the domestic conglomerates give it everything they have, they will struggle to compete. Right then, his phone starts buzzing frantically. It is Shin Junah, calling him with a completely panicked voice. "Mr. Hyun-Sung, you said before that you completely understood the tough situation the association is in. Why are you suddenly demanding to cancel the contract?" Shin Junah is deeply disappointed by his actions. Hyun-Sung calmly replies that while he indeed understands, he cannot just keep waiting around forever in vain. As Shin Junah hesitates, he brings up the fresh intel he gathered about the Spacegate Management Ministry, putting immense pressure on him. Not only that, he also knows that Shin Junah is their main target right now. Shin Junah admits that besides the relentless attacks, she has received countless lucrative scouting offers trying to lure her away. Hyun-Sung is sure she rejected them all, and Shin Junah clenches her fist, confirming it with pure determination. "Of course I did. They are the ones who pushed our association to the brink. How could I ever submit to them?" Our main character slowly walks over to the window and asks in a low voice, "You want revenge, do you not?" Shin Junah immediately confirms her thirst for revenge. Now, watch closely, because with a calculating smirk, he reveals he has a way to make those bastards truly suffer. Trust me, they are not ready for this. This shocking revelation leaves Shin Junah completely stunned, and she asks again just to make sure. Our main character coldly sets his condition. "Before that, I have a proposal for you." Hearing the word proposal, Shin Junah asks curiously, "A proposal? Go ahead, say it." He does not beat around the bush and gets straight to the point. "If I start a guild, would you join me?" He has finally decided to build his own guild, just like his wild plan from before. This sudden invitation leaves Shin Junah speechless. Shocked, she gasps out, "What?" Still unable to believe her ears, she presses for answers. "What did you just say? Are you really starting a guild, Mr. Hyun-Sung?" After receiving his firm confirmation, "Yes, I plan to." Her gaze turns thoughtful as she firmly declares she has absolutely no intention of leaving the Players Association. Seeing this, our main character gently asks if patriotism is what is holding her back. She explains that is not the only reason. She sincerely says, "I really appreciate the offer, but I cannot just abandon my comrades and leave on my own." Carrying such a heavy burden, she states she will not stand by and let the association collapse so easily. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung flashes a mysterious smile. "Then just have everyone move over to my side. That way, the association just changes its owner." Pretty crazy, right? While Shin Junah stands there completely frozen in shock, he laughs and explains, "I mean, bring everyone. Even Association President Kang Sanyi. It would be great if he joined too." Shin Junah finally realizes the sheer scale of his massive ambition. She mutters, "I get your point, but I will not leave behind a single player from the association. Our main character immediately offers an even wilder solution. Then just bring every single player from the association over to my side. She replies that doing so is nowhere near as simple as he makes it sound. She demands, "Do you even know how many players are currently in the association?" She points out that even excluding those on active duty, the total number is still over 5,000 people. For some quick context, the massive guilds run by giant conglomerates usually only have about 450 players per guild, while our association has over 10 times that massive amount. Shin Juna argues that getting thousands of players to unite, pool their own private funds, and establish a cooperative-style guild is practically impossible in the real world. Facing her heavy skepticism, our main character just flashes a highly confident smile. "I never intended to start a cooperative-style guild." This reply leaves Shin Juna utterly stunned. "What? What do you mean by that?" Hyun-Sung stares directly at his phone and boldly asserts, "I will provide every single player from the association with equal benefits. Actually, they will be far better than what they get now." With a resolute gaze, he delivers his final offer. "So, have all of them transfer to my side at once." Sometime later, at a cafe, President Kang Sanyi and Shin Juna show up together. The moment he spots Hyun-Sung, he greets, "It has been a while, Hyun-Sung." Hyun-Sung happily responds to him, "Yes, indeed, Chairman Kang Sanyi." The moment they sit down, Kang Sanyi gets straight to business with a serious look, "And trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. I will ask you directly. All right, let's look at how one guy plans to make the government and massive corporations completely taste defeat. Could it be the same way he took down former Minister Lee Hyang-woo? After being crushed by the government and that corrupt minister, he always lived for the day he would get his revenge." Hyun-Sung smirks with a slight grin, realizing the man still cannot let go of the player association. Kang Sanyong thoughtfully replies that as long as they can sway public opinion, he is sure the association can maintain its current scale. He looks at him and advises that Hyun-Sung does not need to shoulder the burden of starting a troublesome new guild all by himself. Shin Juna stands shocked as Kang Sanyong continues to plead, telling Hyun-Sung that even if it is for the sake of this country's future, right there, the desperate association president bows his head in deep desperation, begging Hyun-Sung to please help him just this once. Seeing this, Choi Hyun-Sung quickly stops him, telling the association president not to lower himself like this. "Please hear me out first." Kang Sanyong regains his composure and replies, "All right, go ahead and speak." Hyun-Sung begins to explain that the information he has gathered so far is basically the same as what the president already knows. Kang Sanyong asks back in shock, "What do you mean by that?" Hyun-Sung casually scratches his head, admitting that he still has not found concrete evidence of the secret deals between the government and the big corporations. Watch this closely, it actually doesn't even matter whether they have evidence. This makes the president worry, wondering how they can carry out their revenge plan without any hard evidence. Shin Juna finally speaks up here, pointing out that the government wants to downsize the association to back the big corporations, while triggering a massive talent drain across the country. She strongly emphasizes that these corrupt groups are specifically targeting both Hyun-Sung and herself. Hyun-Sung's eyes suddenly turn razor sharp. He throws out a question, what if all their carefully laid plans suddenly go up in smoke? Leaving Kang Sanyang completely stunned, he reveals his crazy plan to transform the government-run player association into a fully private guild run by himself. He is absolutely certain this move will deal a massive blow to the government and corporations, crushing them simply by swapping out the sign. But Kang Sanyang is highly skeptical, flat out rejecting it and saying that even if it is possible, he still opposes it. Clenching his fists tightly, he argues that a private guild must always prioritize profits first, meaning they can never make decisions that accept financial losses for the nation's future. But Hyun-Sung immediately fires back. He argues that state organizations are no better, with corruption running rampant from the gate management department all the way down to lower departments. Looking coldly at him, he points out that with all due respect, the player association itself is not any different from those corrupt organizations. Kang Sanyang admits those issues are real, but he still firmly believes the association's positive impact is far greater than the corruption. He believes that those wrongdoings can be completely wiped out piece by piece if they only have the determination. You saw that coming, right? Hyun-Sung immediately shuts him down with a skeptical look. He believes that when corruption runs this deep and spreads so widely, self-reform is nothing more than an impossible fantasy. Both sides make strong arguments. Seeing they cannot reach a common ground, Hyun-Sung looks straight at him and delivers a shocking proposal. If you join the guild I am about to establish, I will hand the guildmaster position right over to you. Not stopping there, he even promises to give Shin Juna the vice master position. Hyun-Sung notes that the players' trust in the two of them is incredibly massive, which is the strongest possible foundation to build and run a brand new organization. He declares that if anything goes wrong in the future, he is ready to step aside and give them full autonomy to run the guild. Hyun-Sung flashes a reassuring smile, promising, I will leave the management and operations of this guild entirely in your hands. Whether it is running the emergency strike team or actively supporting low-level players who are the country's future talents, I will absolutely not interfere. Shinjuna is completely stunned by this immense generosity, while Kang Sanyang cannot help but ask with skepticism if he is truly serious about this offer. Everyone is highly skeptical, wondering if this could actually be real. Receiving a firm and confident answer from Hyun-Sung, Kang Sanyang still worries about the actual feasibility of this wild plan. He questions whether the young man even knows how catastrophically the Player Association's annual budget has been slashed lately. Hyun-Sung calmly admits the initial startup cost will be absolutely massive, but he is completely sure they will never face any actual losses. He reveals that during his time in America, many massive high-profile investors offered to back him. With a highly confident and decisive look in his eyes, Hyun-Sung declares that the second he announces the guild's creation, he can instantly secure up to 30 trillion won in funding, leaving Kang Sanyang completely frozen in absolute shock at such terrifying financial power. As Kang Sanyang repeats 30 trillion won with a tense look, "Trust me, you and I can feel his shock at this truly massive amount." The association president falls into deep thought. Now, you and I are about to see how a massive fortune completely shatters the expectations of these association leaders. Having served as the association president for years, he knows exactly how much funding is needed. Kang Sang-il starts calculating the exact details to prove his point, noting they have over 500 high-ranking players alone. With a signing fee averaging 30 billion won each, 15 trillion won would literally vanish in a heartbeat. And that is not even counting their annual salaries, signing bonuses, and victory payouts for thousands of mid- and low-tier players. He concludes that 30 trillion won is actually a pretty tight budget to run a top-tier guild. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung realizes he did not explain things clearly. Smiling, he corrects himself, saying he should have been more specific, because those 30 trillion are not Korean won. This leaves Kang Sang-il completely stunned, as he blusters out, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Hyun-Sung looks him dead in the eye and drops a bombshell. "It is stone dollars. Get ready, because that conversion is insane. Ever since Dungeons and Monsters first showed up, the entire global order has undergone a massive shift. The United States federal government seized the perfect opportunity to issue stone dollars, backed by magical stones, specifically to limit the influence of the Federal Reserve. In fact, since its creation, the status of this new currency skyrocketed, causing the global market to prefer stone dollars over traditional paper dollars. This left Kang Sang-il completely paralyzed in utter shock, while Hyun-Sung calmly explains that his close business investors are all foreigners, which is why they use that exact currency. If we convert that to won, it is worth about 300 trillion. Hyun-Sung confidently asks, "Is this amount finally enough?" Right in front of him, both Kang Sang-il and Shin Juna stand frozen, completely speechless. Seeing their quiet reaction, he adds, "Why are you guys so quiet? Is it still not enough?" Sure, he is great at fighting, but when it comes to financial planning, he seems a bit naive. Kang Sang-il still remains highly skeptical. He wonders if those investors would actually wire 300 trillion won to Hyun-Sung. Not keeping them waiting, Hyun-Sung immediately makes a quick call to Ma Bulseo. He bluntly tells him about his plan to start a guild and demands the promised investment money be wired over right away. After hanging up, he turns to Shin Juna and says he will text her the account number of the investment firm under his name. While Kang Sang-il continues to watch in tense anticipation, Hyun-Sung casually wraps up the conversation. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a transaction notification, and he calmly makes the announcement. Yeah, roughly 30 trillion stone dollars just hit the account. Stunned out of his mind, Kang Sang-il stammers to confirm if it is actually real. On his screen, the Emoto Bank app displays an absolutely jaw-dropping balance of 300 trillion won. Honestly, you and I would be sweating just like Kang Sang-il as he stares at that insane mountain of cash. Gasping, he manages to ask, "Are you really serious about this?" Hyun-Sung proudly crosses his arms and asks if he looks like someone who would lie to respected elders like them. Scratching his cheek in total disbelief, the president confesses that this amount is just too massive to believe. He even begins to wonder if this mobile banking app is some kind of fake. Hyun-Sung firmly reassures him that it is genuine and tells him to just have faith. Kang Sang-il stays quiet for a moment before raising a concern. He worries that investors putting up such an astronomical amount will inevitably try to meddle in the guild's operations. But Hyun-Sung coldly dismisses it, stating they have absolutely no power to do so. Since the money is already sent, what right do they have to interfere? He declares that as long as the guild succeeds and they receive their fair profits, they will be happy. Even so, Kang Sang-il remains anxious, questioning if there is still a risk they might suddenly demand their money back. This entire situation unfolded so fast that the president has been completely dazed, unable to process reality. Hyun-Sung firmly assures him that the contract explicitly states the partners have zero right to meddle in operations, and pulling out their investment unilaterally is completely impossible. Hearing this, Kang Sang-il is left utterly amazed. He secretly wonders if the US government is backing this colossal deal to bind Hyun-Sung to them if things ever go south. He clenches his fist with fierce determination, telling himself they must launch this new guild successfully to avoid losing such an incredible talent to the United States. Hyun-Sung looks directly at the president and asks if he is confident he can persuade the players within the association. Kang Sang-il confidently declares that while he cannot convince everyone, he can easily win over the vast majority of them. Having secured that firm promise, Hyun-Sung is ready. Then let us get to work right away. Kang Sang-il nods in approval, agreeing to make it happen. Just like that, the association officially transforms as the deal wraps up. Immediately after, a stack of resignation letters from Kang Sang-il and Shin Jo-na is handed in. Seeing this happen, Minister Lee Dong-man just smiles. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where this corrupt politician smugly gloats about his deregulation plan finally forcing everyone to kneel. He smugly thinks to himself that he never expected even someone like Kang San-young to resign so quickly, curling his lips in utter disgust. To him, a mere player should only focus on hunting and bringing back magic stones, completely unworthy of the association president title. Picking up his phone, he mutters sarcastically that if Kang San-young had been just a little smarter, he could have enjoyed a massive fortune by now. On the other end of the line, an elegant, gray-haired, middle-aged man greets him with deep respect. Yes, Minister. Lee Dong-man proudly announces that Choi Hyun-Sung and Shin Jo-na have officially terminated their contracts with the Player Association. The other man is visibly shocked, stammering out, "Wait, is that actually true, Minister?" Lee Dong-man confidently confirms it, declaring that with this move, he has officially fulfilled every single promise he made before. It turns out the dissolution of the association and the ousting of its leaders was entirely rigged from the start. Lee Hee-guk of the Oh-sung group grins over the phone, saying it is all thanks to the minister, promising a handsome reward. In response to the eagerness, Minister Lee Dong-man just chuckles with deep satisfaction, saying that really is not necessary, especially since it is not just him. A whole lineup of heavy hitters from top conglomerates are also absolutely thrilled right now, believing this juicy pie from the dissolved Player Association is now entirely in their hands. In his office, Lee Dong-man relaxes in his chair, greed written all over his face as he smugly wonders, haha, how much cash are we talking here? But don't blink, because right as he is dreaming of this massive fortune, a sudden call from Lee Hee-guk violently cuts his fantasy short. Minister, Choi Hyun-Sung and Shin Jo-na just joined another guild. What on earth is going on here? Did they destroy the association just to target these two? Lee Dong-man gasps in sheer shock. What? Before instantly scrambling to dodge the blame. That is something I cannot interfere with. They must have been snatched up by another corporation. He even snaps, reminding him that Lee Hee-guk was supposed to handle all the logistics himself. But Lee Hee-guk is absolutely furious right now, growling back. If another corporation stole them, I could at least understand that. But do you have any idea who the leader of their new guild is? It is Kang San-young, the former Player Association president. This news leaves Lee Dong-man utterly frozen in disbelief. But Lee Hee-guk drops an even more brutal truth. It is not just those two, but every single high-tier player from the association they plan to recruit has jumped ship to Kang San-young's brand new guild. He screams into the phone in a blind rage. How did you screw up this job so badly? At this rate, we are not going to make a single dime of profit, are we? We lost everything and got absolutely nothing in return. Lee Dong-man chuckles nervously, desperately trying to shift the blame back onto them. Wait, is that not your own mistake? I only did exactly what I was hired to do. You and I both know this is bad. And Lee Hee-guk immediately drops a chilling threat, asking if he should repeat that exact excuse to the chairman. Hearing this, the minister breaks out in a cold sweat, stuttering, "Wait, what?" Lee Hee-guk coldly repeats the threat, leaving Lee Dong-man frozen in absolute terror and silence. The voice on the line barks out a final order. Command him to investigate Kang San-young's new guild immediately and destroy it at all costs. If there are no flaws, make some. Got it? Crushed under the heavy pressure, Lee Dong-man grits his teeth, muttering, I understand. Lee Hee-guk warns that if this plan fails, the other chairmen will not just stand by and watch their prize get stolen away. Trapped in a corner with no way out, Lee Dong-man can only promise, I will do my absolute best. Lee Hee-guk delivers one final, direct threat, warning him that if he wants a peaceful retirement after leaving office, he better get to work. The call cuts off, leaving him standing in a heavy, suffocating silence. Having no idea how this mess landed on him, Lee Dong-man grabs his hair in fury, his face contorting from pure stress. He grinds his teeth and roars in frustration. Damn it, right as his assistants dump a mountain of files on his desk. He picks up the top folder, muttering the name, Imoto Guild. As he reads the document, his face goes pale with shock, gasping in disbelief at the insane numbers written on the page. Their registered capital is only 100 million won? Lee Dongman frowns, wondering if Shinjuna and Choi Hyun-Sung joined this place purely out of loyalty. He mutters to himself, all reports say Choi Hyun-Sung is an incredibly independent person who hates being tied down, so why on earth would he make such a ridiculous choice? Just then, his assistant speaks up. Excuse me, Minister. Lee Dongman snaps back. What now? The sweating subordinate then drops a massive bombshell. Trust me, you and I will love this twist. Kang San-young does not own a single share in this guild. He claims that old man is just a puppet leader. Lee Dongman freezes, asking with a growl, who is the real majority shareholder of the Emoto Guild? Stick with me, because this answer changes everything. The minion stammers, replying that it is actually player Choi Hyun-Sung. This news hits him like a bolt of lightning, ruining any chance of recruiting Hyun-Sung. Meanwhile, at Emoto's brand new headquarters, Choi Hyun-Sung walks through the office with a satisfied smile. As expected of guild leader Kang Sang, looking around at the bustling desks, he realizes that the most elite talents are already gathered in this very room. Out of 5,000 former association members, 1,500 have already chosen to follow them, showing the massive power of their brand. But he knows they cannot just stop at this level. He is determined to exploit the newly relaxed regulations to rapidly expand their territory and power. In the office, Kang Sang-young nervously asks, "We are going to recruit top rankers?" He warns that this is basically a direct declaration of war against the major guilds, worrying that the move is far too rushed. He notes that the second they poach those high-level players, the war officially begins. Pay close attention here, because everything is about to kick off. Hyun-Sung looks him dead in the eye and shoots back. Even if we sit still, do you really think those giant guilds will just leave us alone? That is why Hyun-Sung insists they must take the initiative instead. Kang Sang-young ponders for a moment, suggesting they should finish bringing in the players currently being negotiated with before taking any further steps. However, our main character immediately dismisses the idea as completely unnecessary, firmly demanding they cut loose any players who are still hesitating on joining. He knows those guys never had any real intention of joining a new guild anyway. Hearing this, Kang Sang-young's eyes widen as he brings up the earlier promise to recruit all players from the association. Hyun-Sung confirms that the promise still stands, but stresses they cannot let it delay their plans to recruit the very best rankers. Seeing his boss's determination, Kang Sang can only nod and agree. Our main character then asks if he personally knows any top rankers, and gets a highly confident yes. Kang Sang-young then proceeds to explain their unique personalities to Hyun-Sung. For the most part, these guys have absolutely no interest in power. Hyun-Sung seems quite pleased, but the guild leader nervously wonders what kind of budget limit they should set for the signing bonuses. In response to his worry, our main character casually tells him to make it unlimited, making Kang Sang-young break out in a cold sweat. He smiles and explains that it is fine to blow through the entire 300 trillion won investment, because if it runs out, he will just secure more. Kang Sang-young asks in disbelief if he can actually get more massive investments. I know what you are thinking. Is he really that rich? Hyun-Sung confidently confirms it, claiming that countless wealthy investors are currently kicking themselves for missing the golden chance to fund him. Hearing this, Kang Sang-young can only close his eyes and sigh, realizing that with this kind of financial backing, the market value of rankers is about to skyrocket. He notes that, in reality, the market value of domestic rankers has been artificially suppressed by the collusion of major corporations. Our main character agrees, stating that domestic rankers are currently valued much lower compared to international standards. Even with the exact same skills, foreign rankers get far better treatment. He looks at Kang Sang-young and decisively commands him to raise their market value properly. We must raise it to a point that terrifies the major conglomerates. Deeply inspired by his master's massive ambition, Kang Sang-young firmly replies that he understands. Right after, the Emoto Guild headquarters officially launches, leaving the media completely shocked. Inside the Ong Group office, Lee Hee-hyun-guk roars in pure fury at his underlings. You useless idiots. What on earth have you all been doing? He cannot believe that Emoto actually has the guts to launch a counter-recruiting campaign against them, especially when he was absolutely sure that corporate collusion would easily crush his rival. Holding his phone tightly, Lee Hee-hyun-guk gnashes his teeth and curses. He wonders what that useless bastard Lee Dongman is doing. Without wasting a second, he calls the minister to demand answers. The moment the call connects, Lee Hee-hyun-guk barks into the phone, asking why the Emoto Guild issue has not been completely resolved yet. He completely loses his cool, screaming through the receiver. Facing this explosive rage, Lee Dongman can only sigh and offer a deeply helpless apology. This only makes Lee Hee-hyun-guk even angrier. What do you mean sorry? Did I not say to fix this no matter what? Does our Ong group look like a joke to you? Dripping with sweat, Lee Dongman explains that because this is a brand new guild, they literally cannot find a single loophole or mistake to exploit. Hearing this, Lee Hee-hyun-guk bellows that it is only because the minister is trying to play by the legal rules. He orders him to fabricate fake evidence if necessary, demanding they shut down the guild's registration by any means. Right then, Hyun-Sung suddenly appears behind Lee Dongman, leaving him utterly speechless. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this as Choi Hyun-Sung coldly snatches the phone, sneering, "Man, I thought giant conglomerates were actually scary. Turns out you're just incredibly pathetic." On the other end, Lee Hee-hyun-guk stutters in shock. "Who the hell are you?" Our main character casually replies, "Me? I'm just the advisor of the Emote Guild. Recognize me now, player Choi Hyun-Sung." His sudden uninvited entrance completely freezes the minister's two subordinates right in their tracks, paralyzed with sheer disbelief. And by the way, do you have any idea that this entire dirty little conversation we just had was fully recorded by yours truly? Hearing that, Lee Hee-hyun-guk completely loses his mind, roaring in absolute fury. Damn it! He literally cannot believe this punk had the audacity to rudely hang up right in his face like that. Meanwhile, back in the minister's office, Hyun-Sung casually tosses the phone back to the sweating official while throwing a mocking smirk his way. Talk about having absolutely no class, minister. Looks like your career is officially over, isn't it? Lee Dongman grinds his teeth in bitter regret, wishing he had been more careful since learning Hyun-Sung was the exact mastermind who took down the former minister, Lee Hyun-gu. Hyun-Sung looks over at the massive pile of documents on the desk and adds, "Well, you're in some deep trouble now. Embezzling public funds right behind the president's back, while being completely despised by major conglomerates? How exactly do you plan on surviving in this country under these terrible conditions?" Caught red-handed with solid evidence right inside his own workspace, Lee Dongman's face twists in pure, unadulterated terror. He's completely paralyzed by those razor-sharp words. Now, pay attention here, because Hyun-Sung suddenly leans forward, slamming his hands on the desk to deliver a chilling, deadly question. "Tell me, do you happen to know any dirty secrets about the president's corruption? And I'm talking about the kind of dirt that can drag him down instantly." Staring into our main character's threatening, icy glare, the trembling minister desperately lies. "I don't know anything. There is no such thing." But Hyun-Sung isn't letting him off that easily, firmly pushing back. There's no way a guy like him doesn't have a massive secret, so big the media or investigators can't cover it up. He crosses his arms, staring with narrow, suspicious eyes. "Aren't you supposed to be the president's closest confidant? How could you not know that?" Lee Dongman screams in total desperation. "I swear, I really don't." Seeing his reaction, Hyun-Sung lowers his voice, asking if maybe there's a slightly less severe secret. Something the minister could easily use as an excuse when reporting to the president. He clarifies he doesn't want slush fund ledgers or fake bank accounts, but rather some dirt that others might already be aware of. He is not just blackmailing a minister anymore, he is trying to control the president himself. You and I both know this is a dangerously bold move, as Hyun-Sung demands a secret that won't drag the minister down with him. Lee Dongman instantly screams out a confirmation. He confesses that back when the president was still a member of the National Assembly, he committed a fatal drunk driving hit and run, and was even planning to bury the body to hide the evidence. This shocking revelation catches our main character completely off guard. "What?" Lee Dongman quickly continues the story. While waiting to move the corpse up a mountain, he was so wasted that he passed out right in his car. The crime was subsequently covered up as a routine car crash, placing 100% of the blame onto a personal driver who wasn't even present at the scene. Our main character asks what happened to that driver, only to learn he took hush money and fled to the Philippines, vanishing completely. He silently processes this, muttering, "Is that so?" Before pressing for any actual proof of the accident, Lee Dongman confidently reveals he secretly kept the black box video of the entire incident, confirming that even the president has absolutely no clue that it exists. No matter how close he and the president seemed, he always made sure to secure an escape route for himself. Lee Dongman presents the proof, showing footage of the panicked president fleeing the scene of the hit and run on a dark, rainy night. Hyun-Sung points out that just this alone might not be quite enough to completely destroy the president's career. However, the minister adamantly insists that this video is more than enough. Since both the mainstream media and the prosecutors are guaranteed to cover it up, their absolute best move is to leak this footage directly onto YouTube to create massive, unstoppable public backlash. At the Blue House, President Park Ki-man is absolutely furious, roaring in pure rage. "You useless fool, how on earth did you manage to screw this up so badly?" He threatens to replace the portal minister immediately, refusing to trust an incredibly incompetent clown like Lee Dongman with such a critical task. Under the suffocating pressure, Lee Dongman bows his head and trembles, mumbling, "I am so sorry." The president barks, demanding an immediate explanation of the situation. Drenched in sweat, Lee Dongman nervously reports, "I am afraid Choi Hyun-Sung has successfully managed to uncover my weakness, sir. President Park Keeman snaps, demanding to know what kind of stupid mistake he made to get blackmailed like this. Lee Dongman hesitates for a brief second before dropping a massive bombshell. The thing is, it is not my weakness. It is yours, Mr. President. This completely shocks him, forcing him to ask, what the hell does that even mean? Lee Dongman solemnly confirms that Choi Hyun-Sung now holds the black box footage of the Lee Mi accident. As the president blankly asks who Lee Mi is, Lee Dongman brings up the dark incident from his assemblyman days. Trust me, you and I are about to witness some crazy drama next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a dark secret unfold. As a horrific rainy night crash flashes back, Lee Dongman directly presses him about the accident. Do you still remember it, sir? President Park's face warps with sheer terror, sweat pouring down behind his glasses. He frantically demands to know how on earth Choi Hyun-Sung got his hands on that black box video. The president was absolutely certain that the evidence had been destroyed long ago. Lee Dongman notes that the driver probably made a secret copy back then as personal insurance. Hearing this, the president grits his teeth and slams his fist down in pure fury. That absolute bastard. The president cannot comprehend how Hyun-Sung even learned about that cover-up to steal the footage. Since the driver disappeared in the Philippines years ago, Lee Dongman bows his head, admitting he has no idea. The president demands confirmation one more time to see if this devastating footage is even real. Lee Dongman reaches into his inner pocket to bring out the undeniable proof. He presents his phone, confirming this is indeed the exact dashcam footage used to threaten them. As soon as the video ends, President Park grits his teeth in pure fury. Damn it! He demands to know the blackmailer's terms. Lee Dongman hesitantly reports that Choi Hyun-Sung wants a face-to-face meeting. The president is completely dumbfounded by this. What? That little bastard has got some nerve. Now pay attention here because this scheme is pure evil. Lee Dongman advises him to play along with the meeting, destroy the video, and then we will eliminate him afterward. Still highly skeptical, President Park questions if that plan is even feasible. With absolute determination, Lee Dongman guarantees that if given enough time, he will use any dirty means to make this disappear. Inside the Blue House, Choi Hyun-Sung undergoes an incredibly strict and thorough security pat-down. Once cleared, he casually follows Lee Dongman inside. They walk down the grand, luxurious hallway directly toward the president's private office. Stopping before the massive double doors, Lee Dongman quietly invites him in. Stepping inside the room, both Lee Dongman and President Park look incredibly tense. In complete contrast, Choi Hyun-Sung is already lounging cross-legged on the sofa, with a highly arrogant look. Disgusted by this insolence, President Park yells, "You punk! Do you have no manners?" Hyun-Sung just smirks, responding coldly, "Take it easy, Mr. Park." President Park is completely stunned. "What did you say?" Hyun-Sung remains perfectly calm. "You and I both love a confident main character, right?" He coldly responds, "You still don't get the situation, do you? Who holds the handle, and who is on the blade?" His pride wounded, President Park grits his teeth. "How dare this little punk?" Hyun-Sung casually interrupts to ease the tension. "Now, let's resolve this peacefully. First, just stop meddling in the business of my Emoto Guild. I'm not expecting you to help me with anything else either, got it?" President Park's face warps with pure rage as he roars. "Just because you have a little leverage, you think you can act this arrogant? But you had better learn your limits, because I can easily get rid of garbage like you whenever I want." Hyun-Sung just casually asks him right back, "And how exactly are you going to get rid of me?" "I'll just release the video and move abroad. You already know the United States keeps trying to recruit me." Backed into a tight corner, President Park threatens him. "I can smash that newly formed Emoto Guild of yours into pieces." Hyun-Sung merely smirks with sarcasm. "Well, that is incredibly simple. I will just move my entire guild to America. They will gladly welcome us with open arms." President Park grits his teeth in complete, frustrating helplessness. Hyun-Sung continues to apply pressure. "Didn't I already say we should keep things peaceful? If possible, I don't really want to leave Korea. In fact, I plan on planting my roots very deeply right here." Noticing how his opponent's aggressive stance is finally starting to crumble, he brings up the essential, high-risk duties normally handled by the Player Association, including emergency operations, critical monster monitoring, and maintaining overall public safety. Weren't you already planning to hand those massive responsibilities over to the top guilds backed by mega corporations? Hyun-Sung stares straight into the president's eyes and issues a cold command. "Hand all of that over to the Emoto Guild." President Park asks again in absolute shock. Hyun-Sung emphasizes, "Everything you were going to hand to those corporate guilds, give it to us." Faced with such extreme greed, President Park scoffed bitterly. "Humph. Utterly ridiculous." Hyun-Sung's gaze instantly turns razor-sharp. He coldly presses him. "Are you going to refuse me?" Standing up, President Park coldly declares, "Go ahead and release that video if you want, but in return, you had better prepare yourself for the consequences." Park Ki-man vows to make it completely impossible for Hyun-Sung to survive in this country. But Hyun-Sung just smiles cryptically. Well, what a pity. I actually plan to offer you a far better deal than any mega corporation ever could. And as we end on this massive twist, Hyun-Sung reveals the insane amount of wealth he has stored in his offshore accounts. Alright, you and I are about to watch a guy drop 30 trillion stone dollars like it is pocket change. He points out that if the president had just done his job right, a cool 1 trillion stone dollars would have been his bonus. But now, what a total waste. Peeman gulps, his greed warring with disbelief as he asks with a shaky voice, "Is that massive sum actually real?" Hyun-Sung shrugs casually, explaining that he has already spent tens of trillions just recruiting the hostesses up until now. Standing right behind him, Minister Lee Jong-man quickly chimed in, confirming to the president that every word is true. Their eyes lock in a moment of pure, suffocating tension. Hyun-Sung demands the president manipulate politicians from both sides of the aisle to transfer all major outsourcing contracts to the Emoto Guild. He mocks the president, saying those giant conglomerates would only throw him 1 or 2 trillion at most, no matter how generous they pretend to be. Blown away by the massive difference in payout, President Park lowers his voice to ask if he can actually keep that promise. Instead of replying, Hyun-Sung pulls out a bankbook, casually revealing that it is linked to a secret Swiss account. Acting annoyed, he tosses the book onto the table and tells the president to check it himself. As Park Peeman stares at it in absolute shock, Hyun-Sung crosses his arms with complete authority and declares, "Once the job is finished, it is yours. Go ahead and keep the book." Now watch closely as he smiles and adds, "Once we succeed, I will give you the password." He casually tells the president that he is more than welcome to verify the account balance whenever he wants. President Park contemplates this for a moment before telling him to leave for today, promising a final answer in a few days. Hyun-Sung turns and walks away, the sharp clicks of his shoes echoing with absolute confidence. He silently warns the president to think hard about which side actually brings the bigger payout, and to make the smart choice. With a smug wave of his hand, Hyun-Sung casually walks out of the office of the nation's leader. The moment the door shuts, President Park's greedy nature takes over as a sinister grin spreads across his face. He hands the Swiss bank book over to Minister Lai and barks an order. "Get an expert in here right now to verify if this thing is real." Minister Lai bows deeply in obedience. "Understood, Mr. President." But the minister's unwavering loyalty is about to vanish instantly under the temptation of cold, hard cash. Meeting in private right after, Hyun-Sung presents the minister with an offer he simply cannot refuse. If the plan succeeds, your cut is 100 billion stone dollars. Hearing that massive number, Minister Lai is completely mesmerized. He grits his teeth, resolved to convince the president at all costs. You and I both know he is already sold out. With a sum that massive, anyone would cave. The very next day, Hyun-Sung receives a call from the Blue House. Staring at his phone screen, a smug grin creeps onto his face. It looks like they are getting desperate. He wastes no time heading over to the Blue House. Upon arrival, a secretary in a sharp suit is already waiting to warmly welcome him. "Welcome, Mr. Choi Hyun-Sung. Please follow me. I will guide you inside." Following the secretary, Hyun-Sung strides through the massive, luxurious hallways under the sharp, watchful eyes of elite security guards. His expression remains stone-cold and determined, ready to look the most powerful man in the country in the eye once more. The secretary stops before a massive wooden door and bows. "Please, step inside." Hyun-Sung strolls in with his hands in his pockets, oozing confidence, only to be met by President Park's incredibly fake smile. Clasping his hands together eagerly, the president beams, "Welcome back, my boy." Hyun-Sung dryly remarks that it seems the president made the right choice, but Park just brushes off the sarcasm with slick hypocrisy. "Well, of course, as the president of this great nation, I must always make decisions that secure the bright future of our country." Once they sit down for tea, President Park brings up the incredibly generous gift he received. It is absolutely real. Hyun-Sung takes a calm sip of tea, asking why on earth he would even bother with a fake. President Park narrows his eyes, bringing up the most critical term. "You promised to hand over the password once everything is wrapped up, correct?" Hyun-Sung nods. "Of course. Handle this perfectly, and that account is all yours." But predictably, the president's bottomless greed rears its ugly head once again. He lowers his voice and suggests, "But to convince those stubborn politicians, I am going to need a little down payment." Disgusted by this endless greed, Hyun-Sung quietly curses him inside. This old leech wants to take everything I have. Naturally, he flatly rejects the outrageous demand. "You will have to handle that yourself, Mr. President, and trust me, you and I both know $1 trillion is more than enough." "Alright, let's jump right into this." Still blinded by greed, Park Ki-man interrogates him, asking if that money is completely locked up. Hyun-Sung smirks and calmly replies, "There is always a way. Just show the politicians a bank book with 1 trillion stone dollars, and they will fall in line." Hearing this, Park Ki-man instantly looks visibly rattled and confused. He hesitates, muttering about how a massive deal like this should be kept absolutely secret. Reading him like an open book, Hyun-Sung casually states that the massive fortune no longer belongs to him anyway. He laughs internally, realizing this greedy old fool wants to keep the entire sum for himself. But there is no way he is outsmarting our main character. Park Ki-man forces a very awkward, strained laugh. I see. Haha, I will handle that matter myself. Yet, he does not forget to issue a cautious warning. You better keep your promise to hand over the passcode once this is finished. Hyun-Sung calmly reassures him, telling him not to worry. Then, he drops a subtle, loaded hint. Besides, if I do not give you the code, you can never withdraw it. That cash would just stay locked away forever, right? Park Ki-man smiles smugly and reaches out his hand. From now on, I am relying on you. Hyun-Sung politely replies. Likewise, I look forward to working with you, sir. Now, watch closely. The second their hands touch, Hyun-Sung's eyes flash with a strange light as he silently triggers his psychometry skill. A dark flood of Park Ki-man's dirtiest memories begins playing out in slow motion. Everything from suitcases overflowing with stacks of 50,000 G cash to scenes of him drinking heavily and partying with young girls in luxury clubs. Hyun-Sung clearly sees the politician's secret ledgers and stacks of cash hidden away with extreme care. He whispers to himself in surprise, realizing they kept all of it in one single spot. His vision locks onto a heavy, reinforced safe located deep inside a hidden room, the heavy door shutting with a sharp, dry click. Sitting alone in his office, Park Ki-man is lost in deep thought, calculating that this is a $10 trillion investment. He immediately summons Lee Jong-man to check the total balance of his various accounts under fake names. Jong-man reports the current total is nearly 100 billion, prompting Park Ki-man to ask if it can be withdrawn immediately. Receiving a firm nod of confirmation, the old man claps his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and orders, "Use that cash to buy off the politicians." Jong-man bows, praising it as an incredibly smart move. Park Ki-man then walks away with a sinister grin, absolutely convinced his grand plan will succeed without a single hitch. However, this unexpected news hits the major megacorporations like a freezing bucket of cold water. Over at Ong headquarters, Lee Hee-yoon roars in sheer fury, demanding to know if the Emoto Guild actually secured the exclusive contract. How could this happen? Why did the Emoto Guild suddenly make a move out of nowhere? His panicked subordinates frantically report that Park Ki-man's administration apparently promised a massive payout to the Emoto Guild. Lee Hee-yoon screams in absolute rage. Even a kid knows that. If something like this was going on, you idiots should have stepped in and cut off their leads beforehand. He continues to relentlessly berate his subordinates' total incompetence. What on earth were you all doing while they were teaming up? Sighing in frustration to control his anger, Lee Hee-yoon glares and barks, "Get the media on the phone right now." Looking at the endless headlines aggressively attacking the Emoto Guild over illegal contracts and special privileges, Hyun-Sung lets out a highly sarcastic, knowing smirk. I know what you are thinking. Is he ready to strike? Yes, his ultimate counterattack is primed and waiting. But just as he prepares to drop this massive media bomb, a loud, frantic emergency alarm suddenly blares from his phone. A disaster alert warning of a massive monster wave breaking out in Wongjin-gu leaves Hyun-Sung completely stunned. He simply cannot believe a high-level dungeon could suffer a catastrophic break of this scale. Gearing up in his battle armor, Hyun-Sung wonders how on earth the management team handled the initial response to let things spiral into this massive mess. He even begins to suspect that a legendary-grade entity has arrived on the scene. Right then, Jinna calls to report the situation. Hyun-Sung confirms he already knows and is flying straight toward the disaster zone at absolute breakneck speed. On her end, Jinna and her squad are also moving out in a massive hurry. She cannot hide her anger, muttering that if the responsible party had just contacted them sooner, they would have easily contained this mess. Hyun-Sung lets out a cold smirk, knowing exactly why those cowards intentionally hid the incident until it spun completely out of control. When Jinna anxiously asks for his arrival time, he confidently guarantees he will reach ground zero in under 3 minutes. Jinna desperately begs him to clear it as fast as possible to minimize any casualties among innocent civilians. Touching down on the ground, Hyun-Sung stares up at a glowing blue portal spewing waves of flying monsters. Trust me, you and I are about to witness one hell of a battle. Alright, you and I are diving into a dungeon run managed by the Wasp Guild, and our main character, Hyun-Sung, is already completely disappointed by their pathetic defense. Down on the streets, the Osung Guild players are in utter panic, completely losing control of the situation. This looks like a seriously tough battle ahead. A massive red wyvern roars, shaking the heavens as it bares its razor-sharp teeth to threaten everything in sight. Hyun-Sung coldly notes that the entire battlefield has been reduced to absolute ruins. He grips his purple lightning blade and dives straight into the monster swarm with devastating slashes. With eyes glowing with murderous intent, he unleashes a massive burst of energy like a miniature sun, engulfing the flying beasts in a wave of pure destruction. The wyverns shriek in agony, echoing through the sky as they get completely crushed under his overwhelming, monstrous mana pressure. Standing in a vortex of dark energy, Hyun-Sung delivers a crushing final blow that instantly blows the entire pack to pieces. Purple energy strikes rain down continuously, violently smashing the falling wyverns onto the hard asphalt below. Witnessing this terrifying sight, a nearby streamer loses his mind and screams in pure excitement. "Oh my god, this is insane." He frantically points his camera at the fight. "Pay attention, guys, did you all just see that?" Pointing at the figure soaring through the thick dust, he screams, "Look at that guy in the brown coat, he just single-handedly wiped out the entire wyvern swarm." The livestream instantly explodes with over 200,000 viewers. Comments flood the screen in absolute shock, witnessing a power that completely exceeds any ordinary hunter. Landing on the ground right next to the exhausted members of the Wasp Guild, our main character calmly scans the ruined battlefield. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the streets, forcing him to look back as a heavily bloodied Wasp Guild soldier frantically screams a warning, "Watch out! That monster is on a completely different level." Right ahead of them, a massive red dragon looms in the middle of the street. Staring at the devastation, Hyun-Sung gets angry, wondering how they messed up so badly to let a hero-grade dungeon break out like this. He grits his teeth, vowing never to forgive the people who indirectly caused this terrible disaster. The dragon breathes a torrent of flame, but he calmly steps forward, unleashing a devastating slash that splits the fire and cuts the beast in half. The beast shrieks in agony before exploding into a sea of fire, leaving nothing but smoking ruins and rubble. Our main character stares at the debris, clicking his tongue in disbelief. "You feel me on this? This beast is as stubborn as a clingy ex." Right after, a system notification pops up in front of him, congratulating him on the unbelievable achievement of soloing the hero-grade boss, the Red Wyvern post-kill. For earning the title of Solo Slayer of the hero-grade Red Wyvern, his mana stat is officially increased by 4 points. He calmly notes that it was only 5 meters. Walking slowly across the battlefield, Hyun-Sung tells himself that is yet another achievement unlocked. He approaches the massive corpse of the beast, curious to see what kind of loot dropped. His eyes suddenly light up when he spots a glowing red book marked with a pentagram. Oh, it is the unique hero-grade Tome of Raging Flames, an active skill book that allows the user to manipulate fire freely and burn away their opponent's mana until they are completely reduced to ash. Realizing this tome can also level up by absorbing other fire-based skills and gear, he nods in satisfaction. This will do just fine. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to learn this new skill. Without a single second of hesitation, Hyun-Sung taps the button. Obviously, he is going to learn it. Immediately, he starts the fusion process, letting the Tome of Raging Flames consume his old common-grade fire arrow skills, as well as his rare-grade fire spear and firestorm. Even though he dumped in tons of resources to reach level 10, he is still slightly disappointed it has not hit legendary grade. Hyun-Sung closes his status window and turns his attention toward the shivering survivors. Seeing their savior walk over, the Wasp Guild players bow flat on the ground and shout together, "Thank you for saving our lives." A wounded female warrior cannot hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "We are truly grateful to you from the very bottom of our hearts." Staring at the shivering crowd, Hyun-Sung's expression softens. He quietly realizes that these low-level players are completely innocent in all this. Standing amidst the ruins, he calls out clearly, "Everyone, gather around me, especially those who are badly injured." Watching the wounded Wasp Guild players limp toward him, our main character raises his hand and activates his red heal skill. In an instant, beautiful green particles of light envelop the entire battlefield, seeping into every deep wound to mend those who were on the brink of death. Stunned by this massive healing, a mage gasps. Just how insanely high is his mana stat? Trust me, you and I are going to find out. Let's dive in as the other soldiers start whispering in absolute shock. They realize that maintaining a massive area of effect healing skill for this long means our main character's mana and spirit stats must be absolutely off the charts. Another stunned soldier brings up the battle, asking if the others missed him, literally blowing away the Red Wyvern with a single sword strike. He guesses that the hero's strength and agility stats are also completely maxed out. Meanwhile, Greamer is glued to his phone screen, sweating from sheer excitement as the live stream viewership explodes past a massive 3.4 million viewers, smashing all previous records. A few days later at the Emoto Guild headquarters, news about the massive OS Corporation scandal is plastered all over the front pages. Official broadcasts confirm that the illegal dealings between Dungeon Management Bureau officials and the ON Group have finally been exposed. To gain an unfair advantage in securing contract bids, they intentionally submitted false reports and hid critical information from superiors. Sitting in his office, Guildmaster Kang San-young looks at our hero and notes that a much hotter topic is trending. He hands him a featured article with a massive headline asking who the Emoto Guild ranker is. The mysterious high ranker from the W incident is actually from Emoto. Hyun-Sung smiles softly and admits to it. He casually admits he never expected anyone to actually film him while he was fighting. But this turned out to be amazing for our Emoto guild. Kang San-young grins proudly. Now pay attention, because the entire internet has completely flipped its opinion. He stares at the main character with pure admiration, unable to hide his curiosity. He admits he never expected Hyun-Sung to reach such an insane level, demanding to know when he actually grew this incredibly powerful. Hyun-Sung just laughs it off and says it is a secret, leaving Kang San-young looking slightly disappointed. Still, he acknowledges that the young man is hiding a lot of secrets and promises not to pry any further. He simply hopes the young hunter will keep giving his absolute all for the country, leaving our speechless hero to silently realize he never actually cared about being a national savior. Yet Kang San-young keeps listing his virtues, starting with how the young man chose to stay in South Korea instead of emigrating. He mentions his incredible achievements during the recent W incident and those legendary Red Gate raids. To the leader, that is more than enough since a great player just needs to slay monsters, leaving nothing more to ask for. Let's pause here. Hyun-Sung realizes this guildmaster has a mindset just like Juna, but his patriotism is on a whole different level. Kang San-young enthusiastically shares the big news that applications to join their Emoto guild are currently skyrocketing. Even low-level players who never cared about the association before are now reacting with intense hype. Curious, Hyun-Sung asks if the master plans to actually recruit every single one of them. Kang San-young flatly denies it, explaining he intends to drastically slash their benefits compared to before, a cold business decision that completely stuns our hero. Confused, the young man wonders if the old guy lost his mind to pull such a sudden 80-degree flip. The guildmaster explains that he is no longer the president of the Hunter Association. He emphasizes he is no longer a public servant living off taxpayers, but rather the leader of Emoto, running a private business fueled by heavy investor money. Kang San-young declares he refuses to cause even a single loss for Hyun-Sung or any of their corporate financial backers. Realizing his partner's mindset has truly evolved, Hyun-Sung asks what happens if a hidden gem is actually among those they reject. Kang San-young casually shrugs, saying they can easily scout them back with a better offer later. To the old man, the whole process sounds as simple as stealing candy from a baby. He notes that this is how major conglomerates operate because it yields much higher efficiency. But he points out things will change if Emoto signs an official outsourcing contract with the government down the road. Since they would be operating on a state budget, he wouldn't be allowed to spend money carelessly. Soon, the official outsourcing signing ceremony between the government and Emoto Guild takes place before a massive audience. Putting his pen to the crucial contract, Minister Lee Dongman flashes a smug grin, saying he looks forward to working closely with him, Guildmaster Kang San-young. Returning the polite gesture, Kang San-young replies that he also hopes for a great partnership with Minister Lee Dongman. The entire broadcast of the ceremony is quietly watched by Choi Hyun-Sung on his phone screen. Hyun-Sung sits in deep thought, mocking the corrupt politicians who are about to lose their positions with less than a year left in their term. He mutters that if these officials love money this much, they should have just gone into business instead. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, Lee Dongman struts confidently down the luxurious hallway, unable to hide his absolute excitement about what comes next. In just a moment, he will be a billionaire with 1 trillion won in assets. Talk about pure luck. As he steps inside, President Park In-man warmly welcomes his subordinate. Greeting him, the president welcomes him in, while Lee Dongman reports the signing went smoothly. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's dive right in as President Park smiles warmly, bragging about watching the broadcast. Right at the signing, player Choi Hyun-Sung sends a direct message. Lee Dongman breaks into a cold sweat, completely stunned that the guy acted so fast. President Park realizes Hyun-Sung is watching the broadcast too, and is absolutely certain a message for him is coming next. Lee Dongman bows deeply and says, "Congratulations to you, Mr. President." President Park laughs heartily and praises him. "Haha, yes, thank you indeed. Your contribution this time was absolutely massive." He hands over his phone, ordering his subordinate to check it. Lee Dongman quickly takes it and opens a text from an unknown number. Looking closely at the phone screen, Lee Dongman cracks a sinister, highly satisfied smile. Suddenly, a panicked assistant bursts in, his face twisted in pure terror as he screams about a crisis, leaving President Park completely stunned. He stutters that all the details of the secret slush funds raised for friendly organizations during the election have been fully leaked on the internet. President Park gasps in shock. "Oh my God, who is messing with me?" And brace yourselves, because the nightmare gets even worse. The shaking assistant adds that even the illegal slush funds he accepted during his time as a member of parliament are exposed down to the very last detail. President Park screams in a frenzy. "Quickly, block it. Block it right now. I said block it at all costs. Do you hear me?" The subordinate quickly obeys and rushes out. Left alone in his office, President Park gnashes his teeth in absolute fury, unable to believe anyone has the guts to do this, and he starts wondering if this is a massive revenge attack from the major conglomerates. The situation quickly spirals into an unsalvageable, chaotic mess, exploding across every single online forum as furious citizens flood the comment sections with harsh criticism, calling President Park corrupt since his days in parliament, and demanding his immediate impeachment, as massive, angry protests begin erupting all across the city streets. Thousands of people hold up signs shouting out and stop to protest the administration's deep corruption. Crushed by the overwhelming public pressure, President Park quietly grabs his passport and flees the country on a secret flight. But justice is finally served when the judge proudly delivers the official final ruling, declaring the immediate and absolute removal of President Park from office. Amidst the victorious cheers of the citizens, Park has already landed in Zurich, Switzerland. He casually drags his suitcase down the street with a scheming look on his face, muttering to himself that as long as he has cash, he can still live like a king. Confident as ever, Park walks straight into a massive bank and hands over the savings book Hyun-Sung gave him to make his transaction. The bank teller wearing glasses takes the book and begins checking. We both know that look, the teller's eyes narrow as suspicious data pops up on his screen. The teller smiles warmly and says, "Do not worry. Let me personally guide you. It will be quick." President Park smugly follows him toward the vault, but suddenly freezes as he notices something is off. Instantly, a team of heavily armed tactical police swarms in, blocking his path, and the lead officer coldly declares, "I am arresting you for the forgery of personal documents." President Park asks in total shock, "Forged documents?" His face completely warps with raw terror. "Wait, what on earth is going on here?" The officer explains that although this savings book was an incredibly sophisticated fake, it still was not enough to fool the bank and the local Swiss authorities. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, Choi Hyun-Sung sits back on his sofa, holding the real book with a victorious smirk. Realizing he has been totally played, President Park curses in rage. "How dare he set me up like this?" He struggles wildly. "Let me go, you lousy police. Do you even know who I am?" Immediately, a devastating blow knocks President Park to the ground. As he groans in pain, the officer coldly announces that resisting arrest will now be added to his growing list of charges. As Park lies humiliated on the floor, the officer continues reading him his Miranda rights, mentioning his right to an attorney and to remain silent. The shocking news spreads like wildfire with an urgent breaking headline: "Former President Park has been arrested in Switzerland for forgery and obstruction." At the same time, the giant conglomerates start launching a flood of malicious smear campaigns, accusing the Emoto Guild of being a corrupt hub closely tied to the old administration. Reading the malicious headlines on his phone, Hyun-Sung smirks. "So the big conglomerates want to escape like this? Then I will return the favor to you in full." Immediately, posts exposing the deep corruption and collusion between politicians, conglomerates, and the media begin exploding on public forums, drawing massive attention from the furious public. Watching the entire situation spiral out of control, Chairman Lee Hoon-guk roars in absolute rage. He screams, "Demands to know who did this, but trust me, you and I are about to watch this chaotic presidential debate explode next." Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild political storm, as a presidential candidate loudly promises to lock up every corrupt figure in his way. Watching the news, Choi Hyun-Sung smirks, knowing these fools are done for now that they have crossed paths with the main character. Now he can finally focus on hunting again. He leans back on his sofa, completely relaxed. Just then, his phone buzzes with a call from Inakuso. Hyun-Sung picks up, immediately asking if they want his help. Inakuso respectfully reports, "Yes, master. The public demands are intense, and it seems the politicians are eager to get involved too." Hyun-Sung frowns. "Does that mean the Japanese government is stepping in?" Inakuso confirms this, explaining that Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs and their Spacegate Minister are planning to visit Korea directly, and he will accompany them as an official escort. Hyun-Sung realizes that the current Korean government probably does not have the leverage to negotiate. Inakuso explains that while they will officially meet the acting prime minister first for support, their real destination is the Emoto Guild. Hyun-Sung quietly asks about the compensation terms. Inakuso reveals that if they reclaim Kyushu, the Japanese plan to hand over partial ownership of the dungeons there. Hearing about the dungeon ownership transfer, Hyun-Sung's eyes flash with sharp calculations as he chuckles. "Oh, so that is how they want to play it." At the Emoto Guild headquarters, the Japanese delegation officially arrives to begin the meeting. Now, watch closely here. Standing in the office, Hyun-Sung tells the guild leader, "Master Kang Sang-young, leave all decisions to me," and Kang agrees without hesitation. "Of course, I will do exactly that," the leader replies, his voice dropping low. "In reality, even if I made a choice, if you, my advisor, refuse to go along with it, everything ends anyway, right?" Hyun-Sung looks him straight in the eye and replies, "I have no intention of refusing. I keep my word, no need to worry." Kang Sang-young nods in approval, calling it a wise choice. Soon after, Hyun-Sung walks down the hallway guided by a red-haired guard. He asks in a low voice, "Is it here?" The guard nods respectfully, confirming, "Yes, you can head straight inside." He confidently pushes open the door to the luxurious parlor where the Japanese delegation waits. Hyun-Sung flashes a polite smile and takes the lead. "Great to meet you all," he says, introducing himself clearly. "I am Choi Hyun-Sung, currently serving as the chairman of the advisory committee for the Emoto Guild." This introduction leaves the scarred Japanese official completely stunned, while the rest of his subordinates quickly bow down with the utmost respect. "It is an honor to meet you, player Choi Hyun-Sung." Suddenly, that official drops flat onto the floor, performing a deep bow and begging him to save Japan. "I sincerely plead with you like this," he begs. Watching this, you and I know what he is thinking. Are these guys seriously trying to use cheap guilt trips on me? Knowing exactly what they are up to, he calmly replies, "I will help, so please stand up." This response instantly makes the official feel like he struck gold. He quickly asks again just to be absolutely sure. "Is that really true, sir?" He continuously showers him with gratitude. "Thank you so much," and immediately starts flattering him without holding back. "Master Choi Hyun-Sung is truly a godsend from heaven. You will undoubtedly be worshipped as the ultimate hero of the Kyushu region." Hyun-Sung slowly sips his tea, flashes a sudden smile, and cold-bloodedly splashes them with reality. "However, since I personally have some extremely urgent matters to attend to, I cannot go to Japan right away." Seeing their shock, he casually suggests, "How about we wait 3 months?" The official desperately pleads, "Is there any way you can speed up your schedule just a little bit? The people of Japan are begging for the recovery of Kyushu every single second. Please try to understand their desperate hearts." Hearing this, Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes, filled with quiet disgust. He silently curses them, remembering how they dragged their feet in the past. And now they are acting all desperate? They look like absolute clowns right now. He replies coldly, "I would love to help, but I am currently tied up with an incredibly important matter." When the curious official presses to know what it is, Hyun-Sung calmly reveals that it is a massive business deal. "It will wrap up in 3 months, so do not worry." The official quickly flashes a confident smile, asserting that if money is the issue, he should not worry at all. "Japan will fully compensate for any losses that occur while you are helping us out. No amount is too much." Hyun-Sung smirks, asking, "Are you sure? Because this is going to be an absolutely massive number. You might actually end up having to hand over every single dungeon in Kyushu to me." This statement stuns the official, sweating profusely as he tries to understand what is happening. What does that even mean? What kind of deal could possibly require such an insane compensation? Hyun-Sung coldly cuts him off. "I cannot share that, it is private." Suddenly smiling with mystery, he suggests doing it after 3 months, and trust me, you and I cannot wait to see their reaction. Stick with me, we are about to watch Hyun-Sung absolutely break this official. He claims to help them for free, but as the man struggles over revealing the Honshu invasion, Hyun-Sung throws a cold splash of reality. "By the way, Minister, I am never helping Japan for free." Facing his stunned opponent, Hyun-Sung boldly declares that if there is a national emergency, they need to pay up for the premium express service. He warns them to stop playing psychological games or begging for sympathy. Staring into the main character's ice-cold eyes, the Japanese official shivers as a bitter realization hits him. This monstrous player already knows absolutely everything. The official bitterly confesses that Hyun-Sung already knows about the Honshu disaster. Standing right behind him, his bodyguard in sunglasses growls in pure anger, calling Hyun-Sung completely shameless for exploiting another country's tragedy just to turn a massive profit. But Hyun-Sung just shrugs, completely playing dumb as if he has absolutely no clue. Seeing that innocent face, the official realizes Hyun-Sung will play dumb forever, forcing him to finally back down. "Fine, I will hand over the dungeons, but demanding every single dungeon in the Kyushu region is honestly going too far." Drawing his final line in the sand, the official offers ownership of 30 dungeons. This is the absolute maximum concession the Japanese government can possibly make. Now pay attention, watch how quickly Hyun-Sung shuts down this pathetic bargaining. He sighs coldly, noting he already spared them from personal damage claims. Yet here you are, clearly crossing the line. That chilling threat leaves the official frozen, sweating bullets because he has no idea what he did wrong. Before the man can even process this, Hyun-Sung slams a thick stack of files onto the table, telling him to look for himself. As the official flips through the pages, staring at the dark secrets and massive damages exposed inside, he gasps in pure terror. "How on earth did you get this?" The official gasps, as Hyun-Sung muses. "Maybe I should leak this ledger. If these dirty secrets get leaked to the world, I am absolutely sure nobody will blame me for refusing to help Japan." Seeing his opponent completely break down, Hyun-Sung coldly announces a new price. Since they threw his kindness back in his face, simply owning the Kyushu region dungeons is no longer enough. Facing the bewildered official, he makes a bold demand. "Hand over the dungeons on the neighboring Shikoku Island as well. Do that, and I will step in to help you immediately." Cornered with absolutely no way out, the defeated official bows in deep humiliation, trembling as he surrenders the dungeons of both Kusu and Shikoku Islands. I will hand them all over. Please, save us. Meanwhile, at the military base in Hiroshima, Japan, Inoue, the president of the Japanese Player Association, announces that the raid will begin once the United Nations coalition forces fully assemble. He estimates this will take about 3 days, suggesting that everyone take some time to rest at the base. Hearing this, our main character asks in disbelief, "Did you say 3 days?" Inoue confirms that because they are mobilizing 100,000 high-tier players for this massive campaign, the deployment is running slightly behind. Meanwhile, under the silent night sky, a massive shadow begins to soar. Trust me, you are going to want to see this golden eagle. With glowing eyes, it leads an army of monstrous birdmen, descending rapidly onto a residential area. These beasts frantically tear everything apart, devouring a strange green energy source to boost their power. Fierce shrieks of the birdmen pierce the silent air, signaling a brutal invasion. Sirens suddenly blare across the entire base, jolting our sleeping main character wide awake. Instantly wondering what went wrong, he rushes straight to the command room, demanding to know what on earth is happening. With a pale face, Inoue reports that the Golden Eagle has rallied his entire tribe and is heading straight for Hiroshima. Hyun-Sung quickly cuts in, asking if the civilian evacuation is complete. Inoue hesitantly admits that things are incredibly bad, revealing that a full retreat order has just been issued. Hearing the word retreat leaves Hyun-Sung completely stunned. Inoue explains that their current forces stand no chance against this beast, so High Command has ordered an immediate retreat to save their troops. As helicopters roar outside signaling the evacuation, Inukai approaches him urgently, begging his master to escape while he still can. In a low voice, Hyun-Sung asks about the others, learning that everyone has already been safely evacuated. You have to love how he always puts other people first. He quietly looks over at his loyal subordinate, Inukai. Yes, master. But then, Hyun-Sung suddenly makes a wild proposal, asking if he wants to become the hero of Japan. Stunned, Inukai asks, "A hero of Japan? What do you mean by that, master?" Hyun-Sung casually answers that the title of Osaka hero does not mean much anymore. Looking straight at his loyal subordinate, he hints at a much higher title. How about the hero who saved the entire Japanese nation? Hearing this, Inukai freezes in absolute shock. His eyes widen with pure shock at his master's massive ambition. Facing this legendary offer, Inukai stands straight and salutes him with absolute respect. "Please give me your orders, master." Hyun-Sung smiles, pleased with the choice, and trust me, this is going to be wild. Walking forward, he asserts that in order to properly execute his instructions in the days ahead, Inukuso must rise to at least the rank of Minister of Japan's Spacegate Management. Right now, he orders his new subordinate to join him in directly stopping the brutal rampage of the bird monster tribe. Inukuso asks with deep worry if they are really going to fight this war entirely alone. Hyun-Sung nods, explaining his strategy to lure the massive swarm of monsters to a completely different location. Once done, they will use space teleportation skills to make a clean escape. He then pulls out a glowing, radiant item and hands it to his subordinate. "Here, take this first." The moment he receives the item, Inukuso freezes in absolute shock as the system screen pops up in front of him. It is a legendary grade shadow cloak that boosts the power of stealth and assassination skills by 10%, while letting the user travel freely through shadows by consuming mana. He smirks, telling him it will be highly useful, as he just scored some insanely overpowered free gear. Deeply moved, Inukuso clutches the priceless gift tightly to his chest and bows low, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for this immense grace, master. I will absolutely repay your kindness with my utmost loyalty." He secretly realizes that the main character genuinely intends to rely on him to carry out much grander, world-changing plans. But out of nowhere, Hyun-Sung turns around and asks a bizarre question. "By the way, among your subordinates, is there anyone who is incredibly stupid but filled with an overwhelming sense of justice?" Inukuso confirms there is indeed such a guy. Now pay attention to this part because he opposed his superior's cowardly retreat order. This massive, rugged giant was thrown into a pitch-black dungeon, tightly bound by heavy, rusted iron chains that completely wrap around his bruised body. Hyun-Sung orders him to drag the giant out immediately, realizing that starting a live stream with him will be highly effective for building up massive public fame. Handing Inukuso a camera stabilizer, he instructs him to put that giant in charge of filming this entire raid operation. Hyun-Sung specifically notes that his face must absolutely not be covered, making sure the entire world can recognize his face clearly, which is the only way to farm insane popularity and public trust. Inukuso immediately delivers the order, coldly announcing that the big guy's sole mission from now on is simply to record. The news leaves the giant stunned. He stammers that even though he is a healer, he has more than enough strength to fight directly on the front lines. But Inukuso glares coldly into his eyes, stating that he is perfectly capable of healing people and holding the camera at the same time, warning him to keep a cool head no matter what crazy situation happens. Overwhelmed by Inukuso's intense pressure, the big guy can only tremble and obey after being threatened with a one-way trip back to the dungeon. Inukuso commands him to launch the livestream immediately, planning to expose the sheer corruption and absolute irresponsibility of the Japanese government to every single citizen watching. Hyun-Sung stands quiet, observing that they are facing over 10,000 hero-grade monsters directly ahead. Surrounded on all sides, you and I both know this is pure suicide, but Inukuso calmly announces that he and Hyun-Sung will personally lure the swarm away. Witnessing this legendary, heroic act, the giant hunter is deeply moved to tears, silently admiring their selfless sacrifice to protect the helpless citizens of Japan from total destruction. Hyun-Sung coldly orders them to begin, and Inukuso immediately replies that he understands. The cameraman quickly activates his recording equipment and shouts out, confirming that he is going live this very second. The three of them bolt like lightning toward the raging battlefield. On the live broadcast, the cameraman screams in fury that the Japanese government has completely abandoned the city of Hiroshima. Yet, a single Korean player and one Japanese player are the only ones who refuse to give up on this place. Inukuso's face is filled with pure determination amidst the rising smoke as his desperate plea echoes across the broadcast, begging everyone watching to pray together so that these two legendary heroes can return home safely. Right ahead, the ferocious bird monsters with glowing eyes form their ranks to block their advance, but Hyun-Sung's eyes flash with a deadly, blood-red light of absolute murder. He unleashes an earth-shattering roar as a massive wave of purple energy explodes outward, completely crushing anyone in his path and leaving the remaining monsters trembling in absolute terror. Raising his hand, he instantly conjures a massive, blazing fireball that illuminates the entire dark night sky. The bird monsters can only stare up in hopeless despair as the gigantic meteor-like fireball crashes down, engulfing their entire army in a roaring sea of flames. Agonizing screams echo endlessly through the night as the beasts are completely incinerated by the devastating heat. Hyun-Sung charges straight through the wall of flames, unleashing brutal, merciless sword strikes that instantly bring a swift and bloody end to his enemies. Watching this insane, godlike destruction unfold, you and I can definitely understand why the cameraman completely loses his mind. Oh my god, what on earth is this terrifying power? Surrounded by a sky of blazing fire, Hyun-Sung realizes his skills are performing way better than expected. This is working out far better than I thought. Alright, you and I are starting with a bang as a hero tier system notification pops up, honoring him for single-handedly wiping out 5,000 high-rank birdmen. Earning the title of Harpy Slayer, he realizes this insane, catastrophic damage was actually caused by mana resonance. It instantly spread through his magical energy in a split second. Glancing at the distant survivors, Choi Hyun-Sung coldly notes that those worthless pests got incredibly lucky. Watching his opponent charge at him like a maniac, Choi Hyun-Sung gives a savage smirk. So, you want a piece of me? Need a muzzle? Suddenly, a massive birdman boss with overwhelming power crashes in, thrusting its giant spear straight toward him with devastating force. The two clash head-on in a breathtaking mid-air showdown, unleashing brilliant flashes that rip through the night. Choi Hyun-Sung quickly leaps back to reassess his target, sensing something extremely strange. His flamebook spell is completely useless here. Tightening his grip, his eyes fill with determination. Time to try another approach. Out of nowhere, massive bolts of lightning from the beast strike him directly, making him groan in agony. Arg! Choi Hyun-Sung grits his teeth against the pain, utterly shocked by his opponent's raw power. Is this monster really that strong? And don't blink now, because this giant bird monster with glowing, bloodthirsty eyes is charging like a hurricane, ready to completely crush our guy. Next, a blast of golden lightning strikes him, wounding Choi Hyun-Sung and forcing him to retreat. From high above, the towering beast spreads its massive wings, glaring down at its prey like an absolute apex predator. It bares its razor-sharp teeth, glowing blue eyes dripping with malice, as it gathers a massive storm of lightning around its entire body. Totally unfazed, Choi Hyun-Sung unleashes an earth-shattering roar as dark purple magical energy explodes violently from within. A massive wave of energy detonates, shaking the atmosphere and engulfing the entire battlefield in blinding light. Our main hero lunges forward like lightning, his blade clashing fiercely against the beast's giant spear. The insane speed of this battle leaves the nearby cameraman sweating bullets. His eyes are glued to his phone screen, shaking uncontrollably at the mind-blowing clash unfolding right in front of him. The live stream absolutely explodes, hitting over 12 million concurrent viewers as shocked comments flood the chat. My god, he literally wiped out an entire army alone, and now he is going head-to-head with the boss. It's so fast I can't even see them. The viewers are losing it, witnessing a level of power that completely shatters human limits. You and I can probably guess what happens next, as a birdman drops from above, sending the cameraman into a screaming panic. Oh my god, what the hell is that? But Inukuso instantly flashes in from behind, slicing the beast to keep his camera crew safe and the live stream rolling. Behind a rock, the burly hunter hides, holding his camera with trembling hands as he desperately tries to record every single terrifying moment. On screen, viewers are absolutely losing their minds in the chat. What was that? Who is that? Get out of there. That cameraman has to be completely insane to film in a place like that. Shedding emotional tears, the cameraman stammers to the stream. Everyone, this is Captain Inukuso. His frantic voice echoes all over the stream, telling the world that Inukuso refused his superior's direct retreat orders just to stay and fight, making him the only Japanese player left standing. Inukuso tears through the monster horde like a wild beast, turning any creature in his path into a lifeless corpse. The cameraman screams out in absolute pride. Yes, that is what the final pride of Japan truly looks like. The brutal slaughter continues as Inukuso unleashes a flurry of devastating attacks, wiping out waves of birdmen in a single breath. Public opinion in Japan completely explodes over his heroic stand. Endless praise floods the web, with citizens typing, "The association abandoned us. They need a wake-up call." Inukuso is Japan's true savior. He single-handedly saved our national pride. Long live Inukuso. Amidst the blinding flashes of this chaotic battle, Choi Hyun-Sung finally makes his move, eyes cold and sharp. He grips his sword, crackling with purple lightning, ready to crush all resistance. Meanwhile, in the emergency meeting room, Prime Minister Akunab slams the desk, roaring in pure rage. Didn't you idiots tell me that player Choi Hyun-Sung had already evacuated? His assistant, sweating profusely under the pressure, stammers that he only passed along what was written in the previous intelligence reports. Pointing directly at the massive monitor, broadcasting the battlefield, the Prime Minister barks, "Then what on earth is this? I am asking you one final time, what the hell is this?" The high-ranking officials can only bow their heads in ultimate disgrace. The Prime Minister rages, that battle is being streamed live to the entire world. Other countries will look at this and think our Japanese government is completely useless. Contact President In out of the association immediately. I am ordering the complete destruction of the Birdman tribe. Faced with this highly critical situation, Prime Minister Akunab takes a deep breath and inquires about Inukuso's current official rank. And trust me, you and I are about to see this minor captain get appointed as the new association president as soon as this fight ends, leaving his subordinates completely stunned. Alright, you and I are about to watch some hilarious political spin. Akunabe insists Inukuso is Japan's sole brave defender, hyping him up at all costs. He wants to spin the narrative, claiming Hyun-Sung and Inukuso's arrival was arranged by the government, and that they willingly declined any extra backup. Akunabe even shamelessly demands a public announcement claiming the players who fled are actually risking their lives defending the city somewhere else. While that political circus is being orchestrated, the actual battle on the ground reaches its absolute climax. Hyun-Sung clashes head-on with the Birdman Lord, triggering thunderous, earth-shaking explosions of raw lightning energy. He quickly realizes his opponent is insanely strong, forced to dodge their relentless, high-powered strikes while looking for an opening. A massive, cataclysmic explosion suddenly erupts right in the middle of 7 Birdmen. Boom! Instantly, the system alerts that Hyun-Sung achieved a legendary milestone by soloing 10,000 monsters, earning the legend-grade Birdman Slayer title. But trust me, this is where the real fight begins. Hyun-Sung quickly preps his buff potions for the clash, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as his health drops below 10%, triggering his legendary passive frenzy skill. Instantly, all of his core stats, including strength, agility, magic, and spirit, skyrocket by 40%. Even though it costs him half of his physical and magic resistance, the Golden Eagle matches his aura, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Its blue eyes glow, channeling deadly lightning. With a deafening screech, it charges straight at him, at a terrifying speed. The two massive energies clash violently. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth to block, wondering how on earth this stubborn beast can keep holding on for so long. He knows if another passive skill triggers, it is going to be massive trouble. He swiftly exploits an opening, making the giant beast shriek in pure agony. A massive shockwave blows everything away as the colossal impact detonates. Hyun-Sung flips through the air and lands with total confidence, proving who the real boss is. Across from him, the Golden Eagle is now severely wounded. It glares at Hyun-Sung with sheer rage and hatred, completely frustrated because its opponent is simply too overpowered. Hyun-Sung notes that this monster has high intelligence, allowing it to read the battlefield incredibly fast. Channeling his full power, his eyes burn with absolute killer intent as he vows not to let this beast escape. A crimson aura wraps around his body, launching him downward like a lethal arrow. Before the Golden Eagle can even react, watch closely here, Hyun-Sung instantly triggers his blink skill to close the gap. He vanishes, instantly reappearing to drive a devastating thrust straight through the monster's body. a massive energy explosion erupts, completely vaporizing the legendary beast right in front of a stunned Inukuso and his cameraman. The remains of the golden eagle fall, turning to dust amidst the rising smoke. Hyun-Sung lands, panting heavily from the absolute exhaustion of this life-or-death duel. A fight like this makes you just want to sleep for days to recover. On the live broadcast, millions of viewers absolutely explode with pure joy, flooding the chat with comments, praising the hero's unbelievable, godlike strength. Inukuso solemnly announces that the raid has officially concluded and orders the broadcast to end, completely ignoring the viewers' frantic demands for an interview with our main character. He makes sure to urge everyone to give a massive round of applause for the two heroes who saved the nation of Japan. Once the stream ends, Inukuso turns to praise the cameraman, Kimura, for doing an outstanding job under pressure. Meanwhile, Hyun-Sung casually strolls over to the wreckage, noting that defeating this beast felt completely different compared to his previous battle against the Hydra. Suddenly, he notices a weapon left behind in the debris and gasps as he discovers his opponent's spear is actually a hero-grade item. Hyun-Sung pulls a cloak out from the rubble, and instantly, a system notification pops up confirming it as the legendary grade cloak of the Birdman Lord. This incredible item dramatically boosts physical, magic, and lightning resistance, while also letting the user soar freely through the air for an incredibly small cost of mana. Staring at the insane stats of this massive loot, Hyun-Sung cracks a satisfied smile. Oh, this is nice. Hyun-Sung immediately equips the Birdman Lord's cloak, launching himself high into the sky to test out his new flight. Feeling the flawless mobility, he realizes the mana consumption is practically zero. After testing his epic new movement speed, he grins, knowing it is time to check the skill book. A system alert appears for the legendary grade Heavenly Thunder skill. It is an active skill that infuses his every action with lightning, instantly paralyzing foes with absolutely zero cooldown. However, upon closer inspection, he clicks his tongue in disappointment. It feels like a budget version of the Black Dragon Breath. Even so, he decides to fuse the two skills together anyway. Next, he pulls out the legendary grade Heavenly Thunder King Armor skill book. It is a crazy passive that heavily boosts physical, magic, and lightning resistance. You and I both know he is officially unstoppable. Plus, it can level up by absorbing other skills or items belonging to the defensive category. Trust me, you'd be just as thrilled as Choi Hyun-Sung seeing this unique, legendary grade item. Oh my god, it's actually a unique legendary. Instantly, he feeds his new skill a bunch of old passive abilities like his hardened body, stone skin, and steel skin to maximize his defensive power. Once they finished gathering all the loot, Inukuso stepped forward and bowed down with absolute respect. "Great work, master," he says. Hyun-Sung smiles and replies, "You did great too." Standing in the ruins, the sudden roar of helicopter blades from afar makes Inukuso freeze, completely on guard. Out from the shadows, a mysterious group in black suits approaches, led by a long-haired man wearing an eye patch, who is strolling lazily right toward them. The group in suits bows deeply and shouts in unison, "Player Choi Hyun-Sung is the hero who saved Japan. We are truly grateful." However, our main character only replies coldly, "Your gratitude shouldn't just be directed at me, right?" He points over to Inukuso, prompting an official to quickly step up, shake hands, and heap on the praise. "Incredible job, Inukuso. You have successfully protected the pride of every single Japanese player." Immediately after, the subordinates all bow in deep respect, calling out, "You are truly great, Captain Inukuso." Despite the massive praise, Inukuso keeps a calm, humble face, saying, "I only did what I was supposed to." Right then, the loud roar of helicopter engines fills the sky as a flight squad begins landing at the scene. Hyun-Sung scoffs, letting out a humph when he spots a stylish middle-aged man with gray hair and a neat mustache stepping down from the helicopter. He instantly recognizes him as Prime Minister Akinabe, who has arrived with a massive media crew of reporters and cameras ready to shoot. "Now pay attention here," Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes. "Are they trying to pull a fast one by following us here?" Suddenly, the Prime Minister kneels flat on the ground and loudly declares, "My deepest thanks to both of you. Thanks to your heroic efforts, Japan has been saved from disaster." This unexpected act leaves our main character completely stunned. Behind the Prime Minister, the officials also bow down and shout, "On behalf of the people, we sincerely thank you both. You two are the heroes who saved Japan." Watching this elaborate performance, Hyun-Sung can only sneer silently to himself. "Ah, so they came here to put on a show?" He glances at his subordinate, signaling, "Here is your chance to show off. Might as well show off my handsome face on the cameras while we are at it." Inukuso immediately steps forward, holds the Prime Minister's hands, and firmly declares, "I only did what was naturally required of me." In front of the cameras, Prime Minister Akinabe becomes deeply choked up with emotion. "Player Inukuso, thank you for accepting and risking your life on this extremely dangerous mission. We are truly grateful to you." Hearing the Prime Minister mention a planned campaign, Hyun-Sung frowns with deep suspicion. You and I both know what's up. He knew this was a cheap media play. Staging a hero show to trick the public? Should I just completely ruin this little farce? Seeing the cameras and reporters surrounding them, he tells himself to stay calm. No, let's just play along with them for a bit to see how this goes. Hyun-Sung subtly signals his subordinate. Go along with their show. Let's see what trick they're trying to pull. Having received the order, Inukoso immediately shifts his attitude. He humbly responds to the Prime Minister's praise in front of the lens. I only did my duty, sir. Prime Minister Akanabe smiles warmly, waving his hands in mock humility. No, that's not true at all. He continues to ramble on loudly before the gathered media. While we were desperately preparing a defense plan for the city of Hiroshima, you brave souls agreed to execute a highly risky mission to lure the birdmen away, without offering even a single word of complaint. I am truly deeply grateful. Inukoso stands there with a bead of sweat on his forehead, struggling to play this heroic role. Prime Minister Akanabe gets more and more excited. What is more, I could never have imagined that you wouldn't just lure the enemies away, but actually completely destroy that entire birdman tribe. This achievement goes far beyond even my wildest dreams. Watching this perfectly orchestrated play, Hyun-Sung's gaze turns incredibly cold. He calculates quietly. Things are looking good. I can milk this for a massive fortune. Soon after, a grand ceremony is held in the city center under a clear blue sky. The military band's trumpets echo loudly through the streets, creating an incredibly formal atmosphere. Prime Minister Akanabe stands in a luxury black limousine, waving with a bright smile to the cheering crowds holding flags and flowers. Hyun-Sung and Inukoso sit quietly, watching the whole spectacle unfold from behind. Loud cheers of banzai echo through the busy streets. The Japanese citizens seem to have fully bought into the heroic act staged by their government. The parade rolls past towering, busy skyscrapers, marking a brand new milestone in Akanabe's highly successful political career. And as the noisy ceremony finally ends, you and I are going behind closed doors. All right, you and I are about to watch a powerful prime minister beg for his life. Prime Minister Akanabe suddenly bows in deep humiliation before Choi Hyun-Sung, trembling as he says, For saving Japan, I sincerely offer you my deepest gratitude. Hyun-Sung stares down at the top of the politician's head and responds with pure sarcasm. Oh dear, of course you should. He smirks, his eyes flashing with a cold, threatening glare. I have been quietly saving face for you in front of the public, Akanabe says with a forced smile. Haha, for that, I would also like to offer my sincerest thanks once again. Hyun-Sung stops smiling, his face turning sharper and more serious than ever. He wants to see exactly what kind of cheap tricks this old man is trying to play next. Let's hear what you have to say. Hyun-Sung looks straight at him and coldly exposes the truth. At the request of the Japanese government, the two of us stood alone against the avian tribe. Now, pay attention to this part. You want me to say that, and cover up the fact that you abandoned Hiroshima, right? So you want me to keep your little secret? Covered in sweat, the Japanese official nods nervously and admits that, yes, that is exactly it. Hyun-Sung casually fires back. What do I get if I agree to that? The official's face twists in complete confusion. He stammers that since Japan already agreed to hand over dungeon ownership on both islands, there is absolutely nothing else they can offer right now. Instantly, Hyun-Sung's eyes turn ice cold. He growls, I do not like that answer. How about I walk right out this door and do a live interview with the reporters instead? The direct threat turns the official's face pale. He quickly closes his eyes in surrender and begs, What is it you want? I will grant whatever you ask. Hyun-Sung smiles, acting generous as he claims he has no intention of making unreasonable demands. He casually lays out his first condition. First, guarantee me a complete tax exemption on all profits generated from those 2 island dungeons. And do not try to play games with some special laws either. Seeing the official break into a cold sweat, Hyun-Sung smirks. Judging by your reaction, you really were planning to stab me in the back, huh? Caught red-handed, the man desperately tries to explain. No, I will guarantee your tax exemption in writing. Hyun-Sung laughs inside at how foolish this guy is. He looks out the window at the ruins and speaks in a low voice. And take Kyushu Island for instance. Is it not completely reduced to rubble now? The official nods, confirming it. Flash of a brilliant but scheming smile, and Hyun-Sung decisively delivers his final demand. I want that land for free. You and I know dungeon areas are dangerous, but the land prices there are still incredibly expensive. That is because hunters always need equipment shops, restaurants, and places to stay. Even in Japan, entertainment facilities are popping up everywhere to serve the needs of the players. Back at the table, the Japanese official stammers in complete shock at this land grab. After agonizing over it for a moment, he finally bows his head and agrees. I understand. However, Hyun-Sung has no intention of stopping here. He muses, Oh, and I have thought long and hard about this. Looking straight at the official, he says that having all the rewards go to just me seems a bit unfair. This leaves the official absolutely stunned. What do you mean by that? Hyun-Sung quickly reminds him. Was it not Inukuso who risked his life to fight the avian tribe? The man can only nod in agreement. Yes, you are absolutely right. Wearing a mysterious smile, our main character asks, so what reward is Japan planning to give Inukuso? The official proudly announces, we plan to offer him the position of president of the Player Association. He asserts that as a role model, Inukuso will surely receive the most worthy treatment. But Hyun-Sung is clearly not satisfied, asking, is that seriously all he gets? Seeing the man's utterly blank stare, he makes a bold demand. Make him the minister of the Space Portal Management Ministry as well. Seriously, he acts like he owns them. This shocking suggestion causes veins to pop on the official's angry, high-pressure face. Our main character coldly adds, compared to the current minister, who does not even know how to assess a situation, Inukuso will do 100 times better. Seeing him hesitate, Hyun-Sung snaps, you do not like it? The official quickly explains that the minister position is not something he can just decide on his own. It requires deep discussions with cabinet members first, but our main character immediately cuts him off with pure sarcasm. Are you really going to put another clueless idiot into that minister seat all over again? He stares right into his eyes and delivers a freezing reality check. Is it not because of ridiculous appointments like that Japan is in such a pathetic state today? Under the immense pressure of Choi Hyun-Sung's ironclad demands, the Japanese official just sweats in silence. He closes his eyes in utter defeat. And trust me, you and I are about to hear his trembling final answer. I will consider this as positively as possible. The next day, Choi Hyun-Sung officially ends his journey in Japan and heads back home. Let's follow our main character as he strolls through the international arrivals terminal, casually pulling his suitcase with a smug grin. Thinking about the massive benefits he just scored, he smiles smugly. Not bad. But his celebration is cut incredibly short. The second he steps past security, a massive wall of flashing cameras and reporters waiting in ambush completely blinds him. Endless shutter clicks and blinding flashes burst around him, forcing a surprised growl from Hyun-Sung. Huh? Staring at the chaotic crowd blocking his path, he starts getting annoyed and mutters, why are there so many people here? He silently wonders how the hell he is going to escape, as heels click and suitcase wheels squeal against the floor in the chaos. The press crowd erupts into chaos the moment they spot him. Look, over there, it is Choi Hyun-Sung. Even though he carefully disguised himself with a cap, sunglasses, and a black mask, he still becomes the absolute center of attention. Blinding flashes track his every move. Hyun-Sung scoffs to himself. I even went out of my way to hide my face. So why are they chasing and taking photos like crazy? He grumbles, desperately trying to find an escape route. He suddenly stops dead in his tracks. A group of men in sharp black suits is striding straight toward him. Squinting, he immediately recognizes these people. Their faces are all over the television news every single day. Watch closely here. Aren't those the actual presidential candidates? He silently scoffs at how these shameless politicians are openly trying to exploit his fame. One of them rushes forward, warmly shaking his hand while showering him with praise. You worked incredibly hard over there. Hyun-Sung can only give a forced, reluctant reply. Ah, yes, he mutters amidst the chaotic press. The presidential candidates flash their brightest, most fake smiles for the cameras. They wave and pretend to care deeply about the hero who just returned from his massive overseas mission. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth in pure rage, realizing these corrupt politicians are using him as a prop to promote their campaigns. Those bastards. Why are they dragging me into their stupid political games? Completely fed up, he coldly announces, all right, that is enough for today. I am heading home first. The candidates are disappointed, but they have no choice but to force polite smiles. Ah, of course. We have already taken up too much of your time. But the reporters refuse to back off, closing in with a barrage of questions. Which candidate do you support? Whose campaign policies do you actually agree with? Leaving behind the absolute chaos of the screaming crowd and flashing lights, Hyun-Sung finally breaks free from the mob and climbs into his waiting ride. The heavy door slams shut, completely cutting off the noisy world outside. He tiredly pulls off his disguise with a sigh of relief. Man, I am dead tired. In the driver's seat, Shin Jun-ah smirks teasingly. You and I both know how annoying fame is, right? Geez, looks like tough work being a big celebrity. Shin Jun-ah teases as Hyun-Sung smiles gratefully. Thanks for taking such good care of me, Jun-ah. She casually brushes it off. It is nothing. The car glides smoothly down the empty highway toward the city center. Jun-ah suddenly speaks up, unable to hide her sheer amazement. Actually, I was really surprised by something too. How did you level up so incredibly fast? Hyun-Sung casually shrugs, explaining that he simply works hard at hunting. Curious about his earth-shattering battle, Jun-ah asks. So, when you took down the Golden Eagle, tell me all the details about what happened. Hyun-Sung excitedly starts gesturing with his hands, bragging about his epic victory. But contrasting his massive excitement, Juna's face suddenly turns completely serious and filled with worry. She suddenly snaps, "You were literally 1 second away from getting killed." As the car stops at a red light, Juna turns to glare at him with furious eyes. Why on earth would you do something so insanely dangerous? Her sudden, aggressive mood swing leaves Hyun-Sung completely frozen in shock. He can only stammer back in total confusion. Well... And it wasn't just her. News of his reckless stunt in Japan had driven everyone close to him completely insane with worry. Hyun-Sung only gives a knowing smile, feeling how deeply everyone cares about him. While steering, Juna continues to scold him. "Hey, are you deaf or something? Are you even listening to what I am saying?" When the light turns green, she sees him still smirking and grumbles. "Why are you laughing?" Hyun-Sung calmly replies. "I am just happy that you care about me this much, Juna." Her face instantly flushes bright red in total embarrassment. She quickly denies it. "Hey, no way. Who would ever worry about a stubborn idiot like you?" Though she stubbornly insists she didn't care, she eventually stammers out a confession that maybe she was slightly worried, while he just stares back at her with a teasing look. The two finally arrive at the Emoto Guild headquarters. Seeing him, Guildmaster Kang San-young gives him a warm welcome. "You really did return with legendary achievements. Now, join me next time," as the Guildmaster asks if he is finally getting comfortable. "Let's dive back in," as Hyun-Sung smiles, insisting everything is fine, except for those annoying reporters tailing him, but that is just a trade-off he is willing to accept. Kang San-young nods in agreement, and seriously notes that there are currently tons of offers to invest in their new guild. Without hesitating for even a single second, Hyun-Sung flatly orders him to reject every single one of them. San-young happily confirms he already did exactly that. He continues reporting on their massive, exploding recruitment drive, adding that new applications to join the guild are flooding in like a total waterfall. It is not just local players. Top-tier rankers and elite players from all over the world are begging to join the ranks of Emoto. Seeing this insane potential, Hyun-Sung gives a decisive command. Accept every single one of them. He even makes a bold, daring move, suggesting they use this golden opportunity to immediately launch overseas branches. Hearing this, Kang San-young hesitates a bit and speaks up. "I really want to do that," but he worries that expanding internationally so suddenly will require an absolutely massive amount of capital that their guild simply cannot afford right now. However, Hyun-Sung just stares coldly straight ahead and calmly replies to him, "Just leave that problem to me. You guys sit back and watch how a real boss handles this whole thing smoothly. Now, pay attention here." Over at the CIA, the truth behind Emoto's massive funding was finally reported to the top brass. Learning the money came from China, the US president gasps in total shock. "China? Are you actually serious right now?" He is completely baffled because China has a deeply hostile relationship with Choi Hyun-Sung, and they have never even officially met. So how could they possibly agree to invest such an absurdly massive sum of money? Inside the briefing room, an expert shares highly detailed slides, explaining that the man actually pulling the strings in China is Ma Byung-seo. Though his official title is just vice chairman, with the current president acting as a mere puppet, he is truly the #1 figure holding the entire nation's destiny in his hands. Under Ma Byung-seo's direct leadership, China officially issued a formal apology for the kidnapping and attempted murder of Choi Hyun-Sung and his entire family. Right after, a massive cash flow of 30 trillion stone dollars was wired directly into the international investment firm founded by Choi Hyun-Sung. If this was just meant for damages, this amount is absolutely insane, completely breaking any normal standard. The subordinate confirms that using this mysterious capital, Choi Hyun-Sung easily built the incredibly powerful Emoto Guild we see today. "You and I can tell something is off here, especially since the entire transaction and the dark truth behind this massive funding are kept strictly confidential by everyone. Could there be some special, unspoken understanding between these legendary slayers that ordinary people simply cannot comprehend?" Another official with a thick beard speaks up, arguing that such a theory seems way too forced and highly unlikely. He proposes an alternative theory, suggesting that China realized Choi Hyun-Sung's true, terrifying potential early on, and surrendered proactively just to avoid a totally devastating disaster. As the debate starts getting heated, the president slams his desk and demands absolute silence. He asserts that analyzing past events at this point is completely pointless. Right now, the priority is that America must do whatever it takes to build a strong, close relationship with Choi Hyun-Sung. He presses them, asking if there is any way to uncover the secret deal between him and China. But his subordinate can only bow his head, reporting that despite their CIA agents' absolute best efforts in Northeast Asia, they have failed to uncover any solid clues. Interfering in this relationship will not be easy, but because their bond is built entirely on money, his subordinate believes there are still plenty of perfect loopholes to exploit. The president nods, confirming that China poured in that massive investment with absolutely no strings attached. Then, he coldly issues an order. First, offer him 100 trillion stone dollars, throwing around trillions right off the bat, That is classic rich people behavior. He claims that if the target wants actual cash, America is fully prepared to invest $1 trillion right away. However, he strongly emphasizes that whatever they get in return must be perfectly equal to that colossal amount. Yes, the payback has to match every single dollar of that massive investment. Back at the Emoto Guild headquarters, a highly unexpected guest arrives to meet Choi Hyun-Sung. He introduces himself as the United States ambassador to South Korea, here to deliver a personal message from President Wilson. Hyun-Sung is completely taken aback when he learns the identity of the powerful figure behind this sudden meeting. The ambassador mentions he heard all about the difficult financial struggles their guild is currently facing during their highly ambitious global expansion plans. Hyun-Sung casually admits it, thinking he is more than ready to carry this small burden all on his own. He directly asks if the United States plans to make an investment, receiving a very warm, friendly nod of confirmation from the ambassador. Well, you and I know more cash never hurts, so Hyun-Sung curiously asks him for the exact numbers. Alright, you and I are about to watch him get offered a mind-blowing 100 trillion stone dollars. Hyun-Sung is completely stunned, barely believing his ears. He is even more shocked when the ambassador promises to pay $1 trillion of that in cold, hard cash right now if he wants. Talk about a massive reality check. Hyun-Sung can only marvel at how insanely rich the United States is, especially when they offer to throw in even more cash if that is not enough. They definitely live up to the hype, throwing around trillions of dollars without even blinking an eye. His eyes turn razor sharp as he gets straight to the point. What is the catch? With a big smirk, the ambassador explains their terms. They want him to stay in America as long as possible and directly help during Redgate raids if a legendary monster shows up. Hyun-Sung casually replies that he is fine visiting America for a nice vacation, but he has absolutely zero intention of moving there permanently. But the Americans already anticipated this exact response. In fact, the ambassador proudly reveals they have already prepared a perfect solution. To pique his curiosity, he reveals that America has a top-tier player named Sarah, who possesses a unique, hero-grade skill called long-range spatial teleportation. Now, pay attention here because Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes. A deal this good is rarely safe, and we both know he needs to be careful. The ambassador goes on to explain that Sarah can freely travel back and forth between any locations she has previously marked. With a skill like that, traveling between Korea and America would literally happen in the blink of an eye. Hyun-Sung calculates that this is basically like having a human version of a high-grade, long-range teleportation scroll. An item like that usually costs 10 billion points per single use. Now, the United States is promising to send Sarah to assist the Emoto Guild whenever trouble pops up. Seeing how incredibly convenient this is, Hyun-Sung immediately locks it in. It is a done deal, but he is not done playing his hand yet, turning the tables by announcing he has one more condition. The ambassador eagerly agrees, claiming they will grant any request he has, absolutely no matter what it might be. Instead of taking standard currency or stone dollars, Hyun-Sung coldly makes a brand new demand. I want skill books. Leaving the ambassador totally stunned, he decisively demands $1 trillion worth of rare skill books specializing in healing, defense, lightning, and fire elements. The flustered ambassador gently reminds him that the massive fund promised by the American government is, after all, strictly an investment. Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes with deep calculation. As long as our partnership remains strong, there is absolutely no reason for America to pull back its investment, right? Or am I wrong? The sweating ambassador quickly forces a nervous smile and assures him that if their friendship is eternal, America will never dream of asking for that capital back. A smug smile spreads across his face. You and I know he is ready to go completely all in on this. A firm handshake officially seals the deal, marking a historic investment contract for the legendary Emoto Guild. The shocking news instantly explodes across headlines worldwide, screaming that America has invested $1 trillion into the Emoto Guild. The entire world hyper-focuses on our trillion-dollar player, with hungry reporters desperately stalking his every single move. Back in his office, system notifications flood his screen. His passive skills, Book of Immortality and Thunder King's Armor, both level up. Meanwhile, his destructive active skill, Black Dragon's Breath, also receives a massive boost. But looking at the towering mountains of paperwork, Hyun-Sung sighs, wondering if his administrative life is leveling up too. He stretches tiredly, reminding himself that a massive shipment of new skill books will arrive in 3 days. If the quality is lacking, he will just overwhelm them with sheer, pure quantity. Knowing this is only the beginning, he instantly dissolves into purple smoke to start his next raid. Hyun-Sung fires off a quick text telling Lucia to meet him at the Minotaur dungeon. He tears a spatial teleportation scroll to teleport straight to LA, equipping his intimidating, high-tier battle armor. He strides confidently toward the gate, where Lucia is already waiting. Long time no see, master, she says respectfully. He smiles back. It has been a while since we hunted together, Lucia. They step directly into the glowing blue energy vortex to enter the dungeon. Fast forward 3 months. Deep in the dark abyss, a massive minotaur lets out an earth-shaking roar. Hyun-Sung lunges forward at blinding speed, unleashing a flurry of devastating, brutal slashes, shredding the beast's thick, armored skin. Poor monster did not even get to fight back before getting deleted. Surveying the bloody, quiet battlefield, Lucia remarks that finding targets to hunt has gotten incredibly difficult lately. Since these monsters are solitary creatures, we have no other choice, Master. Hyun-Sung sighs, utterly exhausted, wondering just how many days of his life he has wasted hunting these guys. Sensing his fatigue, Lucia suggests that they finally pack up and head back. Today is the final deadline to collect those trillion-dollar skill books. Hyun-Sung nods in agreement, saying he understands. They exit the dungeon and head back to headquarters. Standing before massive stacks of cargo crates, he smirks, and trust me, you and I are about to watch him break the game. Alright, you and I are about to watch Hyun-Sung calculate the numbers on his final, massive move. Time to start absorbing these skill books worth $1 trillion. I have to work hard to make that bread. Stacks of skill books are piled like a mountain right in front of him, ready to be absorbed into his system. System notifications chime non-stop as the process starts. His unique legend-grade passive skill, Book of Immortality, has successfully absorbed the rare-grade skill, Natural Recovery. Hyun-Sung watches the upgrade process intently, muttering quietly under his breath. Slow down, don't rush, it's almost done. But suddenly, a shocking alert pops up, freezing him in his tracks. The unique legend-grade passive skill, Book of Immortality, has successfully evolved into a unique demigod-grade skill. Hyun-Sung can only gasp in absolute shock. Wait, demigod grade? Just like that, an unbelievable legend-grade achievement gets registered. Congratulations on becoming the first player to acquire a demigod grade skill. Your reward is the exclusive title, First to Grasp a Demigod Skill. But that is not all. The final prompt confirms he is officially the first in the entire world to possess a unique demigod skill. No way. Are you seeing this? Hyun-Sung gasps, as every single one of his stats jumps by 80 points from this insane achievement. He immediately pulls up the status window of the Book of Immortality. Even though he now holds a unique demigod skill, he cannot help but wonder what this godlike rank actually means. Reading the description closely, he realizes he has basically reached the absolute threshold of immortality. His body will never experience death unless it is entirely obliterated, and any physical wound he sustains will now heal at a dizzying speed. Hyun-Sung notes that his path ahead is getting much easier as he continues to level up his other remaining skills. System notifications ring out once more, confirming his Black Dragon's Breath skill has also officially advanced from legend to unique demigod grade. He quietly wonders if only absorbing low-tier skill books like this means his powers will never be able to fully transition into a complete and true mythic grade. With this incredible new power, he can not only convert his magic power into the dark attribute to massively boost his strength, but also gain the terrifying ability to seize total control of any lightning skills from his enemies. Now, you might be thinking the same thing as Hyun-Sung here. What does stealing skill control actually mean? Time to use our brains. Meanwhile, far away inside a high-level government office, a senior official signs the final documents and asks his subordinate if this is truly the last time they have to do this. Receiving a firm nod of confirmation from his aide, the gray-haired man with a dignified beard still cannot help but worry whether this controversial choice is truly the right path forward for their entire nation. His subordinate quickly reassures him that national security is finally secured, and from now on, even if a legend-grade monster emerges, they can easily handle it without facing any massive casualties. Another blonde official also expresses deep concern while staring closely at the current power report of Choi Hyun-Sung. He simply cannot believe that this guy actually possesses 4 highly coveted growth grade skills, especially when Joseph, who holds the rank 1 spot in America, only possesses a measly 2 of them. And to make matters worse, both of Joseph's skills are only at hero grade, showing a massive gap compared to our main character's current power. The official's gaze darkens as he begins to think it is better to suffer casualties and kill monsters on their own, rather than relying on an individual who is rapidly growing far too powerful to control. South Korea does not just have Choi Hyun-Sung, they have multiple players with legend-grade skills. Meanwhile, we in America do not have a single one. It is enough to make any Korean proud. That bitter reality echoes through the conference room as 3 glowing legend-grade skill books are presented to show the stark difference in power. The blonde official clasps his hands, deeply troubled. He realizes that if they continue relying on outside help to hunt legend-grade beasts, America will never obtain any actual spoils of war. It honestly feels like they are drinking a cup of poison. Seeing the heavy atmosphere weighing down the room, a man with a mustache speaks up earnestly. Please, have a little more faith in our American players. Immediately, they make a massive decision to pump a huge budget into focusing heavily on player training. The blonde official strictly orders an immediate, secret search for any individuals who hold growth grade skills. When asked if they plan to focus all national resources on nurturing them, he firmly confirms. Exactly. He warns that while legend-grade monsters are currently the highest threat level, no one knows how long that status quo will last. Just remember the total chaos when hero-grade monsters first showed up. Let me handle this. I will do whatever it takes to persuade both the Senate and the House of Representatives, the mustached official declares with determination, with another member promising full political cooperation. You and I are left waiting for the next big move. All right, you and I are jumping right back in as the blonde official nods in approval, but he drops a top-secret mission. Do whatever it takes to recruit Choi Hun to our side. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-Sung is relaxing at his desk, thinking to himself that it's been a while, so maybe he should check the customer reviews. He scrolls through the reviews for his TV and DVD player bundle, which sells for nearly 400 million points. The buyers are absolutely furious. Is this seller out of his mind? How long is he going to force this bundle on us? Just sell the DVD player by itself already. One guy even complains that he accidentally bought 30 sets and just wants to return all the useless extra TVs. Looking at the chaotic reviews on his screen, Choi Hyun-Sung just sighs, thinking to himself that it is a complete mess. But his face lights up with a smug, satisfied grin. Since these things are still selling like hotcakes, why on earth would he ever stop? Hyun-Sung just chuckles at the angry rants from his customers. He knows that no matter how much they complain, he is never selling those items separately. Now pay attention to this system screen. Those TV and player bundle packs are still selling for 600 million points. But right below that, the comment section is flooded with desperate pleas, begging him to sell Korean foods like instant ramen, fried chicken, or even alcohol. As the requests for tteokbokki and samgyeopsal keep piling up, Hyun-Sung ponders how he should handle this demand to make the most of it. Right now, he has 5,000 item registration slots, while Lucia has 2,000. That is more than enough to massively expand their catalog. Watching Lucia happily munching on a fresh piece of bread, Hyun-Sung suddenly asks for her own input on whether they should start selling food. Her boss's brain is working unbelievably fast. Lucia pauses for a moment before giving some highly practical advice. She suggests that they should only focus on packaged pre-cooked foods first to test the market waters. Hyun-Sung nods in agreement, proposing items like instant ramen and frozen meals. Lucia smiles in agreement, realizing that if they sell those items, they can make even more money by bundling them with microwaves. Recognizing this as an absolute goldmine of a plan, Hyun-Sung decides to launch it immediately. Deep inside a distant palace, a powerful, silver-haired warrior freezes in utter shock as she receives a notification about newly registered store items. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief when she spots instant cup noodles on the exchange market for nearly 10 million points. Unable to contain her sheer excitement, she squeals with joy seeing the product finally listed. Dozens of colorful cup noodle boxes quickly materialize before her eyes right after she hits buy. It is her lucky day, and nothing can stop her now. Watch closely what she does. She continues to blow her wealth, buying ice-cold beers and bags of aromatic, crispy fried chicken. Humming a happy little tune, she excitedly prepares for an absolute legendary late-night feast. But just as she reaches for a piece of chicken, she suddenly freezes in sheer confusion. Staring at the ice-cold bag of chicken, she is hit with the brutal reality that she needs a microwave to actually heat and eat it. But then, the silver-haired warrior gasps in absolute excitement. She found it. It is the high-tech Model 20 microwave listed directly on the system by Choi Hyun-Sung himself. Even with a price tag of nearly 200 million points, she does not hesitate for a second and hits buy. The very moment the microwave materializes, she quickly plugs it in, tosses the cold chicken inside, and starts heating it up. A short while later, she pops open an ice-cold beer, getting ready for her feast. The plate of chicken is now steaming hot, releasing an incredible aroma that makes her close her eyes and inhale deeply. She grabs a piece with her chopsticks, takes a bite, then downs the entire can of beer in one massive gulp before slamming it onto the table. In her mind, the flavor is absolutely mind-blowing. However, there is still one minor thing that disappoints her, and that is how the chicken looks completely different from the crispy meals she saw on the DVDs. Staring at the soggy chicken, she clearly remembers the guy in the movie producing a loud, satisfying crunch with every bite, unlike this soft mess. Meanwhile, Hyun-Sung's system is constantly buzzing with alerts that all of his newly listed food items have completely sold out. He marvels at how insanely fast everything is selling, confident that this will bring a massive wave of revenue to the guild. While busy checking the inventory with Lucia, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by a brand new customer request. Wait, what? They actually want him to sell chicken freshly fried in real oil? Hyun-Sung quickly pulls up a food delivery app on his phone. A brilliant new business idea sparks in his mind, and he decides to go bold by setting a ridiculously high price tag. Instantly, a fleet of delivery vehicles begins dispersing across all corners of the city, gathering the absolute hottest, freshest meals to fulfill his high-paying orders. Back at the warehouse, Delivery workers arrive one after another, hauling massive bags of warm food right to Hyun-Sung, who is waiting eagerly. Lucia moves quickly, grabbing the heavy food bags directly from the delivery couriers. So what do you and I take from this? Well, they pile up boxes of BBC fried chicken, pizza, and sides, getting ready to make a fortune. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character use crispy, golden fried chicken and fresh hot pizza straight from the oven to completely break the interdimensional trading system. Holding a piece of that golden chicken, a high-ranking VIP customer from another world happily enjoys its crispy, rich, and savory flavor. Instantly, system notifications start spamming the screen, announcing that all the newly registered food items have sold out in the blink of an eye. Hyun-Sung stares at his phone screen in absolute shock. How on earth did this massive pile of food sell out for so much cash? He quickly realizes that even though his core customer base is small, their massive spending power is absolutely off the charts. Watching Lucia happily munching on some fried chicken, Hyun-Sung tells himself, as long as he keeps these ultra VIP customers happy, the profits will be absolutely massive. He decides to closely monitor customer reviews from now on to optimize his shop, but suddenly, a brand new system notification pops up, causing him to freeze in utter shock. Wait, what is it this time? His status window suddenly announces that his mercenary rank has upgraded from rare tier all the way to heroic tier. Hyun-Sung is completely stunned, wondering, wait, so suddenly, what are the requirements for leveling up anyway? He begins to wonder if some hidden combat power system is secretly tracking his stats. A detailed notification window pops up, confirming that Choi Hyun-Sung is now a heroic tier mercenary with perfectly balanced stats, capable of handling any role on the field, starting from a solid vanguard tank, to a deadly melee assassin, a powerful mage, or even a healer, thanks to his immense stamina and high endurance. Staring at the status screen that is openly displaying his private information, Hyun-Sung clicks his tongue, thinking they are exposing his privacy a bit too casually. He then silently observes the new mercenary support option flashing on his screen. Seeing his confusion, Lucia explains that legendary tier mercenaries might actually seek him out and try to recruit him directly. However, she also notes that normally, it's the heroic tier mercenaries who will actually hire him to do jobs for them. Hyun-Sung calmly scoffs and replies, "Wait, is that really it? I thought it was a big deal." After thinking it over, he decides that trying out this mercenary support feature might actually be fun. This leaves Lucia completely dumbfounded as she blinks, saying, "Wait, what?" She quickly regains her composure, explaining that this mercenary system actually operates very fairly. Lucia emphasizes that even if he gets hired, if it is a dangerous mission that he does not want to do, he can reject it any time without facing any penalties. She adds that by working as a mercenary support, Hyun-Sung will have a great chance to meet high-level players who are way out of his league. I know what you're thinking, is it really that simple? Hyun-Sung is skeptical too, but Lucia just smiles and explains, if you can build a close bond with those top-tier high rankers, you can ask them to buy extremely rare mythic-tier items for you, even if your level is too low. Now that sounds like a sweet deal. Hearing this, Hyun-Sung instantly realizes the massive potential of this system. If that is true, then he can lay his hands on not just mythic elixirs, but even ultimate, high-tier skill books as well. Lucia nods in agreement, stating that while the main requirement is finding the right person and building mutual trust, she is highly confident it's not an impossible task. He turns to thank her, then immediately redirects his focus to the system screen to carefully plan out his next major move. Suddenly, another alert pops up. A master named Patricia has just submitted a request to hire Hyun-Sung as a mercenary. Do you accept? Now, pay attention here, because Hyun-Sung is completely caught off guard, turning to tell her, "Lucia, I actually just got hired." Lucia smiles encouragingly. "Then please go right away, master." He nods. "All right, let's do this." He immediately vanishes into a thick cloud of black smoke, crossing dimensions in the blink of an eye to arrive inside a massive, majestic, ancient castle. The moment he lands, he is greeted by absolute chaos as a pack of fierce, long-horned monsters goes on a rampage, brutally attacking and severely injuring the castle's defenders. Hyun-Sung observes the chaotic scene, muttering, "Wow, this is pretty brutal." Suddenly, a pink-haired girl dressed as a maid runs up to him, desperately begging him to protect the ancient castle from being destroyed. Looking at his new employer, he firmly replies, "Understood, master." And with that, Hyun-Sung immediately charges straight into the battle. A monster roars, trying to close the distance, but he instantly gathers a massive, swirling sphere of purple energy in his hand. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, sending towering pillars of purple light into the sky, completely vaporizing the monster horde and transforming the battlefield into a wasteland instantly. The system repeatedly spams notifications about his unbelievable achievement of single-handedly defeating 300 high-tier serpent fiends, granting him the legendary Serpent Hunter title. Hyun-Sung calmly assesses the threat, noting, Yeah, those were definitely heroic tier monsters. Looking at the pile of skill books scattered among the corpses, he clicks his tongue, thinking, hey, isn't this job a total ripoff for me? As Patricia nervously approaches him, Hyun-Sung coldly asks her, so, doing all of this should be more than enough, right? Seeing him about to leave, Patricia bursts into tears, screaming that she'll give him all the monster loot. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. You and I are jumping right into a wild scene as she desperately begs him not to leave, leaving a sweating Hyun-Sung to reply, I understand, master. He mutters to himself, feeling like he's the bad guy in this situation. These savage, red-haired fiends continue their wild rampage, unleashing earth-shattering roars that shake the heavens. But before they can cause more chaos, our main character unleashes waves of devastating purple energy, triggering a chain of terrifying explosions that shake the entire castle. The monsters are blasted away by overwhelming magical pressure, leaving the battlefield covered in thick smoke. Amidst the blazing battlefield, the main character unleashes a mighty roar. Boom! Violent purple lightning strikes down, making the monsters shriek and tremble in pure terror. Seeing them still trying to stand up against his devastating power, he realizes they have high elemental resistance. Their defense is insanely high, they must be highly resistant, tank-class monsters. Looking down with a cold glare, he declares, fine then. I'll carve up every single one of you. Now watch closely as our main character dives straight into the monsters like a deadly whirlwind. Patricia is also fighting for her life, her face filled with absolute terror against these giant beasts. With blinding speed, his devastating slashes rip right through their armor, wiping them out in the blink of an eye. Our hero casually walks through the dissolving ashes of his enemies, stepping over their discarded weapons. Patricia stands there, absolutely speechless after witnessing his godlike power. He quickly corners the last struggling beast as it gasps desperately for air. With a chillingly calm expression, he drives his sword straight through its skull, finishing it on the spot. No mercy for any of them. He stands triumphantly over the massive corpse of the final boss. Suddenly, an insane system notification pops up, which awards him a legendary grade achievement for single-handedly slaying 10,000 high-rank monsters. Along with that, he unlocks an incredibly overpowered title, the legendary Archfiend Slayer. The guards watching from behind immediately erupt into wild, deafening cheers of pure joy. Hyun-Sung wipes the sweat from his brow, reminding himself not to get his hopes up despite this massive achievement. Patricia runs over and bows, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. She showers him with praise, saying hero-rank mercenaries are on a completely different level. I know what you're thinking. And yes. Hyun-Sung curiously asks if she's a rare-rank mercenary. Patricia nods, explaining she only awakened 30 years ago and still has a ton of things left to learn. Seeing her timid reaction, Hyun-Sung realizes she actually seems way weaker than Lucia. She sadly explains that rare-rank mercenaries stood no chance against this threat, forcing her to spend every single point she had just to hire a legendary hero-class fighter like him. She sighs in relief. Thank goodness you were here, or my life would have ended today. Just then, an alert warns his summon time is down to 10 seconds. Patricia bows deeply, thanking him once again. Hyun-Sung smiles and tells her, no problem, feel free to summon me again anytime. Patricia smiles, wishing she could actually afford to. Moments later, Hyun-Sung's body dissolves into black smoke to head home, leaving the girl staring after him with regret. A flood of system notifications instantly pop up, confirming his mercenary mission is complete. His payment has processed, and his overall credit points have officially received a nice boost. Hyun-Sung teleports right back to the front of the HY Mart. Checking his rewards, a smug grin creeps onto his face. Talk about an absolute steal. He tallies up his massive loot, from new achievements to rare skill books and precious mana stones. Relaxing on the sofa, he grins at the extra points he just pocketed. He wonders why on earth he hadn't been taking advantage of this mercenary system sooner. But then, a strange prompt on the screen catches his eye. What exactly are credit points? He immediately calls up Lucia, who picks up on the first ring, answering hello, Hyun-Sung. He smiles and says, Lucia, I'm back. She blinks in surprise, asking, wait, where are you? She explains that she's out grocery shopping with his mom, leaving Hyun-Sung to reply, oh, I see. He tells her to take her time and says they'll catch up later. Lucia politely agrees. As night falls over the luxury villa, Hyun-Sung waits at the gate to carry the heavy groceries inside. And we're ending on a cozy note, as Lucia smiles to congratulate him in the kitchen. Let's dive right in as Lucia welcomes her master back safely, looking like the absolute perfect waifu. It really was a cakewalk, basically a freebie. Suddenly remembering his earlier question, Hyun-Sung asks, by the way, Lucia, do you happen to know what credit points are? Lucia nods, confirming, yes, I do. It is a form of evaluation. She explains that depending on how high or low that score is, different options will display in the mercenary tab. Hyun-Sung gasps in intrigue. So, a good review basically means a much higher chance of getting hired next time, right? Lucia agrees, nodding. Yes, I believe that is highly likely. But then, her expression suddenly darkens with deep worry. In a quiet, solemn voice, she admits, I think the main reason my hire rate is so low is because of those reviews. On his screen, the system pulls up Lucia's profile, showing some incredibly brutal reviews. They label her as nothing but a traitor and a failure. Hyun-Sung figures he should keep supporting mercenaries for now. After all, if his ratings go up, legendary or hero-class fighters might actually seek him out. The moment he finishes speaking, a loud system alert chimes. A request arrives from G-Spirit, asking to hire Hyun-Sung. He blinks in utter disbelief, gasping. Wait, what? Say that again now, G-Spirit. But here is where it gets crazy. A sudden customer complaint pops up, stopping him dead in his tracks. The warning notice states that all 20 items purchased by G-Spirit have been disputed, resulting in an immediate 3-day temporary suspension of his entire shop. And if he fails to resolve it within 4 days, the penalty skyrockets to a 3-month ban. Hyun-Sung breaks into a cold sweat, completely baffled. Sensing his panic, Lucia curiously asks, who exactly is G-Spirit? He mutters, that is our ultimate VIP customer, as the terrifying image of a majestic, demonic overlord flashes through his mind. Lucia remarks that if it is really that person, she must be a legendary, or maybe even a mythical tier mercenary. Hyun-Sung nods. Probably. Lucia strongly advises him to just go ahead and accept the request. I think you should go. No matter how powerful they are, the system prevents them from ever harming their employer. Realizing she has a point, Hyun-Sung makes up his mind. Alright, fine, I will go check it out myself. He gears up in his battle armor and prepares to teleport while Lucia wishes him the best of luck. Hyun-Sung resolutely hits the accept button. Instantly, space warps, dropping him right into a massive, dark, and highly intimidating palace. Let's take a look around with him. Luckily, this does not seem like a combat zone. Right in front of him, a stunning woman with long hair and dark horns lazily rests her chin, studying him closely. She purrs, asking, So, when did you start mercenary support? Hyun-Sung calmly responds, Honestly, just a few hours ago, ma'am. G-Spirit smirks. Impressive. It seems you are already becoming quite a popular figure. I literally saw you were active on another mission just now. Hyun-Sung scratches his head, embarrassed, admitting, that was actually my first gig ever. Amused by his awkwardness, she smiles playfully. Well, I summoned you here because I have a crucial question. Our hero calmly tells her to feel free and ask anything, but G-Spirit's actual question leaves him completely frozen in disbelief. When on Earth is the sequel to Transformers coming out? Seeing his blank stare, she immediately presses him further. Terminator 2 is already out, so why is the other one missing? Seriously, I have so many questions. She continues grilling him about the sequels of other massive blockbusters, like X-Men and Underworld. Sweating bullets, Hyun-Sung nervously lies that because the first movie is selling so well, they are holding back the sequel. G-Spirit's gaze instantly turns razor sharp. She growls, Are you saying it is not even out yet? Hyun-Sung quickly stammers. Well, some actually do have sequels, but others just haven't been made yet. G-Spirit's anger suddenly explodes as she roars. Obviously, if they existed, you would have listed them already. A terrifying, crushing pressure erupts, making our main character tremble. He panics. What is going on here? The system clearly states that employers cannot harm their summoned mercenaries. Desperate to defuse things, he quickly explains that these movies are so insanely popular that they are having major shipping issues, promising to deliver them soon. Hearing this, G-Spirit finally calms down. She muses thoughtfully. Makes sense. Your world has no monarch, so getting things done must be a real struggle. While Hyun-Sung stands dazed, she brings up democracy, knowing that modern worlds do not have supreme emperors ruling over life and death. Instead, authority belongs to elected officials in their world, like a president or a prime minister. Hyun-Sung nods, confirming. Yes, that is exactly right. Sitting proudly on her throne, G-Spirit complains that his world has too many annoying rules. Trust me, you and I can't wait to see how he handles this. But that is exactly what makes this so wild. Stick with me as Hyun-Sung realizes how fast this demon lord actually learns. Full of curiosity, he asks, G-Spirit, are you the actual monarch ruling over this entire world? Her heels click with absolute authority as G-Spirit stands up, proudly declaring, Yes, I am indeed one of the demon kings ruling over the demon realm. Spreading her massive black wings, every single servant from the butler to the maids and even the skeleton soldiers bows deeply before their supreme ruler. G-Spirit turns her gaze toward Hyun-Sung and says, I have a special place I want to show off to you. She orders him to follow, and the two walk side by side through long corridors lined with expensive art pieces. Stopping in front of a massive hall with checkered tile floors, G-Spirit throws the doors open and asks, Well, what do you think? What lies before Hyun-Sung is a massive, customized exhibition room filled with all the modern gadgets he had sold to her, ranging from smartphones and sunglasses to a Nintendo Switch. She even set up massive portable power stations in the room to make sure all of her electronics stay fully charged. Hyun-Sung is genuinely amazed. This place is an absolute gamer paradise. G-Spirit looks at her collection with pride, noting that he always manages to bring her the most interesting new things. She demands that he keep up the good work in the future, prompting Hyun-Sung to smile and promise, "Of course, my lady." Deep down, he realizes that G-Spirit is not just his very first customer, but easily his most valuable VIP client. Suddenly, G-Spirit turns to him and asks, "Do you know how to play video games?" Our protagonist humbly replies, "Yes, just the basics." Without missing a beat, the Demon Lord throws down the gauntlet, commanding, "Then face me in a match." Now pay attention, because Hyun-Sung accepts the challenge, confident that a professional player's reaction time is completely beyond a normal person's limits. G-Spirit smugly claims she is the undefeated champion of the Demon King Castle, warning him to prepare for defeat as they step up to a Street Fighter II arcade cabinet. The main character notes that, no matter how good her reflexes might be, the built-in limits of an arcade machine never change. It has been quite a while since he last touched an arcade joystick, leaving him slightly worried about whether he can still perform at his peak. As the word fight flashes on the screen, the battle officially begins. However, Hyun-Sung quickly realizes a hilarious truth, as his opponent leaves herself completely wide open. He wonders, is she actually just a total beginner? While G-Spirit plays with intense focus and excitement, Hyun-Sung is just confused by how she only spams the most basic, predictable attacks. He counters relentlessly, keeping the Demon Lord's character trapped in a corner with absolutely no room to fight back. As G-Spirit's health bar instantly depletes, her smug expression vanishes, replaced by a tense and incredibly fierce glare. Without giving her a single moment to recover, Hyun-Sung's fingers fly across the buttons, unleashing a devastating finishing combo as the knockout screen flashes to signal the end of the round. Looking at the screen, he breaks into a cold sweat. And yeah, you and I both know he messed up big time by absolutely crushing a powerful Demon Lord. G-Spirit shrieks in utter disbelief. "What is this?" She glares at him and roars, "You bastard, what on earth did you just do?" Hyun-Sung calmly sits in his chair and replies, "I just used a basic combo chain." G-Spirit repeats the word in total confusion. "Combo?" He simply nods in confirmation. Refusing to accept defeat, the Demon Lord moves in close to study his technique. G-Spirit stares intently over Hyun-Sung's shoulder, her eyes completely locked onto the monitor. The two dive right into a fierce gaming duel, their fingers moving like a blur over the arcade buttons. The quiet castle hall is now filled only with the loud clacking of buttons as the Demon Lord and the mercenary focus entirely on their digital battlefield. Determined to win, G-Spirit tries desperately to turn the tables. This grueling match drags on for 8 long hours, leaving Hyun-Sung utterly exhausted with fatigue. He groans internally, thinking about how starving he is. Right on cue, his stomach growls loudly. At that exact moment, the victory screen flashes on the monitor, declaring G-Spirit the ultimate winner of the match. She cheers in pure triumph, shouting, "Yes!" Seeing how happy she is, Hyun-Sung hesitantly decides to speak up. "Excuse me, G-Spirit," he begins. She turns to him with a grunt. Hyun-Sung stands up and asks, "I should probably head back home now." G-Spirit looks completely surprised, asking why he has to leave so early. Once he confirms his departure, she lets out a disappointed sigh. "What a shame. Fine, I will summon you back whenever I am free." Just as he prepares to exit, Hyun-Sung suddenly stops in his tracks. "Oh, by the way, I have a quick question." G-Spirit calmly shrugs and replies, "Go ahead, speak your mind." Hyun-Sung looks straight at her and asks, "G-Spirit, do dimensional rifts or portals ever appear here in your world?" The Demon Lord remarks that he is far too curious for his own good, but she bluntly confirms, "Yes, of course they do." However, her eyes turn incredibly dark as she delivers a chilling warning. "And trust me, you and I need to hear this," because she adds, "I cannot reveal the terrors about to unfold in your world." Hyun-Sung gasps in shock, saying, "What? All right." You and I are diving back in as G-Spirit coldly reveals his world is still trapped in a vicious cycle. She explains that even though they are allies, directly interfering in another world, or sharing top-secret details about events happening in a dimension that has not yet broken its chains is a severe, unacceptable violation of their signed treaty. Hyun-Sung silently ponders these cryptic warnings coming from the powerful Demon Queen. He mutters with deep suspicion, "A treaty?" His gaze turns ice cold as he stares directly at G-Spirit, demanding to know who on earth she actually signed that agreement with. Standing in the middle of the Grand Palace Hall, G-Spirit lets out a regretful sigh. She admits that although she truly wants to tell him the whole truth, at this point she is completely forbidden from revealing a single thing more. Refusing to back down, Hyun-Sung presses on, asking if escaping that vicious cycle would finally grant him access to the whole truth. Truth about why monsters suddenly appeared, and the real reason why players like him were born in the first place. Staring at his determined silhouette, G-Spirit calmly tells him that when the right time finally comes, he will naturally understand everything on his own, so he must wait patiently instead of desperately forcing answers right now. Now, watch this carefully. Hyun-Sung grits his teeth and agrees, realizing that G-Spirit's highly supportive attitude proves they truly are allies who can rely on each other. He realizes the mysterious player dimension, which connects to his own world through his unique skill, is not hostile toward his home planet at all. Stepping closer to the Demon Queen, Hyun-Sung asks, "Hey Spirit, I have a tiny little favor to ask, and I hope you can help me out." G-Spirit casually shrugs and tells him to speak up, as Hyun-Sung looks straight at her. "Could you help me buy a mythic rank skill book?" G-Spirit smirks, asking if he has any actual idea how much a legendary item like that is going to cost. When the main character admits he has absolutely no clue, she casually reveals that even the absolute cheapest mythic skill book costs hundreds of trillions of points, an insane number that leaves Hyun-Sung completely stunned and breaking out in a cold sweat. Hundreds of trillions of points? Just hearing that massive number is enough to make anyone pass out. G-Spirit explains that owning a mythic skill means wielding the literal power of a god. She claims that to lay his hands on a true top-tier mythic skill, he would need quadrillions of points. Shaking, Hyun-Sung nervously asks if those cheap skill books she just mentioned are actually referring to demigod rank instead of true gods. G-Spirit is surprised he even knows about their existence and immediately guesses he already owns one, reacting in utter awe when Hyun-Sung casually admits that he does. She praises him, and honestly, you and I can see his presence alone drastically increases this world's chances of breaking free. Hyun-Sung quickly shifts his focus to a new target, asking G-Spirit about the price of a mythic rank elixir. She casually replies that those are actually pretty cheap, costing only around 6 billion points to purchase. Our main character secretly celebrates, knowing that 6 billion points is a price he can easily afford. He immediately makes his move, asking if she would be willing to buy that mythic elixir for him instead. G-Spirit confirms that she is capable of doing it, but coldly demands to know why she should grant him yet another favor when she has already helped him so much. Hyun-Sung promises to pay a worthy price, which makes G-Spirit flash a sinister, highly challenging smile. With points? To make it worth my time, that price would have to be at least quadrillions of points, right? Hyun-Sung confidently asserts that he intends to pay with something far more valuable than points. As G-Spirit grows highly curious about his mysterious offer, he asks if she knows about short-range telecommunication networks, holding up a modern router that completely baffles the Demon Queen. Hyun-Sung explains that this is not just for single-player mode or basic head-to-head matches, but a system that allows dozens of people to play together simultaneously. He brings up a classic school memory that many of us share, like using the school computer lab LAN network to secretly play games with friends. Even without an actual internet connection, a local area network is fully capable of linking everyone together perfectly. Hearing that she could play games with multiple people at the exact same time, G-Spirit is visibly intrigued and curious. Hyun-Sung confirms it is an unreleased, exclusive system that allows dozens or even hundreds of players to communicate and game together at the exact same time. G-Spirit instantly gives her command. "Very well, bring that device to me first, and then I will make my decision." Though it feels a bit rushed, Hyun-Sung agrees and schedules their next meeting in 3 days, before being dismissed by the Demon Queen. Teleporting back home, Hyun-Sung stares at his status window in absolute shock, realizing he just secured nearly 1 trillion points just from a simple gaming session. He takes off his heavy armor, telling himself that shopping for new gear must be his top priority. Stepping into the living room, Lucia greets him with a smile. "And trust me, you and I are ready to see what crazy upgrade he gets next." "All right." You and I are jumping right back in as Hyun-Sung returns to the living room, finding Lucia patiently waiting up to ask if he succeeded. He asks softly, "Wait, why aren't you sleeping? Were you waiting for me?" Lucia gently nods and confirms she was. Hyun-Sung tells her warmly, "You don't need to waste your energy waiting up next time. Just go to sleep." Smiling warmly at his genuine concern, Lucia says she is perfectly fine since she isn't even tired yet, and she is actually staying up to analyze the new catalog of products for their upcoming sale. Hyun-Sung smirks, teasing her. "Wait, did I even ask about any of that?" His tease flusters Lucia completely, leaving her stammering in embarrassment. Desperate for a quick distraction, she changes the subject, asking how his trip turned out. Taking a slow sip of tea, Hyun-Sung thoughtfully explains that while things are still pretty vague, he is highly confident that success is within reach. Staring silently into his teacup, he keeps calculating the cryptic words the Demon Lord dropped earlier. "Chains?" Hyun-Sung mutters, admitting to Lucia that he still cannot fully wrap his head around the true meaning behind that phrase, but he quickly shakes off those confusing, distracting thoughts. After all, he has no choice but to focus on boosting his raw power for now. Now pay attention here. because the next morning at a modern office building labeled H-Game, Hyun-Sung gears up in a suit to meet a major player. A man wearing glasses offers a warm, friendly smile, extending a hand to seal their deal right in front of his bodyguards. Soon after, at the warehouse of HT Supermarket, a massive lineup of giant power generators is prepped and ready as planned. Hyun-Sung stands right beside the colossal machines, carefully checking the system screens to prepare for shipping. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The master of G-Spirit is requesting to hire Hyun-Sung as a mercenary. Do you accept? He instantly taps yes, warping straight back into the ominous dark palace. Sitting majestically on her throne, G-Spirit looks right at him and asks if he is fully prepared. Hyun-Sung flashes a confident grin, telling her everything is absolutely ready to go. G-Spirit then gives the command. Then set them up and let me see. On command, he begins deploying the gear right in the main hall. In a split second, a massive row of desks and computers are perfectly arranged. Hyun-Sung even installs a colossal server rack system to ensure everything runs with total stability. Stepping back, he reports that the setup is complete. G-Spirit stares at the strange machinery with deep curiosity. Hyun-Sung begins his pitch, introducing multiplayer games that get incredibly exciting when a large group plays together. One by one, he showcases legendary titles. First is the strategy masterpiece StarCraft. Next comes the fantasy world of Lineage. Finally, the screen flashes with the haunting images of Diablo. You and I both know how LAN parties work, right? He explains she just needs to connect to the local network. The surprised Demon Lord wonders, wait, is that even possible? He quickly explains that, through this equipment, thousands of people can play together simultaneously, basically aiming to build an ultimate online gaming hub. G-Spirit is still a bit skeptical if playing with others is actually going to be fun, but Hyun-Sung just grins confidently, telling her to try it out first before making a final offer. Once you are fully satisfied, you can accept my request. G-Spirit smirks, agreeing to the terms before sending him back to his world. A week later, G-Spirit strolls down the hallway, nodding to herself, admitting that playing with others truly brings a completely different kind of flavor. Still, she demands to know why he waited so long to bring out such an amazing setup. Hyun-Sung calmly explains that because the equipment is incredibly bulky and consumes too much fuel, he had to delay its release until now. He adds that, in reality, the preparation phase isn't even fully finished. Curiously, G-Spirit presses him about his business plan and how he intends to price the fuel. Scratching his head with a pragmatic laugh, Hyun-Sung says he plans to price it slightly higher than high-capacity camping batteries. Recognizing his raw ambition, G-Spirit mocks. Are you seriously trying to hoard all the points in this world? Immediately, she tosses a pouch toward him, ordering him to take it as a starter. She generously declares, I am gifting you 500 doses of this mythic-grade elixir as a present. Stunned, Hyun-Sung catches it, realizing even the pouch is legendary grade, featuring a highly convenient inventory space function. Inside are 500 ultimate stat-boosting elixirs, which are worth at least a whopping 3 trillion points if converted. Blown away by the Demon Lord's sudden generosity, he admires her style and jokingly asks if they can buy more. Trust me, you and I want to see what's next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as G-Spirit smiles, promising to buy him anything as long as he has the points. But wait, she stops. Nothing in this world is truly free, so of course, I have a condition of my own. Hyun-Sung quickly replies, please, go ahead. The Demon King points toward the star screen and proposes, how about the two of us face off in a match of that game? Realizing this is a golden opportunity, the main character plans to show her some pro-level strategies to win over this vital VIP client. Confidence radiates from his face. Back at his massive villa, Hyun-Sung lays down to map out his next big business venture. He figures that selling DVDs of high-level competitive gaming matches is bound to bring in some absolutely massive, easy profits. To pull this off, he realizes he needs to take over a game development company to secure a steady supply of content. Staring at the pouch of elixirs on his desk, he tells himself, alright, first things first, time to pump up my stats. With a steady hand, Hyun-Sung picks up a mythic-grade mana-boosting elixir. System info says each dose grants 1 mana point, but only works if your stats are under 500. Remembering how he once had to spend 6 billion points just to restore a single stat point, he warns himself to be absolutely careful from here on out when using these precious, high-value consumable items. Next, he hands a handful of those elixirs to Lucia, whose face lights up as she asks, Master, did you succeed? He responds with a single, confident nod, yes. Lucia takes the medicine and bows deeply. Thank you so much, my master. But pay attention here, she flat out refuses to take them without paying him back. Hyun-Sung smiles and waves his hand, telling her not to worry about it and to just consider it a gift. When Lucia still hesitates, he explains that since he plans to give some to Woo-in for free, charging her wouldn't be fair. He adds, look at it as a reward from your lord. The stronger you get, the more you can assist me. Hearing this, Lucia finally bows in agreement. I understand, master. Right after their talk, Wu-in and his father return home with heavy bags slung over their shoulders. Hee-Won-Sung walks right over to them and proudly announces, Father, you can finally start allocating those unspent status points now. His father gasps in absolute shock. Is that true, son? Hee-Won-Sung smiles warmly. Yes, because the elixir treatment is officially complete. Thrilled, the father declares. Then I'll do it right now. Hee-Won-Sung then turns to his younger brother, asking if he knows how to open his screen. Wu-in happily replies, Yes, brother, as Hee-Won patiently guides him. Just listen and press right here, then here. Wu-in clumsily follows his instructions, asking like this. Seeing him succeed, Hee-Won-Sung instantly praises his effort. Spot on, little bro. You're a super fast learner. Wu-in cheers in pure excitement. I actually did it. Their father smiles, unable to hide his joy at his son's rapid growth. The scene then transitions over to a sleek, modern corporate office. Sitting at his main desk, Hee-Won-Sung silently flips through a stack of business documents, deep in thought. Now that his plans in America are completely wrapped up, let's follow him to Canada as he sets his sights on a brand new target. But first, I need to wrap up these corporate acquisitions. Hee-Won-Sung kickstarts his aggressive expansion plan, buying out a massive wave of the leading technology and entertainment giants. Strategic handshakes and the massive takeover of ND Soft, along with K Entertainment shares, trigger media-wild headlines about the rise of a new player tycoon. Naturally, everyone starts questioning the true, hidden motive behind these incredibly bold acquisitions by the famous Emoto Guild. Meanwhile, Hee-Won-Sung maintains his vital bond with Demon King G-Spirit by personally introducing her to the world's latest entertainment products. He also doesn't hesitate to share crucial secrets regarding the high-tier skill books with his most trusted allies. But back in his office, as he closely studies the active market, he thinks, looks like upgrading my skills needs to wait. He faces a harsh reality as the prices of skill books skyrocket like crazy, in both the real world and on the system store. Scrolling down the item list to hunt for something useful, his eyes suddenly freeze on the pet section. The auction screen is showing a hero-grade red drake egg listed at a jaw-dropping 300 billion points. Hee-Won-Sung mutters to himself, Oh right, I totally forgot pets were an option here. But then, a completely different item steals his focus. A legendary grade low-level humanoid golem with a massive price tag of nearly 300 billion points. He can't help but gasp, huh? According to the description, this model looks completely identical to a human, runs purely on magic stones for fuel, possesses self-healing, and has a locked level of 300. Hee-Won-Sung is totally shocked. Seriously, why is this so expensive? This system is far more ruthless than capitalism. He analyzes that a locked level means these golems have zero potential for future growth or leveling up. Still, the store lets you buy high-grade level 600 golems, though they cost an absolutely mind-boggling 30 trillion points. After weighing his options, Hee-Won-Sung smiles in satisfaction. It's the ultimate defense for his mother and sister, and honestly, you and I both know family always comes first. He tells himself that a mid-tier level 400 golem priced at 3 trillion points won't even scratch his massive wallet. Alright, let's jump right into the moment. A system prompt asks our main character if he wants a legendary grade humanoid golem. Hyun-Sung immediately clicks yes, firmly believing that having more safety nets is always the best way to go. Instantly, a mysterious blackish-blue energy orb materializes in the middle of the room. Hyun-Sung stares in pure bewilderment at this bizarre object. What on earth is this? Intrigued, he reaches out to touch the glowing orb. A cascade of system alerts rings out, confirming that Hyun-Sung is officially registered as the golem's new master. The activation process of the legendary grade humanoid golem begins, and the system prompts him to fully customize its physical appearance. Hyun-Sung observes carefully, letting out a soft, highly amused gasp. Oh, ho! He decides to customize the golem's appearance by using his own mother's likeness as the base model. The dark blue energy orb begins expanding and glowing brilliantly, slowly taking the majestic shape of a beautiful woman with long, flowing blue hair on screen. Dressed in a sharp, formal business suit, the humanoid golem kneels before her master to show absolute and total obedience. Staring at the newly summoned entity, Hyun-Sung marvels that it feels like he is looking at a real, high-tech android. Curious, he speaks up and asks if she can actually comprehend the words he is saying. With her sharp blue eyes, the golem calmly replies that a translation skill is already pre-installed as a basic feature of her system. Now, pay attention here, because Hyun-Sung is absolutely mind-blown, immediately asking if she can master new languages. She confidently asserts that given enough data, she can master the language of a completely new dimension within a single day. That insane speed leaves him pondering, so he presses further, asking if she has the ability to customize her vocal tone too. Upon giving an affirmative answer, The golem asks what specific type of voice her master would like her to replicate. Hyun-Sung suggests a classy, middle-aged woman's voice would be the most fitting choice, but the golem explains she needs a concrete voice sample to copy. Immediately, he pulls up a classic drama clip on his phone where a wealthy woman hands over cash and coldly says, "I've given you a very substantial sum, so take this money and get away from my son." After listening to the sample, the golem perfectly mirrors that exact sharp, demanding voice on the spot. "I've given you a very substantial sum, so take this and break up with my son. Oh my, write this down since your mother is forcing me to leave you," the golem gently adds. Did I deliver that line correctly? Hearing this, Hyun-Sung can only gasp in absolute shock. Wow. Then, he curiously asks if her overall physical appearance can also be customized. The golem confidently confirms that as long as she is supplied with enough high-quality magic crystals, any visual alteration is completely possible. Hyun-Sung smirks slightly. Ah, you and I both know that smirk means trouble. Without hesitation, he hands over a glowing purple magic stone to start the transformation, scrolling through his phone to show the golem a picture of a breathtakingly gorgeous, stylish girl. Make it look like this. Instantly, a wave of green mana envelops the golem, turning her flowing blue hair into a vibrant pink. The transformation is complete, leaving him with an incredibly stunning girl, sporting voluminous pink hair and an extremely trendy outfit. If any store sold golems like this, they would sell out instantly. Haha. Hyun-Sung looks back and forth between his phone and the actual golem, totally stunned. She has literally become a flawless doppelganger. His gaze grows incredibly deep and calculating. He reminds himself to create a legal identity for her. After weighing his options, he decides relying on Minseo is much safer than Inukuso. He immediately dials Minseo to ask for a major favor in forging some official ID papers. Passports from the Republic of Korea are quickly prepared and made ready, perfectly legitimizing the presence of his golems in the human world. Watching his golems in their new human forms, taking on tasks from simple housework to corporate office jobs, Hyun-Sung silently notes that although they lack a bit of creative spark, their raw combat power and rapid adaptability are exceptional, far superior to any standard doppelganger souls. Just as he is basking in satisfaction with his new bodyguards, his phone suddenly rings, displaying an incoming call from Inukuso. Hyun-Sung picks up, asking coldly, "Hello? What is it now?" On the other end of the line, Inukuso reports with a deadly serious face. "Sir, the Japanese government has initiated their scheme." Hyun-Sung narrows his eyes suspiciously. "A scheme?" Inukuso explains that alongside spreading rumors that his personal fees are ridiculously high, they have played a dirty card, accusing him of leaking national wealth to heavily pressure him. Hearing this report of their latest moves, Hyun-Sung frowns in deep annoyance. "Are these clowns seriously trying to play mind games with me now?" Inukuso adds that the monster cleanup on Kyushu Island is basically in its final phase, and the entrance fees for the Shikoku Island dungeon have been paid in full to his investment company. Hyun-Sung asks in a low, quiet voice about the Japanese public reaction. Inukuso reports that his base of local supporters is still incredibly rock solid. But if these media smear campaigns continue, his reputation in Japan will definitely take a major hit. "Trust me, you're going to love his cold, ruthless response. Even so, I'm not giving anything back to them. They think they can rip me off? Not a chance. Stick with me here." Inukuso realizes the Japanese government has no plans to immediately demand their dungeons back. To him, this is just a prep step to manipulate public opinion, setting up for their future long-term schemes. And looking at Choi Hyun-Sung, his eyes turn incredibly cold. He mutters to himself that he will have to play his card way earlier than planned. They brought this on themselves. Suddenly, a shocking announcement is released. The Emoto Guild pledges to reinvest every single penny of profit from the Kyushu and Shikoku dungeons right back into the local community. According to their official plan, they'll prioritize building massive public welfare projects like brand new schools, hospitals, and residential neighborhoods. This move completely breaks the Japanese internet, with endless comments praising him online. He has shown such immense mercy to Japan. To repay this favor, even giving him our entire country wouldn't be enough. Some citizens even claim that without Choi Hyun-Sung, those dungeons would be absolutely worthless anyway. The Japanese branch of the Emoto Guild is officially established amidst an incredibly warm welcome. At the grand opening ceremony, their representative proudly declares they are rebuilding from the ruins, basing their headquarters in Kyushu to coexist and thrive with the local people. And pay attention here to draw in the absolute best talent. Emoto rolls out special membership cards, giving members a massive 30% discount on all dungeon entry fees under their management. This insane deal is so good that thousands of local players desperately swarm the building to sign up. Within just one single week of launching, their Japanese branch officially surges past 10,000 members. Choi Hyun-Sung slowly scrolls through his phone, smirking as he sees his targets falling right into his trap. That is another massive catch secured in his basket. He knows that, despite the heavy upfront costs, investing is never actually about charity. His ultimate goal is to lock down complete control over both the dungeons and the players themselves, because once he controls both, he can easily print an unimaginably massive mountain of wealth. Meanwhile, back in Japan, an old government official slams his desk, roaring in absolute fury at his subordinates. Man, why is he so incredibly pissed? He screams at his men for being complete idiots, failing to realize this isn't help at all, but their own sovereign territory being snatched away right before their eyes. But a smug subordinate scoffs, claiming the general public is inherently brainless because they always act on raw emotion rather than actual logic. He believes that without a thorough explanation, those clueless citizens wouldn't even know right from wrong. I know what you're thinking, is it that bad? The old official demands a detailed report on the land and stocks Choi Hyun-Sung bought. An aide reports that almost all prime real estate has already fallen into his hands, and his buying speed is getting downright terrifying. While major conglomerates are still trying to hold their ground, over 50% of small and medium businesses in Kyushu and Shikoku are already owned by Choi Hyun-Sung. When asked about the state of their local hunters, a red-haired young agent drops an even more shocking bombshell. Over 70% of all active players in the region have officially joined the Emoto Guild. The few who haven't signed up yet are just members bound to the country's mid-sized or large guilds. This news completely drives the old official insane. He grinds his teeth, cursing them all as filthy traitors. Another official sighs, admitting that Choi Hyun-Sung's strategy is flawless. Well, duh. The guy is literally a mastermind. What did they expect? With that 30% discount on dungeon entry fees, any player who doesn't join Emoto is publicly mocked as an absolute idiot. Even within the ranks of Japan's major and mid-sized guilds, defectors are already looking for an exit. The old official can only scream out in pure helplessness. He just cannot comprehend why they fail to see through such an incredibly obvious trap. At this rate, the Japanese government has backed itself into a corner with absolutely no way out. His useless subordinates can only blame the foolish public and the pure selfishness of the players. Talk about a massive blame game. But right in the middle of this tense atmosphere, that sneaky red-haired agent smirks, his eyes glinting with a cold calculation. Looking down at the smartwatch on his wrist, he gloats secretly, knowing his real master will be absolutely thrilled to hear this great news. Meanwhile, right at the guild headquarters, a sudden system notification flashes. The master of Kartakyu has sent a mercenary hire request to Choi Hyun-Sung. Will you accept? While sitting thoughtfully in his office, Choi Hyun-Sung mutters the name Kartakyu to himself, feeling like he has definitely seen this name somewhere before. Without a moment of hesitation, he makes his decision. Let's go check it out first. He taps accept and instantly vanishes into a thick cloud of black smoke to trigger his spatial teleportation. Choi Hyun-Sung materializes in his majestic battle armor right in the middle of a stunning, ancient palace courtyard, complete with high-hanging lanterns and a beautiful lotus pond. Looking around at the peaceful courtyard, he mutters to himself, "Wait, is this not a combat mission?" Suddenly, a giant horned beast with powerful tattoos on its chest appears, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me here as a giant glares down at our main character, demanding to know if he is that Choi Hyun-Sung selling those DVDs. Hyun-Sung calmly confirms, "Yes, that is indeed me, Lord. May I ask what business you summoned me here for?" Instantly, the giant's face twists with pure rage as he screams furiously, "Why? Why on earth do you not sell those DVDs separately?" Turns out this guy is the absolute super VIP customer who left those extremely harsh complaints on the system. Faced with this completely absurd outburst of rage, Hyun-Sung just stands there frozen, absolutely and totally speechless. Glancing at the top-rated purchase review displayed on his screen, Hyun-Sung suddenly realizes, "Oh, so you are the one who wrote this review." The giant roars out in smug triumph. Yes, that was indeed me. He narrows his eyes suspiciously as the main character admits he read it, then barks in fury when Hyun-Sung dares to flash a bright smile. "How dare you laugh at me?" His eyes glow menacingly at the main character's nonchalant attitude as Cactus bellows in anger. "Are you kidding with me right now?" He furiously demands to know why he read that top review, yet still acted that way, completely ignoring all of his complaints. Cactus points his finger straight at the main character's face and yells, "Do you think earning a few points makes you king?" Now, watch this tension. Hyun-Sung just smirks back, smiling with pure mockery. This just pours fuel on the fire, sending Cactus into a maddened roar. "How dare you mock me?" A threatening pillar of red flame erupts around his body, but Hyun-Sung remains completely calm as he gives a small reminder. "Oh, you know you are not allowed to attack mercenaries, right? Are you planning to break the rules?" The warning makes Cactus grit his teeth, his hands shaking as he struggles to hold back his absolute rage. Suppressing his anger, but unable to hide his sheer frustration, he demands, "Why on earth won't you sell those DVDs separately? What is the actual reason?" Hyun-Sung smiles and replies smoothly, "Because of the circumstances in my world, I am simply not permitted to tell you that. Hearing this, Cactus growls back with deep suspicion. Cut the crap. Do not blame circumstances. You are just price gouging to make a quick buck off of me. But Hyun-Sung calmly reassures him. No, please believe me. Cactus crosses his arms and warns him seriously. Running your business like this will get you into deep trouble sooner or later. Facing the warning, the main character responds with absolute seriousness. I will engrave your wise words into my heart, Lord. Yet Cactus still refuses to give up, glaring as he presses further. All right, fine. Then tell me, when will you finally sell those DVDs separately? Hyun-Sung casually responds. Even I do not know the answer to that. Hearing this, Cactus completely shifts his attitude. I know what you are thinking, but he actually starts begging, please do not do this. Isn't it much better to sell products without getting cursed out? He even anxiously warns him to watch out for complaints, because a sudden business suspension would be a massive mess. Hyun-Sung smiles back and replies, thank you for your concern. I will keep your advice deeply in mind from now on. His clever answer leaves the super VIP customer sighing in absolute helplessness. Cactus clasps his hands together sincerely, proposing that they live in peace and work together for mutual benefit. However, the main character immediately cuts him off and says he has a completely different proposal to make. As the giant guest looks on with curiosity, Hyun-Sung smiles and suggests, would you be interested in installing a short-range telecommunications network? Cactus asks blankly, what on earth is that? Hyun-Sung then patiently begins explaining all the major benefits of a LAN network. They sit down to discuss it, but after hearing the explanation, the Demon Lord's face suddenly darkens with deep skepticism. He slams his hand on the table and roars in fury. Stop it. Do not trick me. I will absolutely never do such a thing. Seeing the fierce opposition, the main character simply bows his head calmly. I understand, my lord. He glances at the system clock and politely asks if there is any other task he needs to perform. Cactus still has not given up, growling out his demand. Sell those DVDs separately. But Hyun-Sung's answer remains as firm as ever. That is completely impossible. Sensing the tension in the air rising, the main character smoothly asks if there are any other requests he can help with. Cactus can only sigh in utter helplessness, shaking his head in disappointment at his guest's extreme stubbornness. Seeing this, Hyun-Sung smiles and bids farewell. Then I shall take my leave and return to my own dimension now. Instantly, Cactus widens his eyes and yells, the minimum rental time is not even over yet. He glares and commands bossily, just stay right there and do something for me. But the main character casually retorts, didn't you just admit a moment ago that you actually had no more tasks left for me? Hyun-Sung nonchalantly informs him that even if a mercenary cancels the contract, the minimum rental fee must still be paid in full. This leaves Cactus completely shocked. What? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, things are about to get even crazier. Alright, you and I are about to watch our legendary seller pull off the ultimate hustle. I'll take my leave then, Hyun-Sung says, flashing a grin to his VIP client. With that, Hyun-Sung vanishes into black smoke, leaving Gatpyeong sitting at the tea table looking completely dazed and incredibly frustrated. Gatpyeong grits his teeth in pure fury, sweating bullets as the realization hits that he just got scammed big time. Staring at his transaction history, he roars in a total rage. Aish, that absolute piece of trash scammer. He immediately spams another hire request to drag him back, but a sharp notification chime rings out, showing his request was flatly rejected. The system message is crystal clear. Hero rank mercenary Hyun-Sung has officially rejected Master Gatpyeong's summon request. Returning to his luxury villa as night falls, Hyun-Sung finally kicks back and relaxes on his bed. Staring at his skyrocketing point balance, he smiles with pure satisfaction. Earning free points like this is incredibly sweet. Right at that moment, another system chime rings out. But check this out with me, Fubictus just sent a brand new mercenary request. Hyun-Sung smirks, mutters, well, what a surprise, and immediately hits accept to keep this wild ride going. He materializes inside a dark, gloomy dungeon, standing right in front of a majestic warrior clad in purple-silver armor. After wrapping up the quest and returning to his room, Hyun-Sung sheds his disguise and lets out a tired sigh. He silently wonders why all these high-tier clients have such fiery, hot-tempered personalities. Sure, dealing with them is annoying, but he quickly shrugs it off. It is not his problem anyway. Hyun-Sung flops back onto his bed, his eyes glued to the holographic system screen to check his current stats. He quietly wonders how long it will take for his total accumulated points to finally cross the 1 trillion mark. His eyes suddenly lock onto a mysterious new item called the Spirit Stone, and he narrows his eyes to read the details. A Spirit Stone? Wait, so the success rate of the summon is not 100%? The price is a staggering 300 billion points, a ridiculously expensive amount. But since he just made a massive profit, he decides to test his luck and resolutely taps the buy button. A warning screen pops up, asking if he is absolutely sure he wants to buy this strictly non-refundable item. He hits yes without a single second of hesitation. A chime rings, confirming he now officially owns a legendary spirit stone. Hyun-Sung admires the jagged spirit stone in his palm, watching the mysterious ancient runes glow with power. He tells himself he's not a gambling man, but he still decides to go for it. One little gamble won't kill him, right? The moment he confirms the prompt, he crushes the priceless gemstone with his bare hand. An intense silence fills the room. Hyun-Sung stares blankly at his empty palms and mutters in confusion. Wait, is that really all that happens? A wave of disappointment washes over him, and he slumps onto his bed, regretting his decision to risk so much on a gamble. But don't blink, because blinding blue lightning suddenly erupts right behind his back. Hyun-Sung gasps in absolute shock. What on earth? Out of the flashing lightning, a chubby golden cat suddenly materializes. The system confirms the summoning of the lightning spirit is a success. Stunned, Hyun-Sung stares at the newly summoned creature before gently reaching out to stroke the fluffy golden fur of this little majesty. But the moment his eyes focus on the cat's collar, he freezes in utter shock to see the name Dungyi engraved on it. Hyun-Sung stammers in disbelief. Wait, is this really Dungyi? The golden cat bares its fangs and lets out a surprisingly fierce hiss. Sparks of blue electricity crackling around its body as a glowing system notification pops up right in front of Hyun-Sung. The lightning spirit is requesting to form a contract with player Hyun-Sung. Will you accept this offer? He asks in complete bewilderment. Wait, what is happening? As the cute kitten stares up with big, sparkling eyes and lets out a sweet meow. Wasting no more time, Hyun-Sung decisively reaches out and slams the accept button on the holographic display. The instant the pact is formed, Dungyi unleashes a blinding surge of blue electricity that shoots straight into Hyun-Sung's chest. Feeling a massive wave of new energy surging inside, he realizes in shock that it is perfectly fusing with his own mana. Mysterious dark smoke wraps around his body as the fusion takes place, followed by a sudden flashing confirmation from the system. You have acquired the legendary active skill, Spirit Summoning. The binding process is now officially complete. As Hyun-Sung sits dazed on the floor, the chubby golden cat effortlessly leaps up and perches on his shoulder. Gently petting his new partner, Hyun-Sung smiles. Your name is Dungyi from now on. The little kitten closes its eyes and lets out an incredibly sweet purr in agreement. Staring at that adorable face, he is deeply moved. It honestly feels as if his beloved Dungyi has come back to life. Hyun-Sung smiles and whispers, I'll be counting on you from now on. The cat purrs excitedly on his shoulder in response. Eager to test out his newly acquired power, Hyun-Sung immediately heads into a dark dungeon with Dungyi by his side. Deep inside the cold stone corridors, a single sword strike wrapped in dark purple magic instantly tears a massive green orc apart. The horde roars and charges, but our lightning cat leaps into the air. Trust me, you and I are about to see a masterpiece of a battle next time. All right, you and I are starting this ride with a beast whose eyes glow with pure, crackling electric fury. A massive lightning blast shocks the entire pack of monsters, sending agonizing waves of destruction that make them scream in absolute terror. Standing proud in his epic combat armor, Hwai-Sung lets out a satisfied smirk. It looks like their teamwork is absolutely lethal, but right then, a sudden system alert pops up to interrupt his thoughts. Master Patia has requested to hire Hwai-Sung as a mercenary. Will you accept? He gasps in sheer shock. Patia? The memory of that pink-haired maid flashes through his mind, and he realizes she was actually his very first client. With Dungyi perched proudly on his shoulder, Hwai-Sung mutters that while he feels bad for player Patia, he really hopes there are just as many monsters to hunt this time. Meanwhile, Patia begs him through tears. Please do not leave. You can keep all the magic stones and items. Just protect me and the other players. Hearing her desperate, tearful plea, Choi Hyun-Sung calmly responds, I understand, Master. Don't blink right here dressed in his imposing black armor. Hwai-Sung is ready to face the oncoming chaos. Scanning the ruins where the royal knights are being brutally slaughtered by lizard monsters, he sighs. Man, what a nightmare. Dead bodies are scattered everywhere across the ruined ground, while those fanged beasts continue their wild, bloodthirsty roaring without showing any signs of stopping. Surrounded on all sides by lizardmen wielding sharp tridents, Hwai-Sung's eyes suddenly flash with a menacing, blood-red glow. With a cold command to freeze, a massive burst of dark purple energy erupts, crushing the screaming monsters into absolute dust. Hwai-Sung unleashes a barrage of dark slashes, slicing through their thick, armored scales and wiping them out in the blink of an eye. He loudly calls for Dungyi. Instantly, the chubby golden cat leaps high into the air with an excited meow, ready to back up his master in battle. Hwai-Sung gives his spirit beast a direct order. If anyone dares to step foot inside this castle, we burn them all to ashes. Dungyi responds with an incredibly powerful meow, eager to prove his absolute loyalty and readiness for action. Standing right in the middle of the armed lizard army, Hwai-Sung squints at the crawling monster horde, instantly realizing that these creatures look exactly like dragonkin. Let's find out together if his guess is correct. Without hesitation, Hui-sung charges straight into the deadly Naruku pack, his razor-sharp blade slicing through thick flesh as dark green blood splatters across the battlefield. Cloaked in a thick, swirling dark aura, he coldly activates his Dragon Blood Claw skill. He watches his blade rapidly absorb the enemy's life force. Smiling, he notes that it's been a while since the Dragon Blood Sword had such a feast, before quickly activating Dragon Blood Armor. A colossal, dark explosion detonates right in the middle of the castle courtyard, completely obliterating everything in sight and leaving his foes utterly decimated. Rapid-fire system alerts congratulate him for soloing 300 high-tier Naruku monsters, awarding him the legendary Naruku Hunter title. Hui-sung flashes a highly calculating smirk, thinking, "This is amazing. I am definitely going to make a massive profit today. It's time to go absolutely wild out here." Right on cue, Dong-yi unleashes massive bursts of brilliant blue lightning, leaving the surviving lizardmen completely paralyzed. But suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes through the area, freezing the very air in place. Right away, warning screens pop up to alert Hui-sung that he's been hit by a fear status effect, paralyzing his entire body for 10 seconds. Luckily, his passive skills, Unyielding Spirit and Indomitable Faith, activate instantly to counter the debuff, slashing his total stun time down to just a single second. Dumbfounded, Hui-sung blurts out, "What on earth is that?" Towering right over him is a colossal, monstrous entity, glaring down with menacing blood-red eyes brimming with pure hatred. Violent tremors shake the surrounding buildings as the atmosphere grows incredibly tense, forcing our main character to frown deeply as he assesses this dangerous situation. This is getting really serious. Standing directly before him is a massive, heavily armored lizard warrior boasting incredible muscles, and he is firmly gripping a razor-sharp, menacing trident. Feeling the suffocating pressure of those glowing red eyes, Hui-sung briefly wonders if he should just make a run for it. But glancing at his little lightning spirit crackling with energy on his shoulder, his resolve hardens. "Let's give it a shot," he orders. "Go get him, Dong-yi." The chubby golden cat instantly springs forward with an incredibly fierce and roaring battle cry. Transforming into a bolt of blue lightning, Dong-yi closes the distance at blinding speed, his eyes glowing with electric power as he rams his head directly into the beast's armored chest. The giant lizard monster glares in absolute fury, opening its massive jaws to let out an incredibly ear-splitting screech. Despite taking the surprise hit, the massive beast barely even flinches, and that is where we leave them. With Dong-yi darting around, searching for a weak spot to strike. Alright, we're kicking off with a massive lightning blast right to this monster's face, and it looks like it's hurting. Standing amidst the smoking ruins, Hui-sung quietly muses that he really thought he'd be completely immune to mental attacks by this level. He coldly observes the ongoing battle, wondering if his current level of power is actually enough to end this fight. Meanwhile, his little cat companion Dong-yi keeps unleashing relentless lightning strikes, completely shredding the beast's defense. The giant lizard monster roars in fury, swinging its massive trident and charging straight at Hui-sung with bloodthirsty rage. Right away, a flashing system notification pops up, warning him that he's been hit by the mental control skill Pia, completely paralyzing him for 10 full seconds. But wait, another screen quickly pops up, confirming he has completely resisted and neutralized the debuff. Pay attention here, because Hui-sung just smirks. He stares right at the giant beast, knowing that if he'd actually failed to resist that status effect, there'd be no saving him. Looks like the massive 3 trillion gold he spent on that skill book was totally worth every single penny. You get what you pay for. Hui-sung lets out a roaring battle cry, his eyes blazing as he faces the crazed Naruku horde charging right at him. Suddenly, a lizard soldier tries to sneak attack him from behind, but Hui-sung easily predicts the move, calmly muttering that he knew this would happen, while the giant beast glares at him with pure hatred. It opens its foul, stinking jaws wide, thrusting its deadly trident directly at its target. Staring down overwhelming pressure, Hui-sung keeps a totally calm face, instantly activating his dragon blood armor as fierce, crackling red lightning surges all around him. He charges headfirst into the horde like a streak of red lightning, but his strike barely leaves a single scratch on its tough hide. How is this thing so tanky? In the blink of an eye, it counterattacks, slamming him hard into the dusty, shattered ruins. Hui-sung struggles back onto his feet, realizing that his active dragon blood armor is the only thing that kept him alive. Before he can even catch his breath, a razor-sharp trident rips through the air, flying straight toward him. Hui-sung swiftly dodges the strike to launch a counterattack, unleashing a brutal, heavy slash aimed right at the beast's neck, but its armored hide is just too thick to pierce. Blinding sparks fly as their weapons clash, lighting up the dark night. Feeling the immense weight of the blow, Hui-sung admits this boss is incredibly tough. Another sharp trident rips through the wind, impaling itself into the ground just inches away from his feet. Standing tall through the rising dust and smoke, Hui-sung's body crackles with intense crimson energy, his eyes locking onto the enemy with a defiant smile. He coldly challenges the boss to see who will be left standing, as the beast lets out an ear-piercing shriek of pure rage. An earth-shattering shockwave of raw energy explodes right at the very center of their clash, blowing away everything in its path. Hyun-Sung charges straight into the fray, channeling all his power into his blade to break their defenses. The cat Dongi isn't holding back either, unleashing a massive torrent of blue lightning. But the sheer force of the blast pushes Hyun-Sung back. Stomping his foot to regain his balance, Hyun-Sung watches as a fresh horde of fierce Naruku swarms in to back up their boss, but Hyun-Sung just smirks with total disdain. Watch this. Massive pillars of fire wrap around his hands before erupting into a violent explosion, completely swallowing the entire horde in a sea of flames. Agonizing shrieks echo through the air as the monsters are burned to absolute ashes. Standing amid the burning ashes, he casually notes their low magic resistance made fire spells more than enough. Seeing his minions wiped out, the lizard leader grips his trident, preparing to go absolutely berserk. Hyun-Sung's eyes crackle with bright lightning as he focuses all his concentration, telling himself that he can easily take this giant down. The beast roars, but Hyun-Sung transforms into a flash of red lightning, dodging and launching a devastating counter. Heavy, brutal slashes rain down one after another, ripping through the thick scales and cracking its heavy armor. Hyun-Sung channels all of his power into a final finishing strike, driving his sword deep into the monster's chest. Suddenly, the Naruku leader erupts with a highly threatening surge of dark purple energy. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, eyes glowing with death. A violent swing of its trident forces Hyun-Sung to block with everything he's got. Wait, what? He mutters in utter shock at this sudden shift. What's going on here? He grits his teeth against the crushing pressure. He can't believe his eyes. This boss is actually getting stronger as the fight drags on? That's just completely broken. Things take a dark turn as his supply of recovery potions is running completely dry. The monster roars through the flames, unleashing an oppressive aura that exhausts even little Dongi, leaving the cat completely drained of mana. Panting heavily, his pet can't fight anymore. Hyun-Sung realizes he has to end this battle right now, before his time runs out. Right at that critical moment, a system notification chimes. His health has fallen below 10%, automatically triggering his legendary Berserk passive skill. He whispers that he's been waiting for this exact moment. He smirks as his strength, agility, and mana skyrocket by 40%. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Hyun-Sung face absolute danger. Even with his defense crushed, his dragon blood armor will tank any blow, and his gaze turns razor-sharp and determined. He silently knows that even if those massive shockwaves manage to penetrate his defenses, it won't matter. Thanks to his legendary Book of Immortality skill, any damage he takes will heal up almost instantly. Seriously, with cheats like that, why hesitate? Pay attention here, guys. This clash of power is about to get incredibly intense. In the blink of an eye, he pierces its thick hide, making the monster howl in agony. Seizing the opening, he circles behind for the kill, but the giant lizard blocks his strike with its trident. Still, with his stats boosted like a total game cheat, he keeps absolutely dominating the beast, leaving it completely helpless. Finally, with one clean, ultra-smooth slash, he sends it to join its dead allies. Hyun-Sung wins. And that's the end of this chapter. Don't forget to drop a like for Gao.